Good morning and welcome to Copenhagen in Denmark. We are in our 13th international, well, at least the road to it. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, following the next few weeks that we have. And joining me on the panel as well throughout these dates, the 4th of September today, all the way up until the 15th, is Jenkins, Winter, and Fia here opening it with me. Road to the international group stage. I want to start with you, Jenny. How are you going today?
I'm good. I'm ready for TI again. I'm ready to see people break the meta, which has, in my opinion, been very difficult to play against in pubs, and I really do think we're going to see some meta breaking here today.
I love how you just jump straight in to talk about them. I just asked how he was, and he's like, yeah, anyway, I just want to see something different.
That's all I care about. I don't do anything else. All I do is play Dota.
That's true. You just research. You just like browse all the pub history that our pros are going through. What about yourself, Winter?
I'm just happy to see someone that's older than me, beside me. I'm happy to see my old friend here, Mr. Clinton.
Still waiting to see someone older than me, so I don't get that feeling, I suppose.
If you look in the mirror, technically you see somebody that's older than you because the reflection takes like a fraction of a second to come back to you.
That is very deep. I'll keep that in consideration, but there's no mirrors here. But either way, we do have a lot of good Dota. This is like the best time of year to watch Dota 2. A lot of new teams are, they're going to be here with their A game. So that's like the most exciting part. They're going to bring out their best strategies. This is when they spend the most time like building those strategies as well.
Yeah, well, it's 11 days. It's 16 teams. Those 16 teams now on our screen here. We've got 1W, Aurora, Beast Coast, BB Team, Cloud9, Falcons, G2IG, Gaming Gladiators, Heroic, Nouns, Talon, Liquid, Spirit, Tundra, Extreme Gaming, and Team Zero. So a lot of logos people will be familiar with. A couple, though, that could be brand new for anyone that maybe hasn't tuned in since last TI.
Team Zero is one of those teams. I pick Ponlo as my standout player. We're gonna get a graph. No, we don't have a graphic. But I do think that there are some first timers here. I'm very excited to see Ponlo. Like I mentioned, he's one of these guys that I think is underrated. I hear the whisperings among the 4 players that he's the guy to look at for what's going to be the next kind of meta
Which
thing.
4 players telling you that?
Which
look, we can talk about it a little bit more. We can dive more into what teams we want to maybe highlight or players. But first, let's actually have a look at our format, because there has been a slight format change with 16 teams compared to last year when we had the 20 teams. So we start off with all of them. They're kind of just a bit of a jumble, but we put them into 4 groups of 4. And we're going to have our group stage. Then they'll be placed into their seeding. A and B are paired up with each other, so the top of A can pick from the bottom 2 of B and vice versa, which does leave C and D to be connected with each other as well. So top of C picking from 3 or 4 in D. And then they're going to have a best of 3 to decide upper or lower bracket. And that's where we get our playoffs bracket. From there, we obviously do proceed. And it's going to be day number 6 that we start seeing teams going home. That's where a lot of eliminations. It's going to be 8 teams going home in 2 days. So a lot of teams we will say goodbye to later on in the tournament. But right now, it's all about the group stage, the seeding, how exactly that's going to look. And we can actually see these 4 groups of 4. Which one would you say is your group of death, as we like to coin it every event? The team that might have the most potential upsets or the toughest competitions to come out?
I mean, for me, I think Group A, I think 1W team came out of nowhere, in my opinion, and started making a lot of waves. And the scene at Gaimin, we all know Gaimin. They won Riyadh recently. Heroic, best SA team. Extreme Gaming. We'll see how well the Team Zero is going to be, but Extreme has been a staple for China right now. So all these teams look incredibly strong in Group A for me.
Extreme Gaming just won an online event before this as well. So, that was against 1 win. So both of them making it all the way there. So I would sit in the same ballpark as you, Group A. Some people might look at Group D, though, and be like, oh, Liquid, Spirit being in the same group, Winter, or you're not subscribing to that.
Not really, though. I think it's going to be a pretty straightforward group for Liquid and Spirit, whereas my group of death would be probably Group C. I think most people would feel wherever Falcon is, that's going to be the group of death.
The toughest one. Well, do you have any other differing views there for yourself, Jenkins?
I'd probably go Group C as well, to be honest. I don't know how much stock I put into the recent, tournament results from 1W, and because I do feel like when it comes TI season, the teams like Spirit, for example, like really power on, and you're going to see a completely different Spirit. You're going to see a completely different Radon, aka Yatoro. You know, they always say like this is prime Yatoro when he's dodging a smoke gank like a fraction of a second before it hits him. So I think that with teams powering on, it's going to be very hard to predict what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the road to international as well. All these teams are really good, so it's hard to be like, this group is going to be the hardest because they all got here through a lot of competition.
Yeah, I mean, you either had outstanding performances consistently throughout the year and you were able to be one of those lucky teams that got a direct invite, or you went through the grueling qualifiers and you were able to find your way here as well. Like we kind of briefly mentioned, Team Zero being that team that no one really thought was going to be winning the qualifiers. They did in an outstanding fashion too, making themselves present here at the road to the international. We'll see how far they're going to get, and we can see exactly when we'll be seeing them today, as well as we look at our schedule. It's a lot of games, all right? There's only going to be 2 days where you guys will have to be conscious of multi-streams. There's going to be 3 streams going on, and today specifically, it's 5 best of 2s happening on each stream. So over there on stream C, they're the 5 matchups that you're going to be seeing. A lot of Falcons, if you're a Falcons fan, so you might be sticking to that stream there. Hopefully we can have a look at stream B as well, and you can see what exactly teams are showing up. No one's, G2IG are repeating themselves on that stream there. You know, if you're a Gaming Gladiators fan, you might be swapping between a couple of streams there, but I want to hone in on this stream here, the main stream. We're going to try and do our best to keep an eye on those other 2 streams as well, but we'll be mostly looking at these ones right here, ending our day with Aurora Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators XG, Aurora Team Liquid, Nouns BB Team, and starting off our day, Talon up against Tundra, which are 2 very interesting teams to look at, mostly because one having a stand-in, the other one coming from a region that has always had very mixed results, Winter.
Yeah, they're a very new team. I think probably the one that has the youngest average age. They have like 4 newcomers except for Mikoto. Mikoto played last year. And I think the star of the team is going to be like WS. You know, I think he's currently the best player and the best offlaner from SEA. He's been a huge talent for the last couple of years, and everyone's really excited to see him do well, you know, at this TI.
Yeah, I know Jenkins is a lot. Like we were talking yesterday, and he's just like, this man is doing things no other offlaner is doing right now.
Yeah, he's cool to look at. Whenever you see somebody hit, MMR peak, he was like the first guy to 15k MMR. You look at his Dota buff, and he's got to be doing something entirely different because he had a like meteoric rise when it comes to grinding ranked. And I just noticed that like a lot of the builds that people eventually end up doing, a lot of like the facets that people eventually end up choosing on a hero that he's climbing with, he does it first, and then it like eventually becomes the meta. You know, for example, like on Sand King, like Dust Devil is now the facet that everybody is going for, but for a long time, everybody was going for the Invis facet. He was going for Dust Devil before everybody else was, and trying it out with like the Bloodstone and stuff like that. So he's extremely innovative, and that's what you need to be to climb in ranked. And we'll see how well that translates to international.
That's always my thing. We see these people with, you know, insane MMRs that no one's been able to reach before. And then I'm like, okay, is it going to translate into competitive? How are you really going to be able to draft for yourself to incorporate things that you're trialing out? And there could even be more that's happening in scrims that we don't know about too. But how easy is it to really flip that switch for you?
I mean, I think it really depends. One is going to be what position you pick your hero in the game. I think for supports, I think it's pretty easy because you're first phasing it every single game, so you're very comfortable in any situation. But if you're just like last picking some niche hero every single game, it's not going to be as good for you because then they're just going to ban it out in the game and you're not going to get that perfect type of scenario. So it's definitely still useful. Getting MMR is very good. It does show you that you're a high skill player. You know what it takes to win a game, but it really does come down to, are you playing 1 or 2 heroes that's going to get banned out and you don't have an additional hero on top of that? Because there's a massive difference right now between playing pubs and competitive. There's like so many bans. You can ban 4 heroes now if you're like on second pick now, and then all of a sudden you don't have enough heroes. So, and that's not the case in ranked right now because you get the ban system's just completely different. Your hero's almost always available.
Yeah, very true. Let's flip it over a little bit. I know that we've got Talon on our screens here, but Tundra right there. And the man all the way in the very back is the one that we want to talk about. The stand-in that's coming through. Unfortunately, 9 Class having some visa issues, won't be here. He was going to be the 23rd rookie at this TI. There's a lot of brand new players here, their first time at TI. He would have been joining those ranks, but instead we have another potential TI repeat winner. So Sux are joining in for Tundra. He's going to be standing in there for, these are all of the rookies, by the way. So we talked about how 4 brand new ones on Talon, going to be hoping to make their statement, but a couple of others in some other teams as well. Look at them all. We had to do multiple graphics. That's how many TI rookies there are.
Well, which is always good news, for the viewers. New faces to watch at TI.
Yeah, new personalities you could hopefully fall in love with.
We'll have to see, yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of new players, and every year there's more and more younger players that have been going through the grind that are getting their chance to play at TI. This is the road to TI as well, so we'll see what they can do, and we'll see if anyone can make a name for himself.
It's pretty much all like entire young
Teams?
rosters, and then like -1 older player.
That's the meta.
It is legitimately the meta. All of Zero minus Erica, all of Beast Coast minus Moose and Vitaly. Moose with a little bit more experience.
Do you
than
consider
Vitaly.
him old?
I feel like the only...
At this point.
He's like 24. He's so old.
But he's an old soul,
Yeah, he is.
The only inverse I noticed was Heroic and Falcons being the opposite. Only one of their players being TI rookies. So Mallory for Falcons and Davai for Heroic.
That was old meta, though. That's old meta.
I
To get only one new player?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm like to see that. I'm surprised about Davai Lama in general, just because I feel like he has been around. He's been on teams that have been very close,
Promising.
and
is the word
very
I'd use.
promising. Like it's always, and I do. We'll eventually talk about Heroic. I do think that is a dark horse type team. But Mallory, like he has invented so much of how people play Dota right now from the mid lane. So it's funny to see him on there because at this point, for how dominant Falcons has been, it feels like he's a veteran.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's a rookie at all. Just because we've seen him so much. He's had so
I was
much
going to say,
exposure.
they're making it to like what, top 3 every land that you're consistently bringing them up. You're consistently talking about them, what's going to be new for them. So yeah, still first time for him at a TI though. And it's going to be interesting to see just how far they get. We were also going to talk about our potential repeat winners because there's 2 different categories for potential repeat TI winners. That's making themselves 2-time TI winners, but there's also a lot that sit in the category of a potential 3-time TI winners, which have not happened yet before. It's going to be good. Coming up here, these are the 2-time hopefuls. Obviously, a lot of TI 11 Tundra coming up on screen there, but Toronto Tokyo for himself, and then Lal as well, still there on Team Spirit, and then these are our 3-time hopefuls. The rest of Team Spirit, and then Thompson on Tundra. So Tundra has a lot of TI wins in their bag as well, despite being a mixed group, all pulled together, what feels like last-minute Jenkins.
You know what? Tundra is a team that has been kind of sliding under the radar this year. I feel like they've not had any number 1s. They've had some roster issues, a little bit of drama surrounding that, depending on the time of the year, where they're like missing tournaments because of that. But they got number 3 in the Fisher tournament. They got 4th in Riyadh. They got 3rd in Birmingham. And in these tournaments, they're also like going 1-2 in the series that they're getting eliminated in. So it's kind of this team that has always been so close. And like you said, they have all these TI winners for this. For this tournament, and they have the TI winners that like Thompson. That's OG original. Like this is the guy to make the kind of fairy tale runs. So I think
you just all of a sudden get plucked. You brought into competitive, and you're like, oh, let's win a TI. Oh, let's do it again.
Yeah,
I mean, he also says that when you put a lot of like star players on a team, it might take a longer time to gel together. Comparing if you have
that's a good point.
5
because
players.
they already have like pre-existing notions of.
Yeah,
Okay.
and when you have a young team, they're all like inexperienced. The coach tells them this, that everybody's going to do that. So it's easier to make the team gel together. So it takes less time.
I think the Whitemon factor here, though, is something we have to consider because I would say that this guy has the most impact for the least main character type of playstyle in Dota that exists. The guy plays only sacrificial supports. He always gets his core good farm. He always wins all the lanes. You're never like, oh my god, what a performance from Whitemon. But then if you could somehow measure the impact in the game, like he would have the highest impact.
He's also very good at playing the initiating roles, like clockwork. Like some of the position 5 players, you see them, they're really good at farming, like snaking. He likes to farm. But some players, they are always constantly looking for an angle to initiate, and Whitemon's one of them, and not every single position 5 player plays like that.
Yeah, I think he's someone that's been present quite a lot. He's found his way on numerous tier 1 teams as well. I know that he was a big shining light, I would want to say, for supports in SEA, and then he had that brief moment over in NA. Now he's found his way in Europe. He's kind of like slowly climbed up this ladder for himself, and you're right, he's found himself on a team that has gone under the radar. The play style that he has is a little bit under the radar, but I do think he is a key contributor there. I'm interested to see what exactly he's going to be bringing out for this TI, because I think support meta might be changing up a lot more since the last LAN that we had.
Yeah, and I think they're bringing Soxa onto the team as well, and I think the last tournament he played in was the TI qualifiers with Team Bald, I believe, if I'm not mistaken on that. And he's been playing pubs, and we're seeing a lot of Sniper. He's playing Sniper in pubs right now. He's playing Naga. These are some of these.
Do you know what rank he is, by the way, on the
sure
leaderboard?
Jenkins knows.
He does.
I think he's 7?
9.
He's 9. Okay.
9.
Another,
That's pretty good.
odd number. Yeah, no,
But
he's
not being in competitive on a competitive team for a year, he's still grinding it and ranked number 9.
Sometimes that helps you, if I recall, because
Not being on a team.
yeah, because I feel like when you play competitive, you're playing most of your games in scrims, and you're playing as a competitive Dota player, and certain things you're expecting to happen a certain way, and then when you get into pubs, at least in my opinion, I get frustrated if I'm on a competitive team and I go pub because everyone's just doing random things, or I feel like I don't have the time to learn the pub meta and just spam the games
Right,
because I
there's
feel like that's a big part of it.
You know what, Clinton, about that? I had a theory before when my players, they were doing really well in pubs.
Yeah.
I see them playing badly in our scrims.
Yeah, exactly.
And they are playing,
It's
if
vice
they are
versa.
playing well in the scrims, they are losing MMR.
So we've had it wrong the whole time. The lower rank you are in your pubs, the better your team will
right. Get
perform.
Herald players for your TI wing roster.
There's a very fine line.
Of course.
Like,
It's
yeah,
a
you have to
seesaw,
be.
it's a balancing
I
act.
feel like the really good players, they can do both, right? But I feel like if you want to really boost your MMR, you kind of just step away from the competitive scene for a little bit, and you can help do that. But you still have to be a really good player to be top 9 in Europe matchmaking. You
I
have
mean,
to
it's
be
a tough
incredibly good.
cycle, right? You kind of need to play Dota in a different way to win
Yeah.
your pubs. But then when you join a team and you get noticed, you join a team, then you have to switch and you have to play in a different way. But if you do that in pubs, then you lose your MMR.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at like Yatoro, for example, he's like ranked 50 maybe or something and ranked, but you compare him as the best carry.
Yeah,
It doesn't
he really turns it
translate.
on.
I want to narrow in a little bit more. I know that we started just talking about pubs, metas, all this sort of stuff, but our Tundra Talon game draft will be coming up on our screens very soon. Before we do jump into it, Soxa, is it the make or break? Will they finally get over that threshold and get further than 3rd, 4th on LAN? Or do you think that it's going to be what you said, Winter, and maybe a little too long for them to gel together?
It's really difficult to say, you know. I feel like his playstyle is also maybe not exactly the same with 9 class, and they're going to need some time, you know, where it's good for them that nobody gets eliminated in the first phase.
That's
you know?
true.
They're
That
going to
is
have to try things out. They're going to have to see what works and figure things out quickly.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it quickly because this group stage is very short. It's only 2 days. So we've got 3 streams. I mentioned it before, but maybe you're just tuning in. It's 3 streams, 5 best of 2s on each stream for today. Tomorrow, it's going to be 3 best of 2s on each stream, and then any potential tiebreakers that will be occurring afterwards. So 2 days of groups. It's very quick to get those seedings within those groups. And right now, we're going to see exactly what people are prioritizing for our bans. Is it in sports? Is it in core roles? What exactly is it going to be? The Naga, the Sand King, no surprises at all, I feel.
I mean, I think for a lot of people it might be because it is TI
My
season.
analyst.
It is like a TI season, right? And a lot of players come back during TI season. And they say Naga, like, why would you ban Naga in the first phase, right? That's a carry hero. No, not anymore. Naga can be flexed as a carry, but it's now primarily like a support right now. With a new facet, Deluge, you just get in there, apply a status resist on top of them, and it caps your max move speed. So it's very, very annoying. And the fact that you have Reelin as a basic ability on top of your net now makes this hero a very good support. And then I think, Winter, you really enjoy this hero.
Yep,
in your
I
games as
enjoy
well.
playing into this hero. This hero is so obnoxious right now. Like, you build Gleipnir, so the perfect carry. I mean, your ulti got nerfed in this patch, the Wrath of Nature, but it's still so strong.
10 seconds.
You TP around the map in the early game, and I like the fact that they changed that the Sprout, it does instant
5
damage, so it's a lot
seconds
stronger in the lane. And basically, no one can trade in the lane against the Ironwood Treant.
Tundra Esports.
Where exactly can you play Native Prophet, though? Because that's, I think...
You can kind of play him on off lane or carry, or even mid, but I think his strongest role is on the carry role, because you need him to actually snowball from the lane, and because you're on the shorter side of the lane, you can abuse with your Treant, and you push the off laner or the
10
support out lane.
seconds
Nothing can
remaining.
actually touch the Treant, and you win your lane, and after that you have ulti, you ulti, you kill the other side lane, and you kill the middle lane, and everything just snowballs from there.
I have seen
Tundra
one
esports
playstyle that
turn to
seems to
ban.
work pretty well against the Natures as a core or a support, and that's having an offlaner or like whoever's laning against it build double bracer, and then the support just leaving. And you say like, okay, you want to play this hero that's going to dominate the lane? He doesn't kill you. He just
Talon's
CS's
turn
and
to
dominates,
ban.
right? So the way a lot of people are playing around it is essentially just like sacking the hero that you put against it in a way, and then getting solo XP. And it seems to work fine. I'm a little iffy on Nature's Prophet as a hero, just because now that the ult got nerfed
10
in terms of the base damage that it does, the bounces don't kill creep waves instantly like they
5
used to at the same level
remaining.
that they used to. So you're going to be getting a lot of creep waves low on the map, but not necessarily killing them yourself, which is a lot less gold, and you're still denying those creeps from your team. They're not going to be pushing into you because they're going to like instantly.
Yeah,
die
but I
your
would
creep
still
wave.
say like in the early mid game, it just makes it a lot easier for
turn to
you
pick.
to play as a unit, as 5 as your team, you know, because you have someone that can always connect. So it's easy to play. I would say it's easy to play the early game. So in high level Dota, I think that matters a lot, you know.
It does. I'm just saying, if I had to hedge my bets on like what heroes are going to fall out of the meta, I would say that the stock in Nature's Prophet, I believe, will go
10
down when we
seconds remaining.
see like, let's say, third day of group stages. Because I think now
There's
people,
not a third day group
5
stage.
seconds
when we do see it, I
remaining.
think it's going to go down. I've seen some counters to it.
So tomorrow, you know, like yeah.
I mean, I
never
definitely
comes.
think.
I think
the-
tomorrow it'll be less valued.
I think support and potentially mid might get figured out, but I don't think there is a hard counter to the carry NP, just because of how fast it can play.
Do you think the same as for the offlane MP? Like just side lane MP core in general? It's
No,
really
just
strong.
carry
Just carry,
specifically.
okay.
And I think that'll always have some value as long as you can build
Tundra
Gleipnir.
esports
BKB is one of your toolkit, which you can, and on top of it, you can farm fairly fast. And I don't think as a carry you have to rely on your ulti to farm. It's just kind of like an additional tool that most carries don't have that can help team fight. Whereas if you put in another role, it won't be. It's an interesting interpretation from Talon. Dragonite, it's a hero that I personally
10
like in the
seconds
carry role, the
remaining.
fire
I do too,
facet.
yeah.
But I don't think that's what they're going to do here. I feel like this is an
5
answer to
seconds
NP,
remaining.
just on either it follows it
Tundra
mid or the
esports
offlane,
turn
because it has high
to
armor. And on top of it, if
turn to
NP ever leaves and you do go for the Poison Dragon, you can just take his tower, right? And kind of just punish the fact that he is rotating on the map. I feel like that's Talon's like read on this particular game and how they want to address the Nature's Prophet. They knew they're going to pick it. This is the response that they had. That's a very fast lineup that Tundra's running.
Yeah, Enchantress, Tusk, and
Yeah.
it is such an old school thing. Like you run around the map, your 6 minutes, your supports go to mid, they take the
5
rune, and you have an
seconds
NP that can TP to mid. So there'll be 4 heroes there, and they want to kill the tower at 7 minutes with the first catapult.
And I do think that DK, if he's in a side lane position, Tusk is one of the nicest heroes to play against it. He just does not have enough armor to survive through a tag team with 3 heroes hitting him.
Where has this, like, I'm going to say resurgence, even though this is the first game we've not only seen right now in our road to the International, but right now, Tusk is like, so I feel he's about to come back into meta and then all of a sudden just doesn't. So like what garners him
10
being picked up
seconds
right
remaining.
now, maybe outside of the DK, maybe
I mean,
something in his toolkit.
he
will
kind of
build.
got like a
5
couple of good
seconds
quality of
remaining.
life changes with
Okay.
how the Lotus Orb interacts and the Lincolns
Tundra
interacted with the
esports
snowball.
turn
Because before you needed you cast your snowball on a Lotus Orb target or Lincoln's hero, you need the snowball to connect on that hero before he procs the Lincolns or Lotus. But now it instantly breaks. So that's a big deal in the mid-late game team fights.
For Aghanim's Scepter kicking people back, you can instantly break the Lincoln.
Yeah, that
Right.
too.
Yeah,
10
that makes sense.
seconds remaining.
I didn't know they changed that. One thing that anybody who comes back to Dota after a
5
year
seconds
potentially of not
remaining.
playing or watching, and they see the Mirana, you might think that it's a support. It could be, but a lot of people are going for the Solar Flare facet, which gives you your whole team.
Tundra
Feels
bunch
like
of
it's
damage and attack
it's a carry here with Marcy. I think they're gonna run a Mirana
Probably
Marcy lane, and Mirana you can kill the Trian, you know, from
because
NP.
you were saying Ponyo is melee position 5
Yeah,
player.
he
right?
loves playing melee here.
So he loves the Marcy. We've been seeing a lot of Mirana carry, although I
10
do believe that
seconds remaining.
what Mirana offers, she offers pretty nicely from the support positions as well, as long as you have heroes that benefit from the Solar Flare. But I love the overwhelming damage that this hero gives you, playing into the aura and like tank meta that people are
Yeah, but the thing with Mirana carry, I feel like she's weak in the first couple of levels. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong about this, Clinton. Like, I feel like he gets abused in the early few waves.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the Mirana carry right now. I think the support role's a lot better. But yeah, your early stage isn't incredibly good. With Marcy, it might be good enough, but it's not like really good setup. I think it's a pretty strong lane overall. But I think if you do have a carry Mirana, it makes your lineup look a little bit strange here. But I don't think they have a choice, right? I think it kind of has to be the carry Mirana in this situation. But against Morphling, it's definitely not good. That's a matchup where Morphling will take control of the mid-late game. They're really going to have to snowball the game. But they do have a good lineup where they can group up. DK can really use the attack speed as well. Mirana does hit hard, but the only issue she has right now is you stun her once and she's just dead. Very, very squishy.
I mean, you have the SD to help you, I guess. I mean, the SD is also really good with DK. I mean, I love getting the facet, the promulgate. When you have a tanky hero on your team, I always do it. Like, he's going to go in and I'm just going to cast my spell on him.
Yeah.
That plus a Solar Crest makes whatever hero you put that on like, immortal. It is so hard to deal with. And I love SD as a hero. We were talking before we went live, and I actually pick SD as my top contested support for both 4 and 5 in this tournament. Just because not only does it allow you to like buff and save your team, it also counters the buffs and the saves that exist because of the SD ult purging. It purges Force Staff, purges Glimmer, it purges Solar Crest, Drum Buff, like all of these auras that people are building, minus Pipe because it's not purgeable.
I mean, the thing with SD this game, I feel like you're very vulnerable in the early game against Ench, Tusk, MP rotating around. I feel like you could die a lot in the early game.
Man, my question has just been, what's Thompson going to play? He doesn't strike me as a Nature's Prophet type of guy.
He does play Nature's.
I mean, he does, but he hasn't played it recently. He's actually been playing a lot of Ricky.
I mean, what do you think their draft needs right now? Do they need like someone that can go in and
They need someone that can just play with the supports, I feel like. And Morph is going to farm a lot. NP can always come in. NP and Morph are going to take up most of the farm on the sides of the map. They need just a hero that can just run around with the Ench and the Tusk as a 3-man and just control like the runes, make side lane rotations, play really quickly here. They don't need like an Alchemist or something very greedy that we saw banned there. They want something Thompson to play very fast on. And NP could be it, but if it's Thompson going mid with NP, then we need something that plays fast in the off lane, which I don't think there's anything in the off lane here that really will lane well with the Tusk and also play fast. Maybe a Centaur potentially?
Centaur primal type of hero.
But Primal Tusk lane doesn't sound.
I mean, the lane is gonna be wonky regardless. I mean, if you want Tusk to be useful in the early game, you need like something like a range hero, like DP.
I mean, they could double down and just go all the laning stage.
I was thinking of the DP as well, but I know
Visage.
SD. Is really
Visage maybe.
I like Visage.
Yeah, because
I love how quickly Jenkins just turned his mind. He's like, yep, no,
I
yeah,
think
Visage,
that- I think that
yeah,
hero's-
Visage, yep.
I think that hero's.
I mean, to me,
genuinely
that's doubling
overpowered.
down. Like, if you want a well-balanced lineup here, you pick, like, I mean, he likes Ricky. I'm fine with that. You pick your Ember Spirits, some type of Spirit type of hero, or Rotator, these Tinies, Primals, whatever it might be. That makes you have a well-balanced lineup. But if you just want to go all in on the speed, then, yeah, you can pick a Visage, build the auras, TP around with NP. You've got a really fast lineup, but if you don't do well in laning stage or you lose a team fight here and there, the game could get a little rough later, a bit down.
I just feel like all the heroes we're mentioning as like these ranged heroes are just Nature's Prophet
There you go. There's
replacements. So yeah, I like this. I like that they pick something.
They needed something that can just move around the map with the supports that has some control. So
They completely lack team fight.
I mean, it's
as
also
well.
good against Mirana and the
before
team
this.
fights later with the arena. Can
Yeah.
block out a lot of the damage. I mean, the laning with Tusk is not the best, but it'll do.
Yeah, and against DK, to be fair as well. Like both of
they just have to survive. I think the
range.
one thing you need to keep in mind is when you have like a mid NP, this guy can salvage any lane that he wants to. Like, you might not do the greatest in laning stage, but this guy is going to be level 6 at 5 minutes.
I mean,
into
that's the point
game.
of like the DK, right? You put the DK in mid, so every time he does that, you're gonna hit his tower.
Yeah, that's their answer. And unfortunately, the only way you're going to be able to mitigate that is you're going to have to rotate the Ench mid every time NP goes out. So there's definitely answers, and they definitely need to strategize like what they want to do here. And is it going to be, you can't just leave the lane completely open for DK. That's not going to work. So I think Ench has to rotate to the mid lane every single time that the NP TP's out, and then they can play really fast while defending their towers. And it's going to be very important that Morph gets off to good laning stage as well. We didn't talk about Morph at all, but this hero is incredibly cool right now and how people play it, but we'll see what Talon pick first before we get into that. And I feel like they need either a mid or an offlaner at this point.
Probably offlaner, I think, right now.
Are you happy with Makoto playing a Dragon Knight? I just normally
No.
he likes the slippery, like the pucks, the spirits,
but
right?
you don't
That
want to
is
do
something
DK off against Morph either, do you?
No, that sounds awful.
Now you're in a tough position.
You need to pick an offlaner here.
Okay.
Ideally, a Zoo hero are the ones that are best against Morph or Underlord.
Precision. No,
Is Underlord banned?
is not, no.
Ricky.
Wait.
Okay, this is a very strange
This is a
draft.
mid hero, probably.
Oh, they're using the mid tech against them. Okay. Thompson's been playing this one.
I mean, I feel like that draft looks so wonky right now.
It does.
I don't. If
I
I'm
like it.
Nature's Prophet and I see a Ricky picked against me mid, I'm kind of like, I mean, I'm just expecting free farm.
Yeah, you don't care. But then again, the Ricky doesn't care about the NP either.
Yeah, Rike is good against Morphling with the silence later.
Yes. But yeah, the way
That's
people are playing Morph right now is pretty cool as well. He most of the times will buy a Vlad's, but you're just getting stats now. You get waveform, you get 1 point in your W, maybe 2 points in your shift, and then you just get stats now because you get double the stats just because of his innate ability. And he gets very tanky and can join the fights much earlier. I really like what Tundra has going on here. I think that Morphling is their security into the late game. Same with the NP. They can play super fast. They've got the team fight control as well. Talon, their lineup isn't particularly bad either, but this Ricky, I feel like, has to do so much work in this game where this NP is just going to be everywhere, and he's going to be hard for him to fall.
Yeah, I feel like he has so much to do, and just looking at the heroes that Tundra have, he's going to have to deal with the MP TPing, he's going to have to deal with the Ench and the Tusk rotating to the side lanes, and their lanes itself are not particularly that strong, you know? So I feel like Tundra's lineup is just way easier to execute.
Here's a question. What facet is WS going to go for? Because the Frost Dragon is good against Morphling. Right, you have the healing reduction.
Yeah.
The Red Dragon, we talked about him being the true
No,
carry.
no Red Dragon,
He
please.
can go Red Dragon off lane, just absolutely ruin pubs, or he can go green, which is boring. It's just typical.
So
I'm gonna take towers.
The Frost Dragon will be pretty good, but I think the green one will give them momentum, which they need.
We know what he's picked, right? He's
He's fire. He went fire.
At the last
He went
minute,
Fire
he changed to
Dragon.
fire.
All right, he's playing carry.
At the very
off
last
from the
minute,
offlane.
he did swap to fire. I was waiting right until that. I was like, gotta wait for the locking because you can change it at any moment. But now you have an answer to your question, Jenkins. You guys have given your thoughts exactly on where you think this is gonna go. Not too in favor of Talon right now. We're liking what Tundra have together. But either way, let's get on into our very first game of this group stage with our casters, MLP and John.
Oh, thank you so much. Now we are going to game number 1 between Talon and Tundra Esports. And it is in MLP, DOTA, and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. We're here for TI. So how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. It's been a while, and it's good to be here on the biggest stage of the year for our game, of course. This is going to be a fun match. Talon up against Tundra. Talon, drafting-wise, are cooking up extremely hard. This is not something I've seen them play in other third-party tournaments, the most recent one being Snow Rui.
Oh.
This is entirely different. Smoke breaks. Can he
It
get
certainly does. Ramsey's being chased down already, and Jokam's got him with the disruption. But do they have the proper setup? They do with the arrow from Akashi. Toss back on Ramses. He should be going down here, and this should be the official first blood of the road to the international for WS of all people.
Yeah, that's a very good pickup for our off-lane DK, having that strong start into the double bracer timing. Again, he did go for Fire Dragons, we heard our panel talk about. So he's going to be just sitting back and farming. A little bit more to help with that laning phase is going to do wonders for him. And pretty big kill to find early on. Again, just getting that early activity out. The wards have not been spotted from Tundra, though. So they should still have that forward vision for themselves as the lane goes on. But again, this is going to be fun. I mean, we've got the new tech coming out as well from Thompson, the mid NP that we've seen a lot of in other third-party tournaments. For me, most recently, I believe Execration's been doing this quite a fair bit in like Wallachia qualifiers as well. Lewis has been playing this a ton. Thompson, of course, probably been playing it on his pubs quite a fair bit as well. Should be a very, very interesting matchup against the Ricky. We heard the panel touch on that just a little bit. And this matchup doesn't really care about each other too much. The Ricky can play aggressive. He does have a little bit more agi bonus attacking non-hero units, so he can also somewhat delete the Ironwood tree. Although early on it is still highly inflated. Doesn't give that much gold for how much it does in lane. So I'm keen to see how Mikado handles this, but as the levels go up, it shouldn't be too rough for the Riki, although, again, early on, this is definitely way more favorable for Thompson. Probably for the first 3 levels, or maybe even the first 4 levels, it's going to be pretty much in the NP's way.
Yeah, certainly this Ironwood trade makes it very, very hard to actually lane for Makoto, but we'll see how he does deal with it as the levels do go up. Of course, the side lanes, Jonathan, top lane, you've got Pure and Whitemon against WS and Jokam. What do you think about this? Because I believe Winter was saying he didn't really like the idea of a DK versus Morph matchup. Do you kind of agree with that sentiment? Do you like this laning stage from either side?
It's a very stable lane for WS. He's not going to be able to fully bully out Pure. Neither will Jokam by any means, and I think that's the one thing. Pure should still be able to have himself a relatively free time farming up, unless he overextends, but you probably aren't going to be looking to play too aggressive even with the Tusk on hand. You have drinking buddies for Whitemon as well here, so there is a way to kind of try to reposition your Morphling just a bit if there is some commitment later on. But it's going to boil down to a really strong farming lane. If Jokam can get the space to stack up without being contested by Whitemon, that's where WS can really start to shine later on.
Speaking of Whitemon, he's taking a fair bit of damage on his way out. In fact, it seems like WS might actually be able to secure. Do they have enough? They do. Jokam will get it with the Shadow Poison stacks, and it was only 2, but it was just enough. So another kill already going to the way of Talon. 2-0.
Yeah, great start for them so far. Again, this should still be a stable lane for Pure. That's a rather aggressive drinking buddy out from Whitemon. Great disruption to cut off. Maybe Pure looking to wave for him in. Otherwise, again, Pure still has a lot of sustain. First few levels for the Morphling, definitely not great, but once you can sustain through, should stabilize relatively well. That Vlad's build-up is still there as well for Pure if you want to kind of just hit the jungle, get some stats, and pad out, as we heard the panel talk about. Last lane, of course, here, Mike, down bot. You do have Akashi on that safe lane Mirana that we've seen quite a fair bit of popping out again in third-party tournaments, along with Ponyo on the Marcy. It's a lot of damage here, but there's also a lot coming out from Tundra. You don't have the best setup for the arrow. Dispose into arrows, not particularly amazing. The timing has to be perfect. This Mirana core, though, is rather fascinating because it's a really great buff to a lot of right-click carries with a Solar Flare. And that's something that can definitely enable this carry from the offlane for WS in this game.
That certainly can. So far, in fact, jump in from Ponyo just for a moment, but he misses the rebound, so not able to really set up onto Ramses. Of course, this bottom lane does seem like it's going to be a little bit annoying here for the side of Talon. I say that, I suppose you've got plenty of ways of dealing with the creep of Saksa thanks to the arrow of Akashi. And speaking of Saksa, he's currently being chased down by Ponyo, who's making life very hard now for the Ench, but he will be okay to back his way out. It seems like Ramses, for the time being, obviously just wants to secure his own farm. He's not too interested in trying to force any fights.
Yeah, it's, again, really hard to look for a burst play here as well for Akashi and Ponyo. Very sustainable lane. Just Enchantress, even without the overprotective Wisps, just the level 1 Nature's Tendency, you don't really have the burst damage to get anything done. Akashi is farming up quite fine, but Ramses isn't being shoved away from this lane either, so you are getting that scaling that you'd want in terms of EXP. Try to hit maybe a level 5 or just right into a stable 6, get some room out, stabilize this lane, get Saksa to perhaps start to look at mid if possible. If he does get a good creep for himself, his camps are open. So we'll see if that's something that lines up to kind of try to snowball out from Thompson. I feel like that's something the panel was touching on. It feels like both of our mids have to kind of make some plays. Maybe less pressure on Tundra with Ramses on something that can play make on Mars, but certainly for someone like Mikado, if you slow this guy's game down on the Riki with a rotation out from Saksa, that's where things can kind of go wonky. Like, you've got a Mirana that needs to farm, you've got a DK that's definitely going to need to farm, and a Riki that needs tempo. One little thing going out of order here for Talon can just ruin this game for them.
There's props to Makoto as well while we're speaking about him. Johnny's having a pretty decent time in that mid lane matchup, not too threatened by Thompson quite yet. In fact, he's ahead of CS just barely, so even though that Treant's being ultra annoying, it seems like Makoto has been able to just kind of abuse the Blink Strike to secure CS here in the mid lane, and really hasn't slowed down too much in terms of farmers. Top lane now, Pure. And Whitemon going to chase down WS, waveform forward. WS going to try and just tank through it, gets the Dragon Breath off, and will actually be able to back his way out as now Jokam's trying to move in. On a Pure they'll go. Whitemon taking a fair bit of damage with these Shadow Poison stacks. Now 5 completed on Whitemon, and that'll be enough. Jokam able to secure another kill.
Yeah, they're just working this top lane so well. Again, the Tusk wants to be able to play forward, wants to be that frontliner to enable some aggressive plays with Morphling, but in these prolonged fights, it takes so long to commit onto WS with a double bracer. This guy's sitting at 1.2k HP with a wand on top at level 4. You're not going to look for a physical kill on that DK anytime soon, and that's pretty much all you have here, especially with the drinking buddies. You don't really have the nuking damage yet from Pure to try to melt him down. So WS is going to be perfectly fine, get some regen in lane, and even though the kills are going onto Jokam, this is still important for the Shadow Demon to find. Something like a fast blink, fast Aether Lens, maybe even an Ags Rush can make all the difference in this kind of game. So you really don't mind that too much.
Thankfully for Akashi, that spear did not land from Ramses, just no tree right behind the Mirana. It will be okay, no stun lock there, but it does seem like Tundra are slowly starting to take over this bottom lane. I say that though, Akashi's still having the time of his life when it comes to the CS department, so it really does feel like all the lanes are actually quite even right now between both these sides.
And it is. I think the one big concern for Ramses is that you can't really stop a Mirana farming. Sure, you're not threatened by Marcy whatsoever. There's no aggressive place for Ponyo to try to set up for that can line into a feasible kill, but you just can't put your body in front of Mirana and stop her from farming. She has the arrow for the siege creep, she has the arrow for the enchantress creep. It's just not an easy time to try to maximize this lane from Tundra. They are blocking off Ponyo from trying to snipe away the Wisdom Rune. You are still getting movement across from Mikado though.
Oh, it's cheeky. Makoto, he's going to try for it, but no, Sux has got it. Fast fingers here from the Ench. Meanwhile, bottom lane, of course, Jokam was able to secure his own Wisdom Rune, so no double Wisdom Rune here for Talon. Top lane, though, WS now being chased down, and Thompson does TP in. This should be enough damage here for WS, and they do get it. Very nice rotation from Thompson. First one of the game, but it certainly already pays off.
Yeah, that's what we need to see here from the NP. Connections into any of the lanes to find a kill, relieve some of this pressure coming out on Pure, and finally get that payoff on killing off WS as well, slowing down the tempo of that DK into his level 6. You've got the EXP advantage for Pure. He's going to have his 6 faster. You're stalled out from WS and you're just sitting, camping a lane, getting some free siege for yourself. That does leave Ramses alone here though. Good spear.
He'll be just fine. Sux is actually just taking over the mid lane now, as Thompson obviously made that rotation earlier, so just wants to get that bit of XP for his Ench. Makoto, he hasn't really moved too much. The Riki is still just casually farming that mid lane. More than happily now looking for a shield rune as well, but it looks like it probably does get denied, and it does. For a guy that hasn't played Pro Dota for a year, Jonathan Sux still seems to be on top of the game.
And he is. Micro is still on point. Again, bot lane not really the most aggressive, but he was managed to get that spacing for Ramses to still soak up safely. A little bit of a chase on Whitemon.
See if they can find an easy pick-off. I say easy, Whitemon gonna be alright, just casually walks away, and Makoto doesn't really see the opening he was looking for. No real great lockdown to try and follow up with. And in the meantime, of course, Thompson just continuously just leaving the lane, just going into the jungle, just keeping that farm going. And it's kind of the scary thing against this Prophet, right? You just never know when he's going to show up in a lane and just take you down. He's just going to go quiet for now. Tundra, I think, more than happy with the way this game one's going so far.
Certainly so. You're still getting that farm up for Pure and Thompson. And both of their lanes went relatively well. It was really only the support suffering up top here on the side of Tundra. You've got this great starting point, especially as you approach the Maelstrom into probably the Gleipnir here for Thompson. Get some control, get that jump in. You're getting your EXP lined up as well. Even Whitemon's about to hit level 6 at this point, soaking up quite nicely on mid. We haven't really seen that much movement out from Mikado. And that's one thing to be a little bit concerned about as well for Riki. He is working onto the defusal. At that point, the rotation should be simpler. Up top, though,
I'm going to try and make a move in here. Ponyo and Akashi trying to go onto Whitemon. Whitemon with the snowball. Going to be able to just go towards the right and does survive a little bit longer as now Pure's going to jump in. But a nice arena from Ramsey showing up the last second. Still, they will lose Pure. Akashi, though, may go down as a follow-up, though. Here comes Makoto now, trying to help out. Thompson's the target. Akashi's still running. He's actually all right. He's out of there. Jokam setting up a disruption. The arrow to follow up, and they've got another. Oh, Talon. 4-for-1 trade. That is a very nice deal if you are a Talon fan.
Yeah, great movement across the gate there from Akashi. And they finally get their own punishment going. They find Thompson and Pure. The arena looks super clean from Ramses. Just not enough damage coming in there to really take care of things with that aggressive jump forward, breaking the position up of Tundra first. Great read out from Ponyo and Akashi in that flank. And you're seeing the effect of that solar flare even without items. The right-click damage starts to hurt. You're pumping out a lot of DPS just with a solar flare alone. You don't need that much items to play around as long as that spell is up here for Talon. And already putting themselves in a good position. 72, less than 1k lead. You are still keeping up with Thompson and Pure. Again, they have had spectacular lanes outside of those stats. But you are finding that tempo for Talon early on. They still have these massive stacks built up by Jokem as well. Because of all the action keeping them tied in up top, Whitemon's not being able to really scout around, although he is going for a flank play here down bot.
They are trying. It seems like the movement's been read here by Talon, though. They do retreat immediately, realizing there's just too many heroes missing off the map. I believe Pure has actually left the tier 1 token on the floor there, so just towards the south of that tier 1 bottom tower. They'll jump in. They have found Saksa first, so they will burst down him. Ponyo to secure the kill. Now the fight continues with the arena being dropped down. They'll follow up onto Ponyo. A 1-for-1. Make that a 2-for-1, in fact, the way of Tundra. They do also pick up Jokem, now onto WS, but he's a tanky boy. They're going to give it a crack. WS just manning up. Here comes Makoto with the smoke screen, trying to set up on Thompson. Thompson in trouble. They take him down. The Prophet is no longer. Ramses, though, chasing down Makoto, gets the follow-up kill onto the Ricky. Is now Pure, still going onto Ponyo, trying to find more. He might just have him. The spear from a mile away from Ramses locks down Ponyo. Onto Akashi they'll go, but he's gone too far. Pure wants to get the hell out of there. And in fact, they'll stick around for the bottom tier 1 tower. But that team fight, it looks like it goes in favor of the side of Tundra, especially considering we have the buyback from Ponyo. In fact, WS, not out of the woods yet either. The chase is on. Pure, he'll find him. Dragon Form will wear off. The Sprout will block his way in. WS just not looking very tanky when you are getting taken down by 4 heroes. So Tundra able to secure even more as now Makoto shows back up down to this bottom lane. There is a sentry, but he's out of range for now. He'll jump in. He'll try for Ramses. So this is a very, very scary attempt. He will blink away. Akashi helping out Makoto. He'll run out of range, so they will stun him up, but he's all right. There's still Tundra. It's very clear they small blood in the water and they want more. Though Pure looking to back off. Here comes Makoto. Jumps in with the silence. The arrow, though, not landing. The tag team from Whitemon. Oh my, the drinking buddies. He dragged him out of the range of the arrow.
He does. And a lot of things going wrong there for Talon. The buyback on Ponyo earlier on, just not amounting to much. Pure morphing into the Ricky, getting the smoke screen on top of him. Mikado jumps in, but Ponyo's TP back in after the buyback. Just a lot of forced movement out from Talon. They want to try to play, they feel like they're strong, and they were. But that Gambit just falls flat on its face with how they positioned themselves on Tundra. Again, they split up that fight really nicely. The arena managed to block off that re-engage from Talon early on. And then just this Morphling, if you don't manage to hold Pure down, he shifts into the Ricky. You have to deal with Smokescreen as well. And you've got like 2 big melee cores that want to jump in. At the very least with the DK without Dragon Form, and the Marcy even with her Unleash, not going to enjoy that either. And the BKB's a pipe dream right now for Ponyo.
Mid lane, Whitemon has been caught. That'll be Makoto securing a kill here on the Ricky. 3rd one of the game for himself. We'll find a nice invis rune here as Ponyo will pick that one up. And they could potentially look at Saksa, but it doesn't seem like they want to really dive tier 1 towers yet. I think that might be the thing that's really kind of intimidating Talon as well right now, is the fact that mid tier 1 and the bottom tier 1 tower just went down so quickly to the draft of Tundra. But that is one thing you really have to worry about when you are up against an Ench Nature's Prophet, is your towers are just going to melt, even if they're not there to do it themselves.
No, doesn't take that much time at all. I do like the itemization coming out here as well from Pure. He had, again, a fantastic lane phase. He's just doubling down with a Midas. Already has a Dragonlance. Going for the Hurricane Pike, just needing some distance, some way to jump out of Smokescreen. Once you take care of that, you don't have too much to be scared of here on Pure, unless you get a good jump here from WS. He did have the Blink queued up earlier, did opt for the Armlet first to try to scale up. So again, trying to play more of a carry role from the off lane here, and just get some damage, get some quick farm going, clear out those camps. Tundra, for their part, starting to clump around this focal point on Pure. Has the stats to just front line, has a lot of spare agi to shift into, strength. It's not the easiest to burst, especially since you didn't go for Frost Dragon whatsoever. Get a catch on Ponyo.
A nice easy pick off here for the boys of Tundra. Ramses will go ahead and secure his 5th kill of the game now. That's one of the things, again, if you are just a lowly support, you are going to get caught very, very easily. Cheeky little scan out from Tundra as well. Does scan out Akashi on the Mirana. He is just continuously running south to the safer parts of that jungle. You do have Pure and Saxa around, though chances are they probably won't be able to lock down the Mirana. So Talon, they have slowed down the game quite a bit, haven't they, John? They're not really grouping up and fighting at all. Seems like they're more than happy to just secure a bit more farm on their end of things. Where it really is Tundra, the ones being quite aggressive on the map.
Yeah.
In fact, here we go again. Makoto, a beautiful spear, but no, it doesn't land. Still the arena, and the Gleipnir will do the job. Makoto with the silence helping out in terms of surviving, but not as long as the disruption. It does save his life, but they do take him down. Wymon takes care of it. They'll lose Thompson, but they'll lose Wymon on top. In fact, now Tundra, they may have gone too far. Ramses, he'll be the one to go down. Pure will move in, trying for Akashi's life, and Akashi, he does die, but now can Pure get out? Well, the answer is yes. In fact, he's jumping in. He wants more, but he'll have to leave the area. I believe that was a 3-for-3 trade. And it was in favor of who? It looks like Talon. In fact, Saxa goes down. WS will find another.
Yeah, gets the blink out, manages to burst down that inch. Was on very low HP anyhow. The side of Talon, I mean, outside of that movement, that fight that just happened, that was a response fight to Tundra, of course, playing aggressively, getting that jump forward. I think that...
Makoto? Oh, he's found Pure. Oh. He has found Pure. That's what you love to see. If you're a Ricky carry, or a Ricky core rather. And Pure just a second too late to react, sadly, and he does go down.
Now you have to be worried about getting focused down, of course, by the Ricky. You still have to worry about smoke screen if you're not able to scout out the Ricky. They have planted a lot of wards. They're playing away from that bot area. Again, that fight worked out disastrously for Talon, so they're playing in an area they haven't touched in a while. They've got the sentry coverage for themselves. There's still a tier 1 to work through, but they've got space to get that done. And this time around, it was Tundra again in that last fight that got a little bit keen on just shoving in very deep onto that tier 2, trying to play, not quite getting the connections out from Ramses. I think if he managed to nail that initiation onto Mikado first before he pops a smoke screen in the arena, like just that first spear connecting to a tree, you'd have a very different outcome there for Tundra. But because the smoke screen comes in, it stalls for time. It allows Jokam and everyone else to kind of TP in, get some disruption saves, and give WS this prolonged fight that the DK will enjoy, especially if he's not being focused down. And it does even out the game, 16-11. Still a 2k lead for Tundra. You're still getting that split farm out from Thompson, getting some good split push action going, of course.
Lane. Gleipnir doesn't actually clip onto Akashi. He'll be able to leap out of range. Now Akashi picking up his own Gleipnir, but it is all too late. The bottom tier 2 tower is now officially down. Pure able to secure that very easily. Again, Tundra, you know, as much as you like to look at the kill score and think maybe the side of Talon are doing pretty good, it seems like Tundra are in complete control of this game 1. At least with their map movements. Here we go though. Ramses getting jumped mid lane. They'll try to burst down the Mars, but the snowball, Wymon unable to save. So now Wymon needs to run. They've got some help incoming, but it's not coming fast enough. So Wymon should go down as now Saxa also being caught out by WS. It could be a third target here for the side of Talon, and they've got it. Never mind what I said, John. Map movements are one thing, but kills are another.
I mean, the map movement's to be expected from Tundra, right? You've got an NP, you should be able to work this map. You don't have the highest mobility heroes on Talon to respond. With the split push, you will find space for Thompson to take more aggressive farm, leaving conservative jungle out for Pure to find. You still have to be careful about the rest of your heroes. I do like that Tundra are clumping up this tree, like running the 2 supports with Ramses, trying to get these opportunities to get Thompson into play. But it doesn't feel like they're respecting this fully, although
Gleipnir sprout out, but of course Ponyo is just going to be able to commit rebound and get away. And Thompson sadly really didn't have the backup to lock him down. Now a 1k net worth lead, still the way of Tundra, but it is a much closer game, it feels like. Though Pure still very, very confidently farming that bottom area of the map, and again, it does feel like Tundra much more in control of this map for game 1 thus far. But at the very least, Talon keeping parity when it comes to the net worth department. As bottom lane, Tundra hoping someone gets baited into farming this bottom lane, but nobody's hanging around here from Talon. Akashi, maybe, or rather Makoto, maybe realizing they were around, does back his way into the mid lane. And seems like the rest of Talon, they'll just take the Torment. Why the hell not?
Get very big shard in the process as well, allowing Ponyo to find some better angles in without having to rely too much on his allies. I do like the Talons just avoiding the spot lane. Again, this area's been in Tundra's control since the tier 1 tower fell. They're just dodging it. They've got their own vision set up towards their triangle up to top, and that is where they're putting all of their attention. Mid is the battleground where Tundra has been trying to force things out because they're not finding anything down bot. Again, Talon, they have taken a little bit more of a conservative approach. If the fight's by a tower, that's when they'll show up. If not, I think you just cut the losses there and go back. Still, Tundra having all of this room on the map, does have Roche access. They do have the damage coming in with Pure and with the drinking buddies on top, and Thompson coming in. Doesn't take too long for Roche to go, but Talon are smoking up. Doesn't feel like they'll make it in time though, perhaps.
They might just barely. Already half HP of Roshan gone. Talon, they are getting there, but it almost looks like it's in slow motion. Roshan still going down. We'll see if Talon want to force a fight with Roshan going the way of Tundra. They're thinking about it. They've set up at the bottom lane. They'll take the high ground of the Twin Gates. They are waiting for a moment to pounce in. Though Saksa brings his creep through the Twin Gates now. Still, they do remain smoked up.
Yes.
In goes WS. He's going to start the fight, but he's just getting
BKB.
melted down. Already most of his HP gone. They'll save him disruption for now, but for how long? WS is gone. So is Ponyo. Joe Cam, being left behind, probably set to fall. And Tundra, I mean, if Roshan wasn't enough, now they've got 3 kills to add on to that.
And that's a massive kill in WS. I get that his smoke breaks under the creep vision, so he does want to jump forward, but he doesn't preemptively BKB. He doesn't respect that tree line as much as he should have with how Tundra were grouped up and what the scans were revealing for them. Now Mikado all alone here.
Oh, being caught out. Thompson with a very nice teleport in, just cutting him right off. Oh, that's a big one. Makoto going down as well, just slowing down the pacing of the Riki and the whole draft of Talon, really. Just feels like it's being slowed down to a complete stop here by Tundra. As Tundra now looking for that mid tier 2 tower, obviously going to have absolutely zero issues taking it out. And they're going to try for high ground on top. Knowing Makoto is down for 30, why the hell not? They'll give it a crack.
Look at how much damage Thompson has, right, from that Spirit of the Forest. Had about plus 78, maybe almost plus 100 there, just from being around so many trees. It's kind of crazy how much Thompson can bring out when he just TPs in a very treed up area. Rack's not going to last long, still have that security of the Aegis, maybe catch more.
Well, there's your BKB from WS, this time around being popped right before the spear does land from Ramses, but it's all too late anyway. Like, Tundra got exactly what they came for. They've got the mid-racks. They can go back to the farm game, go back to controlling the map. And if you're Talon, like, I think your only play really is to start smoking up and trying to find some pickoffs and regain map control here, but with a 7k deficit, it does start to feel very challenging.
And it does. You've got 2 Hurricane Pikes now as well on the side of Tundra, so Mikado can't get that control for the team with a smoke screen, as they have been finding success with that movement from the Riki. You're going to have to rely more on probably just Dragon Tail and Rebound, if you can find that angle for Ponyo. Easier said than done. Onto the tier 2 up top. Tundra starting to set up. Talon hugging bot lane, trying to farm together. Their options are growing slim. Side of Tundra. Again, just finding that great punishment in Roche fight. That's where it all fell apart. I think before that it was relatively even. You know, Tundra still had momentum going their way, but it was still somewhat playable for Talon before that point. Just that mistake from WS to blink forward.
They can't get caught here, John. There's not really any buybacks apart from Joe Camp. WS, he's going to jump in. They'll try to burst down the Mars, and they've got him. Ramses is going to start. They've even found the Aegis of Pure. Is this the team fight they needed? They're going to give it a crack. The snowball is out onto Ponyo, buying a bit more time, but Pure is gone. So is Thompson. So is Wymon. And now Sucks on top. It's a full team wipe. Well, what the hell happened?
The damage output's just ridiculous. They had Solar Flare this time around. WS didn't have the BKB. It looked awkward as heck for him to jump in. But they connect all their spells. They get the isolation. We don't see the arena come out from Ramses, and that was pretty much a sequence of pickoffs like you were talking about, right? You were saying in a big team fight, it's not working out for Talon. They split up these heroes very close to each other, but managed to get the chain stun and burst one by one. Like, look at that isolation. Pure's all the way to the left. Everyone else is on the right side. They burst down Ramses before that. And it's just insane. how coordinated Talon was to get that working. They find a lot. It brings him back in the game.
That really was quite coordinated. You can see Makoto and Akashi especially, just always the same target they aim for. There's just ridiculous amounts of damage here between the Mirana and Ricky if you are able to isolate a target in the middle of a fight. And well, they certainly did that very well that time around, now bringing the game back to a less than 1k advantage, the way of Tundra Esports, and dragging the win probability right back their way. Still not in favor of Talon, but I mean, it's certainly a much closer game. And now Pure, this could be a huge pickoff if they can get him, and they do.
God.
Oh boy, I mean, they just waited. They waited a long time for that one. The trap was laying, but the patience was what made it. Because now it seems like the side of Talon, they want more. They'll smell blood in the water. They'll see Saxa and Whitemon. WS doesn't have the vision. So Saxa will be able to get onto the high ground and get the hell away from that Dragon Knight. But Talon, it's showing, Jonathan, they are not going to be steamrolled here today.
They're not. They've got to answer back for this push. And you still got Thompson shoving in. You've got even Ramsey's Illusions keeping that mid wave fully inside their base. Talon doesn't have that much room to play around. I will say one thing. Pure with this build, you know, I like the Midas. I like this rush for the Hurricane Pike for his stat gain and just having that option to jump out of smoke screen. Not having a Lincoln's or a BKB is hurting him here, though. Like, it does feel like the Manta alone is not going to be enough. There is a lot of first jump potential here for Talon to connect outside of just a smoke screen. If they land a rebound, if they land disruption into arrow, things can go very quickly for this Morphling at full agi.
In lane.
You have to watch yourself.
Thompson's TP'd in. He's trying to force the fight, but he does get the force stuff onto the low ground as now Ramsey's trying to force a fight onto the Shadow Demon. Whitemon will jump in. Jokam getting low, and he's finally gone as they will also find Ponyo. And now Akashi, that's the big target if they can secure. But Makoto from the backside, he picks off Pure. Makoto, he'll keep going here with WS. They'll try with a 3v2 situation. Jokam, he's brought back, but they've already lost Makoto. This is not the fight to buy back in now. WS, though, still finding Thompson. Still managing to find another kill as Jokam. He will die back once again on the Shadow Demon. And that is definitely a team fight win for the side of Tundra, but not as one-sided as I would have anticipated.
No, I mean, they get the proper initiation from Tundra this time around, isolating those really pesky supports, taking away the save option of Jokam with that disruption, taking away the re-engage potential with Marcier. And that just kind of makes it very difficult for Talon. They were not quite in position to take that fight either. Good forward wards here from the side of Tundra to set up in that area and keep that engage going. That will keep Talon back. Again, despite all these good fights for Talon beforehand, before that fight on mid, it is still Tundra's game in control. Like, net lead was nullified to less than 1k for Tundra. Now it's back to 5k. You've still got this mid wave constantly shoving in. Talon doesn't have, again, that map mobility that Thompson has to kind of try to gank globally to punish some split up or to just split push, keep that laning pressure on. So your map's just shrunk down still really hard here for Talon. Tundra going out for another smoke play. They do have the full sight of Vice on Ramses. They've got some quick hold here if they manage to get the big jump in.
A smoke on smoke situation here, Jonathan. Tundra looking to try and get into that Radiant jungle. Side of Talon, they will actually rotate into the dire triangle right now. There's Makoto and Jokam gonna spot out the side of Tundra, but Jokam will be the one left behind, of course, so he'll happily die for Makoto to be able to get away. But here comes the rest of Talon finding Thompson. Oh, Thompson's gone. It's a big trade here for Talon thus far. WS wanting maybe a little bit more, though. He does get force staffed away for now. As now the arena Ramses, he'll find Ponyo. That'll be the secondary support down. WS in the meantime, he'll BKB TP up, but Akashi got left behind. And he leaps the wrong way on top. Oh no! The tips immediately from Tundra. And that was all for that last leap, I believe, Jonathan.
Oh yeah.
Leaps the wrong way.
Leaps the wrong way. Maybe was trying to, I don't know, set an arrow backwards before leaping forward. Gets the inputs cramped in a little bit too fast. Great punishment out from Tundra. Again, great scan to kind of cover that smoke, getting the jump once more onto the saving support. It feels like if Jokam's gone, these team fights are very hard to pull off for Talon. Without that disruption save, without that stall time to maybe look for openings with your BKBs, it gets really wonky for Talon fast. It feels like this is a composition from Talon that needs that coordination, that needs all 5 heroes in play, and all Tundra needs to do is find like one big pick-off on either of the supports. It just gets really hard to play for Talon. 7k lead for Tundra holding up. They've got almost a full butterfly up on Pure, so it's going to be a little bit harder to burst him down with right clicks at that point. Got the full MKB coming out here for Thompson as well, just to hasten the push, and a little bit more DPS never hurts here. You have all the damage already, of course, from the Spirit Force. You might as well get just a little bit more attack speed to utilize it, and that's certainly going to help the case here for Thompson, for sure. Inside of Talon, and they're getting more damage out in WS. He's going for the full Daedalus. They really need to be able to play around Jokam. Like, Jokam has to find that perfect spot to play in. He does have at least the Glimmer Cape to try to save himself, but they're carrying Dust because obviously you're playing against a Ricky. No Blink yet on our Shadow Demon as well. No Aether Lens for further reach, so it's a hard game. But again, for Talon, a lot of this hinges on Jokam, and for Tundra, they're keeping every lane in check. They have a few more seconds till Roshan. They're already setting up down bot to get that done, although the forward vision does spot everyone walking down there. So Talon should understand that Roche is going to be the next target as well, if they want to play into that once more.
It is now available. There's a smoke out from Talon. 5-man smoke directly towards the Roshan pit. Tundra, they're not going to bother smoking. They'll just run right into the pit and get started. But this time, Talon, they'll be around in time. There's no two ways about that. They've got plenty of time to try and contest this time around. They'll move in. Roshan's still going down though. Pure, he's almost got it gone. Roar is there. Ramses, he'll get spotted. They found a great target in the Mars, and they will burst him down as the Roshan's still going. They'll be able to pick up the Aegis here on Pure, but they'll leave the banner behind. So WS will go ahead and pick that one up for Pure. How do you get out of this situation? He'll mantra off the Gleipnir. Makoto chasing him down, but no, they'll go after the Ench instead. They'll take down Saksa. Can they find more? WS, he'll get jumped. Akashi focusing on Thompson. Thompson dropping low, but Ramses with a huge arena out. Makoto, he got hexed up. Makoto, he gets the tricks of the trades off just in the nick of time. But what's it going to do for him? He does go down. So does Ponyo. Onto the DK, they'll go. WS not looking too tanky. He will drop. And Ramses, that was a very nice buyback up from the Mars just in the nick of time to save the fight here for Tundra. With the Roshan, with the Aegis still going, they'll try for high ground.
It's not going to take too much here for Tundra to rip these buildings to shreds, as we've seen before. Side of Talon only have the 2 buybacks. Even with the buyback in WS, he doesn't have the Dragon form. You know, don't have their Steroid as well and Solar Flare. Gonna have to try to at least give up 1 set of racks. But Tundra, smell blood in the water, tier 4s, no problems. Forcing the buyback from WS, but what can Talon feasibly do? And they don't have these ultimates up. It just feels... It's a difficult defense, to say the least. Tundra right on top to set off their road to the International here on the right note. As Talon looked good early on, but just that wonky Roche fight. And it just starts to fall apart really fast with this kind of draft.
2 wonky Roche fights this time around. Well, here we go. I mean, Tundra looking for that final lane of barracks, slowly starting to head up top. You did get that Roshan banner, but that's not going to do you too much good here if you are the side of Talon. Not right now, it won't anyway. The Tundra, though, still just kind of sitting back and relaxing. They are just buying Pure some more time to get some more farm going before they do get onto that high ground. No real rush here for Tundra. They understand they are in complete control, and it seems like they're going to just wait out the MKBs before they really try for that final lane of barracks. Just no need to risk this game 1. And if you're Talon, I mean, you are the guys that need to find a way back into this game. But right now, they are just stuck on their high ground. They're just not feeling safe to venture out.
You just have so many ways of keeping these waves freely shoved in from Tundra. Again, with an NP, with a wave clearing you have, and a Morphling, even a Mars can clear out these waves and just keep it shoved consistently. You don't have a lot of room. There goes 1 weak MKB up for Pure. He's going to have, again, a little bit more damage to play with. Not going to have to care about smokescreen too much here as well. Move out the BKB. And just hit away for free. We take a free toward Mentor now for Whitemont to have. A little bit more utility with the Ice Shards going further now as well. Further deep is Epileasing blocking off some pattern here. I'm not sure how Talon takes care of 2 lives on Pure. Again, if they get that perfect angle, if they get their own MKB up on Akashi, perhaps. Piercing through that evasion chance in the Butterfly. with the right-click speed you have with Solar Flare-Up, you will need to isolate again. And that's where we need to see Talon kind of play together. It's just hard to see Tundra breaking apart at this point. You know, they're so far ahead. 2 lives is a huge allowance, but hey, Talon did it before when they were shoving in the mid. Maybe they can do it again?
Regardless, I mean, what a game we've had so far, John. 31-27, 35.5 minutes into this game. We shall see very soon if Talon can indeed do it again, because it seems like Tundra, they're ready to try and approach that high ground. They'll smoke up as 4. Topson will meet him with the teleport. Oh, they see Makoto. TP away, he's going to be alright. They can't reach him. I mean, Makoto, he did have buyback to be fair, but you'd much rather not have to commit it in that fashion. Yeah. You can't afford to die outside base right now. At least try to take this high ground fight, buy back for a prolonged fight, and see if it works out. And Tundra, all they have to do is just play together as a team, get a good arena out from Ramses if you can. They won't rush it. They'll wait for the creep wave to come in. In fact, Topson's just TPing across the map, farming in another location. But he'll have a backup in about 15 seconds, so no problem. But again, it doesn't really seem like Tundra are going to try and force it. They've only got 30 seconds left on the Aegis on top for Pure, so it might be one of those situations where you just kind of accept the fact that you control the whole map anyway, and you may as well just make that net worth lead get a hell of a lot bigger, though it is already sitting at around 20k. But when you control the whole map, you may as well take all the fun.
Yep.
Maybe wait out the next Roshan.
Yeah, just playing secure here. Pure trying to work onto that BKB now. So there's really not going to be that much threat onto this Morphling. As long as he can pop the BKB quick enough before the Dragon Tail stun kicks in, you should have really no problem surviving through. And that's where this will go close to 0 now for Talon at that point, once that's up. If they can maybe isolate Pure while he's farming that, sure. But again, there's no outer reach here for Talon whatsoever. You're still waiting for that MKB on Akachi. He did divert for the Crystallis early on. Don't think he wants to go for the full Daedalus just yet. Does need that Pierce first. You've got the refresh up on Ramses. Double Hex ready to go. Double Arena, double Spear, and double BKB. And Talon, they don't have any of those kinds of options. Again, they still shine in pickoffs, but you can't get pickoffs if you don't manage to get outside your base. Have the BKB up on Mikoto. So at least the Ricky's a little bit more protected up front. They have to be very quick with that. Again, the sight of Vice on Ramses has been causing a ton of issues here. But I'm not seeing easy answers for Talon still. Now, like, there is a path back. It is more reliant on Tundra maybe playing a little bit more recklessly, going in 1 by 1, and or even just fragmented as we saw in the high ground fight. And, you know, Tundra is just not giving those opportunities back. There's that BKB for Pure. Safety net for the Morphling up and ready. And nothing to really be concerned about. Maybe you just wait out until next Roshan. A minute 40 until we see that next timer here, but it's not like Talon can really contest or do anything. They'll try with a smoke out here.
They're gonna give it a crack. The Tormentor does go the way of the Dire, of course. Pure will be able to pick up his own shards now. BKB now officially up on Pure. So life becomes infinitely harder now with that BKB available. And Tundra, they're grouping up again. Into the Radiant Jungle they'll go. Akashi going to be spotted by White One in just a moment. Shards out, but of course Akashi can just leap away and will do so. Tundra so desperate to try and find a quick pick-off before they do approach that high ground, but seems like they might just have to do it the old-fashioned way. Makoto hanging around that bottom lane, but they don't really have the detection around this area. But now they do. But they won't make the jump on Makoto. He's fine. They'll see Joe Cam. Ramsey's jumping in, misses the arena though. Gleipnir will lock him down. Arrow will land as well. The drinking buddy's just not quick enough, but it doesn't matter. Though with the arena down, Talon, they might want to go, and they do certainly look like they want to try and pursue here. WS ready to blink in, does commit. He gets the stun off onto the task. Wyamon trying to be bursted down. In comes Makoto, but they're lacking quite a bit of damage without Akashi. Ponyo, he'll try as well, but Pure, he's just manning up through it. He couldn't give a crap. Makoto being chased down. They really can't afford to lose this Ricky. Silenced him up, 4-staff away. Makoto, he might jump back in with the tricks of the trade, and Whitemon will go down. Meanwhile, though, Jocam and Ponyo both dropping. Is now Pure dropping low, but so does Makoto. He'll go down on a WS. He'll BKB TP out, and he will make it. Meanwhile, Akashi's still getting tipped throughout all of this, as now they've got Makoto down with that buyback, and it seems like Tundra can officially go for the jugular.
WS?
Onto the DK. WS is gone. Pure in trouble. Does go down. Pure is off the map now as Ponyo. He will die for this. It's a 2v4 scenario as Whitemon's going to buy back. It's Akashi and Jocam versus the world. Can you deal with Topson? That's the big target. Ramsey's disrupted. Although you have lost Jocam, still Akashi, he will try to take down the Mars, but the Hex is out. He's got no damage incoming, as now they'll focus down the Ancient, and GG is called. Game 1 will go the way of Tundra Esports. And it was quite back and forth, Jonathan, but it did always feel like Tundra just had their number here in Game 1.
That they did. I think the laning phase looked pretty all right for Talon. They had the right ideas in going for that aggressive first blood kill early on, but there.
Well, that's Game 1 in the bag. Let's head back over to our panel and see what they had to think about this game number 1.
We're going to give some of our opinions here. I mean, I really enjoyed the early game from Talon because that's the part that we didn't know how exactly it was going to play out. What are these lanes going to look like? What exactly are they going to be able to achieve for themselves? And I think a lot more than we thought. Unfortunately, it didn't lead to success for them, but I still think a promising early game for them and a little bit in that mid game left to be desired. But early rotations coming out from the Jenkins, and I think that was one of the most impressive things Talon were able to do.
Yeah, that was going pretty well for them, actually.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Akashi made his classic rotation through the portal, and that went really well. There was an early buyback that we saw from Ponyo, which was interesting, but it just spoke to how much fighting there was in that game. I think at like 25 minutes, there was like 45 kills or something like that, so almost 2 kills per minute, back and forth. The net worth lead was until the last 10, 15 minutes of the game, maybe closer to 10 minutes of the game. Like, it was fairly even.
I mean, they kind of had the greedier draft, I felt like, overall for Talon, so they needed like the early game to go well for them. So, I mean, Jenkins talked about the buyback. I felt like they kind of tried to slow the game down. They tried to slow Tundra down with that, but kind of didn't really work out, but I liked the idea. And after that, the game kind of became very scrappy and a lot of like bad pickoffs, bad deaths. They were just trying to scramble their way into the late game, whereas Tundra, I felt like even if they don't get a big lead, they still have a really, really comfortable early game with the Midas on the Morphling. And going to a late game, you have Morphling plus MP, two of your very, very strong late game scaling cores. And on top of that, you have an Ench, which is also a core in the late game. So I don't feel like Tundra at any moment of this game, they were threatened.
Yeah, it felt like, the two evils there. It's like, okay, you either burst Ench and, spend a lot on trying to get rid of her because she likes to sit at the back line and just deal damage, or you just kind of get caught out and Nature's Prophet gets to also sit on the sidelines there for and just dish out some free damage.
Yeah, but you know who wasn't doing any damage in this game?
Who?
The Ricky. This pick in particular, it was supposed to do a lot, we talked about in this game. And unfortunately, it ended up with 12,000 hero damage in this game, which is not good for your last pick mid, Ricky here. We expected it to do a lot in this particular game. It was a very scrappy game. Yet again, I feel like this is where Ricky should shine. But unfortunately, if you go for this early Diffusal Blade Rush, he also had to go for the Shard to counter like the Drinking Buddies from the Tusk. And he just ended up being more of like a support role in this particular game. So I really did not like the fact that it ended up going for this Ricky last pick and throwing the DK into the offlane, and the DK also going for the fire facet too. It kind of just put him in a position where everything had to go right, and it just didn't, and the game was very difficult because
Yeah, I felt like if Ricky, you want to succeed in a game, you kind of need your draft to be more like team fight. Your other heroes need to have some sort of team fight, where I felt like their draft doesn't really have much of a team fight. It's all about you get your items, then late game you have this DK, you have Mirana, you're going to out DPS your opponents. But in the early mid game team fights, like what is Ricky supposed to do when nobody's willingly standing in front? Like for example, Tundra had the arena to team fight. Talon kind of didn't really have anything outside. You hit some arrow with the DK jumping in. That's about it.
Yeah, I think that was like, we saw a good early rotation from Talon, I think at like the 10 minutes, and then you fast forward literally 2 minutes to...
Yeah, when the actual team fights are happening, you can see they are struggling.
Yes, Tundra had that arena up that you're talking about, and yeah, there was a lot more that they could do with it. Ricky, we haven't really seen him in pro games for... I want to say many years. It's not that long, but at least definitely not this year competitively.
I mean, we saw him last year with the dart.
Yes, we did. Yeah. And then that kind of got like nerfed out. But this year competitively, we haven't seen him. So do you want to talk about the facets? Maybe people at home might not know. And then which one Makoto went with and that you're question marking?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're really right about like Ricky not being in the meta for many years.
Yeah.
There was that dart meta, and then before then there was also a year-to-year gap where he hasn't played. But right now he's seeing a little bit of a resurgence right now against some of the popular heroes. He's got 2 different facets. One of them gets some bonus EXP when he gets a kill, which is what mainly people went for, right? Just go around the map, get kills, get high level. That is kind of inconsistent now. It's very difficult to do. People know when you're off the map. So now he has a different facet now where his E, Tricks of the Trade, does like 450% bonus damage to creeps. And I expected him to rush Ags from the mid lane. That way, with that facet, it makes sense. You're farming, you keep up and farm, you're not reliant on getting hero kills. And that's something that Thompson's been doing. He's been spamming this in pubs. But Makoto, I don't know if he's super comfortable on this Ricky. He knows how it works. He went for more of the, I'm going to just get kills and snowball the game, rushing the Diffusal Blade, going for that early shard as well, getting behind. But if you don't get those kills, this hero does not shine, and unfortunately he could not find those kills in this game. And that's why the Ricky just didn't really work out. He did half the damage that the enemy Inch did in this game, and that's not where you want to be.
If you include the damage that he did to the Treant, then we're really racking up the numbers. No, I think the point that Winter mentioned was an interesting one. Like the fact that they had pretty much 3 carries on Talon. It was in all the lanes, and then the supports were not team fighters. Even Tundra lacked team fight. It was just Mars. Like all the other heroes were, scaling, and you have the Tusk and the Ench. Like these heroes are more like run at you, like ganking heroes, save heroes. So really just a game in general that lacks team fight. But 1 team fighter is infinitely better than 0. Like if you're Talon in that game, I do agree with the Ags take that you probably just play for pickoffs and avoid fights, because they actually were getting pickoffs. There was that one time we saw them jump Pure on the Morphling and kill him in like a fraction of a second with the Ricky. And maybe if they played the entire game like that, it would look really weird and wonky, but they have a DK playing essentially DK carry off lane. They have a Ricky playing Ricky carry mid. They have Mirana, which is one of the highest damage dealing carries in the game.
He wasn't really playing Ricky carry mid though. That's my problem. He was playing like Ricky space.
But if he went for the Ags, I mean, like if they kind of had that idea where it's like, okay, we're just gonna dodge them. I mean, it's very not this meta, but that might have worked out because Pure did go for a Midas. Like he was planning for the game to go late.
Yeah, Pure had like a rougher game than I thought, especially when we just saw the scoreboard there. His KDA, sure, it was still positive. It looked great, but there were a lot of deaths that I feel like as Morphe could have avoided. So that is big props to Talon being able to, get him a couple deaths there for themselves. The other thing is his nature's prophet. What's very obvious is the fact that he has a teleport built into his toolkit, right? You get to be off the map farming, and that's that late game that we talked about. I thought Ricky would have lent into that, is that you could potentially run around with your supports and try and find him. You hunt
get him in the trees.
Wherever he is when he's not ready. Maybe a new camp that he's teleported to. And that didn't happen. They didn't go for that sort of play.
Had SD plus Marcy, which I feel like didn't really enable that. If you want to do that, you kind of need like a support that can burst heroes like Lion, Skyralph, this type of hero, or at least a Snapfire. You can do damage from far away, and you can allow the Ricky to find pickoffs, And with SD and Marcy, what you're supposed to do, you follow the Ricky and what?
That's what I'm saying. I think they just should all buy Midases like it's 2 weeks ago, and then just play for the late game.
Yeah, it's also not how the game played out. Like you saw, like every fight was like a team fight.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't just alone. Even this Morph, he just had Treads Midas. He was joining every single.
It was 5v5.
Yeah, it was 5v5 the whole game. There was no like split pushing shenanigans in the early mid game. Later on, there was towards the end of the game, but like at that point in time, it was already kind of too late. The game was a bit over.
How consistent do you think that style is going to be of we want early fighting carries? Because Riyadh, the last big LAN, that's what teams found success in is we snowball up at like, let's say the 12-minute mark, and we don't leave each other's sides unless we're not winning team fights. And you think that that's going to be pretty prevalent?
Yeah,
across all
I mean, I think
teams?
right now most all the carries are playing heroes that can be very active. Morph is one of the greedier ones, but most of them are buying Gleipnir first item. That way they can join the fights while still farming on the side. Their second item is usually BKB, so they continue to join these fights. If you miss a timing here or there, or if you're just a bit too AFK, you're going to lose these fights. And these fights are massive. Now you're going to lose Roche, and now the game's going to snowball. And right now, currently in this patch, snowballing a game is something you usually can't come back from. It's going to be very difficult to get back from, so speed is very important.
Yeah, if you don't join the early fights, you're not farming. Basically, you won't have time to farm. So I felt like a lot of the heroes, the carry heroes that were picked before, something like Terrorblade, Anti-Mage, that's why they fell off. They can't really have time to farm. And even if they choose to come to the team fights, their impact compared to the range carries right now, the Lina, the Wind Ranger, the Mirana, it's not the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, my brain, you were like listing heroes, Terrorblade being one of them. And for some reason, like Spectre popped into my brain. I'm like, we just have not seen her. I know that she needs a lot of items, a lot of time, and a lot of net worth to really come online. But with her ult change, that's what we saw at TI last year, is that people were looking towards picking her up because she could ult in and then just leave again and go back to farming. And I thought maybe that might have come back around with everyone wanting carries that could join fights. But there's two aspects to it. You have to be able to join fights, but you also still have to be able to do something in the fight.
And the third aspect is you have to not lose your lane horde.
Okay, yeah.
So like these heroes like Lina and Ron we talked about, NP, they're strong laners, right? They can win their lane, they can snowball that. Right now, Spectre, still playable. It's not an unplayable hero. It's just really weak in the laning stage. It gives the offlaner kind of a free game, and you want to avoid that.
I do think it's actually decent, but one thing that I've learned about Dota in the last 3 years, and I don't know if it's always been this way, or if I just learned this as a player and I wasn't good enough to recognize this back then or whatever, but it really seems like in Dota, heroes being good is not what determines the meta. It's items being good, and then that determines what heroes are picked. So if Greaves is good, then it doesn't matter what state Underlord is in. Underlord is going to be picked. If Gleipnir is good, then all the Gleipnir carries are going to be picked. The thing is, if Blade Mail or Orchid were like really busted items, which they're fine, right? They're just not as broken as
They're more like
Gleipnir.
tier 2
Yeah,
than...
but like Gleipnir is like triple S plus tier. So I honestly think like that's why these
Morph is the
are
only
latest
exception
carry.
where I feel like he's just that broken and doesn't buy those items because of what I mentioned. Like you just go stats on this hero. You put 1 point in your W, maybe 2 points in your E, and then you just go stats.
Yeah.
And they give double value, and you can just build normal carry items. He's kind of like the anomaly of the meta right now.
Yeah, there's always a few exceptions.
How many carry heroes do you think can't build Glip? I shouldn't say can't, but like don't
Most
do
of the
well
melees
with.
one.
Okay.
Most of the melees like doesn't make a lot of sense on them. That's about it.
Oh, thought there was going to be more.
I mean,
there was
it's
going to be a longer list
like
than that.
these Ursa, PA, Anti-Mage, like name any melee hero. It's
PA
probably
is kind of decent now, is it?
Gleipnir PA.
I mean,
No,
not
I'm not saying
Gleipnir,
Gladiator PA. But is she then one of the anomalies? Is Ursa or PA, are they in that ballpark of Morph, or you're like, Morph just really does sit here and those two are
So
more
basically
like,
the Gleipnir heroes pretty much win their lane, and you can
Okay.
pick them early. The Battle Fury heroes, still pickable, but they have to pick later in the draft. They have to have some type of purpose. They
They're
have
the
to see
gotcha
their
picks.
matchup. Yeah, pretty much. And they're going to, or it's like we ran out of picks, everything's banned. That's the other option. So
That
No,
unironically does happen.
you never want to be in that position, but
No.
it does happen.
I mean, that's why we just ended with a DK offlane going for the Red Dragon.
Yeah,
Is
they
because
kind of ran out of options.
WS didn't really feel like he had anything else to play.
He did change to Red Dragon last minute.
I mean, that's the thing about when you have a star player on the team, you kind of want to leave his pick to the last or the second last, but then your enemy's targeting them. So I feel like this game, they probably have to change that sequence and maybe try to pick his hero early so they can set up the whole draft around him instead of just giving him the whole draft and the last pick. What do you want to play when everything's banned?
Dragonheart was their first pick. I don't know if I expected it, though, to be a first phase pick. I feel like there are still a couple more heroes out there that you might want to put in higher priority, or you guys don't really...
I feel like they debated themselves.
I was going to say, I can tell you why. It's because they didn't want to give it to Pure. Pure invented the DK.
But you also
Don't
wouldn't
you
want to
feel
ban
like
it
it's
out
also an
against...
answer to MP?
Yeah, I
in
feel
a
like
way?
it's more than that. I feel like they picked this when they saw NP.
Is it though? Because the Tusk.
Why would you pick DK
response-
then to...
I think
That's the question I'm asking.
No, I feel like they
think
had an
it's-
oversight. That's
I think there's of course the element of it's good against NP. I think also you can just go double bracer on like a lot of these strength heroes, and it's going to do fine against the NP. But I think it's because like Pure this is his thing. Like he brought this into the meta. They're not going to give this to Tundra because now everybody is picking the DK carry. Now it's actually considered
So
S tier meta.
Interesting.
to counter that, you're gonna take
Counter the
his
counter?
hero, give him his other good hero, Morphling, and
Yeah.
then pick that hero that isn't good versus Morph and try to counter it.
Yeah, I think they ran out of bans. I think that's
Yeah.
the issue, and it's what you said. They debated
The thing
themselves.
about countering as well is sometimes you're just not as good as your opponents at executing the same strat, right? You copy their strat, but there are certain small little detail that you are missing, and the thing is just not the same anymore. So I'm not really a big fan of trying to just take what your opponent's good at.
I think they pivot away from that. I don't think they do that
Look,
a second.
it could have been both things that factored into this. Either way, it's a best of 2 for our group stage here between Talon and Tundra. And we're looking at our draft for game number 2 there in our screens. Are the bans going to change up? Right now, not at all. Nothing is different between these two teams and what they've decided to take out. For Tundra, I mean, you don't need to. You just won a game. You're very happy. You're very comfortable in this matchup and what you think is going to come your way. But for Talon, if that Dragon Knight was as big of an issue that you're talking about, Jenkins, maybe they consider putting it in there and not wanting it.
Lina
in
and
their
Omni are
draft.
the only ones left.
Yes,
Okay.
Lina and Omni from last game's bans
Yeah.
could potentially be banned here again.
We'll see.
Do you think Lina is Cannibal Winter? Do you think you're comfortable coming up against her in a competitive game of Dota?
I think Lina and MP are heroes that I'll never want to fight against in the game. Like personally for me, I think they are really, really difficult to deal with. There's not many answers. I think a decent solution is maybe going like some centaur with Crimson Guard and you try to negate the damage, but I don't even
go
know if
again.
that's enough.
They go back for it. I mean, at least if they're going to do this, I think I would prefer to see the DK go mid.
Yeah,
Or-
I mean-
I don't like that. This to me is a carry hero
Carry, I
right
think
now.
Okay, strategically, you don't pick this as a carry counter to NP, my opinion. You pick this to exploit when NP leaves the lane, but they didn't do that, right? This is not an off-lane response.
But do you also feel like the last game they did it to mirror the MP? Like wherever the MP is going, they want to send the DK there,
didn't,
but they
though.
changed their mind in the end.
Yeah. So like that's what I mean. Strategically, they might correct that, and I feel like that would be an okay thing to do because you're going on the same path of what makes sense. And I don't know if it's good or not, right? But it makes sense to me. It's like, oh, you have high armor, you kind of have the built-in bracers you talked about, and when
It
the NP
raises the
leaves,
value of it.
I
for
mean, the
sure.
high armor thing is not exactly a thing anymore now, because in the beginning it's different.
it's still
seconds
It's
more than
enough.
most
Yeah,
heroes.
with double bracer, which anybody playing against NP is going to get. I think it is enough.
But I think you 100% have to go with the poison facet here and play for tempo. You can't go with the fire facet and just farm because at that point you might as well just play as carry.
But if you're playing as carry, I think the fire facet is like the
Talon's
go-to, right?
turn to
It's
bat.
fine. I mean,
Yeah, you
that's
have
the
to be
thing. Like, if DK is as good as we think it is, you can just put it as a carry, and I'm fine with this as well. But if it's an answer to the NP, it's not the fire facet. It's the poison facet. NP leaves, you take his
Talon's
tower.
turn to
Now
pick.
all of a sudden he gets punished for going
Tundra
across the map.
Esports turn to
Let's
pick
turn our
Enchantress.
eyes towards what those second ban phases were. Second ban phase? What? Second phase
Second ban
bans?
phase. Tango and Marcy.
Sniper, yes, Sniper getting through. So they think Marcy was an issue from game number 1, willing to give up the Sniper now, and the Morphling also making his way in there, which
10
leaves the
seconds
Viper
remaining.
through. So that's the differences in that second phase between game 1 and game 2. But
5
Enchantress
seconds
still
remaining.
on the table to be picked up and taken away.
Tundra Esports
On Talon this time, that's
Yep.
the adjustment they made.
The swap.
And they're going to go Bask for their Tusk here. It can be played on White Mon and Soxa, so it's still available here.
And do you guys prefer the drinking buddies or tag team now?
Not a Tusk player, not sure.
10
It made a lot of
seconds
sense against Ricky because you can just like.
As a
pull them
viewer,
out.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
5
because I played this hero
seconds
quite a fair bit recently, I'm not really sure when should I choose the drinking buddies, and usually tag team, I pick it when I look at my carry. My carry is Lina, Wind Ranger, so I go for tag team.
Talon's
That's my logic.
turn
But isn't
to
Drinking
pick.
Buddy also go to the range heroes because it gives them the buff, regardless if Tusk is next to them?
Yeah, but you don't need the attack speed on Lina, for example,
Yeah.
or Wind Ranger.
Either way, that is going to be Sox's hero, the sniper. Do you have any insight on this one as support?
Absolutely.
lane winner. He's like a
Absolutely.
Lash.
I have a 25% win rate with this hero over the last 6 months. It's
No way.
My most played hero.
How many games?
Sniper. Well, I go Conda 6 Rapier Rush.
Oh, maybe that's why you're losing as
That's
a
the
support
build that I-
sniper.
No, that couldn't possibly be it. That
Go
couldn't
for it.
possibly be the reason.
But one thing that I did notice looking at this hero on Dota 2 Pro Tracker is a lot of players are spamming the Sniper Pos 4 and considering this to be S tier. They have a 20% win rate with it. Like, a lot of people are losing with
Yeah,
Sniper.
but most of the games you watch, you notice they're winning the lanes. I think you pick him to win the lane, and later in the game, I feel like it goes well with the current team of the meta where you need your support to do damage. And Sniper as a position 4, after you secure the lane, yeah, you don't have any catch for your team, but you farm, you skill, and you help with the damage
Yeah,
department.
this goes back to our conversation about
Yes.
maybe it's winning.
Bad in pubs, but
Yeah.
really good for competitive.
Well, maybe
that's
it's winning
exactly
in
what I was going to
scrims.
say too.
All of this is very fruitful, and I enjoy the conversation. But Sox is one of the only people that actually has a positive win rate with it.
Right, that's what you're going to
He
say.
is
with it.
he is actually good at this Sniper Pos 4.
This man has been cooking for Sniper
been-
for many months,
he-
by the way.
Really wants people to play Sniper.
Yes, because I remember all the way back at the Dubai LAN, he was talking to one of the teams playing in it and was like, mid Sniper, that's the secret sauce. They picked it out and they won.
I think it was Liquid, wasn't it?
Pretty sure it was Liquid. I wasn't gonna name the
they-
team,
and
but
I-
I'm pretty sure it was Liquid.
I think it was because there was a lot of like coddle mid,
Yes.
which was just like kind of pushing the lane so you could get away with the carry mids. There was like less track mid, which Sniper counters.
I also feel like it kind of enables your support, because back then maybe it was the meta shifting towards more emphasis in fighting in the runes. And
Yeah.
Sniper, I feel like when you put this style here where you have some AoE spell to fight around the ramps, it's very difficult for the enemy team to contest the rune. Like a Razor mid, you just cast the plasma field and you kind of secure the rune.
Yeah.
And Sniper does that for your supports.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, Thompson is one of the
5 seconds
Sniper
remaining.
mid players that will actually take it mid. So
you
whenever
think there's a slight flex?
there's
for
a
that
s-
team?
yeah, there's a
This
slight
team
flex.
specifically.
Yeah, like I think when you see this, you're going to assume it's a Sniper 4 because this is the meta. But with Tundra, you always have to look out. Thompson's going to look for any excuse to trick you and play a Sniper mid.
I think it's absolutely hilarious. Most people said this, what is the facet called on Sniper, the scatter shot or something? Most people are like, this is the most useless
10
facet in the
seconds
game.
remaining.
Then all
I mean,
of
you
a
think
sudden-
about the position 4 heroes, right? A lot of the heroes that have a good
5
facet now, like
seconds
Lash and
remaining.
Sniper, they kind of change their spells from long duration to short duration, but you get more damage.
Yeah.
And that works really well in the lane. So I felt like a lot of these facets just made certain heroes have a very, very strong laning phase. And
It's
you can just
funny,
pick it.
it's still facets are still being discovered this late after they've been
I think the
released.
item meta changing helps a lot as well. Like Sniper with drums and solar feels really good just
Yeah.
in general. Like you do really well in the early game. You get these early items and you start snowballing with the
Yeah.
early items. When Scattershot was first added and it was the facets patch, it was not a group up as 5 like Pipe Greaves sort of Aura's meta. It was a like how well can you do in the mid game type meta. And when you're talking about the facet that falls off the fastest but has incredible early game didn't even matter back then. It was all about mid game.
Yeah, it was like the Jin Q Marcy's rushing BKB.
Yeah,
becoming a
exactly.
core, yeah.
You're just becoming a core.
Yeah.
The thing about Sniper that's always really annoying is he likes to sit on that back line. You know,
Likes
there's
peeping.
normally exactly. There's normally other heroes that are willing to go in for yourself. Obviously, Tusk being one of the ones they've already picked up for themselves. You go, that man wants to initiate, wants to go in. But then on the side of Talon, you then think, okay, how do we get into that back line? How do we just take out this support that's going to be able to deal a lot of damage? And I guess they thought their answers were the Mars Phoenix. Do you guys vibe with it, or? I mean, it's a good combo. You
Yeah.
Arena and you Egg on top. People have done this.
It's a classic
many
combo,
times.
and I think more than anything, they're just taking away a lot of the heroes that they feel like were a problem that Tundra had. They took away the Ench, they took away the Mars, they brought their own team fight to the equation with the Phoenix here. It's a well-rounded lineup here, whereas Tundra, they're kind of going for the same type of style
10
of strategy.
Yeah, I
remaining.
feel
Rather
like the
than
Phoenix also provides you with the support matchup because you like to play Phoenix into the
Five
Tusk.
seconds
So that
remaining.
is also a small little addition for your draft.
Do you like it a little bit more than for game one? Like you see a clearer vision.
Yeah, it's much easier.
This is
obviously,
way
to
easier
play.
to execute. Yeah, I agree. I think for Tundra, what they're lacking right now is it's some sort of AoE disable. Like Centaur would be good if it wasn't for the fact that they're playing against Mars and Mars Arena counters a Centaur. You drop it down, you can't. You're running hasted speed within a tiny confined space. Really doesn't help that much. But some hero like that that's able to
Turn to
team fight,
ban.
some AoE circle.
Yeah, they
I was
need a
thinking
mid shield. They need a
Slaughter.
mid shield in front. They need
Slaughter's
a
good. Yeah, a meat shield that also has some sort of stun.
And if you want
in
someone to
team
make
fight.
circles and auras, Underlord could work.
Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds
Underlord.
pretty
Underlord
good.
with Luna is
Honka?
very, very strong combo
Yep.
together. Team fight. You stand in front, you protect her, because Luna really needs someone to protect her in the team fights and a distraction. You can't. He's tanky, but you can't ignore him.
5 seconds remaining.
She's not tanky enough to survive by herself.
No.
She needs like someone else to keep
They
her
actually
alive.
banned the Kunkka.
Yeah,
Good
Kunkka's
call.
actually a good choice.
I thought Kunkka was going to be really busted when they added the built-in rum innate. But once again, this is another one of those ones where you look at all of these top players spamming it. They try it for 8 games, they lose 7 of them, and then they stop spamming it. I saw
Put it
Collapse.
on the bench.
Yeah,
and then, like,
Collapse
never
couldn't
again.
make it work. So it's like if Collapse is spamming something, this guy's like climbing an MMR, and this is the one hero he's losing with. I figured it's
I mean, the water park just isn't the same anymore.
it's not the same, dude. You get cannons now, which are
Cannonballs.
awesome but terrible.
They're not terrible. It's just definitely worse than the old one.
yeah.
Torrent Storm Reston.
But I like the idea. Like this would fit the type of hero they need perfectly. Something that has a little bit of team fight, a little bit of disable, and a meat shield to go in front.
Tundra Esports turn to
Oh, they even banned the Centaur despite having the Mars. I mean, I think it's great, other than Into the Mars.
I feel like the Underlord is a pretty good option here.
I think so.
It'll make the DK.
It's very good with sniper, like your spells with the
Yeah.
scatter shot.
You have like double teleportation as well with the gate plus
10
NP,
seconds
and that's kind of what their lineup's all about. Getting around the map here.
Oh, they're gonna pick Underlord for sure. I was gonna say the only issue is you're getting counterpicked, but that's why they banned out the monkey. Never mind. What on earth?
Offlane Elk.
Could be mid alk too.
I mean, still that hero, if they do run it off, gets countered by monkey. Like this carry demolishes
countered
any
mid too,
melee
yeah.
hero.
I mean,
I feel like that's the lane though. Elk plus sniper.
it doesn't have to be, but it could.
It's a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, I mean,
I like the shot.
I think for sure, the more I think about it, this NP has to go mid because no one in the right mind is going to play NP offlane into Enchantress. You're just going to give him a free tree.
Yeah, you just don't skill tree or what. Like, what's
And then it's just not good, right?
No.
So it's offlane Alchemist for sure here. I don't think offlane Luna is a thing. I mean, she did
So-
get improved. I'm actually a big Luna fan ever since they made the
You
changes.
are?
to-
Sorry?
Yeah,
Okay,
this hero, like, I was not a fan where you would just max your W and E and just go AFK for 20 minutes. But they changed it so now you can max beam if you want to, get your ulti at 6, and you can participate in the fight, which
Yeah.
makes this hero a lot faster. But yeah, they're going to do the offlane Alchemist here because I don't think you can do NP offlane. I'm not sure how good this lane is, but you can stack with Sniper like crazy if you want to. Alk can get farmed. I don't know if there's a particularly good Ags here to give away, so I'm very
Tusk.
curious to see. I don't think he's going to go that route. I think he's just going to build for the team and just get auras even, potentially. Maybe he'll go Radiance and be another carry, but that seems a little greedy.
How do you guys feel about the last pick, Akashi Windrunner?
I mean, it's a good laner
It's
into
like
the Elk.
against Alk.
Elk sniper. I think it's
Sniper.
a pretty strong. You need a pretty strong like position 1 carry when you have Phoenix pos. Oh no, it's actually Enchantress pos 5.
I'm also curious what facet he's gonna go. I feel like this is one of the most
He's going to get
contentious
the...
facets out there in the game right now.
Everyone
that
is
both,
getting one. No.
both have pros
What's
and
your?
cons.
I want to hear his prediction. What facet do you mean on Windrunner, right?
The Whirlwind. I already looked it up. Everyone's getting Whirlwind.
They are, yeah.
Every...
He's getting
Single
whirlwind.
person.
I can see.
But what if
You're not
there's?
supposed to look, Winter.
But what if there's a? Okay, well you already looked, so that's cheating. But he could change it last second.
Yeah.
To be
could?
fair,
Should we look? Should we wait?
because Focus Fire, I feel like against Luna is pretty good.
Okay. So then what's the benefit to going Whirlwind, which I believe...
Like, I guess
is exactly
to me, like with Mars, it gives you team fight.
Yeah, drop arena.
Yeah,
when-
run in
you
there
just
and
drop
you just-
arena
That
and you
sounds
just
pretty
get a
good.
bunch of AoE damage here. Because that's the downside of going for focus fire is if you don't kill that hero, you're kind of useless.
Yeah,
Right?
if you go on the wrong target, you're
And a
done.
lot of people, sometimes you're forced to just use it on a support because they're there. 'Cause you just have to get it out there.
Okay.
But then, now you don't feel as bad if you use it on a support because it does spread damage.
And whirlwind farms.
And yeah,
It
I
does,
think
it does.
I think more than
Wow.
anything, Wind Ranger right now is never a bad pick just because Gleipnir really strong. Universal hero.
Universal, yeah.
Like,
I mean, you can
It's
shift into
good.
a couple of roles too.
Yeah.
But look, I'm interested to see how the team fights are going to be executed. You got the Egg, you got the Mars Arena, now you have the Whirlwind. It feels like a lot of AoE coming out from Talon. Is that enough to push them over the edge? We'll see exactly. As it is game number 2 with our casters, MLP and John.
We are getting into game 2 here between Talon and, of course, Tundra Esports. Jonathan,
gonna wait
2
to
brand
go
new
up until the
drafts.
first.
What are you thinking? Do you feel like Talon has enough here to force game number 2 win, or do you feel like Tundra are walking away with a 2-0 victory?
I mean, I like what Tundra's cooked up. I think I did agree with a lot of the ideas her panel had. I think the Underlord pickup might have worked out a little bit better here, especially if you're playing into the Wind Ranger, or it would have taken away this Wind Ranger option for sure for Talon to even consider. considering the atrophy with the focus fire or the whirlwind damage reduction makes it pretty awful to play into. But I like what they're cooking on Tundra again. You know, they pick up the scatter shot. Sniper, you and I were having conversations about scatter shot before. You told me, John, it's trash. John, please don't stop suggesting that, John. Here it comes. You know?
Are you happy?
I am happy.
You happy you got that out, Jonathan? You're satisfied?
I am very
It
sad.
only took you like a year for this to be good. It only took about
Hey, 6 months or so, okay? Give me some credit. 6 months, 6 months.
You're a fortune teller, Jonathan. You're a good man. I can see it. You got that psychic ability. Here we go. First blood maybe to happen here, as we could have a fight. Smoke around from Whitemon. He might just find Ponyo here with his pants down, and Ponyo gets sharded up, and it looks like he is just as good as dead. He'll try for the run. The Fairy Fire out. The slowdown is there from the Blood Grenade. They are still trying for Ponyo, and they do find him. Pure. He'll be the one to secure first blood on the Luna. Probably the best start you could have asked for here for Tundra.
Is Akashi?
Also caught. Ramses with another unstable concoction. They'll remove half the HP of Akashi to start off this laning stage, and oh boy, Tundra with the aggression already.
And that's what we need to see coming out here for Tundra. All their lanes are set up for nice, easy aggression. Maybe except the mid. You've got Mikado on the DK up against Thompson on the NP once more. This is, again, a very relatively stable lane. You're going to be farming here on Mikado. You're going to be farming Thompson. Neither side's really going to care too much. You at least have that extra piece of play for Thompson if he does manage to get the teleportation out early on. So that is something to look out for. A good voice line out from Pure. I was wondering where those voice lines were. It's been very quiet in game one. Good to see they're still popping out.
Don't get confident, Jonathan. No one's playing your voice lines. Nobody.
Yeah.
All right? Don't. I know what you want. I know you're trying to sell, Jonathan. It's not happening. We're at TI, goddammit. Get it together.
I talked to Whitemon. He says we're not friends. I talked to Akashi. They say that we're not friends. You know, what can you do, Mike? What can you do? I'm not friends with anyone. Yeah. Still, we're friends with this game. As we're taking a look at the top lane now with Pure on that Luna. Guess we are. It's a love-hate relationship sometimes. Whitemon on the... What was I even saying? Whitemon and Tusk. You've got WS on the Mars and Jokam on the Phoenix. This is also relatively stable. I mean, you have some decent play potential. Luna's not the furthest range hero, so the Mars can certainly play. This is a WS special, which is rather interesting they allow it through this time around. We've seen WS, even when Mars looked pretty atrocious in some patches, even from his time in Boom, WS makes the hero look damn good, almost like what FBZ used to do in Boom as well, except it has felt...
Shard was there, but the follow-up was not. No curse, Jonathan. Well done. You've done it. Because bottom lane, Akashi and Ponyo, they'll be up against Sarks and Ramses. It seems like already a very good laning stage for Ramses, as he has secured 10 CS. Because Ponyo will try to force him out of the Ench, but he had to go level 1 Nature's Attendance. Now he has the enchant up, so he can do a little bit more. But this laning stage down this bottom lane for Tundra does seem very strong. Like, maybe now the Harpy Stormcrafter could be a little bit annoying for Tundra, but with Saksa and Ramses on an Alk Sniper, it could be a very hard lane here for Talon.
Yeah, it's not going to be nice and simple. I mean, Akashi can always try to wind run away when they do fully commit with a stun, but you're not dodging out the shrapnel damage. This scatter shot facet is just... It's a lot of damage, you know? And I love seeing it come into play here at TI, the road to the International, finally seeing this in play. It just allows you to really zone out these heroes quite hard. It's giving this melee matchup up against dual range a lot of play for Ramses, no care in the world. He knows the sniper can always cover up top, getting a little bit aggressive here.
Jokam almost goes down, but they didn't quite have enough damage. Wyman dropping quite low himself. Meanwhile, bottom lane looks like there was a bit of a chase onto Ponyo, but they won't quite be able to secure her, as now Saksa in danger, and Saksa, he'll be the one to go down as Akashi picks up his first kill on the win range. It's a classic Ench bait, right? You chase the Enchantress expecting an easy kill, and you end up giving one away instead.
Yeah. That's a nice little boon for Akashi. Again, in not really a slower lane, but a lane where he's not really finding as much, say, aggressive play. The Ench can't really zone in and out too hard. You isolate that sniper, it can still be easy pickings. They will take care of Jokam up top. So what if the safe lane's having a pretty decent time here in finding these pickoffs on the supports? Not as much as you'd want to get out here from Ramses and WS, but Pure and Akashi off to a decent enough start. at very least to set that tempo here. Really curious to see how much more Topson can get done. This lane on mid has been a lot slower for him in comparison to last game. 13-5 on the NP compared to 23-8. Ponyo?
Does go down. They will get a bit of revenge here onto Ponyo. Kashi unable to help out as he was stunned up by Ramses. You were saying, though, that the mid lane does certainly seem a hell of a lot slower here for Topson this time around, but in fairness, he is up against DK, which is kind of the king of just slowing down your CS's top lane. WS in danger. Chase is on and Pure does secure. Now they'll go for Joe Cam as well. Joe Cam will have to walk the old-fashioned way, but Pure and Whitemon both just slowly chasing him down. Eventually we'll find him. Pure has to be a little bit careful though, and he does actually die, but he secures the double kill before he does. So I suppose you could probably just call that worth for the loop.
It's not too bad. You don't give the EXP away to Jokam. As a Phoenix, you really want to rush into that 6 or even just your level 5. And you don't get that free EXP. Taking that tick last, unfortunately, there. Getting a bit of a free chase onto Ponyo as well, when he's trying to scout out these camps, but not going to be able to get that full committal onto the Ench. Still, 2-5 start Tundra this time coming out of the laning phase in pretty strong fashion.
I was oohing there, John, because Ponyo did accidentally throw a blood grenade instead of dropping an ult, I do believe. We'll be just fine, though. It does happen. We all misclick once in a while. Ponyo being chased down for a little bit by Sarks and Ramses. In fact, the unstable concoction is going to be channeled. Can they get within range? Ramses? Oh, he was almost there. He was like a centimeter away, just not quite. Though now Sarks are being chased down here by Ponyo. He'll try for the TP play out, and he will not make it. Ponyo is able to secure, but now Akashi even chasing down Ramses, but
Topson
doesn't really have the damage. Meanwhile, mid lane, chase for Topson. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah. Did force out Whitemon to make that way onto mid as well to secure the rune, and he is forced to take the amp damage rune himself. Topson not going to be able to get too much out. We'll at least get the TP reset with the teleportation back in. We haven't seen that much side lane movement this time around. Probably not to be expected until you get a little bit more. Doesn't feel like the side lanes have opened up. I was expecting maybe some movements down bot. Play with a shrapnel there. Still focusing onto that mid, but you've got Ponyo to help support this push. And Mikado is getting a steady shove in onto the tier 2 here. And at the very least not contested by Tundra all too hard on that front.
Talking about that, John, mid lane. Looks like there is a fight breaking out right now. Ponyo could be in a bit of danger. Snowball will land, and Ponyo still alive for now. The Sprout will be there. They're locking down a little bit longer as Whitemon going for a run, keeping the vision up. The heals are too much, though.
Huh?
Pure gonna move in with the Eclipse now, but he's lost vision. No, he hasn't. He'll find him. It's all right. He'll secure the kill. All worth.
Very worthwhile. I mean, you're probably not looking for a wider team fight here for Pure early on, so you might as well get the pick off when that flips, get back to farm. They isolate Akashi out here as well.
They certainly have Akashi. He's a big target, and they've got him. Ramses and Sarks are able to get the job done. The wind run was on cooldown, and that's just going to make life even easier for Ramses now, who has a completely free lane, already top of the net worth board on the Alchemist, and it does certainly start to feel like this is going to be a pretty strong off-lane Alchemist game.
And it is. Getting that ramp up into more than likely just a standard Radiance build-up. The mischance is going to hurt the Wind Ranger even more. I'm a little bit surprised Akashi even tried to move a little bit forward with the Whirlwind. He didn't have his Javelin up at that point. There's no real output here for the Wind Ranger to threaten until at least the Javelin timing. And a little bit optimistic to try to look for the cleanup while all of that attention was dragged onto mid, even in a 1v1. I have to see if they can maybe get some movement across the gate. They will get Akashi and Ponyo for the same movement up top once more. This time around, though, Tundra is not camping around to be jumped. They are playing it safer, understanding what Talon's done in the last game.
Oh, you say safe. They're looking at that mid-tier 1 tower instead here. Pure getting vision on Makoto. Shards will block the staircase, but Whitemon can't quite lock him down long enough. In fact, WS is here now, looking for the Tusk. They've still got help around here from Tundra, but they may just allow Whitemon to die, as they are unwilling to risk the rest of their lives. So Whitemon will be the sacrifice, but in the meantime, they got the mid-tier 1 tower. The double graded treants, it's just so much damage. Top lane, Pure He will end up dying though. Akashi able to secure a kill for himself, so a pretty nice one there, along with the tier 1 tower. But again though, Tundra, they did find the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, and they can start to, again, play around that laning pressure we saw in the last game. Thompson still needing that full Maelstrom into the Gladiator to have a little bit more presence, but can already just start to spam these treants around, keep every lane shoved in, maybe even threaten down bot at some point. Mid is still being chipped away by Mikado though, and the TPs are in to stop it. The Ench army is here, that'll get the job done.
Shards on Ponyo, that'll lock him down. Here come the drinking buddies as well, so Thompson can get right to work, and of course Ponyo will just drop very quickly. Nice pick up here from Tundra. Probably not so happy that they lost their mid-tier 1 tower, but there's not really much they could have done about it in fairness. They will at least secure something for their trouble, as they are also going to pop a smoke here with Whitemon and Saksa. Heading down towards the south, they'll see if they can find Akashi down at that bottom lane. And Akashi is still hanging around. Power shot going right through Ramses. The raindrops actually saves the life of Ramses on top. Unstable concoction being channeled. Akashi, wind running at the right moment, will be able to survive though. Here comes Thompson looking for some vision. Unable to find it though.
Nice little readout from Akashi. Full commitment out from Tundra. We'll at least find that tier 1 bot in exchange. They're pushing power again. With a Luna on hand, with an NP, is pretty damn strong. Just a lot of just right-click damage to each of these early objectives. Get that done with no contest, instantly TPing back into their mid and top. Get that farm flowing. Talon, not at the point where they feel the comfiest in team fights. They do have Arena ready. Egg not quite there yet from Jokam. But you don't have easy initiation angles yet. You still need that blink up on WS. You've got an initial item coming out here for Mikado. That is his blink ready to go. So you could maybe play off of this DK. See if they will want to play more aggressive. I mean, you rush blink on DK, you're not going to be farming around, even with Fire Dragon form. So you will want to get a kill. And there's that smoke. A kill onto Pure would be massive. This Luna has not had the best of time post-laning phase. Even the laning phase was a little bit slower for Pure in terms of net worth here.
Still pumping around. Smoke is still up. They're still running towards the north. Dragon form popped. Pure, it was underneath vision for a moment, and they will jump in with the stun. Arena down to boot. The spear will land very nicely. And Pure, well, he's trying to fight through it, but there's just no helping coming. He's actually a pretty tanky carry, but it is not going to be enough. Talon able to secure a very important kill.
You again, this Luna has been sacrificed a little bit. Laning phase, yeah, they maybe find that kill on Jokam, but overall WS still gets control on the Mars. Not the furthest range matchup for the Mars to feel uncomfy in. He is sacrificing a lot of his farm for Ramses and Thompson to scale up as well. So this Luna's impact's not going to be felt for a little bit longer, and Talon's just poking at that wound. And this is still giving that space they're looking for in Tundra though. Again, Ramses just lacking the Sacred Relic, already has the gold for that full Radiance. Already up and running. Farming pace is going to kick in. The mischance could save them from these two physical cores they have here as they jump Jokam.
Hitting up again. Thompson finding Jokam underneath some of the wards. Shards are going to land, of course, from Whitemon. That will force out the egg, though. Now, do they have enough for the egg? Thompson, he gets caught out. The power shot, it's going to get the job done. In fact, Ponyo, he'll also follow. They'll try for a run, but now Whitemon's also been caught. Whitemon will drop. They found a shackle on Saksa. That'll be a fourth target. Can they find the fifth? It is Pure, and they know he's there. They just need the blink up, and they've got it. Makoto will land a stun. Pure trying to just run underneath that tier 2 tower. Here comes Ramses to help out, but Pure is certainly going to fall as Ramses now, feeling charitable, will hand one more over here to Talon. My goodness, what a team fight to come out. And that should have been a really easy pickoff onto Jokam, but that egg last second. And the decision from Thompson to turn around to try and burst it down, it just cost them so much. Now Akashi, bottom lane, focus fire popped. Thompson, he's going to go for the fight. Akashi pretty confident here with the power shot out, though the wind run not lasting long enough. And Thompson will just man up and secure the kill, but now Makoto's here. Makoto will trade, but it's still a very good trade for Thompson.
Yeah, not too bad. Get that big kill on the Wind Ranger, slow down that tempo as it's coming through, stall out that timing for the Gladiator here. I think we're also starting to see some of the shortcomings here for Tundra in this sniper pickup. Saksa, yes, his damage is great with shrapnel in the laning phase, and the panel touched on this. The damage is insane. It doesn't feel like they managed to get as much as they'd want from that lane with Ramses in terms of slowing down Akashi. And now when the sniper's caught out, it's just dead. He has the Pavis to try to save himself. No shard just yet. That could be another tool, maybe a 4-staff rush. But the damage output's not feeling amazing with the shrapnel. I mean, we saw Mikado just stand under a full shrapnel, no issues. So they're starting to lose a little bit of that luster here, although
Ponyo trying to get the D wards off, but does end up sacrificing his life. Not really expecting Whitemon and Pure to be right around the corner. And they still have the vision there. It has not been de-warded or denied by Tundra, so I suppose you can always go back for it. Pure's going to run into WS here top lane. WS actually trying to go for the fight. Does have a Yule Scepter up, but drops the arena first. Pure happily just standing his ground for now. WS will eventually throw a spear out, but it doesn't really stun him up. Still, they have the DK. Now the egg dropped on top. Still, the Luna is perfectly fine as Whitemon is just trying to Giga Chat it up. Pure, though, in danger once again, does finally go down. As now Whitemon trying to back off, but here comes the cavalry. Saksa, though, and Whitemon both burning to Jocam. They're both down. Now Thompson dropping low. Thompson is gone. Ramsey's on top, trying to run away, but it's gonna be another team wipe for Talon. Oh my. I'll tell you what, John, game 2, the boys woke up. They're here now.
That they are. I mean, we saw this kind of pacing from Talon in game 1 as well. They're mid-game, they're finding some openings, they're finding some isolation play. This time around for Tundra, I think their big issue with this kind of draft is their team fight is not there. Right, like they last picked this Ramses offlane Alchemist. They don't really have a way of controlling people beyond like a Gleipnir pickup on Thompson, which he does have. Beyond that, I mean, it doesn't even boil down to like teamfight control there, but they just lack control in general. You're reliant on Sprout, you're reliant on isolation with shards and Snowball, and that's really it for your control. You have really good damage if you can hold people in shrapnel, but you don't have a stable way of getting that done. You don't have a great egg clearer either, because the Luna is very close range. Again, even with the Dragonlance, doesn't stand the furthest way back to be safe. And it just puts you at massive risk. Talon, 17-12, 4K up, looking good at 16 minutes into the game. Starting to hit that tempo spike early on.
Oh, this ward's doing a lot of work here, John. Thompson being spotted out by WS. Will go for the fight. He's stuck in the arena anyway, so he's got really no choice in the matter. And Thompson, he will drop once again. And that Observer Ward, just towards the north of that tier 2 top tower. It's doing some great work here for Talon.
And it is. Not the most obvious spot either. And they've not been able to send their supports over after that fight up top earlier. We saw how fast the backline melts as well, and how much poke damage the side of Talon has. And they're going to be able to find this tier 2. First tier 2 of the game, going their way. Up against an NP, that's a pretty big loss for Tundra. You'd expect a little bit more from Thompson to try to, again, just split push, but he's been looking for these fights. He's been angling in, as we've seen in game 1. This time around, not panning out the same way. I think Talon's done a great job in correcting their draft. This draft, it does feel a lot more playable as well. You hit some spikes now. Akashi does have the Gleipnir.
He's going to land on Ramses, but he'll be able to just kind of dispel that off and run. The Whitemon was there with the drinking buddies just in case anyway. It seems like Talon, they still want to try and force a fight once again. They are heading towards the side of Tundra, down to that bottom right corner of the map. Ponyo trying to scout out with this Hellbear Smasher. We'll see Thompson very soon. Is Ponyo happy to just tank for the team? It seems as though Talon have made the decision to just retreat. The Tundra in a very defensive position, not giving it away any openings here to Talon. And they're going to go for a smoke up. Saksa and Whitemon, they'll be the ones to try and rotate into that Radiant jungle once again. Invis picked up by Whitemon will make that a little bit easier, but Jocam will just Icarus dive away. Looks like they have found out Ramses. Arena and Spear will land onto the Alchemist, and Ramses, he does not have his ulti available for another 2 seconds. Still waiting it out. He'll land a very nice stun, and now the turnaround. Ramses, he'll survive. It's now WS in trouble. Jocam running to boot. Meanwhile, Akashi. Oh, Akashi! Look at the damage. He's finally down. Ramses It's him against the world, and he just ends up just destroying himself. It was looking so good for Tundra, but Akashi comes in. And just, the arrows were everywhere, John. Everyone copped it.
Whirlwind, man, that damage is just insane, especially with the Gladiator fully up. The procs everywhere, you've got the isolation, you get a really good front line as well here for Talon to play with WS just taking these aggressive plays that he loves to do on the Mars. A big factor here as well was that JoeCam doesn't die, right? Like, they're playing under vision, they managed to get the jump first on that smoke play onto Ramses, nail the arena combination, have, again, these two tanky frontliners cop a lot of the spells, and JoeCam somehow manages to slip away while Ponyo provides the distraction on the side, giving Akashi the room to just whirlwind in. It's just ruinous for the side of Tundra. They need these auras to be up on Ramses.
That is a stupid amount of damage being pumped out from Akashi. It was just looking like such a lost team fight for Talon, but boy oh boy, just one hero shows up and everything changes immediately. Well, now Tundra, not to be outdone, they'll start to try and reclaim their side of the map. WS and Ponyo, they'll happily retreat. Thing is now, the net worth sitting at 9k the way of Talon makes it very hard for Tundra, especially with a draft like this where you want to be playing from in front. They'll TP everyone down towards the bottom side of the map, where they'll try for the Tormentor here on the Dire's side, and they will secure here for Saksa. But in the meantime, of course, Talon, they'll just take the bottom tier 1 tower for free. There's just so much catching up to do now for the side of Tundra. Like, they're just going to sit back and relax for quite a while. Especially for Pure's sake, because that man is quite behind when it comes to the net worth department.
That he is. But again, you're playing with an NP and an Alchemist. Both of these heroes will just soak up that farm a lot faster than this Luna does. And I don't know if that investment's really paying off. I do appreciate that Ramses is going for the aura coverage that they are lacking on Tundra. He's got the pipe, he's going Crimson Guard, and that's going to really stall out Akashi's damage output here at the very least. But it still doesn't fix their fundamental control issue. Even if you survive the initial onslaught, I'm not sure how you deal with Arena Egg overall. I'm not sure if you have enough to burst Makoto.
Oh, I think Makoto's baiting here. His team is right behind with a big smoke out on Thompson. He was caught on the front lines. In fact, now a big arena from WS catching 3. Snowball will save for now, but the egg just going, and now the whirlwind out from Akashi, destroying everyone. Thompson's been caught. He'll try for the Sprout TP play out, but there's just no chance in hell.
I don't think so.
Talon finding another 3 targets.
Don't be mad.
And they're feeling confident now as they'll go through the bottom tier 2 tower. Hell, they might even go to the tier 3 tower. Why the hell not?
And they've got that pushing pace with Makoto around. Not much Ramses and Pure can really do to stop this. And they've got the clips up, but again, how do you take these team fights, Ramses?
They've even found another Akashi. Had the Spidey senses tingling. Ramsey's still trying to fight this one out. He was kind of just left alone there for Akashi. He'll hand the tip over now. A bit of sweet, sweet revenge as Ramses just would not back off. And now the bottom racks is certainly set to go down. Back top lane, they found Pure. They have found Pure. Though here comes Thompson, but you've got WS to help out. So Pure annihilated. Thompson, what can you do? The answer is nothing. Double kill for Akashi. Meanwhile, in the tire base, Saksa in huge trouble. Drinking Buddy's gonna help a little bit, but not too much, as now Whitemon also set to fall. Does go down, a full team wipe. More tips coming up from Akashi. That's the Filipino coming out in him, John. There it is.
That it is, the boy from Butuan giving the tips out. And very quiet here from our young player WS. Side of Tundra, again, they don't have a lot of play. Like, with an off-lane Alk that didn't really pop off, going for the Aura build, even with that survivability, how do you expect to fight into this? Like, 2 durable front lines, no real burst damage to speak of. Even the Ench is going to take a while to melt through as well. And you've got this Wind Ranger with so much movement and so much damage that you really don't have stable catch for. The answers are hard to find right now for the side of Tundra.
Bit of a chase. This looks like a very desperate chase here, as they are going to try on the Ench, but there's just no chance of killing Ponyo. Makoto, he's a tanky boy. I don't think Makoto's dying that easily. And props to Tundra for trying to find at least a bit of a straggler, but Talon would not allow it. In fact, Talon are looking like they're setting up for a bit of a bait play. Hoping someone farms the mid lane, and Ramses, he'll be the man to show up. They'll make the immediate jump in. Drinking Buddy's out, but the Arena gonna lock both of them down. Whitemon with the snowball, he'll buy a little bit of time, and meanwhile Akashi right in the tier 4 towers. He could not give a crap, this man. The Wind Ranger just shredding everyone apart. There goes Thompson. There goes Ramses by the looks of it. He is gone, and GG is called. Talon will tie this series up 1-1.
That they do after a spectacular game 1 from Tundra, especially past, around 20 minutes. Talon come back in game number 2. They correct their draft really well. They see the NP opener. They go with the DK mid this time instead of messing around with something like the Ricky mid. And all their lanes look pretty damn good. You were trading blows a little bit. You did lose first blood, but lane controller was all set up. Akashi wasn't pressured at all. He hits his timings. You had Mikado being really active, that quick blink coming out from him. And this time it was the side of Tundra that was kind of coming in with forced movement, especially in that mid-rune fight when they were trying to chase down Jokam. It just fell apart from that moment on.
Absolutely, a 1-1 series here between Tundra and Talon. And with that, Jonathan, we can head back to our panel and see what they thought about this game too.
It was a great display from Talon, is all I really kind of have to say here. Not just in gameplay, but also in the way that they were able to adjust their draft. I think that's one of the toughest things, because you come into this, you have your ideas. When I say come into this, like into not only your matchup against Tundra for them, but also just this event of, okay, what's going to work for us? What do we think is really in that S tier? And to be able to adjust it just slightly. They didn't do a full 180 winter, but just enough of a change that team fights easier to execute. Significantly more impact from their supports as well, it felt.
Yeah, the draft is like way more balanced. It's easier to play. We mentioned this in the previous panel. And I felt like overall, picking WS hero early and just sticking to it probably might be the way to go for them, instead of waiting until the end and being indecisive about what you want to put him on in the draft.
I think my standout for this is, everyone knows Wind Ranger does well. She puts out that damage, especially with the Whirlwind facet there. But the Phoenix, I think, is the hero that hasn't been on a radar competitively for very long. So to see it come out here, and just the amount of damage it's able to do on the back line towards the 4 and the 5s on the side of Tundra, it just made them a non-factor. You no longer had that damage coming out from the sniper. You no longer had those saves in the Drinking Buddies or in the Snowball as well for you.
Yeah, I mean, Joachim played an amazing game on the Phoenix here. They definitely got a lot of kills, and they didn't have a way to mitigate anything as well on the side of Tundra. You're picking a lot of heroes that want to get kills, but if you are behind, you're in a situation where team fighting is very difficult. And just to go back to Talon and sing their praises about how they adjusted so well in the drafting stage. Yep. They picked the DK, it went to the mid lane like we wanted. They block picked, which I think was the bigger part of this game, the Ench and the Mars, and they picked the Phoenix on top of it to give it to the good team fight damage. And once you get behind a little bit, this Alchemist who's going Radiant, your mid NP who doesn't buy any auras either, your supports aren't buying many auras as well, you have a Luna who wants to farm. Once you get behind with the draft that Tundra has, you have no chance against Talon's draft. They just have too much overwhelming team fight.
I mean, this is why I felt like the Radiance was kind of bad. I know you mentioned that you felt like it could be okay, but I felt like when the Wind Ranger TP'd top, okay, he gated top to take the top tower. If the Elk had like face boot solar, because he had that kind of net worth, but he was just saving for his Radiance. If he had like the early game items and he went and fight, I feel like the game would have been more comfortable for Luna, because the Luna kind of got kicked out of the lane, and I think she died as well because she stayed too long and she got killed, and her game wasn't as good as it could be, you know. Yeah. And you talk about the Phoenix doing a lot of damage in the team fights. That was also partly because, like, I think the early fights, the Elk went Radiant, so he got a pipe later, but it was late, you know. They already lost like one too many team fights, and I felt like the whole game kind of fell on them, and they couldn't really farm on the Luna anymore.
I would love to see a game 3 of this series, just because I feel like the way that the draft went from game 1 to game 2, like Fear mentioned, there was the block picks. I feel like Mars would be a really high value pick between these two teams, because both WS and Ramses, they honestly carried both games with the Mars. Yeah. Like the fact that this hero not only gives the team fight that is needed for, at the very least within the meta of this series, 2 teams that want to fight constantly, but also he's a good pick-off hero as well. You can just throw out like a casual spear and hit somebody with a stun and kill
Yeah,
somebody.
he's very good against all the range carries now.
Yeah,
Davina, Mirana,
exactly.
Wind Ranger.
It's a good hero. It's a high win rate as well.
Unfortunately, Jenkins, we're going to have to stick to the best of twos. You're not going to get a third game. But we can look at this series. We've just been talking about game number 2, but someone that has a little bit more information, something they want to bring up from game number 1 is Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, there's a lot of really big moments that happen at TI every year, and I want to look at some of those detailed moments, at least for the first game that we caught. Ramses was playing Mars. He was very instrumental. He was the initiator guy. He's the one that's catching some big moments. So let's take a look at this Roche fight. It was around 32 minutes here. What Ramses did first was he fed his life mercilessly to the enemy team. He got very little value out of this other than saying, hey, the team is here, they're going to kill me, and now you can finish Roche. But what he did afterwards was really cool. The team basically prepares to fight if they need to, and when it looks like the commitment has happened, he does buy back. He TPs to the top outpost. He's going to go take the gate to go show up to the fight and see how much impact he has in this fight. Now, if you look at the start, Thompson's half HP, has already used BKB. He is going to die. But Mars up here is going to jump in and change this fight outcome in a huge way. And what the arena does basically is it makes all ranged attacks just not go through this. So that means Thompson can just skirt his little butt to the left. That protects him from the Mirana and other heroes inside the ring. And then he also gets a great double nuke on all of the heroes that are in the ring as well. And then Thompson being very, very low. Check this out. 6 seconds ago, actually, was when he pulled out the little Lotuses here, which allows him to keep Thompson alive. Thompson had 2 HP there before using the Lotus. Completely changes the outcome of the fight. So not only do they get Roche, they also turn that into a great team fight, which allows them to pressure the game. So one big moment from the first game. We'll be bringing you guys a lot more of those as the tournament progresses.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Purge. It's great to see that breakdown because Roche fights are always important in every game. We know that. But how you're able to still make it work for yourselves even when you're one hero down, when someone's already dead, how quickly and impactful a buyback and a twin gate can be for you right there. And also leads into what you were saying, that Mars is going to be really highly contested. Does that continue on throughout a lot of different aspects in different games, different teams, even into different stages, all the way up to playoffs and maybe even main stage of Mars being looked at? Or is there going to be more?
I think so. Yeah. I think part of the reason for that is because his big issue was not that he wasn't a strong hero. He was still considered like an A-tier offlaner, even when everybody was building like the Pipes and the Greaves of the world. But Mars does not want to build Pipe and Greaves. He wants Blink BKB. That's what you've done on Mars in every single meta that he's existed. And now that those items are...
Not true. Sometimes you build Yules.
Sometimes Yules and then into the Blink. And then into the
so
Blink.
good here.
Now, people are already not going to be building those items anyway because they've fallen off a little bit. People are trying to figure out new things that they can get away with. So I think that really helps Mars that the offlane meta is switching, and he was already A tier.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very interesting because both these teams are going to go into their next series like, oh, and Mars, this is great. And we'll see if it continues to work. If there was a game 3, the meta would be evolved between these two teams in the third game, but not now.
Yeah, well, look, you don't get a game 3. It's best of 2. We're still in groups, but we do get a second series. It's Nouns up against BB Team, and we've talked about what the offlane meta could potentially be. So let's actually talk to one of the offlaners. Gunnar is standing by. We're going to have a quick interview with him.
Hello, we are joined by Gunnar, the offlaner of Nouns. And Gunnar, obviously, welcome to the International. You've defeated Shopify at last to get here. How does it feel, and what's the burden of the NA region like on your shoulders?
It feels really nice, because last year we were the 3rd team from NA to get to TI, and now we're the only team. So it feels good to be like representing the whole region. Absolutely. So, these qualifiers obviously were... a big moment for you guys. You were able to qualify for both the big events this summer. What was it that enabled you to sort of overcome those difficulties and get these qualifications? I think individually all of us tried really, really hard and played a lot before those qualifiers to prepare. I remember there was a day at Milwaukee, I woke up at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. and I played till pretty much I went to sleep, and I wanted to practice my Doom. I played like 15 Doom games in a row. Specifically for those qualifiers, we hit like a really good peak for the team at the time. And it was really nice to see that we felt really confident going into them.
You obviously believe that this team can do it. You have a lot of trust in your teammates and yourself as well. But there's also like a lot of underdogs at this DI. There's a lot of first-timers. There's a lot of question marks. What do you believe makes you different from the rest of the teams coming in?
I think recently we've gotten a lot better than we were pretty much the whole year. after Riyadh, it was pretty disappointing for us. I think we could have done better, but then in the last 2 tournaments, we got top 6 in both of them. And I think we're kind of hitting the point in the patch where we all feel really comfortable playing our heroes. I think Copy's really, really good, and I think he's going to show it at this TI. And also Yuma has worked on kind of presenting himself to carry the games in the game and the way he talks. And I think he's improved a lot, and I think he'll carry us.
That's what you want to hear. All right, so obviously you switched from mid to offlane a while ago. You know, it feels like you're very well settled into that role. Now that you've kind of gotten to see all that, you know, the offlane has to offer and the meta shifts and everything, you know, how do you feel in this role compared to how you felt at mid?
I think at the start of the year, I didn't really know offlane that well, and I was kind of just writing off the game is pretty much the same from TI, just I'll do everything. And then as the year went on, I think I started to struggle more because the role kind of changed a little. There was patches, learning new heroes. And so probably in the middle of the year was the hardest for me to really have to learn the offlane and play it. And then I think now it's getting back to the point where I feel really confident. I'm playing my heroes. And I would say the last 2 or 3 months I've improved a lot, I would say.
Yeah, I think that comes across as well. Do you ever feel like you're kind of in a good position to constantly be adapting because, you know, you have swapped roles, you know, you've been kind of more flexible than players who have just been doing the same thing since day one. Do you feel like that sometimes you can use that to your advantage when there's meta changes?
There's been some heroes that randomly pop up in offlane, and it's heroes I played before, which are really nice. Like I played Mars mid a lot and Pango mid, and both those heroes, different parts of the year, were really popular.
Yeah.
Right now, I think it's mostly pretty standard offlaners. So right now, it's not per se what I'm like the old heroes I used to play.
Yeah.
But in terms of kind of being aggressive on the map, I think last TI, the mid role was kind of similar to what the offlane is now. There was a bunch of tanky strength heroes that would just go in and fight the enemy constantly.
Heartblade mail.
Yeah, Heartblade mail. And so this time it's kind of replaced with auras to some extent, but the playstyle is still the same. So knowing your limits, going in and living with 100, 200 health is pretty much what I was doing before. So to some extent, yeah,
the meta's
it's similar.
followed you.
Yeah.
Well, as for yourself, you know, I know your parents are, you know, huge supporters of you. You know, like we've talked about that in the past. They came to Seattle last year. You know, are they going to be watching or attending this year?
I think as of now, my mom and my sister are coming.
Oh wow!
So they'll both be here for the main event. Last year at TI, when we made top 8 and like played in the big arena in front of my family, it was probably one of the best moments of my life, if not the best moment of my life. Not just because of the family, but just knowing how special TI is.
Yeah.
And so I think this year, I don't think it'll be any different. Even though it's a second TI, and you could say it's not as special as your first, I think it will feel the same.
How would it feel to win with your family audience and, you know, everything you've done to get to this point?
This team does have has what we need to win. I think it'd be amazing for Copy and Yuma. It's their first TI. I think we can do it. I honestly feel pretty confident going into this TI.
Oh, beautiful piece between Nomad and Gunnar there. I love that he talked about last TI. It was a slightly different roster, of course, for Nouns there, but just how far they made it and now how good this team is looking coming into this TI. I'm sorry, I'm so distracted because Jenkins has had a little bit of an outfit change for the Nouns series. Is that what this is for your NA friends and brothers?
No, I changed shirts. I had a different shirt on, so... But yeah, I'm really excited to see the series. I think Nouns versus BB Team will be great. I've really enjoyed watching BB Team at previous tournaments. I think they've kind of dispelled the myth that they're this like tilting team. They've looked really good. They haven't won a tournament yet, but they've always consistently done extremely well. They're a power roster.
What's extremely well? Like what's...
They got 4th in Fissure, they got 5th through 6th in Riyadh, and they got 3rd in Dream League. I mean, these are nothing to scoff at.
Would you have a favorite in this series though, or like?
My favorite, yeah, I'd probably say BB Team is definitely.
Really?
They're gonna come out on top with this one.
Not Nouns.
Why would I? I'm not a...
No, I was just curious, but no. Okay, well, maybe you can give me some more about Nouns and what you want to talk about for that roster change, or how
yeah, I mean, I guess that leads into what Gunnar was talking about and their last year run in 2023 and the roster that they did have there. It's different this year. They still have the same core of the members here. But you'll see last year they had like a shadow over them, EG or Shopify, TSM, they were in that third slot. And you can see when they played against Shopify Rebellion, 0-2, 0-2, 0-2, all the way. They got to TI though, however, and then all of a sudden, they're the best NA team there. They placed highest of all the 3 NA teams. They go into the 2024 season shortly after. You look at the results here. They're now taking games off Shopify. They're taking games off TSM. And now at the very end of the season here, they're just straight 3-0ing the Shopify Rebellions. And they're solidifying. They're the best team in North America now. And that is very scary to see as well for a lot of teams. Like, this team is really good right now. They're putting in good results.
Yeah. Well, this is the head-to-head, we talked about Nouns, how they're performing in their region, North America, but this is the head-to-head of results between Nouns and BB Team throughout this competitive year. A lot of good results. One that wasn't on the bottom because we mostly just included like those tier 1 events that were happening either online or LAN, but there was an online event just before this one, and Nouns did really well. In fact, they ended up beating Gaming Gladiators in that one. So they've had phenomenal performances against teams you wouldn't necessarily expect them to have it. And I think that just shows even more what you're trying to say here of this growth within the roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like 3 years of them like trying to get to that #1 spot in NA. And not only have they done that, they've exceeded it. They're actually making waves in international competition. How much will that translate into this tournament? We'll have to see. But last year, they also surprised a lot of teams at TI, got 7th, 8th. So maybe they can make another run like that. A long road ahead of them, of course, but they're looking better than they've ever looked so far.
Yeah. Would you agree with that one, Winter? Are you still thinking that there's a slight edge towards BB Team because of the experience a lot of these players have?
I mean, for sure, BB Team, they have the edge because of the result itself, But like what Fia mentioned, they're kind of like, Nouns is they're on rise. They're learning more about their team. They're evolving. And I feel like the current meta kind of fits their playstyle more than BBT. Because BBT tend to be more greedy. They have like more greedy calls,
Yep.
Like Nightfall likes to do his thing a lot more, and he puts his team around the map on their own. You guys gonna defend the towers. I'm gonna come later, and I think Nouns are more keen to fight, and I kind of favor their playstyle in the current meta more.
Could I kindly disagree with you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I think that BB Team they have consistently forced Miro off lane Lycan in every single patch, even when it's complete dog water. And finally, with the Alpha Wolves facet, we are going to see a patch where I think offlane Lycan is extremely dominant. I don't know if you guys have played
extremely dominant, not just viable.
So.
You think extremely dominant.
I think the players that have been looking for a reason to play any excuse to play Lycan will now take this to the next level because a lot of the aura items have been nerfed, right? The pipes and the greaves of the world, not Crimson. Not that that's a Lycan thing, but Vlad's also, drums also, not nerfed. Like the non-pipe greaves aura items are still very good. Solar got nerfed as well. So I think because of that, and then also the facet being added to Lycan, I think you got to look out for BB Team's last pick Lycan here.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, last pick Lycan could be very good. There's a lot of bad carry matchups for Lycan, but if you can either see the carry or you have a good purpose in the game, maybe the supports are really bad against it, it could definitely be a hero that you can pick for sure.
Yeah, but I feel like if you're thinking about the Lycan and you're the opponents, I could always just pick like a position 5 hero that's really good against it already, like Trian.
Don't tunnel vision it, I think. I think that's the wrong
thing.
Yeah,
but it kind of
those heroes are okay if there's no Lycan in the game, but if there is a Lycan in the game, I'll be more useful against that particular.
I think summons are back. I think we're going to see summons first few days of group stage.
But wouldn't you agree that the first rule of ever picking Lycan is it has to be good versus both supports? It has to be like some shadow demon in the game, right?
Some backliner.
Rule number one has to be Lycan has to have some purpose, and the minimum that it is, you're good versus supports. You can kill them. These Oracle, shadow demons, backliners. So if you see that, it's already an argument for Lycan.
Okay.
But seeing more is always better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're the opponent. You know they play Lycan. You have to try to avoid putting yourself in that position where Lycan could be a really, really strong pick.
Name a support that's good against Lycan that's not Enchantress.
Winter Wyvern. Earthshaker.
Name a fourth support that's good against Lycan that's not
They literally just gave you so many.
What else did
Earthshaker's good against Lycan?
I think so.
Well, look, let's try not theorycraft a little bit too much. We don't even know what's going to come out. We know it's a pocket pick for them. We know it's a potential. I'm sure Nouns are thinking about that as well. But maybe let's talk about what we think are some pocket picks for Nouns. What could potentially come out that hasn't already seen the light of day throughout the competitive? Like, it just feels like we are seeing more heroes right now, or heroes that haven't seen competitive Dota in the last few months. Are there any for Nouns?
I think so. I
Yep,
mean, you
name
guys
them.
just mentioned one, Wyvern offlane. If there's any team,
Is that still?
I think it's less viable. Well,
I feel like everything's viable at some
Because
point.
they use that in
depending where you play.
qualifier.
I mean, it's viable, but I don't think it's easy to win with an offlane.
It's
Wyvern.
not.
It's difficult.
because they nerfed
then
Mage
it's not really a
Slayer
pocket
and
pick.
Orchid, but then also the offlane meta switched to Greaves and Pipe, but now it's switching away from that. So maybe we go back to the Winter Wyvern. And you guys just mentioned it's good against the summons. Gunnar likes playing the offlane Wyvern. Opposing team likes to pick summons for their offlaner, even in patches when it's not good. So maybe
That's how you
maybe
know Dota's in a really good spot right now. It feels like
sure.
everything is like has a merit.
the facets really help with that.
Yeah, like everything is like somewhat viable, and sometimes you don't think it's viable, and then as you said, Jenkins, a facet can make it viable. Because in the past, Ricky would always counter Tusk because you can't blink and snowball. Now you have this facet where drinking buddies, you can pull them out of like the smoke screen. It changes the matchup, and there's so many things in Dota now that's very difficult. Of course, these guys are pro players; they research as much as they can, but it feels like any strategy can be viable if you just have the execution.
I mean, there's so many iterations. Like when you scrim or when you play pubs in the past, it's like, okay, you pretty much know how a matchup is going to go out. With the facets, it adds just so many more. So I think even pro players, right? We always look to them for kind of this guidance on how to play and on what is in the meta, but I still think they're discovering new things over and over again. We've lent word to a lot of pro players climbing the ranks or looking really good because they've been able to innovate a lot. I think Gunnar as one of the offlaners is kind of doing that. I think everyone's trying to figure out how do we play not aura meta? How do we try and beat a team that is doing aura meta?
Or finding a balance between it.
Or finding a balance
Yeah.
as well. And I think that leans towards having an innovative offlaner.
I think that comes from Gunnar switching from mid.
Yeah?
Because anytime you have a player switch from one role to another that's very different, there's like one of two things that can happen. It's either they just go in that role and they play mid from offlane, which is bad.
Yeah.
And then they switch back to mid eventually when they get kicked off their team. Or they actually learn the role and then they integrate their mid ability to the offlane. Like, for example, Gunnar is exceptional at laning because I think mid requires a lot more laning prowess than offlane. And then also he's much more capable than a lot of other offlaners at scaling and using the farm and being active early. Like, these are things that you have to really learn to play mid as an offlaner. You know, you can kind of sit in a lane with auras and just be the tanky frontliner guy. And that might help you also if you're transitioning to mid, depending on the patch. But some people can't integrate that. Gunnar has. Like, he's really impressed me with him actually becoming a real offlaner. It took him a while. Like, he was a mid and offlane at first. He was bad at offlane. He was just a mid playing offlane. But that's just because it takes time. Now he's an offlaner that has integrated the mid skills, and it looks really good on him.
Yeah, I'm sure he had options too to go back mid if he wanted to. And I think what's really important in Dota in general is enjoying what you're doing and enjoying the process and having fun with it. And I think Gunnar just enjoys playing offlane. So
I mean, also the constant switching. If you have the mindset of, I want to learn something, I want to improve, I want to be really good at it, constantly jumping around, switching, changing your mind.
I mean, with the
think it's
mindset,
really
it's
bad.
either like, I have to play this, but you don't really want to. And to be like, I want to do this. It's like completely different. And I think Gunnar just really wants
Yeah, but
to
don't
be
you
the
think
offlaner.
the situation also could affect it? Sometimes you can't find an offlane player. And even though you might want to go back to mid, but because there's no available players that can play offlane in your region, and then you have to do it even though you don't want to.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you do have that mentality, you're probably going to be bad in the offlane, right? Like, you have to fully want to do something. You have to get in a pub like, I really want to try this offlane.
Yeah, but I want to
strategy.
do it because my team needs me to do it.
I don't think that type of mentality is good, though, because you just have to
Winter,
do it, right?
you have to understand, that's not an American mentality. We don't give a shit about what our team wants. It's
That's
about
true.
it's about the
That's-
individual.
I
It's
have
about
seen
what you
Jenkins
want. That's
play Dota.
American.
That's very true.
I have seen these two people play Dota. That's What's the playstyle for Nouns then? Though we've talked about how successful this snowball, this group up run at U5 has been. It's not always the best way because you can sometimes fall a little short. You might not be getting the experience. Are you still able to farm and make space for yourselves? What if you extend a little bit too much? Do Nouns fall into any of those sort of categories?
I don't think Nouns has like a very unique playstyle from any other team. They play pretty much
great.
standard Dota. Like, they pick the normal carries, they'll pick the normal supports. They play pretty much the meta stuff. They'll be where they need to be on the map. They're always just trying to like not really be creative and innovative with their picks, but just really refining and polishing what they're good at. And I think that's always been like a Fly staple that every team he's been on. Like, he just wants to play consistent Dota, and he just wants to play better than you. So they just work on the fundamentals as much as they can. Sure, they do have some like cheese picks, you can say, where Yuma, he does play Meepo. He's probably the best Meepo in the world, but that's just like a player specialty. He can still play a lot of different picks, but they're just going to play what they think is best in the meta right now and probably follow that.
Okay. Want to let everyone know, small delay right now. We're just waiting on Nouns. I'm going to out them on stream. So we're waiting for them. And in the meantime, there are a lot of other games going on. We've got 2 other streams, so 3 in total, including this one. And they've also concluded their first series. So we can have a look. Gaming Gladiators were able to get the 2-0 over 1W. Extreme Gaming also getting a 2-0. So right now, only one series had tied. That is the one that we got to watch, the Talon, Tundra being 1-1 each. If you guys are too impatient to wait for this game to start, then there are that Stream B and that Stream C happening right now. So 4 brand new teams also going to be playing their first series here at the Road to the International Group Stages, while hopefully... Oh, here we go. It does come up. So Falcons and Team Zero playing up right now with each other on Stream C. Then later in the day, you can see what we'll be playing there. And then Stream B, it is G2, IG, and C9. Maybe a team that a lot of people don't know, Cloud9, if at least an org in Dota, I should say, sorry. People might tune in only for TI, and they're like, wow, Cloud9 into the scene. I wonder what players are on that team.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of players, like, they're back in Dota.
on the team.
Yeah, I mean, the
Envy
last time
question.
Cloud9 was in the scene was 2020, I believe, right? And do you want to know some of the players that...
That feels recent, but also
That's
so
like-
that's
far
almost
away.
5
Like
years ago.
2 years ago.
Those
5?
4. You're wrong, and you're also wrong. It was 4 years ago.
Well, they got in the scene early 2020,
Okay, all
and
right.
we're getting towards the end of 2024.
Okay, sure, 5.
Okay, so
I'll
about
concede.
more than 4 years. Let's put it that way. But either way, like, they've had some pretty good players, and I just want to say C9 has been an organization that has a knack for scouting talent. Some players that have been on that organization have been AUI 2000, TI winner, Ace. He
Both
was
as a
also
player and a coach, by the way.
a player and a coach. Ace,
Eternal
was on the
Envy.
2020. Well, I'm not going to mention him. And Snaking. Those are like 3 players that have been incredibly successful that have been under the C9 organization. So they're no stranger to being into Dota as an organization, and they have a good eye for talent. As you can see, like Ace right now, very, very good right now. Aoi, coach of Falcons, and Snaking playing on Falcons. So they have an eye for it. And the team that currently is playing, which is the old entity, they have been on the rise. Like the old squad, they got no one onto the team. They got DM onto the team.
Yeah.
They still have the same Katomi, Fishman, and Watson as well. They could not find a top 3 finish in any tier 1 or tier 2 tournament for like 2 years, right? They bring in this new squad, and they've won like 2 tier 2
also the new
tournaments already.
coach, Astini.
Yeah, and they brought a new coach as well, Ostini. A lot of changes there. So it feels like this is a team that just made all the right changes. And for me, they're my dark horse for this tournament. They're looking really good as a team. No one expects them to win it, but if they get all the pieces together, they have a chance.
You're at least hoping to see them on main stage at minimum.
Oh, for sure,
You think
yeah.
that team is very capable of
They're
making it to
definitely
top 8.
capable.
I think for entertainment value, we need to see them on main stage at the very least, because
What do you mean by that?
I do think that
cryptic.
at C9 has the also knack for picking up rosters that have the most like wonky late game back and forth.
So who's the envy
games.
of this new C9 team?
I don't know
That's
who-
where he's getting at.
I don't know exactly.
I
who
was
the
trying to bait him
envy
into
is.
it.
I'm not sure who the envy is, but I know that like entity or old entity, which is now C9, had the longest game of all time at the very least TI
Yes.
playoff stage.
It was an hour and 47 minutes at TI 11 in Singapore.
Right, and I
against
just-
RNG.
And I just remember Katomi with Tiny and Rapiers and the Aghanim Scepter 1v5ing and then everybody realized like, oh wow, you can play position 4 to scale, and everybody like started copying that. So I don't know if it's him that you want to call the envy, or him or you want to blame for going always to the late game, but they do win. They do, you know, when they were that version of entity, they did fairly well, better than expected at that TI. So I think I agree with the dark horse sentiment. These guys can absolutely power on when it comes to main stage. And
I
do
mean,
well.
all I'm saying is no one can compare to that old C9 roster that had AUI, who masterminded the boring Dota of Tundra. And then you had Envy as well on that team. Like,
Pilot Eye?
50-50.
Pilot Eye.
Sing Sing? Was this
Like,
Sing Sing?
I mean, that was the 2014.
There's a Sing Sing roster.
Yeah, but either way, those guys, no one can play slower than that squad. It's impossible.
I mean, I remember
I was like
Gladiator
expecting that to
killing
come out of
careers
his mouth.
with Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
You know, his team is like farming, everybody's farming, so as a support, he had nothing to do, so he went and killed careers.
He's like, this is my version of farming right now. I'll just kill them all. Do you have a different, because both of these guys, Jenkins and Fear, on the same page of C9 being their dark horse or underdog. Do you have a different one?
Wait, I didn't pick C9 as my dark
But
horse.
you
I
agreed
just said I
with
agree
him.
with his sentiment. If I get to pick any team, you go first.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the sentiment as well. I think they
Okay.
have a very, very good understanding about the draft. They have a good grasp on the meta. I like the way they play and the scaling part as well on the support. I think it is very, very important to have supports that understand you need to scale. It's not like back in the old day where I'm support 20 minutes past the game. I've done my job.
Position
Bye-bye.
6.
Yeah, position 6. Now you have to...
Not the courier.
Yeah, you have to figure out where do I get the farm. You need to find the rubbish farm on the map
Yeah,
to
right.
collect it and farm and collect. Your cores don't want those farm. You have to go there. You have to collect it, even if you die, whatever. And you have to make sure that you're going to be doing damage in the team if the game goes long later.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain just immediately went to boxing. I think he's like one of the best supports that does that, right? Like pushing
Rubbish farmer.
Yeah, like
Garbage collector.
He'll take the garbage.
collector,
Yeah,
you
he'll
know,
take the
it's
garbage
just
for
like
sure.
pushing out a lane that no one wants to be in. That it's way too risky. He'll do it, and most of the time he'll survive. Like he
That's why
scrounges
Naga
the
and
map.
Tinker are so popular right now because
True.
they do it incredibly well,
Yeah.
and NP as well.
Okay. All right. So Jenkins, because apparently you.
Well, would you actually pick
Don't pick
would you pick
Cloud9.
C9 as your number one, like dark horse? Or are
Yeah.
you just agreeing with him?
Oh, him! I can't tell where you're looking with those glasses.
everywhere, at everything.
I feel like, yeah,
All at
I think it's fair to say C9. Like right now, I wasn't really particularly thinking about that, but on top of the list right now, I'm thinking of the teams. I think C9 feels like the team that could upset or could do really well in the tournament, and people don't really expect it.
Yeah. Before you jump into yours, I do want to remind everyone at home that we are just having a slight delay at the moment. The game hopefully will be starting very soon. It's just one of the teams that we were waiting for here, so a little bit more time to fill, and that's where Jenkins is just going to go on his grand old monologue of who he thinks is the dark horse of this tournament.
I
He
haven't
doesn't
picked
agree
yet.
with Winter and
I haven't
Fear.
picked it. I haven't picked yet.
So you're
trying
looking
to-
at the team list.
I'm trying to think. No, I'm just kind of like touching things.
All right, I'll give you some options, okay?
Okay.
Team Zero.
All right, so
I actually think that team is pretty strong.
You are a Ponlo
you have
enjoyer.
to pick a dark horse.
I'm a Ponlo enjoyer. I think Ponlo is my dark horse player.
Oh, okay. You think he's going to really stand
dark
out?
I
horse
think-
player, is that a
I don't know if
thing?
that
Bro,
works.
I'm telling you, I watched
think that
them.
works.
I watched them
Fine.
qualify for this tournament, not
Congratulations.
expecting him to carry, because I know Ponlo was like the guy from Twitter. I'm just gonna be honest. I was just lay all the cards on the
Twitter
table.
guy.
That I know him as the Twitter guy, and I was like, holy shit, this kid is actually really good at Dota. He's getting ultra kills as a Guardian Greaves Rubik. You know,
Didn't you work NA DPC when he was playing in NA?
yeah, and he was.
And you know
fine.
him as the guy from Twitter.
He was fine. Like, that's the thing, is like he was on that team, he was just okay. He was just generic pause 4. On this team, he's
Okay.
carrying a bunch of like 14K, 13K MMR players as a pause 4. He looks incredible. But will the whole team be a dark horse? Probably not. I think they'll do okay. My team, I mean, I would say Talon. It's kind of cheating because we just saw them go 1-1 with Tundra. But I am a huge WS fan. I think that kid is incredible. He's 19 and he's the second highest rated player on the planet. He was just the highest rated player on the planet as an offlaner, doing a lot of innovative stuff. And then you look at the other players on his team and it's like, well, shit, they're really good too. Like Makoto, for a while there was considered top 3 mids in the world.
Yeah.
So this guy has like a bunch of dark horse players.
Players.
No,
I was gonna say, is that
Talon,
just
Talon is
another
my
dark
pick.
horse player?
Talon is my pick because I'm saying that I look at
Oh,
the
okay.
whole team and I'm like, oh,
You're like, wow, there's this one standout player,
he's
and then
really
on top
good.
of that, they
He's
have
really
Makoto,
good.
who's
He's
another
really good.
standout player.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they get Makoto. This is at one point top 3 mid. All the mids talk about him as a guy to look
That's
at.
not fair. You told me Talon's my team just before we
Yeah,
came.
I told you Talon is your team because I knew it was a good pick.
I mean,
was
wouldn't
trying to
you
give
argue that all these teams have really good players? Like, if I were to defend C9, like you
I
have
mean, they made
not
it
like
to
this though. Not like
Watson
Gurren-
was like rank 1 for like
you picked
a
the
year and a
one
half.
guy. You picked the one guy.
Oh, I can't have my dark horse
Who's
player.
C9's mid?
No one.
No one versus Makoto. Come on.
No one's great. Like he has stepped up so
He's
much.
consistent.
This is what I'm getting at. Like no one. If you looked at him at Riyadh, for example, like
Yeah.
he wasn't so good like the year before because he was a carry and he went back to mid. he was dumpstering people in the mid
It was
lane.
fantastic.
I
to
feel
watch
like
him
no
play.
one is just back, and that's why like I think this team is so good. Like,
But is he top 3?
Why
In
not?
what,
I mean, I've been
MMR?
watching his streams like recently. I feel like he's back to when VP were dominating.
Yeah,
I
he
feel like
is.
he's back to that point.
Okay, well that's interesting.
we'll have to see. Right?
I'm excited to see that.
I mean,
then,
that's why
'cause-
we get 3 analysts on the panel. You
'cause
know, you all have different opinions and viewpoints of where could this dark horse come from? Why? What role?
I mean, we
in
could be
what way?
biased from our own
Well, I will
position we
say,
play in the game.
I've not been watching no
I
one's
don't
stream. Like
play
if
mid.
you're more up to date with how he's playing, I'm
Yeah, okay,
more
so
than
I'll,
willing to accept
I'll put
that.
it this way, right?
Okay.
Like, very few players have I seen that go from being the best to, falling off, let's call it as it is, right?
Yeah, he
then
fell.
coming back and being the best again. And I feel like no one has made a feat so far by doing that. And that's very high praise because like I can't think of another player who's been able to do that. And we'll see if he can continue to do that. Sure, it was only like 1, maybe 2 tournaments he was able to do that. But he's been very impressive on his comeback.
Yeah, and I think that's in 2 regards, not just like how you're playing like this personal development of playing Dota, but also like still being able to stay in a competitive scene, right? There's always new talent coming up. There's always like new blood coming in. I mean, we looked at our TI rookie attendees. There were 22 people coming to TI for the very first time for themselves. And then you have someone like No One who was able to stay there pretty consistently and then also come back in great form. So look, either way, Cloud9, they are playing at the moment. Not on this stream, though. So if you guys want to see everything that Fear's trying to hype up, I believe that was over on B stream, so you can tune into their game there. But right here, we have BB Team up against Nouns. Issue has been resolved, so the game will be starting very soon, which is great to hear. We've already talked about a little bit of, at least from your point of view, Jenkins, what you think is some pocket picks for BB Team. But I want to know, like, this belief that you think they've dispelled of a team that tilts. Do you not believe that anymore? Have they proven that to you and to viewers that they're not that team anymore?
I just remember in Riyadh, they were directly asked this in an interview. It might have even been me.
I remember this.
I don't remember. But they basically were like, no, we're actually pretty good at like talking
You
about
think players don't lie?
maybe
Everybody
Wait, I heard a
lies.
different
maybe
interview.
they're not lying. Maybe it's lying to themselves.
Wait,
sort
which
of thing.
player?
I think it was Nightfall.
Because I heard a different Nightfall interview where he said the opposite.
What did he
What?
say?
Well, there's definitely a Nightfall interview where it was Purge who asked Nightfall, do you think your team is good at coming back when you're from behind? He's like, he just basically said, no, we're not so good.
They're 2 different things. Yours is in-game. He doesn't think they're a good team playing from behind. And
No.
Jenkins is talking about
No, I'm talking
in
about
a
both.
tournament.
No, he just said, like, are they good at coming back from being in a slump, like a losing streak, right? And he's like, no, we're not so good at that.
Luckily for them, it's day number 1. It's
Yeah.
a brand new tournament. They're not in a slump right now, and they have a lot to prove for themselves. There's a lot of great results they've had, but a lot of varying results, Winter. They've fluctuated a lot. They've been able to make top 3. They've been able to get 2nd place, and then all of a sudden, we're looking at like 8th, 6th.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of the season when they had Pure, I felt like they had an identity crisis where they had 2 carries on a team. The drafts, they didn't really know who to draft around. Whereas with Miro, I felt like things
They
started to get...
needed Miro big time.
Yeah, they needed Miro because he kind of provided the backbone for the team. So their draft is mainly around the carry, and it's easy for them to draft and create a strategy. Whereas with Pure, it felt like they had too many players to play around, and it can be very difficult to draft. So the drafts have been inconsistent. And after Miro, I think their results kind of speak for itself. You know?
Yeah, they
got
do.
a lot more consistent.
I remember what it was now, by the way. It was in Riyadh. They
Okay.
did extremely mediocre in group stage. I think they tie broke to get through, so they barely made it. And then they went on to get 5 through 6,
Yeah.
which obviously in one of the most major tournaments of the year is an incredible feat. So they went from like, oh man, BB team might get eliminated in group stage to this is a top 6 team. So to me, that shows that like they can have a absolutely terrible group stage and then still recover. That they're not this. If they're doing poorly in a tournament, like they're just done. Like
Yeah.
their steam is gone. Like they can get it back. But maybe it does take a few days. Maybe it does take a break for them.
Yeah, I think they definitely proved a lot on the last tournament there as well, because normally the old BB team be like, oh, they're tilted, they're done.
They're done, yeah.
right? But they didn't get to like top 2 or anything, but they still exceeded my expectation after having such a bad start on how they were able to manage that and recover it as a team.
All right, well, all of our players are in the lobby. That is what I really enjoy seeing. So hopefully we'll be getting that draft. I might have just honestly cast a curse to it. No, good. Okay.
No, we're good.
Draft did come up. It was like trying to connect there. I thought for a minute we might have had another issue, but draft will be coming up very soon. And I want to see if the bans are going to be the same. We've talked about these picks. I think there's a lot of potential picks. We've talked about the viability of so many different heroes as long as you have the right concoction for yourself. But bans is, I think, the more interesting part. Is everyone on the same page as to what is seen as OP, as things that they don't have answers to yet? And right now, that Naga and that Timber are consistent across what we saw previously. Also across the board of all series earlier today, everyone banned out Naga. So OP hero is what I've really heard there.
I'm actually curious how you guys feel about Timbersaw, because I would not have been able to predict this.
Yeah,
I think it's the facet, the splinter, the timber chain.
The splinter is great.
It's really, really good in the early mid-game fights where sometimes you just needed something to set up for your team to come in to get a spell off, and it just gives you that.
Right, it sets up his own spells, which is really nice.
It applies to slow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and now the slow is longer duration. And the thing is, I also think Timber, okay, maybe I'm convincing myself here. I'm just trying to understand why it's like this, because I remember even at like 3 weeks ago, Timber was not very good. Like Winter mentioned, they did buff the facet where you get the splinters. But I also think because of the whole Pipe Greaves meta, pure damage is very valuable. It's one of the few heroes that can actually burst a hero through any sort of defensive Solar Crest or Pipe. Speaking of another hero that can burst heroes through anything, essentially. Like, I think that's a lot of the meta is like you have heroes that can burst through the damage reduction, and then you have heroes who are just going to buy the damage reduction.
BB team with their 4 bans, 3 of them were actually supports. I feel like normally when you have the 4, it's an even mix. Normally it's 2-2, 2 cores, 2 supports, but they felt that a lot of those supports were more of an issue, and that does leave that Sand King.
I feel like they banned the Shadow Demon, and they're like, I guess we have to ban Omni now.
Yeah.
Because they are not first pick, right? So they kind of put themselves.
Fly has been playing a lot of Shadow Demon and Omni in the last week, though. So maybe that also kind of helps them decide they needed to remove it. Those heroes are very annoying to play against.
We haven't seen a Tinker yet. That hero's been like wildly popular in pubs.
Yeah, but he got nerfed a lot. Like the cast range nerf. I think the recent one, the
That's
cast
what I've
range,
heard.
kind of made it. I still think the hero could be playable, but it's just a lot harder now. Cause
Not the same way it was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, for sure.
I still personally think it's like A tier.
Yeah, because you collect the garbage farm easily. You get all the team items.
He's the
you
ultimate
come to the
trash
team
man.
fight.
He's got the fastest
It is
truck.
so nice having this guy in your team, because it's like, oh, thank God I don't have to buy any auras. He's just going to get all of them.
And in a fairly timely manner for a support as well, because that's the other thing that goes hand in hand with it.
We did see SD in the last series, and SD completely hard counters Tinker. You just purge all of the stuff that he does. So I think that also plays into it. Like, we may actually see him here just because the SD is out.
Yeah, I also think this Dragonite pick covers one hero that is perma-banned on Nouns, and that's the Meepo. Like, they felt like they don't have a ban for it. Yumo loves the hero. He's still playing it in pubs to this day. We don't see it a lot, but I think once you get the Dragonite, you guarantee you get that splash damage, a way to deal with it. I don't think it really answers necessarily the
Yeah, but what do you guys think about the trade, the Sand King Dragonite trade? Do you prefer to be on the Sand King side or the DK?
Absolutely the Sand King side, any day. This is the #1 rated mid and offlaner on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. It has the highest win rate in most picks on both roles, not just one. Like, I've literally never even seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, the hero's definitely strong, but the one big difference I will say between pubs and actual like tournament play is you have to pick blind most all the time in these pubs, especially as an offlaner, right? And it's good in most all situations. But there are some matchups for Sand King that are really bad. Like, Morphling comes to mind as a hero that is very good versus the Sand King as well. So, and if you can get on top of the Sand King at level 1, it can potentially really ruin his laning stage. But at very least, Sand King is very good. I do agree with you. But I'm not so convinced that he's just completely broken in competitive play, but I could be wrong.
I do like the Snapfire against the Sand King, because sometimes in the early game team fights, you just lack that damage, like some nuke, to reach the Sand King. And with the Mortimer's Kiss, I feel like Snapfire is kind of like a really, really good way of killing off the Sand King before he snowballs too hard in the fights.
I will say it's less good now that people are going for the Dust Devil facet, because the Sandstorm will follow you, so you don't have to like stand in the circle and get hit by all the Snapfire abilities. Okay, there's the Tinker. Yeah, I would be surprised to not like to see this hero completely fall off. At the very least, I think it's B tier, and it's great at defending towers against, you know, DK. drop down the march. Sand King will stand in the march as well,
remaining.
like in a
Yeah.
sandstorm. Like I don't see
It's very annoying.
how you kill a Sand King with the
5
Bloodstone
seconds
and
remaining.
all of the Tinker
Yeah.
spells on him.
Do you guys
good.
want to touch on the Tinker changes? Because I'm also thinking about people who haven't seen this hero in a while because it wasn't
oh
even
God.
picked up at the,
The
last
range
major
nerf,
land.
the cast range.
No,
nerf.
she means long term.
Long term.
Tinker's a completely different
Yes,
hero.
compared to when it was played in mid to now where we'll probably see it and why it sits.
The summary is like you can't rearm items anymore. So the flip side to this is that you now get built-in cooldown reduction to items, which is why people are building pipe greaves, these healing type items, because the cooldown reduction on them is pretty
10 seconds
nasty.
remaining.
And then there's a facet that makes your March of the Machines, which is now back,
5 seconds
heal as
remaining.
well as do damage. So he's a healer.
And
He
you
also
also have the
gets-
shield, right?
Yeah, he has a shield, which gives status resist, and then
He's just a support now. Like
he's a
he's kind of like an Omni Knight. You can look at him that way. You sit behind your cores and you keep him alive
an Omni that can TP to Fountain and fill bottles for free.
and farm.
Yeah, I've seen
But Omni's
people,
still
I've seen
broken,
people do that in my games.
It's
so-
good. It is good.
I
Genuinely.
mean, I was looking at Fly before coming here and just some of the heroes he'd played, and Naga was played a lot by him, Omni Knight was played a lot, Tinker was played a lot, Shadow Demon. So these are all like heroes that don't surprise me, that even if they get nerfed, once you have that many games, and Beastmaster is a hero I've been wanting to see for a long time, to see if it's going to get back into the meta, but not the Ags build, but going more in for the Helm Dom type of build and playing with auras, getting the pipe after the Helm Dom. And I think you 100% need a pipe this game. If you're Sand King Tinker, if you don't have a pipe, then it's going to be very difficult to take the early fights.
It's very good against Tinker in a way where I feel like when you're playing against Tinker, you need a hero that has like a low cooldown spell that can solo kill him, so you take care of the waves being shoved at you. And I think Beastmaster is like perfect for that.
Yeah, you can use the hawk so you can see the Tinker that's
Yeah,
blinking in
you
the
see
trees.
him and you
Oh,
hunt
he's
him, you
joking,
solo
that's
kill
bold.
him.
Is he still a Ags rusher or
Beast?
yeah?
On Beast?
No, I don't even think you go Ags. It's
Okay.
Helm Dom 2. I think people were looking for ways to make that item work in general because they buffed it so many times. Like the stats on it are pretty ridiculous on
Yeah.
Universal Heroes. It's just a really
10 seconds
high
remaining.
value item in terms of stats and how much it costs because of all the buffs. But summons were just not good
Yeah.
for a long time, and the Beast Ags was just way too strong.
You did
so-
say this team, BB team, like the summons offlane.
Yeah, they do. I pretty much think every game they're gonna have one of these heroes because all of Muro's hero pool is viable with summons.
Yeah, and they buffed the Wild Hunt facet from the Beastmaster too, which makes it even better, where it gives more attack speed for more units under his control.
Yeah, and remember the birds will crash more the more attack speed you have.
Yeah.
So the birds are
Teams
rooting
turn
and
to
dealing
battle.
damage a lot faster. Like this hero is a spellcaster now.
I mean, playing against CK, does that change your build? Do you want Axe or you still don't care and you just go for your Helm?
That's a very good question. Maybe you're fine with it because DK will build into the Red Dragon facet, and so
For
he's gonna do the
10
AoE clear.
seconds
I'm
remaining.
starting to
Fire.
believe that that's the only facet for DK
I
right
think
now.
so. It does
I don't.
seem
I
that
think
way.
the other ones are just they don't exist.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
All right.
Because we've seen it twice now. We're like offlane DK versus Morph, he might get the Frost. And it's like mid DK versus NP, he's gonna get the poison and just take the tower. Nah, both of them want the fire carry DK fast.
The first one could have been maybe still plausible.
did lose, yeah, they-
because he lost with the red, you know.
I don't know. I think just the other
Wouldn't have
ones.
changed the outcome.
The poison's been nerfed too many times, and the Frost is just
Seems never good.
not good enough.
It's not been
Unfortunately.
buffed enough times.
Yeah, not yet.
BB team actually
seconds
thinking that
remaining.
this Sand King will be their offlane. It won't be going in the mid.
5
Because
seconds
actually,
remaining.
no, they 50-50'd it, right? No, they think it's going offlane because they banned Monkey King and Storm Spirit, which are two mid heroes and not two offlane heroes.
I mean, I think it's good in both, but
Well, do you think that that's an issue that BB team doubled down on that? Just assuming
Nouns Esports
that it's going to go there and you don't try and hedge your bets on bans?
I mean, they have the Aurora last pick. I feel like if it's wrong, they still have like a way to deal with it when it comes out.
I feel like they banned two heroes that could be good for them as well. Because I feel like the Monkey King.
that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
Monkey King is very good for Sand King mid,
10
if that's the
seconds
case. And so I think Storm is also fine versus Sand King mid.
I mean,
as
I
well.
will say
5
BB
seconds
team is like
remaining.
And they need a mid.
well, BB is one of the few teams that will play the DK mid, and now I feel like you're more incentivized to do it. The double bracer,
Yeah.
playing against Queen of Pain. You're not.
But you
gonna
also
rust
want
the
like
lane.
the carry DK versus the CK as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I do remember the last replay I watched of
Ricky mid?
BB team playing the DK. They played it with the green facet. But it's
How long ago was that?
a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
I think in the Fissure tournament.
This is a pretty cool Ricky mid game if they want to do that. I know it's pretty good versus Quap. Smokescreen versus CK is pretty amazing as well. Maybe, but DK is also good. But like, what are they going to take as a carry then if that's the case? Some gyrocopter. I mean, Sven. I mean, you still want ideally a carry that can deal with CK.
I mean, I kind of feel like DK with the carry is probably better. And
What's better mid though? That's the question.
Yeah, you can. What's remaining?
Tiny is pretty decent against Quap, but playing Tiny into like pipe mech builder like Tinker feels really bad.
I mean, there's Lena in the pool if you want to go that route.
Where's Lena though?
Oh wow, Lena's actually in the pool.
Yeah.
I feel like they just need a hero to like play around the beast. They push towers with the Ench beast. You can lane against Quap.
How's Windrunner? She's
Banned?
Okay.
Is it? No?
Yeah,
it's banned.
That's how she is. Those are my only options for now. I mean, maybe there's something else.
I honestly, I don't mind the idea of Gyro. I feel like it plays really well with the Ench lane, and it's good against Sand King. I would worry for the Sven. Like if I'm Sand King, I love playing into some melee guy that I can just keep stingering every time he walks up to get a last hit.
Sure.
Ursa.
Choose your hero.
Huh.
I didn't expect that one. I'm
No,
not
I didn't
entirely
either.
sure what.
It's probably just entirely for the lane. I think Ursa against Sand King. Ursa Enchantress against Sand King.
I'm not. I mean, I would.
Did Nightfall change his name?
Yes.
I see. Okay, that's why I was really confused. Like, who is that?
It is still Nightfall, but in the player registration, he has changed his name. So
okay.
for this event, he technically is not Nightfall.
All right, anyway, Ursa, this is a hero that surprises me a little bit that he picked up. One thing I do want to see, though, is potentially the CK changing up his build. Because, like, going for the second facet that either silences or disarms or breaks you is a pretty cool, like, facet, as opposed to having, you know, strong illusions. It gives you like 20% extra HP on them, which is nice. But in games like this where you can break, disarm, or silence an Ursa,
Those are all good
they're
against
all
Ursa.
good
actually.
against Ursa, right?
Yeah.
Enchantress, you can break an Enchantress. You can break the DK. You can also break the Beastmaster passives too, which can be really good. I don't know if he'll change it up, but we'll see. But I think it's worth considering in this game. Why they picked Ursa? I mean, my only guess is they're hoping to get on top of the Sand King in the laning stage and just like 100-0 him, and every time he comes back, he gets just bullied out. But if they don't do that, it's not the best Ursa game of all time. CK, you buy Orchid on this hero most games. Ursa doesn't like buying things that dispel it other than BKB, and so that can be a little bit rough. And you also have different silences as well, so I don't know. Not my favorite last pick here from Nightfall.
I do want to point out the Dragon Knight facet as well is not the red one. There's not a red
They
dragon.
lost then.
They lost. All right. Well, look, either way, let's head on into game number one and see what's going to play out with our casters, MLP and John.
Thank you so much, Nat. We do get into it. Game one between BBT and, of course, Nouns. Jonathan, you've seen the drafts. What are you thinking, though? Who's got the better draft, in your opinion?
Draft-wise, it's hard to say. I will lean towards Nouns a little bit. I think this can be a little bit of a tricky game for Saika as it goes on. I'm very curious to see how much the Ursa can get out of lane. Feels like that's the most pivotal part here. And we do finally get voice lines. That was, very missing in the last time. I'm not sure if it was nerves for like Talon or if Tundra were all serious mode. First series of the day, they just kind of wake up mode for our esports players. We've got the voice lines all warmed up here, which is good to see. It's very quiet, Mike. Still, outside of the draft, historically, this matchup has been pretty lopsided as well. In the past year, these two teams have faced off against each other twice, and one ended up in a draw in Dasha Dubai, and the other one was a 2-0 in favor of BB team. So that was a very recent one as well, maybe a month back at most. So BBT has had a good figure into what Nouns likes to do. Maybe they can... Because of that, maybe they understand how to ruin Gunner's lane with Saika's Ursa and just run down early on.
Is that how we're pronouncing it, John? Saika? That is Nightfall, by the way, in case anyone wasn't listening to the panel. Saika? Is that how we pronounce it? Is there a joke there? Miero? He's going to cop a fair bit of damage here on this way out. It looks like they'll go for the boar instead. They don't care about the actual hero. It's fine. It'll be a 3-for-1 trade on the bounty runes in favor of BBT, so already a decent start here for the Radiant end of things. And well, of course, we do always like to start with the mid lane, John, but you do have a very boring mid lane here between the DK and the Queen of Pain. How do you feel about this one?
Outstanding mid lane matchup. Something that we haven't seen in a while. Never changes, no matter how many things in the game changes, right? You've got facets now. You know, you've got some interesting interactions. This matchup, as long as it's DK, it's almost always just kind of the same. Copy is going to be able to just farm up, try to clear out with Scream of Pain. GPK is always going to be able to hold back with Breathe Fire. Copy's not going to be able to fully shove out GPK either. I'm really curious what Copy does go for the build. Whether or not he just kind of skips out in Shadow Strike or goes more Shadow Strike and spamming it on GPK to make him comfy, kind of open. I've seen a few quad players go either or in what they prioritize here. Rune Control, it's a bigger part for Copy for sure. GPK is going to be free to just completely ignore it if he wants. Denial from the supports is going to be pretty big, and they do have really strong support rotations to kind of complement that for GPK as well. So you can take a look at those other lanes. Over up top, you've got Miero and Save up against Yuma and Fly. And this one's a little bit interesting because you do have a lot of long-range poke coming out from Save. He did go for full bore. They nerfed the hell out of a little Shredder, so you're not going to be seeing anyone going for Ricochet 2 nowadays. But the reach is going to be massive. You've got some good connections with the board down the line, and you know you've got the Hawk that can kind of chain control as well. So there's a lot of burst potential up top from BBT, and for Yuma, it's going to be a bit of slow ride into that level 3, maybe even level 4 is when you start to be comfy. And before that point, Miero and Save are just going to have a fun time up top for sure.
And of course, bottom lane, Jonathan, you do have Saksa, or excuse me, rather Saika, and Toronto Tokyo. Oh, hold on a minute. Jump is there. Lilith. I mean, they're going to try here for the Tinker. Gunner's going to jump in and intervene as well. Saika, still going. Lilith should be dead here. Finally gets the march off. Somehow is still alive, but will finally die. Toronto Tokyo able to secure first blood, as Saika did not want to risk his own life for that. But they have left him on quite low HP in fairness, but it looks like he'll have a shared tango provided to him by Toronto.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too rough to kind of just recover. You are seeing just some of the nuisances that can come out down bot here for Saika. The mischance from laser is going to be annoying, although it's not so spammable in lane anymore. There's a lot of AoE control, a lot of ways to try to kite around the Ursa. You have to be a little bit cautious when they do try to play aggressive, but that burst damage is always there. Get a couple of right clicks off, Saika can just run you down no matter what, as long as Gunner isn't able to play off the threat of a Stinger turnaround. As long as it's away from the creeps, you should be relatively happy, and that's why that action takes place by the small camp. You're not going to make that same move right next to your creep wave for sure. Gunner does have counterplay once he does have that Stinger up. So until that point, you're not going to be too concerned about sticking around, but it's going to be a little bit rough, right? Like, Tinker is going to be able to shove out, like the panel said, there's a lot of AoE effects that try to just hold her ground, heal up, get some damage going. But in the lane, Saika, as long as he isolates away the Tinker, it's going to be easy food here.
Remember when Tinker got changed and they brought March of the Machines back, and everyone was convinced that I was wrong about this being the most busted hero in the game?
I remember.
You remember, don't you, John?
They
were calling me stupid. They said I had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Now look at him, Jonathan. Look at him.
Yeah.
Look at this stupid hero.
And the sad thing was, this was even worse when we were seeing Yoa play it mid. That's the worst part. It had like one moment in the qualifiers, and then it just got completely deleted. I saw like Wikram tweet about Tinker. The next thing I know, the next patch just deletes mid Tinker. So it was crazy. At the last Pro, now we have it on support. Are you happy about that, Mike? No, you don't have to deal with mid Tinker. Now it's support.
I never even said it was going to be mid Tinker. I just said Tinker was bad. And everyone just assumed I was wrong. I wasn't, Jonathan. I was right for once. I feel very proud of that.
Very good, Mike.
Toronto.
A broken clock is correct twice a day.
Thank you, John. I'll take it. Fly. Taking a bit of damage on his way out here. Save just trading. But a pretty quiet game so far. 1-0, 4 minutes in. Both sides more than happy to farm. It's like the bottom lane going pretty even between Saika and Gunner. Both CS just very, very even between the two. Could make the same argument up at top lane, but Miero is really starting to dominate though on this Beastmaster. I suppose it's very hard though against Beast, even in this meta. Even for the CK. Just not a very easy time.
No, certainly not. I did like the ideas coming out there from Jenkins. I wish we got the other facet with the dive bombing Hawks, the attack speed, the Dominator. It's just going to be the standard Ags. This is what I've been seeing in a few of the third-party trends as well. It's still pretty much old Beastmaster. Occasionally you would get Dominator, but they would always still stick on Beast mode anyhow. So I don't think the facet, at least in what I've watched in pro games, it hasn't switched over yet. And you do have a smooth ride here into your Ags from Yarrow so far. Already has the arcs up to keep that Axis spam going. Although, save.
On in, they want flying. They've just got so much damage between these two. Cookie will land as well, so Miero having the time of his life right now as Fly. Still trying to run, but save right on his tail. And Miero does secure the kill anyway with the axes as now Yuma also being chased down. They do have a scatter blast available. They just want some vision, and they'll find it. Miero is still on the chase, and it looks like it's going to be another kill here for the Beastmaster. Hell, even Gunner going down a bottom lane while all this was happening.
Everything working out for BBT. That was Nouns kind of trying to initiate onto save as well. Not quite panning out, not respecting that reach and turnaround potential from Miero with Wild Axis. Down bot, Gunner's Stat was once again away from Creep Wave. He keeps getting dragged away from where he could try to play with Stinger. In fact, he doesn't even have Stinger. He's gone Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, so maybe looking for more initiation.
Oh.
Still?
It's just so much damage coming out from Psycho already. Like, Gunner just got back to the lane, lost 3/4 of his HP, and now he just has to go back to his tier 1 tower. Like, it's just a very rough affair at this stage for the off-lane Sand King. There's mid lane, Lelis being hunted down by Toronto. With the Scatter Blast to slow him up, there's not really much of a way of getting out of this, so Lelis will go down. They can apply a bit of pressure. They've still got the Siege Creep alive here in this mid-tier 1 tower, and with the Enchanted Creep, they'll just tank through this tier 1. Nice and easy. 6.5 minutes in, it's already gone.
That's the power of the Corrosive Dragon. We haven't seen it in a while. We've been seeing a lot more red today, of course. In the last series, it was all Red Dragon. But Corrosive does have that push potential. GPK with the amp damage doesn't take too long to clear that out. Seeing Nouns trying to contest BBT's Wisdom Rune, but not going to go all in there with a scan coming through. And for Nouns, I mean, a 5-0 start is rough. You're 4K behind, 7 minutes in. You lost your mid-tier 1. This ward out from BBT is going to allow them to invade the triangle nice and easy. They can look for rotations up top as well. I'm not sure if Psycho will want to necessarily go through the gate as we've seen in the last series. Certainly some potential there as well. Of course, the Battle Fury timing for Psyka isn't too far now either, already having at least a cornucopia up. And if this keeps snowballing their way, I mean...
Yeah, bottom lane, Wildring Ripper dragging him back, and Lelis just has no chance of survival's Toronto. Picking up his 3rd kill of the game already, and this is starting to look like a real kind of avalanche kind of game here, John. I mean, it's just the perfect start for BBT.
And it is. It's going to take a while for Nouns to kind of kick into gear here as well. And you've got Coffee still working into the power treads. Top network for his team, but that's not really saying much. He's at least 800 behind the next core from BBT on GPK. And this quap with the burst damage you do have with Masochist is great, but...
Gunner in trouble again. Psych is not backing off either. He wants the kill. Hands up, and there goes Gunner. No chance surviving. The Ursa having the time of his life, and I mean, this is going to be a very fast Battle Fury at this rate for Psycho. Like, he's already halfway there.
Yeah. Not going to take too long, and again, that leads up to the Ursa rushing his farm, maybe looking for some movement across the map if there's an opportunity into Roshan. There's a lot of play coming out from BBT right before the 10-minute mark as well. 7-0. Camp Gunner again.
Oh, Gunner. Burrow striking to the high ground. He's okay. Oh, save. Surely they know. Surely they know he's still there. And they're going to check, and they're going to find him. What a trap by BBT. I don't think the camera caught that. But there was just casually 3 heroes standing by the T1 tower waiting for him to TP back.
Yeah, they knew he was just going to head back down bot, get punished. He is buying some space at the least. I guess that's the one silver lining that we could maybe point out. Yuma's got room to breed up top. You've got Copy jungling. Yeah.
How much space could you possibly provide at 9 minutes in?
Look, I'm trying to find a silver lining, Mike. He doesn't have a TP. You know, and I appreciate Gunner going for this Burrow Strike, Sandstorm-centric build, but up again, I suppose the melee matchup of Ursa is not the comfiest where you can leverage Stinger, and this will allow him to recover in the jungle, but he's gonna need to, they need to find space for him. Yeah, he's trying to rush into the blink, at least he's 1,000 gold in, so it's not too bad, but they already have this forward ward set up right between the tier 2, tier 3 on the ramp of the triangle. Saika saying sun into eyes.
Oh, you know, sun's good for you sometimes, Saika. You know, just these players, John, they see sunlight once and they get all upset every time.
Oh, I've seen this firsthand. Yeah, I think. Hey, what was it?
Wait till they hear about grass, John. Mid lane, fly. You'll be alright. Copy is there to try and help out, but Copy's pretty far behind in the net worth department. He'll be forced to blink north. And even with the spells you do have available, it just doesn't really feel like the Quap can get involved and set a tempo for her team. It does feel like Nouns are just stuck kind of sitting back and trying to secure some comeback farm here, but it is a very kind of secure position, I want to say, for BB team at the moment.
Yeah, the big issue for Nouns is there's no one for these supports to connect with, really. Yuma's not ready, Gunnar is far from ready, of course, and these supports can't really do much outside of, I guess, Lul is shoving away a wave with March. Doesn't even have 6 just yet for rearm, but is close to that point, so the stall game can come in. Unfortunately, it does look like you're going to lose all your tier 1 towers very early on, and I was having a conversation with, who was it? We were watching Wallachia Season 2 qualifiers with JL from Execration, and he was trying to give his post-mortem about what went wrong with her own Tinker games. If you can't hold these tier 1s, Tinker doesn't really have a very safe spot. You don't want to really be holding tier 2s. You want to try to keep your tier 1s alive, stall the game from that point. With all these tier 1s gone, Lullis is maybe not going to have the comfiest game in trying to just find some free, safe farm for himself that his team will be willing to back him up if he is committed on.
It certainly does feel like a pretty awkward position if you are the support Tinker in this kind of game, that's for sure. I mean, there's going to be no space to get any kind of farm for yourself, that's for sure. And well, here we go. 3-man smoke up from Nouns. They want to try something. If you could find the Ursa, that'd be an amazing kill. Speaking of that Ursa, by the way, in case we didn't have the update, Saika did get his Battle Fury, so he's kind of farmed out of control already. They are going to spot him out, though. Keep in mind, he does have Enrage available. It's not the easiest kill. They're going to try. Static Storm drop, but they do not get him in the kinetic still. The Glimpse Back is going to be there, but the Enrage was already popped, and Saika knows he can't die. That's just kind of the thing. He can't die. There goes Lelis on top. And I mean, it's wishful thinking, but even that's a bit too positive, I think, for that kind of play, John. Because where was the damage going to come from?
Yeah, I mean, a rotation from Disruptor Tinker is not amazing. Yuma?
Yeah, Yuma's just...
Yeah,
Yuma's dead.
All right.
That was a Dragon Talon to Kisses. Good. We're looking at the Hellbear Smasher, Jonathan. That's something.
Hey, it's important. Those creeps, you know, they put a lot of work in, Mike. You know?
Cameraman trying to save the NA fans. We appreciate that, cameraman.
Yes. We do. No need to look, our friends from America. No need. Cover your eyes, Jenkins. You know, cover your eyes and wait for the comeback.
Glimpse away on GPK. He'll say thank you very much for that.
So 11-0. We haven't had one of these games in quite a while, Mike. It's been so long that I actually don't know how to inhale copium right now. To be fair, Yuma can split. You know, Yuma could farm with Phantasm, right? You hit this.
Copium, John.
I don't know what copy he's going for. I don't know if he knows either, because normally you go Kaya, and I legit don't think it's gonna be enough. It feels like a lot of this game is maybe down to Gunnar. He's got the blink up. He's got level 1 epicenter. He's got the maxed out Sandstorm. There is some damage play here. If he can frontline, we'll probably need 1 durability item up before then. That's going to be the pipe. Still needs more time. And by that time, you're going to be giving out a lot. You know, Saika took Roshan, of course, as we were talking about earlier, going for the blink into BKB. A 12k lead at 13 minutes in, 11-0. If Nouns finds a kill, that's a 100% increase for their kills.
There's a two-man smoke that Miero just casually runs into, as now a Static Storm has been dropped onto, but there's no follow-up, and Copy is dead. I repeat, Copy is dead.
Save's alive.
Save is alive. Gunnar is gone to boot. GPK, yeah, he's gonna find another. I mean, 14-0. It's a tough game. It's a tough game.
It kind of reminds me of some of those PGL Valakio qualifiers I was watching, actually. This exact same thing happened to the Tinker Sport draft in one of the games. I don't know, there was a lot of Tinker Sport, man. One of the games went this bad. I think the big issue was in this game, the big issue is in this game, is that Gunnar really didn't have a lane. Lelis was just, he died twice in lane. Gunnar ends up dying like twice, 3 times in a row with no TP at some point. And it just becomes untenable at that point. You have a mid who needs items, who can't really connect with Disruptor Tinker in a wider fight for pickoffs because you didn't snowball mid either here. You have a CK that also needs farm, and you have all the farm in the world for BBT. Like, we've been talking a lot about Saika. You know, you got the Axe timing very early on from Yarrow. He's going for his own full pipe into the Blink. He's got a lot of damage. And once the pipe's up, that's most of your damage here from Nouns. You're not going physical at all. Like, Yuma is not ready to apply some physical output here. So just this pipe timing from Yarrow might just keep this at 0 kills for quite a while here for Nouns.
Just look at the way they're choking out Nouns from the map as well. Like, Gunner's just trying to farm by his tier 2 tower in a dire jungle camp, and it's just like, no, you don't get that chance. You get no farm, sir. Back to the tier 2 tower for you. And speaking of that tier 2 tower, John, it may cease to exist in just a moment, because BBT, they are posturing quite aggressively. In fact, mid tier 2 tower is just casually being taken out by Toronto Tokyo's Dark Troll Summoner. Meanwhile, top, Lelis will be able to TP away just in the nick of time. But you now just don't protect this tier 2 tower. The mid tier 2 tower, I mean, a soft, gentle breeze would blow that over. It's just looking very, very tough here for Nouns. Props to the boys. They are trying to find some net worth here to try and give themselves a decent chance at forcing a fight. It's just not coming quick enough. It's still at a 14k disadvantage here for Nouns.
That it is. Toronto Tokyo is right in line with Gunner's net worth almost. Just stone throws away 300 gold difference. There's that pipe we were talking about from Yarrow. So all of the magical bursts you're looking for from your Quap and from your Sand Kings kind of nullified down. Along with, say, this mech timing coming out for save to have some sustain on top. I'm really not sure what you do right now in Nouns. I'll be frank. This is 14-0 at 16 minutes. I swear to goodness, Mike, this is, we have not seen this in at least 2-3 years in our own games. Maybe in NADP,
you don't
I stand corrected, maybe so. Never mind.
Well, why are you gonna do that, John? Why do you have to do that?
Like Div 2 NADPC, you know, when Wildcard would go up and down Div 2, right?
What? So now Sammy's copping shots. Well, why did Sammy do, John?
Well, no, Sammy would get the 14-0. In Div 2, when they get promoted into Div 2 sometimes.
Well, now I know you're lying, John. Why are you saying that?
We've seen that from Wildcard.
You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all in the past. No one can verify this.
Shout out to Sam. We love you, Sam.
I miss good old Sammy boy. I miss me some NA Dota, and you know, for the NA Dota fans, this is painful. But again, there's a timing here. The Dagon's already up for copy.
There was that one guy. Yeah. That was a mega Arteezy fan. I think PPD retweeted it, so he's probably very happy right now. Shout out to anyone that knows about that situation. Shout out to that guy as well.
I have no clue.
You can look it up, John. It's on Twitter. It's on X, John. Whatever it's called.
I can't read. Mike, you know this. I can't read. I can barely decipher what's on the game. I'm working off pure memory. You know? So don't tell me to read something. I have no patience for that. As I say, as I start a new manga. Still, 14-0, 18k.
I'm not gonna ask.
16.
I'm not gonna ask.
There's a really good manga. If I say the title though, I think it's I'm not gonna mention it. The concept is really good.
We're casting TI, John, for the love of God. I mean, even we have our limits to how low we go. Gunner, top layer, he's getting some farm here on the Sand King. It's still a 16k deficit though, sadly, here for Nouns. I mean, BBT are just in absolute control. BKB about to come up on Saika. I mean, I know you've told me you're not really sure how Nouns are going to make a comeback here, Jonathan. I tend to agree with you in that sentiment.
I think Yuma's
bottom lane, looks like they have found out Yuma. Oh,
cancels his TP.
TP cancelled. Yeah, I mean, that you know, he's going to die. He's going to die anyway. Yeah, he could have forced out Aurora, you know? Maybe they didn't even need it. Who knows? Toronto?
You know,
Mid lane. Fly, destroy.
okay. Gunner?
Gunner? You want to start doing play-by-play too, John? Gunner, he's caught out,
I mean,
and he's dead.
I'll be frank with you, Mike. What analysis do you want from me? It's 17-0, 17k. They just need 1 kill on Nouns. They're not able to find it right now.
I was about to say there's nothing to play-by-play either. There's nothing to cast here, John.
What a lovely game of Dota 2. This is Dota 2. This is a match that you'd go into Overwatch and you'd find it. Then you realize it's a TI replay.
Tournament to be taken at the very least. Oh, Psyka's coming. Psyka is coming. It is not safe, boys. Get the hell out. Oh, Psyka, he does not steal the Tormentor at least. And he does use his BKB charge. So that's his 9-second charge gone. And Fly does get a free shot, so that's a big positive.
And it is. Tundra Strike to scout forward could be big. They're actually going for a smoke. They find an angle without that pipe up.
This could be the fight. This could be the fight. BBT, I mean, they're waiting for it. They're ready for the fight whenever. They'll hold the high ground. GPK on the low ground, but that's not really the target you want. Like, he's a very tanky boy at the moment. GPK pops the Dragon Form, looking to move in. Epicenter out from Gunner. They'll try for the DK, but he's got the Mage Slayer. He's just not dropping quick enough. They'll even drop a Static Storm on top, but Gunner's gone. Yuma, he will die to boot. They'll finally get GPK, but it's cost them 3 heroes. It's definitely not worth it at all. And in fact, GPK, he'll get tipped for being the first one to die, as is tradition.
Could have had a game with no one dying on BBT's side. Gives them a kill. Big kill for Nouns. That 1 kill gave them 790 gold. Half of what BBT gets for 3 kills. So, somewhat worthwhile. I mean, silver linings. It's their first kill. They've done it. They just need to do that 20 more times without dying.
Yeah. This is still better than Raygun's performance, by the way, at the Olympics, in case you saw that, Jonathan. You heard of Raygun?
I was so curious when you'd actually bring that Olympic performance up.
Oh, I've been very embarrassed the past month, Jonathan. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to bring it up, but you know, this is probably the perfect moment.
Oh yeah, this is. I wouldn't disagree. I think it's still better. I think you know, Nouns they had a draft idea. It's just the lanes didn't go as they'd expect. I think this Ursa last pick from BBT for Psyka worked out really damn well. The idea that Gunner had for his lane, just going for Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, not going for the Stinger for a melee matchup, which is, again, understandable. There's an idea behind it that you don't really want to be within range of Psyka anyhow, within range of an Ursa in a melee range matchup. But it also takes away your early presence there for Gunner. Your other lanes don't really get that running start either. Roshan number 2 to be taken for free by BBT, as Nouns are probably in no position to come in. 20k lead at 22 minutes, 20-1. Another Aegis. In fact, Cycle leaves the Aegis for GPK. I thought they were just going to leave it at this point, you know?
They could have. I mean, he could have just taken it, but he didn't want to drop the 1. That's all right. In fairness, Psyka just doesn't need it. They gave it to GPK because he's the only one that's actually died in this game. Amazing. They're just trolling GPK.
They literally just to prevent another death. You know, you don't want another increase, 100% increase here for Nouns under kill board. So GPK is covered now at the very least. Do we have any major item timings here? No, not quite yet. Yuma going for the Sanjin Yasha. Looks like he has Echo Saber almost done. Perhaps a smoke out from BBT. And, I mean, it feels like they're 1 or 2 team fights away from just clearing out high ground at this point. You do have more auras out from Nouns. You've got the full Holy Locket plus the mech ready on Lullis. So there is some sustain true along with that fresh pipe on Gunner. So they can maybe sustain through some of the onslaught. Well, we'll have to see if it's enough. BBT, at least for their part, aren't finding anything with the smoke. They are playing the right side of the map here now and hugging the fully controlled top area on the Radiant side, but high ground does begin in earnest now for BBT.
Here we go. Can they stop the push? It's not looking good. But GPK is looking to back off. So as much as they are leading right now, BBT are certainly still paying their respect towards Nouns. It is still high ground you are attempting. They'll try again in the mid lane. Gunnar gonna remove himself from that scenario. In goes the Roshan banner, and that's gonna make life a lot easier for the side of BBT to just get rid of these this mid barracks. Tier 3 tower almost already gone. I mean, it's Nouns that have to make the jump in. There's no two ways about it. The question is it even gonna matter? Like, there's just a couple BKBs up now. Everyone's too tanky. It took them a very long time to even just find GPK on the DK last fight around. Nice deny from Gunnar. That's a win. We got it. Very nice deny.
That will change the course of this game. He gets it again.
Oh, it's a double deny. It's a double deny. That might be TI history. We've never seen that before.
We've also never seen
done
20-1. You know, I feel like that's a bigger point there, Mike. But no, that is fair.
I could have sworn we have. You and I definitely have. I can guarantee.
In TI.
John, we're the SEA casters, John. We've definitely seen those scorelines. Guaranteed.
Yeah, we get them all.
Mid lane.
Smoke out here.
Oh boy. It's really that easy, John. It really is that easy.
It's the BKB4. What was that, Miro? Okay.
It's to send a message.
He was in smoke. They couldn't even see it pop.
He's sending a message, John. They'll see the replay. Miro jumps in. Who is he roaring? Apparently nobody. Yuma. He's the one who jumped in, and he is the one just getting destroyed. Miro, I mean, he's just tanking through all the damage that the Gunner's providing. Like, the Axe is just healing him up. In they go for more. GPK finds a stun onto Fly. That's Fly dead. Gunner's trying to burrow strike out. He's gonna die to boot. Buyback from Fly, and the GG is called. They've seen it. I appreciate it. I mean, you know, it's... At some point, you've just got to call it. This game was over the 10-minute mark.
It really did feel that way. Again, the lanes here for Nouns just did not work out in any feasible form. Miero and Save just doing a lot of work with all of the reach they had, with cookie combinations, just getting aggressive early on. Then you had Saika in his lane as well, just running down Gunnar and Lelis, and there was just no recovery. It feels like this Tinker, if you lose your tier 1 towers very early on, you're not going to be able to hit this faster timing to stall out the game, to stop the push, start to shove out yourself, and start to get work done. Again, historically, BBT has managed to take out Nouns consistently in this past year. Game 1 certainly showing the results of that research. We'll have to see if they can bounce back in Game 2 here.
We certainly will, Don. We'll head back to our panel and see what they have to say about this Game 1.
We're going to try our best. I mean, Jenkins, you as a Nouns supporter, quite obviously, any silver linings for them?
I think the one kill that they got was excellent. They did a good job with that. The double deny from Gunnar also was kind of showing that, yeah, you can take you can kind of take the game and win the game, and you can also have 25 kill advantage on us and a 25k gold lead. But hey,
at the end of the day,
you can't take our buildings.
Only we can take our buildings.
They're very defiant. They stood by that one. We were wondering where Tinker might sit in this event for TI. How is he? Because 2 weeks ago, in a couple of other events leading up to this, massive priority in the support role there. Finally, we see it. I mean, it didn't take too long for us to see it, but I would say paired with the Disruptor, it just didn't really do much. This support combo for me was very lackluster, Winter.
I mean, it's not really fair this game, I felt, because they lost the lanes so hard. Disruptor plus Tinker, maybe the idea is Tinker is not a hero that provides you with catch, so they wanted a partner that has catch with Glimpse, but Disruptor is not the greatest in the lane.
Yeah,
and I feel like Tinker as a position 4 kind of feels like a 5, because you are buying all the team items, you're not really like doing damage, you're just mitigating a lot of damage.
But I feel like even Disruptor isn't guaranteed either. I think there were better 5s that could have guaranteed better lockdown or better catch that could have maybe paired more. So I think it's just the mix of the two in my mind.
They need a more stable laner, I felt like.
Okay.
Like Disruptor is not a stable laner.
We honestly just didn't see much of anything from Nouns this game,
Yeah.
unfortunately. And I think it really comes down to play more than anything. They didn't pass the BB team test. For me, it's just like, this team is so good at laning stage.
I agree.
And if you lose all 3 lanes to this team, this is just how it's going to look. Heroes could be part of it, but it's mainly going to be play. They just kind of got outplayed this game. They did have the heroes to deal with it in some capacity. I feel like the Tinker against maybe this is why they picked the Ursa I talked about. Like, he wants to get on top of the Sand King, burst him before that damage comes out. Tinker doesn't help too much against that as compared to having like a stun. So you lose that lane, you're obviously going to lose versus the DK versus Quap matchup. The Quap isn't going to win there. I thought they'd do a little bit better with the CK Disruptor lane, because that lane is honestly pretty strong. It should be in theory, but unfortunately no luck there either. They just lost all 3 lanes, and against BB team, that's the one thing you don't want to happen, because they're just so good at snowballing games.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, I thought then there still could have been a possibility of coming together as a 5 and trying to get a pick off. It's not like, BB team, sure, they're really good at lanes, but we've also seen them time and time again kind of fall back into still wanting to farm up. They don't always necessarily just push and invade your part. They're not a team that's just like, okay, we win lanes now, let's take over triangle, move along over to their safe lane, and then to the racks. They're a team that does still like to eventually fall back and have some farm. And I think as Nouns, you could try and find something, but maybe that's also hopeful because of how bad the
He
lane
had
went.
one chance when the Disruptor smoked and he missed the combo
True.
into the Ursa.
I don't
When he
know.
got
That
rid
was
of-
already, the game was like so over.
Yeah, but that
I
was like
was
the
there a
only
chance
chance.
earlier? Was
yeah,
there a
I was
chance
thinking
earlier?
along the same lines as you. Maybe not necessarily when it comes to like grouping up and 5-manning, but like
Okay.
switching the lanes, switching the supports. Like maybe putting the Disruptor against the Ursa would look a lot better. But then you're playing a Disruptor into Enchantress, who is going to destroy you with creeps and right clicks, and you're this slow harass hero who's playing into a hero that's going to heal through it, especially with this overprotective Wisps facet. So because of the Ench, they couldn't swap the Disruptor to the lane. So because of that, there's a Tinker now in the lane protecting a Sand King with a dispellable shield that Enchantress can dispel. So
Right.
both supports are countered by Ench, and then Sand King is countered by Ursa. That's why they last picked it. You just run them down a lane, especially with the Dust Devil facet, if there's no invis to, you know,
And they also swapped
get
the
away.
DK mid, and they got a good matchup there, so they basically kind of just
They
have
did-
all favorable lanes.
This is classic BB team.
It really
I
is.
totally agree with Fear. This is just the classic BB team. They win all 3 lanes. They just look like the superior team. The draft almost doesn't matter. Like, Nouns just has to... I mean, they can draft for better lanes, but they also just have to lane better. They have to make some move that is giving them some advantage against BB team. lane.
Maybe Copium here want to chalk it up to first game, maybe a little nerves. It just felt like timid gameplay all around. You're timid in lane and you lose them. Then you're not even really trying to make anything on the map for yourself, despite how difficult it is. I just want to see them come together with a little bit more aggression, something that I think has found very good success for them in the past.
They did come together in this game once with, we actually have a highlight here, replay.
Really?
That we're going to go ahead and pull up. Computer, roll the clip. This is going to
Okay.
be the one
17-0
kill.
right now, right?
Yeah, it's 17-0. Not looking so good. And this is how much they have to commit to just kill GPK here. He almost doesn't even go down. And Queen of Pain has to suicide in order to get that ult off to take him down through all of that. So that's just the position that they were in.
Yeah.
I mean...
Nobody 22-0's America.
No. That's right. We get a American flag on the screen production.
We might need a little bit of time. Maybe if Nouns take game number 2, we can get that one going for you there, Jenkins. And it's a best of 2 for group stage, so they're going to have another chance here to at least be able to tie it up for themselves. We saw the previous series between Talon and Tundra. It was really rough for Talon in that first game, but they made great adjustments in their draft to be able to take some picks for themselves that Tundra had just done well on, and they were able to get that. Could we see similar for Nouns? Do you see any of those heroes having to be placed now in the ban phase, or even you go, okay, maybe we take that one for ourselves. Maybe Enchantress is going to be our support that we need to pick up first.
Maybe. I want to go back to like the talk we had before the game started and the Sand King. I said Sand King definitely has some flaws as a hero, especially in competitive, whereas like ranked, it's a little bit different. And I feel like BB Team really exploited the Sand King. I think you really need to look at that Sand King again and be like, that really did not work out, and make some changes, whether you change the Tinker support, maybe you put it mid, whatever it might be. But like, I think they need to start there. That was their first pick of the game. It went horribly. Gunnar had a really bad game. The Ursa just got too far ahead. And I feel like there's more heroes that can do that to the Sand King. So I would start there if you are Nouns. And you do have to start on the laning stage because that's BB team. If you lose all 3 lanes to this team looks like the best team in the world. And this is why a lot of teams, a lot of people put them in their top 3 every single tournament because they see games like this, like who's going to beat this team? And it just comes down to their superior, individual skill.
They put them in the top 3, but not the top 2.
Yeah. That's reserved.
Yeah.
I mean, they're definitely one of the best laning teams, and like Fear mentioned, I think I would try to prioritize supports that are better in the lane. Like if I'm gonna open with the Sand King again, I really have to pair it up with something like maybe just get the Snapfire, you know, just make sure the lane's stable.
There's also an argument for comfort. Maybe if not necessarily better in the lane, but you just know the little tricks,
the details, but you're gonna be limited by the matchup if you're opening a draft and with a hero. I think you need to make sure like the core has a lane no matter what, because you're already picking it as your opening pick.
Yeah.
So that has to be the top.
Maybe a mix of both, because I don't see Gunnar as a huge, like, oh, Gunnar Sand King. This is like, you know, I'm gushing over this. Like his, you know, off lane, I would say like Tusk, Wyvern, Earth Spirit. These are the mids that when he was a mid player for so long, he would play that were kind of
he also just
primal as well.
He also just stand. I feel like you're going really like Gunnar specific offlaners. You can't forget, like, he still does play the standards of like the Centaurs, potentially even the Slaughters, the Marses. Like, these are things that he can also play as well. Like, I do also see them fall in his comfort. So they don't have to go too crazy with the draft and the adjustments.
Yeah, you never want to over adjust.
Yeah.
For sure. Like if you can,
you don't have to all of a sudden be like, oh, Earth Spirit Wyvern, guys, look at it for me.
But I would argue that like Gunnar on Centaur to me is a very similar thing to Gunnar on Sand King. He's like fine at both of these heroes. Whereas if I saw Gunnar on Tusk or Wyvern, it's like he invented this hero. You know, like he was playing this stuff on mid before anybody else was. I would love to see him on that just because I'm a Gunnar fan. If it wasn't obvious, but I do think like a mix of better laning and comfort would probably be ideal, and it probably comes from the supports, to be honest.
Well, let's talk about lane stabilizers and supports then. What comes to mind when you during this meta as well that you want to be able to see?
I mean, I think in general for Sand King, like his biggest weakness is his level 1 to 2. It's better than it was in the past, but I feel like you need to pair Sand King with the hero like a Hoodwink or something that can really just carry him through that first couple levels, right? And then if you do get free farm or you don't get punished in the first couple levels on Sand King, then you just kind of take over the lane, you farm everything, they can't really go into your Sandstorm, and you become a really strong hero. Tinker doesn't really do that. Like, you have one laser and you can drop the March machines, but Ursa doesn't care about that too much. He's going to keep chasing you down. Tinker can't do anything. So maybe pick a pos 4 that can either punish you if you overcommit with like some Shadowy and Poison Stags, or a Hoodwink with a Bushwhack and Acorn. Like, those things could help.
Yeah. I like that you mentioned the Dark Willow as well. I wouldn't mind seeing her.
That's good too.
The last time we saw her in... Oh, I'm not going to say competitive. I'm just going to say when we saw her last TI, at TI 12, she was actually in the carry position. So we weren't really seeing her picked up as a support. So I'd like to see her have
that was like to counter Muerta, right?
Yes, yes. It was very hit and miss. Some people looked great on it. Other people, unfortunately, got knocked out of the tournament from it. So it's rough. Either way, would like to see her come back as a support. That's one that I would like to see is Dark Willow. But you obviously have your more standard ones, the Hoodwink that you have.
I think Dark Willow is very similar to Snapfire. Like, you're strong in the first few levels, and you're really good in the team fights. I mean, they nerfed the ulti, so you can't use it on your teammate. But overall, I feel like she still provides a lot of value in the team fights if you get a good terrorize off.
Yeah.
I just think it fits the same role as Hoodwink in terms of...
You would rather Hoodwink?
Very, I think...
I mean, Hoodwink's different because Hoodwink is like greedier. You want to try to play...
No, I'm saying in terms of what they would want from it, which is just a hero that will carry through level 1 through 3. Like, Willow and Hoodwink are, to me, like equivalent in terms of very few like 5s and carries can trade with a Hoodwink. Like, you can play into a complete counter, and the Dark will just sit there, keep hitting you. You ever commit, she throws some brambles down. It does more damage at level 1 than like any other spell. If you run through the brambles, and you can play on top of them, so they have to run through them to kill you. It's a similar concept, just not a good hero. Like, I think Hoodwink's also.
That was a lot of words to say she's worse than Hoodwink.
But I think that's why.
I think the playstyle's just changed for pos 4s. Like, is Hoodwink and Willows, they don't really build a lot of items for the team. that
Yeah.
we're seeing more and more of, where Hoodwink is, I'm just going to play for myself, be a bit more greedy. I feel like that style has fading out a little bit. Not entirely sure. I'm going to keep an eye on the position 4 hero pool. I think they're in a strange spot right now.
It's funny to say that, and then we see people picking up Sniper +4, which I think is very...
Well, he can build auras.
But people are building auras on him.
True.
Yeah.
But
It's like
that's
he
not to say-
transitions from lane winning to...
But that's not to say you can't do that in Hood. It's just traditionally you don't because...
That's the hero then. They didn't pick Sniper with Sank.
I mean, Snapfire...
But then we don't have that lockdown that we...
Snapfire's good. I feel like Snapfire
I mean, he has the damage though. Like you need one of two things. You either need,
that's true.
If they go onto the Sand King with your Ursa, the Ursa needs to die before the Sand King, and maybe Sniper can achieve that, right? Because he has the high burst damage.
Or something to make the trade not worth it, which requires some like really strong early game nuke, which I think Snapfire is great for.
That's good too. Yeah.
And she actually does.
But BB
build,
team had that hero.
She does build the team items. Yeah, and also the Enchantress we've seen win 3 games in a row on the mainstream.
We have,
Like,
yes.
This hero just seems to be, despite having the enchant just nerfed, where you're gaining less XP every time you take a creep, it still seems.
It doesn't matter, right? Because like she fits all the criteria of what you want from a support right now. Like strong in lane, builds
Buys team
auras,
items.
right? Not too greedy.
Does damage.
Does damage.
Scales,
Yeah. So like, and like that's kind of where like the Hoodwink we just haven't seen right now. I gave Hoodwink because that's just like my automatic
Of course,
response
yeah,
of
we
how
are
to
doubling
win.
down on Hoodwink specifically, but you're talking more broadly as well.
Yeah, because I think the meta has shifted and people aren't really looking at these type of Hoodwink heroes and Dark Willow position 4s that, strong in lane, but later on in the game, that's not the type of hero that you want on POS 4 in this particular meta.
I think a really strong offlane that would be like very this meta, at least today, we'll see how this changes in the next few days, is like SD Centaur. These are 2 very strong heroes. Currently, SD's
classic.
One of the, it's a classic like lane winner. And then SD plays into the
Is
healing
this
meta
still a lane
incredibly
winner
well.
right now? I feel like SD Centaur is not as strong as before.
Yeah, that's a giga lane winner, dude. I would love to see what sort of safe lane.
I mean, SD, in my opinion, is stronger in the safe lane than as a POS 4, but still really good. Because like, it's just ridiculous. Like your right clicks increase.
Because you're really good at trading.
Yeah, you just like you really win any side like jungle type of trading.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You can't go over there. You can't block the small camp because you're just gonna die if you do. Whereas a POS 4, you can stack more. That's like definitely good, but it's not as good for like just trading with the other.
But wouldn't you say that he works better with the offlane heroes right now, since they're all range heroes on the carry?
I mean, I personally am not entirely sure, but what I see in Shadow Demons, they're just trading with the other support, and eventually he solo kills them.
Yeah,
and that's generally like
that's what I'm
most
seeing
of
as
that.
well.
So he like kind of isolates it into a 1v1 versus 1v1 type of matchups, because like I think in general like he doesn't add a lot to the actual laning stage itself.
Oh, look, we're finally going to be seeing
yeah.
a Naga let through. I mean, this time round with BB Team having first pick, Nouns decide for themselves that even though they just lost on Sand King, they don't really have the answers for it. They think maybe BB Team is going to be able to do more with it. They take it out. Naga let through, picked up, and then in a response, it's going to be
This
tough.
is definitely not a trade I feel good about. Getting a
You know what's
touch
really
over Naga.
annoying about this Naga support right now? The most
No, I don't.
annoying part about it is you don't know if it's a support. So you still have to counter it, right? You still have to pick like a lot of AoE, which the support Naga doesn't really care about that much. So you're in a situation where it's a flex. It can be technically a carry, but at the same time, it's a support. So you have to eventually pick like some gyrocopter carry or some Ember. And then if it's a support, all of a sudden this Naga's countering your Ember because he's going to sleep you and net you and root you.
Yeah.
It's just very bizarre. It's very hard to draft against. I
How
feel.
do you play support Naga differently to a core Naga for people who might
It's
not have seen it
mostly
yet?
the early game. Like you're securing your lane for your carry, and on top of that, you're giving your team like huge team fight with the song. You heal. You have a reliable catch with song into and snare setup, and later you can shove out all the lanes, with your illusions and deluge. So you're gonna be fat no matter what.
Yeah, I also just got word that across all the streams, all the games that have been played, Naga has been banned in all of them. So this is the very first time that she's been let through. So I guess that 100% contest rate's still there.
Yeah, I mean, I have
But
like a 25% win rate in my pubs, but
He's not. She's not good in top.
overall. But like when I played Naga, I went 10-0. So.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. I thought you meant just on Naga. I'm like,
No,
you're not building her up at all.
I have not lost a game on this hero, and I played 10 games to support with it. It's incredibly broken. Maybe I lost one. Maybe I'm 9-1. Who knows?
Yeah,
but it wasn't my
you just
fault.
like give your team like too much in the early game. Your early game plus the first couple of team fights with a song Like I always feel like I can never lose the team fight when I have Naga.
Yeah, because you just leave the fight if it's bad. You just press song and everybody TP's out.
Yeah, it's insane now. The song heals you for your mana and max HP. So if everyone's in trouble, you pop it. They're getting healed. The shard makes it twice as good, which is also really cool. And on top of that, like you're gonna have Greaves, so it kind of fits the meta of like healing type of synergy. And then on top of it, just the Deluge. It's a unique mechanic that only one hero in the game has, where it reduces status resistance. And that can apply to a lot of different things. Like the net will be longer, blood grenades in the laning stage will be longer, which is very strong as well. And you can pair it with a lot of different heroes. Alina stun will be longer, whatever it might be. Like no other hero can reduce your status resistance like that.
I mean, the real in also finally
It's
has
very
been
good.
buffed
And not to mention
enough times that it's good.
But the 40 mana that it costs at level 1, 45 mana.
Next to nothing. I really like, by the way, this progression for heroes. Is I remember when Marcy first came out and she just felt so busted because she had this repositioning sort of mobility toolkit that no one else really had. And over the time since we've had her added into the game, everyone else, every other hero is slowly getting either like a repositioning or a mobility way in their toolkit, whether that's through Ags or Shard or a facet or something like that. And I really enjoyed seeing now how you can place priority differently based on what exactly is needed to either counteract or improve your mobility and displacement.
I mean, she has two unique mechanics, right? Like, even Deluge caps your max move speed, so if you hit a Weaver or something, he's Sakuchi's just gonna slowly walk away.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, impacting mobility in a very unique and different way. It's good. It's nice to see just how different it is. Snapfire, though, being picked up yet again within this series, but swapping sides here because Nouns thought it was way too difficult to deal with and something they want for themselves.
And that's what we wanted to see as well, right? Like, these two heroes are
a support duo, like
much
a more stable support duo, like Tusk plus Snapfire.
I mean, I personally don't think that Disruptor CK is a weak lane. I feel like that lane should be strong. I feel like they just got outplayed up there. They'll just have to tighten up some gameplay a little bit for Nouns, because I feel like a lot of it is, yes, of course, BB team's really good in strong laning stage, but I feel like Nouns didn't play up to their potential as well in that game number 1. So having better heroes is definitely going to help, but they're also going to have to step up their individual gameplay.
Yeah, that lane is definitely not supposed to lose.
Yeah.
Disruptor CK is like some of the highest kill threat you can imagine. Do you think all 3 of these heroes the BB team has picked can be flexed to many roles?
Every role.
This isn't a very annoying draft to draft against.
It's like we could
currently.
potentially be seeing 3 cores here, you know?
These could be 3 cores, yeah.
We're not going to. That would be quite insane, but...
So I know Toronto Tokyo does play Naga and Bat a lot.
Yes, he plays both.
I'm not sure if... I don't know. Do you think they have any potential to play Naga 4? I have a feeling that Monkey will just be a core here.
I was thinking it's going to be a Monkey core.
Yeah.
Most likely.
I think if you're putting Bat in support...
Save is really good at Bat
Exactly.
support, yeah.
You want to put it on someone who has shown time and
I mean,
time
there are only
again to
few
play with it.
people that actually play Bat mid. I think Thompson is one of them, like with the Arsonist
Okay.
facet. You kill the buildings. I remember seeing him doing that.
It's underrated. That's actually good. It has a higher win rate than the other facet.
Yeah.
As a core, right?
Yeah.
Not as a support.
Not as a support. Good lord.
Could you imagine a support doing that?
How are you going
Just backdoor the buildings.
Scuff to Leshrac?
Yeah, I think it's either
NP.
going to go mid for Bat, and then if you put it on support, it would be 4, which would put the Naga on 5. And
Yeah, I think Naga is, unless you drop 0 AoE for Nouns, because it could still be a carry. Naga's going to be 5 or 1.
yeah.
Monkey King is going to be either 4 or mid, I think.
Honestly,
Maybe 1.
a monkey plus Naga lane doesn't sound that bad. Like the real in with Monkey getting a bunch of
Yeah.
Jingu stacks, that sounds
I mean,
very
the
good.
large plus the
Jenkins, how have you
slow.
not caught on with Ench being picked up for Nouns? Where do you think the Tusk is going?
Could still be a mid Snapfire there.
Of course, but don't you want to hype it up at the potential?
It's gonna be an offlane Tusk. I feel like Gunnar is he's making this call. He's like, just pick me the Tusk. I'll carry the team with it.
No. He's gonna say it's a carry monkey. I want to be Snapfire. I don't want to be a melee hero.
I think he doesn't care after that first game. That was a 20-0 scenario.
Yeah, it was really rough.
I mean,
There's what I'm saying is there is more flexibility on Nouns than we might have let on when we only first saw the 2 picks. And then with Ench and Reza coming out, we're like, okay, the flexibility is also there for Nouns on where they could move things. Snap as a support, as a mid, Tusk as an off lane or as a support.
They failed the Naga test here. Like, you just put Naga carry now. What do you do?
You don't think there's a last pick that could...
I don't think so.
I also think Naga carry.
No.
I think you can just put Naga carry now. Not a single one of these heroes is good. Maybe Snap later, but that's way later.
And that's if you take the Ricochet test specifically?
I mean, he's going mid, so he's going to take it.
Yeah, everybody knows playing for hyper late games really good right now. So
Yeah.
I
It'll definitely secure you the win.
Yeah, that'll be it for now.
Batrider can... I mean, honestly, I feel like Monkey should not go mid. It should go pos 4. It should go pos 5 on Bat. Pick something. I mean, Monkey works well with all the Zoo heroes. That looks pretty good here, too.
Just go Beast
Take your pick. Yeah, I mean, take your pick. Doesn't really matter. I think you do pick Miro's hero right here.
Beast into Ench. I mean, I like Ench in general against the way that BB team likes to draft for Miro. It's good against all the
Visage
summons.
time, you know?
Visage or Enigma, maybe?
Visage, Enigma. No, not Enigma versus Ench. That's a little hard. Visage would be good, though. But they'll do Primal. Don't hate it. Not sure where it's going still.
Still don't know where they're putting their heroes.
That could be mid. That could be in the off lane. I'm assuming that's off lane because they don't have a way of stopping his onslaught here. So if you do get linked, you can just disengage that. And then, yeah.
5 seconds.
Well, that
Can we
makes
do 5 Monkey? Is that a possibility?
5, I don't know, 4.
I mean, Monkey's pretty good versus Razor too. So even if they do Naga plus Monkey lane, I just want to see those two lane together, I think. And I want to see the Bat with the Primal, and I want to see GPK pick up the last hero here.
Yeah, Bat with Primal, I think is really good against the Razor. Again, both of you have a way to get away from a link.
10 seconds.
But what lanes for Snap? That's like kind of a difficult question as well. This hero is
5
incredibly strong in the
seconds
laning
remaining.
stage. I think they picked it to kind of like deny the Monkey from going mid. Because that's definitely not a good matchup.
I wonder how you're going to do this last phase of bans then, because if we're still having a couple of questions of where everything is going, BB team taking out Dragon Knight, Nouns, Weaver and Puck. I feel like two very opposite
They
ends
don't
of the
know.
They don't
spectrum.
know.
Yeah, like that's an insane difference on what you're banning out there.
I mean, they're just highly mobile heroes, which they have no catch for, right? But they also have no answer to Naga illusions as well, so...
10 seconds.
I mean, there's still a Zeus.
They have last pick.
They could pick like something like a Zeus to deal with it, if it's a carry Naga.
5
Yeah, but the thing is, when I play Naga,
Who makes the
one
moves?
counter isn't enough.
If they pick a Zeus, I would just be so worried about like who does anything in the Tusk that's against the carry Naga.
What about a... I was going to say Luna, but I feel like
Yeah, they banned DK. I think they're setting up for this Naga to be
kick
the
going.
carry.
Okay, well, BB team are going to have to show everything first, so
And Meepo?
Nouns have a little bit of...
Yeah, that's actually a
Leeway.
really good
That's
ban.
good. That's a good.
It's good against them carry Naga. Okay, maybe
Alright,
not
but
carry.
they go Troll.
Wow, they actually
Troll
banned,
under Razor.
they banned Meepo and then picked Troll, and Troll is considered one of the hardest counters to Meepo because you
And
destroy
Troll is
the Mega
also
Meepo.
considered the worst hero versus Razor.
Yeah, that's quite disrespectful. I'll say they're
They
gonna
like to put all of your
10 seconds
preconceptions
remaining.
about the game out the window.
they're gonna regret that.
Whoa, whoa.
So this is definitely what a
5
monkey mid
seconds
with a
remaining.
bat plus primal off lane.
Alright, how do we exploit this? Yeah, I think you definitely put Snap mid at this point. Razor's your carry.
Did you say how do we exploit this as in America?
That's like a panel, like
Oh,
our
I see.
collective minds.
Okay, well, yeah. How do we win this, guys?
Viper.
I mean, Razor could go off lane technically
No?
with a Tusk. That's not a bad lane.
Is there a...
So they could pick a new carry here. Is Lena in the pool?
Lena is in the pool, yeah.
Ursa, when in doubt,
Now select your
Ursa
Right.
into Troll,
Ursa it out.
the hero that hard counters.
This is
What's
very
going on?
bizarre.
What is going on with these drafts?
Yeah, Troll,
So-
by the way, is the best hero in the game versus
Yeah.
Ursa.
So Troll, just to be clear, rushes Ags. When
Look, aren't you glad you hyped up the Tusk?
oh, it's
off
Gunnar
lane?
Tusk actually. All right. Hell yeah.
which is
I don't
Good
think.
call,
I
Jenkins.
don't think it's gonna work.
which is
I don't think it's gonna work
which
here.
is really bad versus Troll.
but that's.
I don't know anymore. Like so these guys are really good. They've been scrimming a lot, and Dota has been changing so drastically. It's very hard to keep up with. It's really, really hard. And all your ideas about the game, like, just get flipped on its head. Like, just last patch, it's like, DK versus Razor mid. I was like, Razor should win this. DK dumpstered him every single game. So now it's just, I'm just want to wait and watch and see what these teams have in store.
No, I like the adjustments. I feel like they're on the
For
right track.
Nouns? For
Yeah, for Nouns. I mean, they're trying to just pick heroes that can lane better, more stable lanes, and not try to be too fancy with their picks. I like it.
Even the Tusk off lane, you don't think is too fancy? Nouns?
I think it's okay.
Okay. And very quickly, Jenkins, because you hyped up the offlane task, I know you talked to Gunnar about it. Do you want to give insight as to what you think he's going to build, how to play it out?
He told me what he's going to build.
I know he did. And you don't remember, do you?
No, I do remember.
Okay.
He said I mean, this is just, you'll see it in this game. He's going to get a...
Is it the same every time?
It's roughly the same. Yeah, it's like blink dagger, pipe, that sort of thing. You're building kind of regular aura items and then into eventual scaling with like the Aghanim Scepter late game. So it's pretty normal offlane stuff mixed in with a little bit of the mid-tusk behavior.
Yeah. Well, look, it's only our second series here on the mainstream of day number 1. We've already got a bit of a unique pick coming out, so let's head on into game number 2 with Mike and John.
Well, thank you so much, Nat. We do get into game 2 here between BBT and Nouns. And Jonathan, I mean, our panel did seem a little bit confused about the way these drafts did end. You and I were a little bit confused as well. Who do you think came out on top? Like, do Nouns have a good chance in game 2?
They have a better chance than they did in game 1. I think that.
Okay.
That's a good start. Yeah, that's game 1. I think I've already forgotten. I think I'm with the NA fans. I don't. There was a game 1. I don't remember watching.
Never
that.
happened.
Nothing like a 24-1 score line. No. And that's exactly what Nouns should be doing as well. Just forget that game. It didn't exist. Try to play your game out here. It's a rather interesting draft. You've got the Razor mid for copy into a Monkey King matchup from GPK. You've got the Razor eventually to deal with the Troll, but then you have the Troll to deal with the Ursa. You have this Gunner offlane Tusk that we haven't seen in forever. We heard Jenkins would have built some like Blink and Pipe, a mix of auras and a little bit of touch of that mid Tusk in. I'm going to be really interested to see if Gunner has a much better lane than last time. There should be more play here. I mean, you've got a lot more potential to run down with the damage you have from Lelis this time around, so it should lead to a better time. And if Gunner has a game, there is a connection to be made here for Nouns this time.
It certainly is. A bit of damage being spread out here. Not too much to really write home about, as it seems like most of that was Toronto Tokyo taking some damage out. Still, we can start as usual with the mid lane, of course, where you are going to have, Copy, against GPK. It's a Razor vs Monkey King matchup, so you'd have to assume Copy should have a pretty decent advantage.
Yeah, it should be pretty happy for the Razor. Obviously, you're not going to get too much static links off, but it's still going to cut off how much GPK can farm up. I'm really interested to see what GPK will do with a Simian Stride. Like, if he's going to look for early rotations, try to leverage this for rune control, call his supports in here while he hangs in tree line for initiation. There's a lot of angles with core monkeys going into Simian Stride now as well. But laning-wise, Copy should just be perfectly fine. He can create spacing with a plasma field. He can always threaten if the jump is there with a static link. And that will make this a little bit more of a passive lane for GPK. More passive than I think a Monkey King would necessarily want. Although, you still have to watch for a little bit of that damage from the Boundless. There is still some play for GPK to just shove and farm up here safely.
Certainly is. Look at that top lane, John. You've got Psyker and Toronto Tokyo against Gunner. And of course, Lelis. And here we go. They're going to make the chase. Toronto Tokyo, he will land the deluge. Well, Lelis will survive this time around. The thing is, though, you and I were speaking about this while the draft was ongoing, and it does feel like the Troll Naga lane, it feels pretty busted in the right hands rather. And I wonder how Gunner will deal with it here with Lelis. It just seems like this should be a pretty scary lane if you are Nouns.
And it is, especially as the levels go up for Toronto Tokyo once he has the Ensnare to set up. Get the Deluge off, you get a couple of lucky roots out from Psyka, it's going to last forever. Of course, there is, again, more play here from Nouns. Gunner with the early tag team, with a long-range poke that the Snapfire has this time with a Scatter Blast. It certainly is a lot more playable than the last game with a Sand King Tinker. That lane just felt super passive this time around. Gunner can look to pressure in, and it is making it slightly uncomfy for Psyka. Every single time Toronto Tokyo's been walking up with the Deluge, he has been getting blasted and back with a Scatter Blast and just prevents that connection that they want to play off of here for BBT. So just heads up positioning from Lelis to keep that back, keep that damage kind of tied in. Of course, for Toronto Tokyo, the one big thing with the Naga, with the illusions, is it's going to be really easy to manage this lane. Get some pulls, get some stacks going. That economy build-up for Psyka is going to ramp up real quick if you don't keep track of it here from Lelis.
Absolutely. And the final lane, of course, you're looking at it right now. Miro and Save against Fly and Yuma. For now, it seems like Yuma's having a bit of a challenging time, as Save is able to just kind of zone them out with all the sticky napalm spam. So Miero's going to be off to another great start. And the thing is, with the Ursa versus Primal Beast matchup, you know, usually the Ursa would be able to bully him out just a little bit, but not so much the case right now with Save on the Bat Rider, just ensuring that Miero can close the gap and secure that farm.
Yeah, gets a little bit awkward to try to play with, say, Enchant and Earthshock Aggression onto Miero. Sure, he doesn't have Onslaught, but he gets a little bit more durable as you commit with the Uproar. There's the Flame Break to worry about from Save, and you don't really want to take that risk right now for Yuma. Oh.
They're going to try with the shards, but Toronto's coming in to help out, and well, they're not really doing enough damage. Gunner's going to be forced to try and run away, though Psych is just getting right to work. It was a nice little attempt, but even with the level 2 tag team of Gunner, the damage is lacking quite a bit.
And it is. They need to poke and prod from a distance a couple more times. They are racing all of Psycha's regen. He's already out, as again, he was poked down earlier. And it's a rather interesting one as well. Psycha doesn't get value point in Berserker's Rage, just opting to focus on the Axis. The increased stat resist is nice for the added slow, the added mischance. Duration as well is going to be pretty big, so that is something to watch out for. If you do actually fully commit outside of your spells, Psych is not going to be the easiest target as long as Toronto Tokyo gets a mirror image out with the deluge going.
So far 0-0, 4.5 minutes in. So pretty even kind of game so far between these two teams, at least in terms of kill score. Even the laning stage does seem substantially better than last game around, at least for Nouns. Copy's having a much better time on this mid-Razor comparatively to the mid-Quap he was playing last game. Meanwhile, GPK does take a bounty, or rather, excuse me, a water rune, and is going to make his rotation to the bounty. Meanwhile, Yuma does end up dying. Save able to secure the kill, as Save does eventually go down, but they didn't even need the rotation from GPK. Just Save gets it done himself.
He does. Do manage to get that commitment. Again, Miero does not have anything like the Onslaught, so they're just playing off the Bat Rider. Flame Break, and the spam, and the slows. They are getting a little bit of damage up top. Gunner's starting to drop fairly low.
It certainly is. Gunner still being chased down. The Axes will slow him down just a little bit more, but Gunner's going to be okay. Toronto unable to continue chasing past the tier 1 tower. And all things being said and done, even though the lane did seem a little bit challenging, Gunner still has found some decent farm. While that's happening though, down at bottom lane, looks like GPK is thinking about a rotation. And he's making his move now. They do jump in for the onslaught. Yuma again being targeted, and he is certainly just dead. There is just no saving this Ursa. Saved to pick up another kill on the Bat Rider. And Fly, I mean, he's still being chased down, but it doesn't really seem like they care for Fly. It'd be a mission to find that kill. They'd rather just not waste their time.
Yep. A little bit of a chase over to Bounty Runes as well. Toronto Tokyo getting poked pretty hard from Lelis.
Oh, he might be dead. The image is out. He's all right. Lelis doesn't want to deal with it. So your one saving grace right now is Copy finding a lot of farm. On the Razor, and Gunner's not doing too bad either. They're going to try and make the play on the Psyker. Top lane. They'd love a Troll Warlord kill. He's still level 5, but he's looking for a TB play out, and he's gonna make it.
Oh, no.
So close as well with the Centaur Conqueror, but just not quite close enough. As now bottom lane, they know Yuma's alone. But Save not going to dive in, as it seems like Miero's a little bit preoccupied with a creep wave.
Dire's top
And he
tower
is
under attack.
getting some farm going, has the phase boots up, not quite at 6, so no pulverize up just yet. And good news for Nouns, even though they don't find the kill top, they will find the objective. Top tier 1 gone relatively early here, 7 minutes in. So they've got some extra room to finagle their way around, find some safe farm, contest a little bit further out, try to catch Psycha off guard if he's not too careful here. I don't think BBT minds too much though. Again, they're getting steady build up for GPK. They've got the levels ramping up here for Miero. They'll be able to trade tier 1 bot now as well. No signs of defense coming out here from Nouns anytime soon. And you still need more items up anyhow from Nouns to really sustain. Like you only, I mean, we're at the point where everyone just has power treads. It can be, it's still relatively early to think about deep commitment. They are looking at mid though.
Certainly looking at mid. Toronto Tokyo. Well, this takes a bit of damage here from Lelis, but ultimately nothing to write home about. He'll be just fine to retreat. And it seems like Nouns are setting up for a nice little early push here in the mid-tier 1 tower. You've got GPK hanging around the tree line, but I highly doubt he'll be able to defend this on his own. No siege creep available, so it could just be a bit of chip damage to come out with this enchanted creep from Fly. Though save is rotate on the Batrider, and it seems like the defense is actually going to kind of work out. Bit of damage, but nothing to really worry about here for BBT.
Pretty heads up from GPK, just pulled a wave, cleared out safely away from these heroes. They spot out this rotation as well with some good defensive wards from the side of BBT, so you shouldn't be able to find Psycha here either. And Nouns for their clump up aren't really finding anything. They are giving a ton of room out for Yuma to try to hit this farm timing with, say, the Battle Fury into the Blink BKB, but that's still a ways off as well. Our Ursa bottom network core, at the moment, only 500 gold above her Batrider support, so much more time before the Ursa becomes a factor in this game whatsoever. And which also means you don't need to worry about Roche anytime soon here for BBT.
Thinking about Yuma again down to that bottom lane, but Yuma's just too close to his tier 2 towers. Instead, they'll just secure their own stacks here. GPK and Save will go ahead and take care of their own. And net worth is still very close between these two sides, though. Just a 1k advantage is the way of BBT. Now, Yuma, I'm looking back at the Ursa's farm, like it's just not comparative to what we saw last game, where there was a Battle Fury at the 11-minute mark. He hasn't even really got one component of that Battle Fury yet, sadly, on the Ursa.
No, it's way far off.
Toronto, I mean, maybe they could secure a nice easy Naga kill, but it's not really proving to be that easy. Skylar, he'll try for the shards out, but Toronto just going to juke him and TP away. So no freebie here for Gunnar, sadly. A very happy Toronto Tokyo getting away once again. And both sides seem more than happy to just play the slow game, it seems like, for game number 2. Obviously, for Nouns, I think they're more than happy to play this style of game, but I think I'm a bit more surprised by BBT. I thought after game 1 they'd be a little bit more assertive about this.
Yeah, it almost seemed like it, especially with, again, this full last pick for Psycha into the Razor, just almost a full confidence pick. Or just opting to ramp up. I think it's also down to their supports, right? Like, you've got Naga support, you've got Batrider support. Neither one can really connect that easily or start these fights for you. You need to blink up on save. You didn't have a runaway lane from Yarrow. It was a free lane, but not something that where he completely stopped and got early timing, still waiting for his full blade mail as well. So there is some waiting to be done. It's now into the field, it's a little bit itchy to find a kill. They've been playing aggressively on the opposite side. Gunnar, though.
Top lane, Gunnar. Gonna be an easy target, it seems like, for the side of BBT. Try to snowball away, TP out, and there is no easy target. Gunnar is fine. Very, very nice TP play out, as now Nouns, seeing the opening, do try to go for that tier 1 mid tower. With the siege creep available and the enchanted creep, it should be a pretty easy tier 1 to take. BBT, they are desperately trying to get within range to defend this, but the tier 1's basically gone. Maybe you can hope for a bit of a deny here. Not even that, though.
Yeah. Pretty heads up from Nouns. They see all of that commitment up top. They know, they know with full confidence they can use that space to clear out mid, they even up the map control a little bit more. They've bought a ton of room out again for Yuma, who is starting to catch up, equalizing with Gunnar's farm at the very least, and can start to scale from there. It's building up for Nouns. You've got the Yasha up in the copy, so you can start to chase around, probably going for, perhaps just looking for the standard Manta BKB sort of build here. And once you have that, you certainly have your play lined up. It's a bit of a smoke out from BBT. Blade mail up from Yarrow, so he can withstand the onslaught here. Just need to find a target in.
They're gonna find Fly. Keep in mind, that is an Ent you're trying to deal with. This could take a little bit of time. They'll pick him up and slam him down, and eventually Fly surely goes down, but he's still running, still healing. Meanwhile, Save, he's the one to drop. It's the classic Ent bait. They thought they could burst him down with so many heroes, but it just wasn't enough. Fly survives and Save will drop.
It's pretty big for Nouns. They commit a lot of ultimates coming out there from BBT. Wukong's down for quite some time here on GPK. The Monkey King doesn't quite have damage yet, just the Javelin Gloves. Needs a full Maelstrom to really start to get some split, some farm across the map going even faster. and some threat in the Wukongs. Right now, it's just not there. Obviously, you're still not expecting anything from Saika, as he is also going into Battle Fury into Yags, so not quite the full Ags rush we've been seeing in a few of the qualifiers. I think we saw that a lot in, again, Wallachia Season 2 qualifiers. That is something that was featured quite a fair bit. So just falling back into some steady build-up. Do love Nouns' position. They are pretty far here, though.
They should be able to kill Fly this time. But he is, again, very tanky. It might take a little bit of time. They'll jump in with the battle trance. They'll get it done. Fly is gone.
It's a lot of space, though. Like, I really like what Nouns are doing. They're just stalling this game, dragging all of this attention away from BBT. It feels like BBT is like a very angry, I don't know, like a bull. And Fly's just getting the target painted on his back. Bot lane has been entirely safe for Yuma. Copy's been farming. Even Gunner is being able to work into this pipe timing to block off a lot of magical damage you're going to be pumping out here with Save and with Niero. So you have a lot of good answers for like this mid-game build-up that both teams are going for. Yuma is still not in the comfiest spot. Again, he's not that far behind any of these cores now. The margins are slim. And Nouns, if they can get into this Battle Fury timing, if they can get into Copy's Manta, take a fight into Roshan, that's where things start to really shine for Nouns and bouncing back in this game number 2.
I've done some ancient stacks here in the Dire jungle, or rather Dire triangle. Problem is, Save has spotted this out. So they're very well aware this is happening, and in fact now the rotations do come in to ensure that none of the creeps will be handed the way of Nouns. Though no fight to really break out, so it seems like BBT unable to really close the gap to secure a kill. They'll still secure their own stacks though, so no problem. So, I mean, Saika's still staying ahead of the Ursa as well, so like, it just seems like the Troll Warlord still has that inherent advantage, plus the net worth advantage you're finding. And of course, Saika is just rushing the Ags now after the Battle Fury, and it's going to make life very hard for Nouns in terms of trying to deal with this Troll Warlord once he does have the Ags up.
Yeah. It becomes a little bit daunting as to how you try to actually burst down Saika. You can try to sap away his damage if Copy finds the angle down the line. And that's a lot of pressure on the Razor, of course, to get that perfect static link target, which might not be the easiest thing to find. At least Yuma has his Battle Fury. And again, considering this game, it's only about 900 gold behind. It's a huge improvement from game 1. I think at least it's that. You're not too far behind. You can catch up to this Battle Fury. Again, with the Battle Fury up, now it should start to think about controlling the map a little bit more. Take some forward presence, try to set up for an objective or a fight into a kill as Miero.
Getting caught out, Snowball will be there. This could be a pretty big pickoff for Nouns if they can catch him, and Miero, he's gone. They don't want to fight. No rotations to come in from BBT, so Nouns suddenly finding the highest net worth hero for BBT and taking him down quite easily.
Yeah, that's the kind of aggression they want here on Nouns. Again, they kill a high net worth target. They don't really manage to capitalize on the push, but they maintain control of the stop area. Like, this forward ward has been quite valuable for them. It's not going to be easily spotted out just yet by Toronto, although the courier should get that information down. They can start to open up the map, or at least prevent that deep movement from being as easy to line up here. Up top.
Gunner. And they've got the lasso, they've got the Wukong's command. They'll control Gunner for now. No Snowball to play with either, because he did commit it onto the creep wave, and he is gone. As soon as they saw that Snowball committed on the creep wave, it was an easy jump in, and sadly for Gunner, there was no way for him to buy time for his team to get there and save him. They are still around, they are still perhaps thinking about a fight, but BBT being quite respectful here and just backing out of there. Or are they? GPK still hanging around. Will pretend to be a tree, but it's rather obvious when you're moving GPK. It seems like now they aren't going to try and force anything. And Yuma has already backed off anyway, so has Copy. Back to the drawing board. But it's still less than 1k net worth lead the way of BBT, so it just, the game is so even right now.
It is. I will say it's starting to feel like Nouns can start to think about this rush timing a lot better than BBT. Again, Troll does have a little bit of that rush threat as well, but it hasn't felt like they've really worked the map out. Again, there was this entire bot area that Nouns were very comfy with, and Nouns were also invading the top jungle quite nicely, although, and they get punished once or twice on Fly, but it's an enchantment, so you don't really care. They are finding save now as well.
He's going to try and juke through the Roshan pit. Maybe a deny, but no, not quite. Copy will take him out. Another nice pickup here for Nouns, and now they can officially think about Roshan. Yuma's right around the corner. He'll just deal with the creep wave first. The question is, do BBT want to try and force a defense here for this Roshan play? I think the answer is probably going to be no. They may have just kind of accepted that against the Ursa, they're going to lose this Roshan anyway. And it doesn't really seem like there's any urgency from BBT to try and get here and fight this one out.
Looks like they're kind of happy with just letting this go. Let the momentum carry through from Nouns. Their lineup does come online a lot faster in comparison to BBT. Like even with like a Naga support, Toronto, Tokyo needs so much more to really have some impact. You need the mech. You kind of want your shard as well if you can find that. It's still going to take a lot of time until these ore items are up in your Naga to sustain through these engagements. The Ags isn't done yet in Saika. You're still working on the Gleipnir for GPK. You're working on the Ags Blink for Miero. A lot of things still need to come online. At the very least, the BKB's there for the Crown Beast, so he is secure in pulverizing one down, but doesn't quite feel like he has the durability yet to tank through everyone focusing onto him.
Miero, shards, not going to lock down the Primal. I mean, Nouns, they are certainly hunting. BBT definitely looking like the team that does not want any kind of fights. But you do have the Ags almost up on Saika. He's only missing the Ogre Axe, so once that's available, perhaps they will try to make some plays here with their Troll Warlord. And he's still substantially ahead of the Ursa, just by about 1k. Yuma himself going to go for a BKB pickup here on the Ursa. Pretty standard.
Already has a blink to gap close as well. Love this little play from Nouns. They shove in mid, they instantly smoke, look for a flank. Might be able to get this collapse up top, while they're trying to slowly siege onto that tier 1 here.
Oh, GPK, don't move, sir. It's all right for now. Yuma looking to jump in, but no, it was all a bait. Never mind. Yuma gone. GPK. Here we go again. They'll try for Toronto, but the song is popped. The TP away is there, and well, that'll be about it. I thought originally when GPK moved, I thought Nouns would be the ones to pounce, but they just weren't quite quick enough.
No. Took the long route through the top jungle instead of running through the river. Miss out on that opportunity to collapse a little bit quicker, and BBT get a good read, get some good punish. Find a very important here to keep shut down. Again, Yuma, he's not that far behind, but he's not catching up and increasing or getting a lead for himself anytime soon here either. You still have this Aegis to play with from Copy at the very least. You can still frontline with a Razor, but honestly, it just feels like BBT does not care. They've got the full Ags up on Saika. Going for the Manta style next. They're playing tag a little bit up top, but Nera is fairly durable. Does have the BKB again to back off. And we'll just hold steady. In a prolonged match, it's kind of hard to read which way this goes, as Saika does battle trance clear out the Tormentor solo, as he's not fighting anyhow. But as it scales on, it's a little bit interesting in this match, as, well, you've got the scaling out from Monkey King and the Troll. You do have scaling with Razor Reverse as well.
Oh, he got caught. I didn't quite see that, but I believe Yuma just guessed the right tree and cut it down. So very nice pickup. I mean, GPK, that's your mid core going down here to the pos 1 of Nouns. Another nice bit of gold influx here for Yuma.
Yeah, it's an important one for the Ursa to find by himself. That's going to lead to a very nice BKB timing for Yuma. Not the quickest, but still going to be on time and in a good time. It's still about the recipe away, 1.2 Kuei gold away. Again, a very even game, a very low kill game. And the opposite of game 1, Mike. 5-5 at 22 minutes with a 1k lead. Last time, I think we were about 22-1 at that point, or 20-1 in game 1. So good news for Nouns. Let's see if BBT can start to ramp up here with a smoke.
They want to go. Copy. Does he sense that something's wrong? It seems like he does. He backs off at the exact right moment. No pick-off to be had. Not yet anyway. They'll try and roam up towards the top lane. Into the Radiant jungle they'll go. Yuma. Oh, he's farming that triangle. This could be very dangerous. GPK's keeping tabs. But this could be too far for BBT as well, don't forget. I mean, they are venturing pretty deep into Nouns territory. They'll go for that tier 1 top tower instead, but there is going to be a counter smoke now up from Nouns, knowing exactly where BBT are hanging about.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
But they've already found the tier 1 top tower, and with this smoke, it starts to feel a little bit obvious.
It does. Let's see if they can still get that collapse. I mean, Aegis is starting to fade here from copy.
We'll find Toronto. I mean, it's something. It's not really that big of a kill, but if you're Nouns, you'll take it.
Yeah, you'll take what you can get. If you're stalling out, again, the Naga full aura timing. And the mech is up, but the Guardian Greaves aren't going to come out anytime soon. Aegis does expire, so for BBT, they do manage to hold up against the Aegis timing quite nicely. Dodge out that big power spike from Nouns, still keep that scaling. On Saika has the Yasha up. Manta not too far off, going for the Lincolns as well, just to protect from perhaps some instant control with, say, the Snowball or the Punch, or even just the Static Link. There are some ways to pop, but this can give the troll a little bit more leeway as well from weaving in and out. Have your own auras up and ready on Nouns, full Guardian Greaves now for Lilith. See if they can... Oh?
Look how tanky this hero is, man. It's just unbelievable. The Fly is still being chased. He finally goes down. The thing was, like, if his team was behind him, the amount of time he bought to allow a way into a fight is just unbelievable. But at the end of the day, nobody was there in time. As now Gunnar still hanging about, though the Boundless does miss, and he chops down the tree of GPK and pops the spray as well. Why the hell not? And once again, it's just run away. No fight.
It's been a good game of cat and mouse so far, although BBT are starting to get a little bit hungry here. Pressuring onto the mid, 6-6. And we're getting the opposite ends here, Mike, in terms of games. See if they finally find a kill this time.
Here we go. Gunnar gets caught, and Snare will be there. A nice little shards block, though, going to make it very hard. And now GPK getting jumped here by Yuma, though the Enrage forced to be popped here by Yuma as he does need to retreat. They're still trying for the MK, but Yuma cannot keep up as now Copy. It's complete chaos in the mid lane, but Save is gone. They've lost the Batrider. They might even lose Saika if the battle trance runs out, and it might very, very soon. But no, the song, Toronto, he buys the time. Saika's out of there. Toronto, he'll be the one being left behind. They still lose 2 supports. It's not a great fight for BBT, but at least they get the big ones out.
I think you bail out all of the cores. It looked like a decent fight that they could have started off of, but Nouns were very ready this time around. They had their saves ready. It's really hard to pin down Gunnar with his pipe, because this Tusk is starting to be a little bit of a slippery issue. You've got 2 really tanky heroes that can front that aren't like necessary for you to fully commit on for now. It's like if Fly gets caught, you don't care too much if there's no opportunity because it's an Ench. If Gunnar gets caught out, he has Snowball with Blink to save himself. He has the fight to sustain through as well. So he's not really at risk of just getting 100 to 0'd. I think BBT have to find a way to get bigger lassos out from Save. They need to be able to find these big targets. We are seeing at least some ways of kiting Copy around with the BKB Pierce on Pulverize. Not always the easiest thing to find here from Yarrow. And that is the one thing that BP has to play off of. It's Save with a Blink Lasso and Miero with whoever he decides to pulverize down here.
Top lane. Looks like they might run into Save. There is vision around this area though from BBT, so this could be a very nice fight to force, and they are going to try. Onto Fly they'll go. They want the Ench first, but Fly is just tanking through it once again. It's now GPK, copying too much damage. Still trying to man up here in his Wukong's command, but so is Gunnar. GPK, he's out of damage now with that static link. He needs to get out. Still Gunnar going very deep, but he will be able to blink out. Nobody dies yet. In goes Yuma once again on Toronto, but Toronto is able to walk out of there thanks to the Boundless of GPK. And BBT now, the ones to retreat, as Nouns are still looking to force the fight. But nobody's... Oh, I say nobody's left. Yuma's still having a hunt around. GPK is still there, but they will not find him.
Rather unfortunate for BBT. They don't manage to get the big lasso target they'd want. Isolating Fly really doesn't do much. Like, this Ench has proven time and time again, if you're not connecting with your Primal Beast, with a trample. And the Ench is just not going to die fast enough for you to capitalize. And unfortunately for Mero, and very fortunate for Nouns, he did get distracted by Copy's illusions, ended up pulverizing on the side to try to stun in the Wukong's AoE. I don't think it reached on for the most part. So, very good news for Nouns. They get the 2k lead on top. They get another Roshan for free with a banner. You can start to consider more aggressive plays going forward. This should allow BBT to reset their cooldowns. Song will be back up for Toronto Tokyo. He's doing a great job of just ensuring mid pressures there. So the Naga split push is there to at least stall out in some of these objectives despite having the Aegis. But Nouns certainly do feel like they are getting in control of this game. BBT, the initiation angles have not been clean. At least they have a source of break now with Miero. With the full Ags up, could help out if you are jumping fly this time.
There you go. Down towards the bottom lane. T2 tower will be targeted by Psyker. And keep in mind, they're fighting against the Aegis now, but Nouns are not looking to try and defend this. So Gunner's picked up his Desolator now, so you've got a lot of right-click potential here with the Tusk. Nouns looking to head through the mid lane. BBT will see if they want to try and defend. So it seems like Nouns are going to pressure this tier 2 mid tower, and well, in fairness, the mid tier 2 is just about to fall anyway. So it is basically already gone. Nouns will go ahead and take care of it. Do you want to try high ground? I mean, you do have a Roshan banner plus an Aegis.
BBT's going high ground.
Oh, BBT's going high ground. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, we do have the creep wave at the top tier 3 at the very least, Jonathan. They'll back it. That'll be enough.
They do a lot of chip damage from that tier 3. If a full commitment does come in and Saika decides not to join in, with Toronto Tokyo just shoving one lane in, he could just make a beeline for bot and just kind of even out the game that way. I like that coverage out from BBT. Seeing the Roche, knowing that the mid tier 2 would still hold, knowing how fast they can push. With a Troll, does give them a little bit of an access point later on. Nouns looking for a smoke out. No forward vision this time to try to spot out BBT though.
Mid lane. I mean, they could go for Miero if he does show on the creep wave, but nobody wanting to venture that far for that farm. Gunnar will reveal his position, so a pretty obvious smoke now for BBT to just kind of wait out. Line's being drawn through the top lane, so they might actually try to pressure this top tier 3 tower. Now, it does feel like they really want to pick off before they try to venture to that high ground, but BBT are just not providing the openings. Like, it's still 8-6 with a 1k advantage, and we're 31 minutes in basically. No openings really being provided.
No. Again, it's the complete opposite of last game. 8-6. No one going double digits just yet. Half an hour in.
I may have just jinxed.
Smoke.
Happy days.
Oh.
Here we go.
Good job, Mike.
No, I not. I double jinxed. Jump in. Oh, I triple jinxed it. Here we go. We're onto the race. Copy's gone, but so is Toronto Tokyo. Onto the edge. Fly is also dead. Gunner. Chase is on. Gleipnir is going to land from GPK. Nice shards block from Gunner once again, but the chase will continue. Yuma's right around the corner though. He's thinking about forcing the fight, and he will jump in. They'll try for Miero first on the Primal Beast. Yuma, he'll pop the BKB. Still trying. Gunner, somehow still alive. Finally goes down. Yuma, still looking for a target. Will chase down Psyker, but he's just too fast on the Troll. They just kite out the Ursa. So they'll lose Gunner, they'll lose Fly. They lost Copy and he brought back to make matters worse. A pretty big fight here for BBT.
Yeah, it works out in their favor. Get perfect target to start on. Finding Copy in that smoke. It's a big target you really need to take care of. You can counteract two of your cores. It makes it very uncomfy for Saika and for GPK to try to play their games if the Razor is just alive. So they just take that out of the picture, force the buyback, stall out this butterfly timing as well for Copy, just a little bit. And he's going to make things a little bit tougher in terms of trying to scale up. And for the side of Nouns, again, they've been the ones posturing, trying to play across the river, find these pickoffs. They might be a little bit concerned about scaling, especially since you're not going for like a refresh Razor, right? Like the butterfly will allow you to man up against a lot of these hits from BBT. And again, physical output of the Troll and the Monkey aren't necessarily going to always hammer in onto the Razor at that point. But it feels like the late game Razor threats from like Refresh, double BKB, double Static Link, and just running around being a maniac, sapping away your core damage from that point. The Butterfly is not that same play. I think this is much more tempo heavy and copy, trying to utilize this early advantage, mid-game advantage they've built up off and try to win a couple of fights into endgame. If it falls flat here, that could give BBT a much better chance in scaling up, knowing that Refresh is not going to be up for a long time with his build.
Another big smoke up here. BBT running right towards Copy. This will be a dieback on Copy if he does get caught out. It seems like they will avoid him instead, rather looking at Gunner now down to that bottom lane, and they're going to find Fly instead. A little bit unfortunate. Oh no, they found both. Save will spot out Gunner as well. That'll be a double. The 2-for-1 special. BBT, I mean, it's just kind of back to the farm game, I suppose, right? It's just no need to rush.
No.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they can keep that build up. Again, it feels like with the double core of Monkey Troll, you're kind of banking on your Razor to nullify these cores. Again, Copy going for the Butterfly somewhat counteracts them. At the same time, it only allows you to really focus one down. It gives a lot of leeway for either GPK or for Saika, depending on who's not Static Link, to actually just play the game. You do have the full Abyssal Blade up on Yuma, so you can just stun up whoever's left alone and just try to focus one target at a time at that point, or just split the fight up. That kind of utility while the other core is trying to break Static Link. You have that kind of setup for yourself now in Nouns, but BBT have taken over on net worth, 4K advantage. Not the biggest lead at 35 minutes in. Nouns certainly not behind by too much of a margin here at the very least. But most of this net worth differential is coming from how underfarmed Gunner is. Like, he has been a little bit more of the sacrificial off lane. Again, going for a hybrid ore build-up on Tusk. He's got the Dessa with no charges up. With the BKB, perhaps that's when he can start to get more charges in. Maybe even start to consider something like the Ags being picked up to try to reposition these heroes as well. Be one way for Nouns to simplify these fights going forward here.
BBT, they're posturing once again around this top lane. Maybe just getting set up for the next Roshan attempt. You do have Nouns grouped up as well. They are indeed just checking the Roshan pit here, BBT, just in case. The Roshan's still not going to even tell us when it respawns for another 40 seconds. There's your Butterfly up on Copy, so we'll see if that does make any form of difference here in this next fight. So they are going to smoke up. The Naga illusions to come in. Copy will make it pretty obvious they are smoked though. Does BBT want this fight is the question. Fly will move forward. Miro gonna break the smoke on Yuma. I don't believe Yuma actually saw him. They'll try to get some D wards off here. Miro though still frontlining for his side. Neither side wants to pull the trigger. We're just having a bit of a standoff here at this top lane, it seems. More wards placed here by BBT. Lasso, it's on an illusion. Unfortunate. It's alright, I mean, there's just so many illusions, you've got to try one of them. In goes Fly. Yuma, he's going to make the jump in. I'll try for Miero on the Primal Beast, but the BKB is already out, and now the Pulverize has been committed. Still Yuma having a decent old time, as now the song has been committed from Toronto, Tokyo, looking to try and move in onto Copy, who's getting annihilated by Saika. There goes Gunner to boot. Both of them just destroyed. As everybody else from Nouns just trying to dissipate, but save, continuing to chase Yuma, who does end up killing him off, but Yuma is certainly just set to fall. There is no help around. And an unfortunate fight for Nouns now as BBT finding a very good fight, and Roshan, it's up in 30 seconds.
It's a big timing for BBT, and that's probably the best way for that fight to go out for BBT. Right? They use lasso and an illusion, and I feel like that's Nouns' opportunity. Instead, it falls flat. Yeah, you get this big song to bail out. You get the isolation, but pulverize out onto the Ursa while he's BKB'd and committing. You static link the Prowl Beast instead of any of the 2 cores. So Saika and GPK just don't care. And again, because Saika shoved in bot, it's going to be a really easy process to take care of these tier 3s. 1 fort already used up. Doesn't take too long for the troll to just clear these objectives by himself.
Max, Saika doing it himself. They'll jump in with the kick, or rather the punch. The battle trance was already there from Saika is now, well, it's looking pretty rough for Nouns. They've already looking to lose Gunner, and they do. Saika barely survives all of them. The battle trance just in the nick of time here from Saika as Lilith is being hunted in his fountain, forced to back off. Bottom Rax is gone, and that's going to be enough for BBT.
Yep. Can go back, just take Roshan. They should know the spawn time is relatively soon. Saika's going to go back up top, check it out after clearing out some camps.
Oh, Yuma does clean up save. It's a nice little kind of pick off onto a straggler on his way out. It's just not changing the game though, is it? Like you're 11k behind now as Nouns. You've lost a Rax. You're losing Roshan as we speak. And even though BBT just played a very, very slow game, it really has felt like they've been in control.
And it has. See if Nouns can find an angle in. They did smoke up here, but the smoke breaks under the Watcher.
Copy. Gonna get pulverized here by Miero, and it looks like his team was not really prepared for the fight, though he did at least get his BKB off. Still running. Saika, he's popped the battle trance, chasing very, very deep, but he's got the Aegis up. Not anymore though, it is down. Has Saika gone too far? Miero will try to jump in, but Yuma, he's right on the troll. Saika pops the BKB and tries to run. Even the song being committed, he'll survive, and now they're all locked down. The onslaught in, the Ursa in huge trouble. Gunner indeed also in trouble as they both drop.
Oh, God.
A double kill for Miero. Copy to drop to boot. Miero getting tipped throughout all of this as they've even found themselves an Ench. And I believe I just saw Yuma buy back.
Yes.
A little bit unfortunate.
Very unfortunate for the side of Nouns. BBT, I mean, it almost looked like they were just losing their minds for a moment. Saika running forward, popping battle trance early, losing the Aegis just like that. You know, looking like he was getting impatient with this game, but it works out. Toronto Tokyo saves the day. Great song. You gotta love that. Naga Siren shards that, you know, when it was fresh, I was like, oh, it's a very fun shard. And, well, we've been seeing a lot of it over the years now as well. And that's just going to be straightforward high ground again. Saika's got the damage to dig through all of the objectives for the MKB. Last fortify to kick in here. At the least, mega creeps aren't going to be coming in, and respawns are relatively short. You should still be able to hold up with one lane to yourself here on Nouns. But BBT blow this game wide open, 11-19, 2TK lead up for themselves. And the side of Nouns, well, it's really rough for Copy, right? Like, he's running in, he's always static linking Miero, and he's not really able to focus down and try to find Saika, try to find GPK to static link to take out one of these cores from the equation. And that's where all these issues come in. Like, once they see that commitment onto Miero, GPK and Saika are just like, all right, we'll go in. We've got damage. We don't need to care about Razor. He's not even, you know, dealing with us. Well, what worries do they have if they're not static link targets?
That's a fair point, John. It has been pretty rough here for Copy. Not the ideal Razor game, that's for sure. Now a Swift Blink available on Saika, so things got even worse here for Nouns as Copy's just being watched at the moment. They'll leave him be. I say Swift Blink. Save just picked up an Aghanim Scepter. Double Lasso available. Up towards the top lane they'll go. Smoke on smoke scenario, but this could be Nouns' last team fight. If they can't make this one work, the game is basically as good as done. Lasso is out. Who have they caught? It's going to be Lilith. Snap fire down. Miero, he's in. Copy. He'll be alright for now. The pulverize was cancelled. Copy though, where's he going? The Razor, he'll head up north, but it's not the way to go. He is dead. Meanwhile, Gunner's just trapped in the tree line by the looks of it as Yuma's going to try and force another fight, but really gets nothing out of it. BKB's being forced out, but it's not doing anything. Meanwhile, Gunner has been spotted on the tree line. Chase on. He'll blink away back towards the south, but Toronto's right behind him. Here comes Save to boot, and Gunner is gone. There's 2 down without buyback here for Nouns.
Yeah. And that should just be the last hit Rex to go here for BBT to take. Again, Yuma could not afford to die. He bought back a while ago. He's going to have to try to just hold out here as Tree. I don't see the angle. I think without that...
So again, it's a double lasso. A double lasso from Save, and that'll about do it. GG is called. Nouns have seen enough. And, positive is Game 2 was a lot closer, but at the end of the day, BBT certainly proving to be the much better team here today, at least in their series up against Nouns Esports. And I'm sure they'll be leaving their room very, very happy after that one.
That they will be. Game 1, a little bit more, of course, of a complete stop. A complete shutout from BBT. Game 2 being a lot more even now to correct and draft. They had supports that could play the lanes a little bit better. Their lanes weren't completely washed out up against BBT. They weren't getting run down early on. You had the Snapfire on your end. You had this Enchantress buying space on fly, getting that space out for Yuma to farm up. It's just... they were looking for the aggression. They couldn't find the openings. And again, it was a tough game for Copy. He had 2 cores to worry about. Couldn't find either one. Just forced to kind of try to link up on Miera and hope for the best.
Absolutely. Props to BBT, of course. And we do have a lovely panel we can head over to see what they have to say about this game too.
A nice clean 2-0 there in our best of 2 for the group stage. BB team coming in, and for Nouns, it was looking like that could have been a win on the cards for them. I thought, hey, maybe this is another series that we're going to see get tied up. I really liked what that offlane Tusk for Gunner was doing compared to the Sand King. And you talked about this comfort over meta. If you're able to just squeeze out 1 or 2 more percentages out of a hero that you're playing, Jenkins, like maybe that's something you go for, and you could definitely feel the difference when it came to leading phase between the 2.
I liked the comfort, but Fear was mentioning it as we were watching the draft, just like what the hell is going on? Like this is
true.
One of the worst Tusk games you can imagine. Playing into a potential monkey carry and then eventually a troll carry, which arguably is even worse. Maybe a Naga carry, which is also miserable. Batrider can do well against a Tusk in lane as well with some sort of rotation. So it's...
in fact, those are probably his 3 worst matchups.
Yeah, he did his best, and I do like seeing the comfort. I do like how he played in this game, but it just was a bad hero. Like, there's a reason this hero is not picked in the offlane. I wanted to be proven wrong about that, but that's also kind of why I wasn't hyping it up too much in the draft.
Like they had a moment in the game where they were hitting a really strong timing. At 18 minutes, 17 minutes, they got Roshan, and Tusk kind of almost had he already had his pipe at that point. And I just felt like they needed to use that momentum to kind of take the fight. Because instead, what happens is they got Roshan, and Razor had Manta at that point, but he chose to continue farming his BKB instead of like just playing around. So they didn't really use the first A-Gaze to do anything at all.
I fully agree. And then what happened was Copy was taking safe farm as well. Okay, this Razor was in his own try, and then you had the Tusk and the Enchantress and sometimes the Ursa in this more dangerous space. And BB team were able to get the pick off. They had the numbers advantage, and then you felt them just have to retreat. The Razor not joining to help try and defend and at least take some part of a fight. And so it was always a numbers advantage for BB team, and they slowly built up a lead to, okay, now the Monkey King is ahead of the Razor in net worth, and we're not really sure what else we can do.
I mean, from the Razor's point of view, he thinks that he needs Manta plus BKB to join the fights. But at the same time, when you're playing the game, you're not the only one in the game, and you need to look at, is someone else hitting their timing? I think with the pipe on the Tusk and the Aegis on the Ursa, they're hitting a really, really strong timing, and he's kind of wasting it by trying to get to his own later timing.
Yeah. When
they could have just taken control of the game at that point. Because their lineup, the longer the game goes, it's going to get harder and harder for them to deal with the troll and the monkey.
Right. That's what when it eventually started going the other way, that's what we saw in the fights. Even when Yuma had Aegis on Ursa, he was just getting kited by the troll, constantly dispelling his stuff. He was getting also broken by the Primal Beast, so he's not doing any damage in the fights. There was just a lot that was able to kite him. Whereas on the flip side, in the early game, Copy on Razor was countering the troll. Like, he was not doing any damage. He was getting fully linked for the entire battle trance. Like, the troll looked, it's like funny when you see a troll versus Razor, because he's just sitting there slamming and nothing is happening. Razor is just stealing all of his damage. But then that flips the other way when you get to the late game and the troll has burst, and when you have troll versus Ursa. So I completely agree. I think Nouns needs to go back to their fundamentals and work on those a bit. There's really nice glimpses of hope for them. Like, the game was very close against BB Team, a very strong team, consistently like top 4 team. So there's glimpses of great hope, but they definitely need to, like, how do we close out a game, you know? How do we sync these timings up? They need to go to the fundamentals.
I wanted to highlight this real quick as well, the Troll versus Razor matchup. This is a matchup that's pretty good for the Razor, right? But this is 31 minutes in the game, and you have 2 items on this Razor, right? While the Troll is completely free farming, and you need more on the Razor to be able to counter him. So I feel like the Troll overcame his bad matchup just by having more items, right? And he's good versus Ursa already, whereas Yuma, unfortunately, he's playing versus 2, in my opinion, hard counters. I feel like Primal Beast is incredibly good versus Ursa because his Pulverize goes through status resist. So even if you're enraged BKB'd, he's still going to control you that entire time.
That's a counter.
And then later on, he's going to get the Ags, which is going to break you, which makes you useless as well. So it was just a very difficult game for Yuma there, and you only had 1 bad matchup for Nightfall in this particular game, and they did a good job making sure this Razor didn't get too much farm. They got all the farm they needed on the Troll, and once Troll no longer cared about the Razor, it was a free game, where Yuma, he had still so many obstacles to overcome, and there's only so much an offlane Tusk can do.
I want to do one special shout out to Toronto Tokyo. There was a really great play that I think helped the Troll. Was Toronto Tokyo essentially sacrificing his life for the Troll. He songed and he made sure that the Troll got his TP off first, and then he TP'd himself. Unfortunately, the song ended, and so he ended up dying. But that was really clutch, because not only did it heal up the Troll back up so he wasn't dying to the Razor ult, but I think that was enough for him to be able to reset, heal up a little bit, and just go straight out to farming again.
Yeah, not only that, in the team fights, I think he was really doing a really good job sending the illusions out. And he was kind of initiating with Deluge. He slows the target, and his team gets to the target. And that is why the hero is actually so difficult to deal with in the mid game.
Yeah, and I think that's also why we're seeing Naga getting banned out in every game so far that we've been able to see. Like, her contest rate right now is through the roof, and she gets let through, and we realize how much you're able to do in this impact from a position 5 there. So massive props to Toronto Tokyo, but also just BB Team. I think getting off to a nice start for themselves, getting a 2-0. Now it's going to be a little bit more difficult for themselves, but we've got to keep the day moving. There's a lot going on, 3 streams at once, 5 best of 2s for our day 1 of group stage. So we're going to be looking at our next matchup. It's Aurora up against Team Liquid, and we actually got to sit down with one of their players. I believe it was 23 Savage.
Possibly the strongest SEA team, Aurora, is battling it out, trying to make a name for themselves. They've had some good results throughout the season, but have struggled to break into the top spots. But can they change that at the International? I'm going to find out with 23. 23, how's it going? How's your International?
It's been great. Denmark is really chill, and the weather is nice compared to my home, Bangkok, obviously.
Yeah, a bit cooler over here, I guess. So from your vlogs, it seems like Jabs and Sunby are kind of the leaders of Aurora. You know, they're very serious and analytical. Meanwhile, you have a bit more fun. You know, you're sort of the morale booster. Is that like a role you see for yourself, or is that just who you are?
I think it's just who am I. I just want to have fun in life because, you know, when I was young, I keep playing too much Dota, and then we just stay in a room. And when I grew up, I found out that life is more interesting.
What do you think about the quieter members of your team, and you know, like, do you enjoy kind of like engaging with them and getting them out of their shell?
Actually, everyone in my team is all quiet. It's only me who like to talk to people. So, I mean, it just depends on a person. They just want to be like that, so let them be.
Yeah, absolutely. So what about Laurenov specifically? I mean, you know, he's come over this year. How has your relationship developed throughout the season?
To be honest, I didn't really speak anything about him, if not in the game. So I didn't know much about him. I only know he's introvert. One time I invited him to go out when he declined, so I didn't try more.
Just time was made. So you qualified for both EWC and TI. What do you think you learned at EWC which you're going to bring to the International?
In EWC, we lost 2 XG because I think we didn't play well. We didn't use the gate as much as we should, and our hero is not our style. So I think if we stick to our style and the way we play, I think we can be more successful.
You've got the experience of, Jabs and Zombie have been to so many TIs between them. I mean, how has their experience been for you guys coming into this one?
It really has nothing to do much with them. I think as for me, it's like, the first TI you're kind of exciting because, if you're a Dota player, it's always your dream. But after that, after 2-3 TIs, you're gonna feel like not really feeling anything. Just want to play your best and don't regret anything.
For sure, but what would it mean if you were, the first SCA team to win it all, to take the Aegis? What would that mean for you?
Well, it would mean a lot, I think, especially for C scene. Everyone in C is gonna play mobile right now, mobile games. But if we win, maybe people will buy PC and play, I guess.
What's your favorite duo to run in the lane? What's your favorite carry support duo you like to throw out?
I just like when he play ET, and then whatever I play, maybe I play like Morph. But his ET, I think, is one of the best.
Well, what about the Ringmaster hero? We're seeing this guy all over pubs, but what do you think about Ringmaster?
I think it's really OP. It's like fucked up because every spell the lane is strong and ulti is like broken. And I think when it came out to pick, everyone will pick it if it's not nerfed.
Yeah, I feel like it probably will be by then. But what about you? What's your favorite hero to play at the moment?
I really like Lina.
Lina. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of those heroes are kind of enabled by Gleipnir. Do you like the item, and do you think it kind of adds a new depth to carry?
Yeah, I think it's the carry now. I think it changed a lot from 3 years ago or like 4 years ago. Now the carry need to be able to see the game in the bigger picture and gank a lot, I think.
Yeah, you can't just AFK.
Kind of like a playmaker right now. So it's kind of like a mid, but in a carry lane. Yeah, that's what I do carry now.
Yeah, so would you say it's more balanced between, because mid's also kind of got a bit more carry-ish over the years, right?
Yeah. Mid is a bit carry too. So now carry playstyle changed. Yeah.
And how does it feel when you take a step back and you can just kind of just be the active playmaker, and your mid's just going and farming and hitting creeps when Lorenov's just farming? Well, how does that feel?
Okay, to be honest, at first it's kind of weird because I want to hit all the triangles and all the engines. But you just need to do what is easiest to win. So at first I'm not really liking it.
Yeah, but you've got into it now.
Yeah.
And of course, you've got a lot of relationships around scene. You've been in a few different teams. I know you're quite close with Whitemon. Have you got a chance to catch up with him in Copenhagen yet?
Yeah, yesterday I was talking with Whitemon and Mikoto and my Talon ex-teammates.
Very nice.
So we were talking like 4 or 5 hours because we didn't see each other for like a year, I think. Last time we saw each other was in Seattle.
Yeah.
So it was really good catching up.
That's awesome. It's good to still have that relationship. And I mean, what would it be like? I mean, Talon, if you had to face them in the playoffs, what would that be like for you?
I would try my best to beat Mikoto. Because they won us in the TI quals.
Yeah.
And it was really butt-hurting for me.
So you would win?
I would win.
Good to hear. All right. What would it mean like with these players especially to make a deep run, and what's your expectations to the international?
I don't really have expectation. For me, I just want to do my best, and if I need to look back, I don't have to think that I need to play better or something. I just need to feel like whatever happened, I did my best. So
absolutely. Great mentality to have.
Yeah.
All right. 23, thanks so much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at the international.
Thank you very much.
Hello again, I am here with Insania from Team Liquid. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Todd?
I'm doing well, thank you for asking. I will keep track of any other players if they ask how I'm doing. You asked, that's very, very kind of you. How old are you?
30.
You're 30, and how many TIs have you been to now?
Not that many considering my age. I think TI 9 was my first one.
Yeah.
And I picked the gyro, and then...
Famously.
Decided...
I wasn't going to bring that up.
No, I mean, I do, so nobody else does.
Okay.
So then I skipped TI 10 out of shame.
No, you did.
No, we didn't qualify for that one. Yeah, and then so 11, 12, and now 13. So 4.
Grimstroke. You are supposedly the best professional Grimstroke player. This is a statistic I got off the internet.
All right.
But I feel like some of these supports, like maybe Grimstroke and stuff like that, and maybe even Disruptor, are they still super popular? Because now it's all this Sven and Tinker and stuff like that. you're a support player. Have you now had to suddenly start playing heroes that maybe traditionally wouldn't have been considered supports?
Absolutely. Like, I've been playing Naga Siren, I've been playing Tinker, and then like sometimes I just look at our entire draft and I'm like, how is this like what Dota had developed to? Like when I started playing the game, it was much more clear like what a support was.
This is a support
and
hero.
what a core was.
Yeah.
No, times have really changed. And I know pretty recently, I think I said in another interview that I miss playing like the traditional supports.
Yes.
I wouldn't mind playing, you know, like Lich every once in a while.
Yes.
And just, you know,
or Oracle, for example.
Being a Lich. Yeah. I don't need to stack 3 camps with illusions while like I'm like at the same time deluging someone and then netting them for 7 seconds and like you have to do all these mental gymnastics. I'm okay with like the boomer supports being good for a bit.
God, yeah. Do you think that because of the nature of like the whole facets and innates and that kind of slight power creep that we've seen in Dota, that essentially the idea of a 5 as being like this squishy but useful hero, that's gone? Or do you think it's just the nature of this particular patch?
I think it's very different. I think that really cool and interesting with facets is that Valve has opened up a way to diversify the game very quickly. Like instead of changing 4 spells, you can just change the facet, and now it's a completely different playstyle for the hero. And I think there's a lot of room for Valve to make that feature like one of the most hyped things about Dota ever. So I like it. I think right now we're in a place where it's still very fresh. And that's why you have some things that are maybe like a bit overtuned or it doesn't really make sense to Dota in the long run. And
it's a little chaotic right now.
Exactly. And I think these things we should appreciate when we have them. Because I know like when I look back like 5 years ago, I'm like, oh wow, I really missed that thing with Coddle where you had the giant lamp around you and like it was daytime and you just heal everyone. I really missed that.
Right.
But it was also super broken.
Yeah,
so I get why they removed it. Yeah.
Oh man. So ahead of the groups, I want to ask you what you think of the other 3 teams in your group. Aurora.
So last year, Aurora was one of our toughest opponents, I would say. If not for Gaming Gladiators, I think they were like the team that we had the most competitive series with last year. So very well familiar with them. A lot of respect for that team. I think coming out of SCA and not having like the practice that we do in Europe, I think is quite a tough hill to overcome. And I think last year they did, and they did it tremendously. And I think this year they've kind of been struggling to find that form. But in my eyes, they're always quite a tough opponent. And yeah, I'm looking forward to playing against them. It'll be a good series.
What about Team Spirit?
So Spirit's one of the teams I think I respect the most, just flat out. I think whenever we are out of an event, I'd be the happiest if they won.
What is it about them that you like?
I think it's something to do with the way they play that is so different from how we play. And I just have to appreciate like the way they make it work. And it feels like something beyond maybe what I could create if like I was in charge of a team. I don't know if I could make a team play like Spirit.
What about Beast Coast?
So Beast Coast is a rather new team. I think they did something cool this year where they like restarted the entire roster after having a very stable roster and with a lot of like kind of unknown players. But they decided to mostly stick with the same group of people and build the team. And this is something that I obviously am a big fan of. That's kind of how we made our team.
Of course.
And I have a lot of respect for that again. I really like that about them.
And you're confident going into TI?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the patch that hasn't changed much. And I think we were in really good shape for the past 2 events. And I feel like we've been working really hard, grinding a lot coming into this. So I have high expectations and high hopes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, dude. That's a great answers to all my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take it easy. All the best.
And there might be a reason why Insania gives so much respect to Aurora, and it's because they've basically lost every single series they played in 2024 against them, or tied. Let's be real, or tied. 2 losses, 2 ties is not that bad. But we're going to see it here again. You are watching, of course, the group stages in the road to the international, and we have changed things up on the panel. I am Shiv, I'll be your host for the rest of the day, and I am joined by 3 fantastic human beings. And they're also very smart, so that helps a lot. Lacoste, how are you doing?
Smart and me in the same sentence. I don't know about that. But yeah, really happy to be here. We talked about us being on the panel. It's been the last TR's panel, like the grand final. So good to be here.
Good to be here, Effie. All smiles.
All smiles. I mean, it's TI, it's exciting. We just want to watch the best Dota. It feels like Christmas for a lot of us, and just happy to be here.
Give me the upsets. We've had none of it so far. I'm seeing gaming win. I'm seeing extreme win. I don't care right now. I want like the spice. You know, maybe our series becomes spicy because like the morning, like we got some Bristol 5. It was chill from Team 0. That's good. They lost though, but like.
They lost. They won one of their games against Falcons.
Yeah, but they didn't win with the Bristol 5.
An upset?
They didn't ruin all our pubs, Shiva. That's the thing. You can't win. No, you need to win with the strat to make it ruin everybody's day. And that's what TI is about, ruining people's days because good strats come into play that you weren't ready for.
Okay, well, when he's talking about ruining people's days, he means in-game and players.
Correct.
Because we're here to make your day so much better. And we're doing it by showing you a lot of Dota 2. Group stages are going on. There's 3 streams at the same time to be able to cover all the matches. And this is it so far. So we're kind of halfway through the day. We're 3 series still to go, and there are 5 series in total. So we're almost halfway point. So far, I think, Tigov, there's not that much that we can learn from the game so far.
No, not really. I think the contest rate, we've had, I believe, Sniper in pretty much every game, picked or banned. We've had Naga Siren there as well, Enchantress there as well. So we are seeing some heroes kind of rise up in regard to kind of tournament meta. But I am hoping now that we have, another 3 series, there's so much to be, presented. Because if Sniper's coming out of places, Naga from, again, the pubs coming in, there's got to be some hidden gems that hopefully the teams this afternoon will show us.
Yeah, and what's coming this afternoon are the games on your screen right now. We got Aurora and Team Spirit at the very end of the day, Gaming Gladiators and Extreme Gaming before that, and our panel is kicking it off, Effie, with Aurora versus Team Liquid. A good one.
This is a really good one, Shiver. I mean, Aurora is one of those teams that you have to be excited to watch because I always say there are 2 versions of Aurora and you don't know which one you're going to get that day. There's a version that comes in and just owns every lane. They have a really clean idea of what they want to play. Then in particular, when Jabs has a good game, he pops off completely. But then there are other days, Lacoste, where it feels like there's no identity. They're running around like headless chickens. Jabs is on some insane hero, but either version you get is really entertaining.
Yeah, I really like the Jabs. Like when they are having a lot of success, this is when Jabs is now playing these offlaners that are super greedy. These pretty much carries from the offlane. The meta since those days has changed. I'm a little worried about Q, I'm gonna say, because he's been known mostly. He's one of their best players. I also play 4, so I might be biased here a little bit. But the hero pool that he likes to play, all of these melee position 4s are not as viable anymore. It's mostly range position 4 with the position 3 melee, and most of the time you'll have some healer 5 paired up with the range carry. So I think they need to work on that, expand the hero pool a little bit. We don't know what they cooked so far, but this is the team that also can cause a lot of problems early on for some of the teams.
Yeah, for these 2 teams, I know were already 2 series early today, but Aurora and Team Liquid have not played today yet. So this will be the very first game, the very first series. We'll see what kind of Aurora will show up. But we of course know what kind of Aurora has shown up over the last season. Since TI, Aurora is a new organization coming on the block here at the end of 2023. They formed a roster. It's maybe slightly different than what it is right now. But TI, I don't think would you consider them having a bad year? Because it's pretty stable for a new team.
Yeah, I think especially because after the first couple of tournaments, that's when they picked up Lorinov. And then they kind of had their honeymoon period where everyone's like, oh my God, this could be the C team. And then as you see from the results, it has kind of hit a little bit of a stagnant point. Like they still make it to top 8, but then they don't have that extra little bit. And I would argue that maybe they're a predictable team. Like we know that Lorinov is a star mid laner. We know that if he has a good game, the rest of his team rally in that aggression. If he doesn't have a good game, they can fall apart and everything you said kind of exists, right? Yeah. So maybe in their build up to TI, they've become less predictable and have more emphasis on other players.
Yeah, I'll agree with that they're very dependent on Lorinov's performance, where he is kind of snowballing off of this mid lane, where he'll farm up a lot that first 10 minutes, right? He'll do a bunch of agent stacks, and then he will move around the map explosively with his support. So if that can be shut down, that is probably Aurora's best strategy. But I do want to say that I don't consider them a newer team. I mean, this is the Talon of last year that had a very dominant run, with the exception of switching out Mikoto for Lorinov this year. But for the most part, they are experienced, and most people would have expected slightly better results. Like T said, they were at a lot of tournaments consistently getting top 8, but not what they did last year.
They're basically entity of Southeast Asia, considering the results and how stable they are. They're always there, always causing some upsets, but unable to reach that top 6.
That's why I need them to make a good run. I don't want to see these usual suspects in the grand finals. You know, that's where I want some SEA magic in a TI.
I think it would be really good if we have one SEA team that is like consistently top 6. No, they don't need to win even from it. Consistently top 6 will be, I think, very good for the region as well, because it basically means that normally maybe there will be one extra Southeast Asian team making it to events. But we haven't really talked about their opponents just yet. Team Liquid, of course, now on your screens. They've also had a fantastic year. You saw they've got a lot of top finishes. And yes, they did win a LAN, but as we know, by their own website, it's not qualified as a tier 1 LAN. So I don't know.
It's their own website. They could change this to tier 1 tournament. Just go with it.
But they didn't. So they did not win a tier 1 LAN yet. And that seems to be a bit of an issue. Now, of course, there's Team Liquid of last year did very well as well in top 6. But they did change it up a little bit, Lacoste, since then.
They did, yeah, with the addition of 33. This guy, when he joined, I think there were a lot of voices in the team, him being the captain as well, so they needed to get used to the new stuff. And he also, like, I think in current meta, he has his heroes that he's really good at, so I think he's gonna shine once again. These Visages, Beastmasters, they're gonna come out. And of course, Doom, he is the Doom specialist. If we go back to Riyadh Masters, this year, he was the one who kind of invented this facet from Doom, where he was selling the items constantly, getting the money back. I was talking to Fogged earlier today, and he mentioned that Doom, like one of the games that he was covering, he sold Hand of Midas 11 times.
Min-maxing everything.
It's the same thing with like Refresher. Like you can just go to buy Refresher, pop it, sell it again, and off you go. You continue playing. It's really annoying to deal with. And Doom, again, it's nice because you just get to buy any aura you want if you need it. You saw Amar do it in the previous game.
Yeah, I think actually the one that you mentioned, Lacoste, since like when we saw them click really in Riyadh, I think that was the first time where we really saw them click since they have this particular roster. And I wonder if it has carried over to this TI group stages. We have not seen them play yet. We do not know. But the current meta, I think, Effie, is seemingly should fit them well.
Yeah, it definitely does for Liquid, because the thing about 3-3 is that I do feel like out of all of the offlaners, he is the one that hits his timings the fastest when he gets to play his signature heroes. And this meta has really just been, you get a couple of items on your offlaner, or you're waiting for like a blink from your offlane Sand King, an aura from your offlane Underlord, or what have you, an Axe from your Beastmaster, and then you just take over the entire map. And that is what Liquid love to do.
I love these picks. So this is something that we've been trying to theory craft, how to utilize the Wind Ranger's damage with the Whirlwind. That was the facet that people didn't take until it got buffed. It got slightly nerfed in the last version of the patch, but it's still very good, giving you that extra attack range. And then with the Tusk, either you go with the drinking buddies, so you're getting a flat damage, or if you're going with the tag team where you're applying AoE slow to pretty much everything you hit, and you have a little bit of an extra save coming out with the drinking buddies as well if you decide to go with that one.
Yeah, and it's also just outside of consistent damage, it's just a strong lane overall, right?
Yes.
You just get the ranged carry plus melee support, and you always have that means to catch somebody with the ice shards. They fix each other's weaknesses.
Nice response though from Liquid, right? Because like Doom is quite an independent offlaner. Like once you get him to his levels, he can be self-sufficient, allow for the 4 to move. So you go for a Weller, and then like the whole point of Winner on a Tusk is chasing down the lane. Like utilize the fact that your enemy will be up by your safe lane tower, chase them down. Now you have brambles to deal with. It's going to be obnoxious. Living armor potentially from the Treant from the other side of the map. Now you have these two supports fully remove a lot of the early game timings of Windrunner. Because I think in the I remember we've seen so much Windrunner today actually, but when you have the Whirlwind facet, you need to run in and out of the fight, utilize Windrun. If you get hit by one root, overgrowth, anything, you can't utilize that nicely. So it prevents Windrunner from feeling good. And you don't want, like you can buy Manta, but it's like you want to buy Gleipnir. Now you need a Manta and a BKB. It's like it's a lot of investment on your carry.
And the Lincolns, right? Because you're playing against Doom, which is conceptually why a lot
4 items to feel good in the game, yeah.
For Team Liquid, I like the response. Dark Willow and Treant Protector, as you said, root mechanic. This is something that Windranger does. You get hit by some like random bramble, you're most likely going to die, going to be followed up with the Doom. And also Treant Protector, Tusk especially, he doesn't like the root mechanic. Let's say he blinks in, he can't use the snowball because of the root mechanic, so it's quite difficult for him. But also this is the tank Cardell. We talked about it during one of the Dream Leagues, and this hero actually becomes super tanky early on with his item build. You know, if most likely it's going to be position 4, but it's still a flex pick, so they can keep it maybe played from the mid lane where you're building the Solar Crest, and super strong laner with his Facet.
I love the fact that, so day one, right, Sniper's our hero, right? It's been banned 7 times, picked 5 times, 100% contest rate, 40% win rate. I want this hero to keep losing so that we can talk about, remember back in day 1 of the road to the International, how everyone thought Sniper was the hero? Like, of course, it's very strong with the shrapnel, the instant damage you get, like it secures lanes, you buy Solar Crest and you have Aghanims, like you provide a lot because you get to just win lane, and that's kind of what Dota's about, win your lane and take 20 kills in the first half an hour of the game. But yeah, so far TI has not been doing too well.
But if you look at Liquid's supports on both side lanes, Sniper is a hero that excels against both. The Shrapnel versus Dark Willow is really good because she suffers against ground damage, and her Brambles got nerfed overall, so she can be exploitable on lane. And if you were to put him against the Treant Protector, he also just out-trades him. He's one of the ranged heroes that just keeps clicking Treant Protector. It doesn't make it easy for him to run up on. So they picked this Sniper for lane security, and they hope that they can give Windranger the space to farm the BKB to be able to fight, to run through these Willows, to run through the Brambles, to run through the roots.
That's why the Storm feels nice as well for Liquid, because if you have Kunkka as like your front line, and then you have like good lanes, if Sniper can pair up with one other hero, 1 smoke or 2 onto a Windrunner, now you've killed her off, even though you have like this kind of concept that Effie's mentioning, if you just kill off the Windrunner a couple of times, then it's going to feel good. And you just need to ignore Kunkka. Like this hero, he's gonna have like 2500 HP. He's gonna be Rum buffed, Admiral Rum as well. Like he's gonna be tanky as hell. So just ignore him, find other people, and of course, any Spirit hero will be able to do that very nicely.
My experience with Kunkka is this hero can be very annoying with the recent changes to how the hero works. He can be super tanky, as Dee said, but also a hero that if you kill like once or twice, his item build is gonna be delayed, and it feels like he's not gonna reach that point where he feels like he's still a strong, team fighter with the pipe, with his bow.
Is it offlane Kunkka here, or?
Yeah, most likely. Okay. Then most likely pair it up with snipers, so you have the combo, keep them inside the shrapnel, with maybe some like earlier X on level 3, maybe even level 2. It depends how things are gonna go, so you can get the kills. Those shrapnels from Sniper, they do hurt a lot, and I feel like Kunkka, at the end of the tournament, I might be wrong here, but I'm gonna call it, is gonna be abysmal win rate.
So the way you all are talking about the draft so far, I feel like there's quite a bit of favoring Team Liquid's first 4 over Aurora's first 4.
Yes, I think Aurora needs to get out of the laning stage strong. This is something that they needed to work on for a really long time, why the results were not there. Very late game oriented team. They love to drag out the games, of course, coming out from Southeast Asia, while Team Liquid also being early oriented team. These are the teams that do love to stack a lot, and I see Sniper, I see Kunkka, Windranger. These are the heroes that can invade Team Liquid's triangle and steal some of the stacks, because Team Liquid is the team that stacks the most.
I want Aurora just to have, like if last pick's their hero, I want Laurenov to have that kind of a little bit more explosive nature to them, because they don't pressure towers really. Their lanes, sure, with the Sniper can be good, the Tusk Windrunner can be good, but if the lanes don't go well, they never take towers, they never sweep across the map. It's just a lot of independent farming. Like Kunkka can gank, but you could also just farm 2 jungle camps in a lane, right? And that's where Doom should farm, Storm will farm, this pick for Mike will also farm. It's a lot of just, Liquid should get to 20-25 minutes and feel good in the game. That's kind of where the favor is lying.
Yeah, so I love this Razor pick from Liquid because it gives them that early game explosive damage from the safe lane that they needed. Because what I wanted to say was that I do think Aurora, at this point before the Razor had come out, did have stronger lanes. They had lanes that they could have taken advantage of the side lane heroes on Liquid, and then off of a last pick Laurenov hero, they might have been able to snowball before Liquid get to the point where their Doom is comfortably farmed, ready to play on that Doom, before Storm has enough items to go in and out DPS through the roam. But this Razor just creates so much issues right now for Aurora because it's going to out 1v1 whichever hero they last pick here.
And if you put Kunkka into that lane, it's pretty. So you can put Kunkka mid, but then Kunkka versus Storm, Storm will just farm. Kunkka doesn't repressure him. Kunkka to off lane. Now you're playing into Razor. That's like Liquid has done well throughout you know, the couple years that they've been as a roster, is they always make sure they have multiple pressure points to the flex they're against. And here Kunkka is the flex for Aurora, and it is uncomfortable talking about the lane he has to go to, either or.
What about the sniper? Put him... I mean... sounded good for a second, now it doesn't sound good anymore.
My farming sniper mid, my farming runner carry.
It's a bit too much. I think they have a big problem here, what they're going to pick for the last pick. Usually there is, you know, a clear pick. Sometimes you'll see teams discussing a little bit, but I don't see this clear hero that's going to be picked up. Mirana, she's fine. She's also a hero that builds into Gleipnir, so double Gleipnir now coming out from Aurora. They will have, also you have X into arrow combo, and you have something to break the Linkens. Not
it is
a mid sniper. Okay.
A lot of farm. Yeah.
I didn't think they were going to go for it.
So I actually think flexing sniper to mid was probably the best thing they could have done, because there is no gotcha pick for this Storm on mid that they could have gone for here. And going for this Mirana, it gives them a little bit of that extra, like you said, low cost means to kill in the early game. You have the arrow into X combo, and then hopefully you roam off of that, you ball off of that Mirana. But is it good enough? I'm not feeling it very heavily, but it is interesting the direction that they chose to go with this draft.
Yeah,
that's a very
political. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, it's very interesting the road you chose. Yes. Another way, you don't like it.
I don't love it. No, I'll say that I don't.
But maybe now extra pressure on Q. You said you look towards position 4. He got this Mirana, and we all know that Mirana right now...
Insane hero. This hero build, like, I think the best item build most of the time is drums into solar. You are buffing up your team and also having solar flare, which is insane amount of damage and the attack speed. So you're buffing up your sniper, you're buffing up your wind ranger, you have Tusk with the tag team as well. So the heroes are going to explode. There's not going to be that tankiness coming out from Team Liquid.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen in the opening game of this series between Aurora and Team Liquid. We're heading over to our commentary duo of B-Cop and Lizard.
Thank you very much. Coming in here with Lizard, we've got Aurora against Team Liquid. It's a last pick Mirana, and I want to hear your thoughts. The panel didn't seem too convinced.
Yeah, happy to be here, B-Cop, once again with you. I do think that Mirana was a solid pick just because the hero is really good, like panel talked about. However, they were caught out with this Razor pick. I really think that they didn't really have quite the best answer for him. And the lanes should be a little difficult for them to get out from. But the moment you get out of these lanes, like this, the Mirana ultimate, this Solar Flare, plus Wind Ranger, plus Sniper, heroes are gonna melt. I think Lacoste talked about it as well. Like, you have so much burst damage. So it's on Liquid actually to come out of these lanes really well, have the Storm jumping the Sniper, jumping the Windrunner. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot about Mirana and the Solar Flare. It's been pretty strong in the past. Seen a couple Razors so far, but it's yet to get a win. 0-2 so far, and just not exactly performing the way these teams that are trying to pick it up and use it. It's just not like it's not looking like the Razor we've seen in the past, right?
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, this hero for me is good in specific situations, but at the moment he's not like my top tier safe laner or off laner even. You know, I don't see anyone fighting over a Razor in pubs, and that's pretty much how I gauge if a hero is strong at the moment or not. Of course, there isn't really too many tournaments going on, and people are still testing a lot of stuff in pubs. So let's see. The lane itself, like, is the reason why they picked it. You are playing this Razor plus Treant. There aren't many heroes that can defeat this lane.
Yeah, not exactly an easy lane to go up against, and we are taking a look over mid. Nisha against Lornoff here, and Lornoff, one of those players that I was really excited about when we were casting him, seeing him on Level Up. I was really excited, and now to see him on Aurora, he really seems to have found a home where he feels confident, and I just want to see what he does here against Nisha. It's not exactly the easiest matchup, but we'll have to see, especially with the static side of the Storm, if it's going to be too overwhelming for him.
Yeah, it's one of... I think that's... Actually, you mentioned Level Up, and I think he was in Serbia, I'm not sure, in one of the cities, Belgrade or Novi Sad, and that's how he even got into SCA, because one of these teams was screaming in Serbia, so... yeah, a bit of a story of his travels. You don't necessarily see these CIS players get into SCA very often. What's happening on the safe lane, by the way?
Couldn't name many others that made it from SCA or from CIS to SCA, but
Screen.
now,
I think he did it like a long time ago.
Oh, on a team outside of Screen Squad?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he played in one team in his career that isn't Screen Squad.
Yeah, because the amount of iterations of Screen Squad I had seen casting JDL back in the day is many.
Yeah, a lot of different players, very good tier 1 players went through that.
Seeing Mickey here up against Jabs on this Kunkka. Lacoste was in. He thinks this hero Kunkka is gonna have a low win rate. Are you in the same thought process as him?
I'm not sure. Like I've played a lot of games against him with Kunkka recently, and the hero doesn't necessarily look that weak. This might be a bad representative game. Jabs, top lane.
Yeah, he might just be dead, but that arrow from Q might save him if they just can't keep up. But again, Insania are still there to get this kill, and they'll get first blood for the side of Team Liquid.
I feel like like I said, this might be a bad game to just make any conclusions of, because it's going to be really rough for him. You just don't want to be Kunkka in this game, and I guess what they have to do on top is start creep skipping. Like Q needs to perhaps already think of maybe getting some creep waves behind the tier 1 tower.
They're looking for Ollie for a second, but also just trying to keep that Lotus possession in their hands, and Boxy's gonna be the one who picks it up. Dark Willow was a very popular hero throughout the year, and still seeing it. I mean, the whole year around. There are not many heroes that hang on through multiple patches the way Dark Willow has.
Yeah, there were a couple this year, you know, like Pangolier perhaps. Literally played through 18 patches in a row. No matter what they do to him, the hero has to be broken. But yeah, overall, Dark Willow probably one of those position 4s that's more or less always in the meta. Like Dark Willow, Hoodwink as well for a really long time.
Yeah.
We'll see what Boxy can do on the Dark Willow. I do think that there are stronger heroes at the moment on position 4. It's just that a lot of them have been banned out as well.
Yeah, definitely finding that a lot of drafts focus position 4s. A lot of these 4 heroes are making the difference in a lot of these fights, especially Dark Willow is one of them. Terrorize, Bramble Maze, very difficult to play around, especially in a team that might clump up too much and find themselves in a bad position. Say a good Bramble Maze comes out, or they're hit by Terrorize. Gives them the opportunity to have a long duration static link, or give the opportunity for Storm Spirit to ball lightning in. There's a lot here that kind of works in tandem together for the side of Team Liquid, but that being said, there's things that can really be put together well for the side of Aurora and their heroes as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Jabs in trouble again over top. He is getting body blocked here by Insania, but we'll get under the tower, so he will survive. Q now needing to run, but has 2 leap charges if need be.
Yeah, one thing that that Liquid do have is a lot of roots when you look at them. That's what you were talking about. Like you have these Brambles, you have Insania with his Overgrowth as well. Yep. And heroes on the other side that don't necessarily like to play into a lot of roots. At the same time though, not too many reliable stuns. Not too many ways of getting on top of targets and locking them down with a stun. So yeah, we'll see if Aurora can abuse that fact.
Yeah, that's a good point, because if you don't have the lockdown to, say, be on top of 23 Savage on this Windrunner, then you could be asking for a lot of trouble and allow him to kind of output that damage, which maybe makes me think that he's the choice 1 target for 33 in his Doom.
Yeah. But, like, if you listen to the panel, like, they really, like, you could read it between the lines if you even had to go between the lines. They thought that Liquid probably have them out-drafted. And usually that goes back to, like, the playmakers. On one side you have this Sniper on mid lane, on the other you have Storm. Of course Nisha should have a better time rotating, creating space, right, than a Sniper. But, at the same time, I think the real playmaker here should be 23 Savage. Like, you have this Wind Ranger from the safe lane. Like, he should be the one rotating around and making space, creating stuff happen. He does have this whirlwind facet. It is useful, even versus a treant, so... Yeah, I'm thinking he's gonna be the one making all the rotations.
Shackle. As Ollie's right in the face of Boxy, they lay down the brambles, and they've got these shards in front of him. Goes to the snowball. That connects while Boxy's in the Shadow Realm, and 23 even walking forward to try and land a power shot and maybe get a kill, but doesn't land it, and we'll have to just back off. And you're talking about Sniper, you know, potentially losing this lane over mid, but he's 45-10 right now.
No. Like, there's no way he loses the lane.
Oh, okay.
I didn't mean that he's gonna lose the lane by any stretch. It's just about what you do after the lane is done. Because some heroes naturally like to rotate right and just have it easy because of built-in mobility spells, high nukes. Sniper, like, you can play him as a playmaker, but most of the time, this is what you're going for. 2 raid bands, you're getting your power threads, maybe a Dragon Lance afterwards. You know, you want to just sit back and enjoy your farm. Later on in the game, do you really bring the damage?
All right, I hear you. I understand you now. Taking a look, 1 Wisdom Rune apiece at the moment, and we have swapped over to the net worth, and it is that Razor. Top of the net worth, Mickey not really dealing with many problems in this lane, especially with the aggression that they put on a Jabs. Jabs, he's the one who's really struggling at the moment.
Yeah. What level is he? Not 6 yet?
No.
There is some...
4th of the way off.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, minute 8, he's played into Razor and Treant. Like, he's finding some farm, finding some XP. Mid lane.
Anisha was taking some damage, but now Ollie moving in, looking over to the Dark Willow. They go to the Brambles. Shards to block anybody from coming in, and if it were to be anybody, it would be Nisha with the Ball of Lightning, but you really don't want to go in like that, and all of a sudden, Boxy, despite having the high ground, is the one who loses that fight.
Yeah,
his life.
Lorinov, man, like, he is very farmed at this point in the game. He's dealing some damage if you get to him. Like, have you seen the other, by the way, the other facets on Sniper? Like, I've seen a lot of support snipers, like, in pretty high-ranked games. Like, there are a couple of rank 200 sniper spammers on 4 top lane, Jabs.
They're looking over as Mickey's gonna pop that ult, run down Jabs. Ollie pulling him in with the snowball. Lornoff's up here. They're gonna try and get the kill on Mickey. They'll leap in Starstorm. They'll get the kill out of the Razor. Now they'll look for more.
Oh,
Ghost Ship comes across, and they don't even get the kill on a Jabs. He was quite low, but ends up surviving with the rotations coming through for the side of Aurora Gaming.
So many nice little things happened there. First, it was Liquid. Like, I'm gonna do a Kezu moment here. Like, who the hell fortified their creeps? That was so good, because the fortification prevented Kunkka from getting 6 as they're diving him. That's the first thing. And then, of course, the Drinking Buddy snowball save on the Kunkka. And you know, I was talking about the Sniper and how he likes to chill back and just hit people. This is perfect for him. They initiate on you, you don't have to make a play, you just TP under your tier 1 tower and you hit people. Perfect execution for them, and it wasn't really hard to execute.
Lorinov not afraid to take fights. When we saw him with Level Up, he was playing pucks and everything that just wants to jump in and go. Meanwhile, they are chasing Ollie, and they're not going to go and get this kill onto this Tusk, so soon it's going to be Q getting that level 6, having that Solar Flare available, and all of a sudden these right clicks on Anisha, making him feel a little bit uncomfortable, but he survives it all. And you'll have the Walrus Punch as well. So
was that 3 hits, by the way? I'm sorry, Bikop. Was that 3 hits that brought him to half HP?
Yes, it was. Warnoff's putting in the little shots here and there. He knows he may not get the kill, but as long as he's safe, he's gonna try and lower the HP a little bit, right?
But okay, now I've been completely advocating for Liquid and how they can jump people, but if this Sniper is left unchecked, like, it's only Storm that really does it. Like, your Doom is buying Midas. Treant isn't really gonna get his Blink Dagger fast. He needs like a shard and then a Blink Dark Willow as well. Razor is usually a hero that's far from the Sniper, and Snipers enjoy playing into Razor. Like, this could be one of those free Sniper games.
So far, kind of looking like it. I know we're just 11 minutes in, but I feel what you're saying. He's top of the net worth, and it's a lead that is extending quite a bit. And compare him to Nisha, who's kind of there with the Kunkka, right? Not exactly looking too good.
Not like he tried to make a couple of rotations, they didn't work out. He didn't die, but he didn't farm during that time. So let's see.
Real good read of the map there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Real good read of that situation, TPing away from a lot of these Liquid heroes who don't get their hands onto the Windrunner. They will get their hands onto the tier 1 tower though, so at least they get a little consolation prize.
By the way, can we talk about one item? Like,
Sure.
I didn't hear the panel mention it too much, but these arcane boots, man, like, who was it? I think it was Jenkins that talked about items that are good in the meta and Greaves and stuff, and how they make the heroes broken, not necessarily the heroes themselves. Like, arcanes are built by Lina, by Windrunner, by almost any popular carry at the moment, and they just make your lane so much easier. You get them so damn fast after a couple of waves, and then suddenly your position 5 or 4, whatever, can just dominate, because he has infinite mana. This item is definitely something that needs to be looked into.
I definitely agree with that, because you see a lot of supports too also get arcane boots, and then you're just never like just the core alone getting the arcane boots, like you said, is enough.
I'm fine with supports. It was always a support or maybe offlane item, but the carry buying it, that's something is sus there. leave arcane boots to us at least, you know.
That makes me feel good to give mana, but when I'm receiving mana, this is it's even better. My carry does care. Oh, big stacks being taken from both teams. McKay's got this blade mail. He activated that to try and take this stack a little bit quicker. Meanwhile, 23 Savage over here with jabs to try and get the stacks to themselves. Lornoff even shows up to take a couple of last hits.
It's a pretty good blade mail game, right? Like, you are playing this Razor who isn't necessarily always the tankiest, but you pick up the blade mail, you have something to deal with 23 Savage, with Sniper's damage as well. And basically, this is the name of the game for Liquid. What you want is, you want these armor items that deal with snipers, with Wind Rangers. So you're gonna get armor or some damage blocking, right? Like, you're gonna get blade mail on Razor and Doom. Yeah, of course, Crimson Guard queued up by 33.
33 wanting that Crimson. We'll see how quickly he gets it. Meanwhile, Lornoff finishing off a pretty early Hurricane Pike. He's got 21 charges as well. This kind of feels like a time maybe Aurora want to smoke and do just that. They kind of grouped up. They've got that Hurricane Pike ready for the sniper if he needs to kind of get out of some harm's way, out of some bad positioning. And wonder if we see them maybe get a catch onto McKay, but he's deep inside the Dire side in their jungle. Not really much to really look at here in terms of getting a kill with this smoke just yet. The only one who's potentially showing is 33 down bottom, but he's not an easy kill either.
Yeah, he's not super tanky at the moment, but he's still probably the tankiest on Liquid. And this is the kind of an issue that they've got. Like, this smoke, if you're smoking with Wind Ranger, I think it's easier to invade the enemy jungle, the enemy side. If you smoke with this sniper, he's a honeypot. Like, he has so much gold and net worth, you don't really want to go behind enemy lines with the jabs.
All Lightning, they're going for jabs. Ghost Ship coming through. He does not have any help at the moment, and let's see. All Lightning's away. Now the Tusk there to help. Has that Snowball, pulled him in with Drinking Buddies. Snowball's away, Jab's trying to get out, hit by the Terrorize, ends up falling, so they will get one, but there's Lornoff getting a kill, and there's your prime target for the Doom. They'll get it on Lornoff. Now they've got the Electric Vortex to pull him in. The Overgrowth from Insania locking in 3 more of these heroes. They should be able to get Lornoff. They will. They'll find themselves Q as a third, and they'll chase after 23 Savage, who will win run and try to get away from this, but Nisha with his last bit of mana, Ball Lightning forward. They've got the vision. The Chakra Shot's not going to be enough, and 4 heroes are dead on the side of Aurora Gaming. Just like that, Liquid, they open the game up and they take advantage of a big move over bottom.
Damn, like, even if they had some sort of an advantage, it's definitely gone right now. Like, Team Liquid are in a comfortable place in this game, and it all comes down to being stretched out too thin. Like they went all the way to that twin gate, and not everyone was there. Like Windrunner was missing. Like your sniper has to go too deep. Like there are so many sides from which you can get attacked there. Let's say they take that fight in their triangle where they can set it up properly. It never looks like that, never. But if your Doom can get on top of sniper even without blink, like you're probably in a bad position to start it off with.
Liquid, just like that, they get themselves a little bit of a lead, 3,000 net worth ahead. Lornoff, he felt confident. He's got that farm. He felt himself doing good damage throughout the first 15 minutes of the game. But Aurora they ran out of steam.
You're still a sniper. You want to keep your high ground. You want to use your facet like this ghillie suit. You want to keep distance from the enemy heroes. I think what baited them the most is the fact that they committed on Kunkka, right? Like they committed on jabs a lot. So you see that, you're thinking, okay, if they used everything or a lot on Kunkka, we can take this fight. But yeah, they just got out of position.
See how costly Doom on Sniper is gonna be. My assumption was just throw it on 23 Savage, but when you see the Sniper, like you said, that honey pot ready to just take all that honey away, and why not throw it on Lornoff and just get that kill?
Yeah, absolutely. Later on in the game, different targets might require Doom as well. Like someone like Kunkka even might be good, or Windranger. But besides Doom, by the way, we talked about Blink Dagger. Look at Darkwill, look at Boxy, like 1,400 gold already. He's going naked Blink, basically. Brown boots, magic wand, straight into Blink. And I like it because we talked how they need someone else to jump in with Storm, and he's gonna be the one.
Trying to find the positioning needed to throw a solid Terrorize maybe into some Brambles. Because that's what kind of started it off, right? The Terrorize ends up getting the last little bit of control that they needed to get jabs. Also hit Lornoff. They were able to jump in a little bit further forward to make sure that they can lock onto those kills. So having that Blink Dagger soon enough, which now queued into a Smoke of Deceit, not on the Blink Dagger anymore for Boxy, but we know what he's going for. We'll see when he gets that, how much it's going to affect these fights even more for Aurora. That might make it more difficult for them. They're trying to farm their way towards the top of 23 as well as Lornoff, but it's not so easy. You know, you see Mirana on the lineup. Hey, if you haven't seen a little bit of Dota recently, you're thinking, all right, Moonlight Shadow and go fight. Well, he's got Solar Flare. It's not the same way.
Yeah, it isn't the same way, but it's also really damn good. Like, Mirana has so much impact, especially now that you've got these two heroes that benefit from that ulti so much. I've seen a lot of this SF plus Mirana as well combos, Dragonite plus Mirana, and these kind of heroes. They're literally, they just park their truck and they hit you. It's tower-esque heroes, and Sniper is probably the best at that.
And not as tall as a tower, but hits like one.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a small tower.
All right, a little long duration arrow onto the Dark Willow, but no jump.
Shoot arrow, hit arrow, doesn't really matter because this Doom has a pipe, a Crimson Guard. On top of that, he's got living armor. Good luck taking that big boy down.
Yeah, 33 doing a little bit of his own Aurora gaming. So BKB for Razor. That's next on the docket after this Manta.
Are they gonna steal this? Like, they're aware. They're aware. This is a smoke. This might be a good fight for Aurora.
They have to be willing to make that jump. They'll go to the Shackle, connects onto the back, onto the tree, and they'll go after this Razor. Mickey with a Blade Mail, though. 23 Savage is going to be dead first. They assassinate. They get the kill on Insania. They'll take out the Tree Protector. The Terra is going to be throwing that lens onto the Mirana as well as the Kunkka. The Ball Lightning in. The Doom onto this Lornoff Sniper. They get the kill there. That's 2 heroes dead. They didn't even get the Razor after all is said and done. They have the X, they have the Torrent, but 33, like you said, Wizard, he's tanky. The extended shards.
I mean,
it's still not enough.
Yeah, that was funny, I guess.
I can't do anything.
Well. Yeah, half of his HP is gone, and he managed to get away. Did they get at least they got the Tormi. The Tormentor goes to Oli, but that was such a... Let's not say bad fight for Aurora. Let's say just very good execution by Liquid. Storm Spirit jumped the backlines. He prevented them from even hitting the Razor, so it was literally only 23 Savage hitting him. And he was kind of hitting himself because he died from that Blade Mail. The Razor Blade Mail 5-head itemization. Definitely working out.
Yeah, it delays the BKB, but who needs it? You've got the Blade Mail. Helped him farm, it helped him win that fight. Mickey doesn't even die there. And they will get the kill onto Q. That is over mid. And we're starting to see what you kind of alluded to in the early game, right? Sniper wins the lane, but Nisha's the playmaker, and he's doing a lot.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of that, and I'm a little worried for Aurora right now because they should be shining in these fights.
Right.
I really think that this should have been their power spike because they need to fight before the BKBs are up on Liquid. You are playing with a Kunkka offlane. This hero falls off once BKB is hit. And if you look at Liquid, I believe all 3 cores should be buying them. Now Storm Spirit is queuing up his one. He just needs like 500 gold. Razor, I believe he's got his BKB flying out to him. Maybe Doom won't get his, but you know, he's unkillable anyway. He doesn't care too much.
So BKB is there now for the Razor, and it feels like with the net worth lead that they have right now, they're kind of free to get this Aegis and then fight on their time.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like once you get this Aegis, you can even start pressuring things. There is one aspect of Aurora that's really strong, and that's high ground defense, right? Like you can hold your high ground pretty damn well with the snipers, so we'll see if maybe that's gonna be the play for them, but maybe I'm being too pessimistic. Maybe they can still take these fights head on.
It's always tough to go completely through to the high ground against the sniper, so we'll see how they approach it if they want to do so with this Aegis. They're still tier 2s though, so it's not even thinking high ground just yet.
Smoke up, they're going in. Usually you smoke up when someone takes this Roshan. The first one, the second one, doesn't matter. You smoke up and you try to catch one of these stragglers. Heroes that didn't go back together with the team. Because while you're taking Rosh, what happens? Your lanes get pushed in, so someone needs to fix that. You see a carry TP out, then you strike and fight.
They've got the X, but again, can they get this kill? They'll go to the Terrorize. Yes, they will. No help from the side of Liquid. They let Mickey die. Thought maybe that X is just gonna be a little bit of messing around, but they weren't playing.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get out. That Tormentor that Oli got, those ice shards, extra deep. Very nice.
Never really had a chance for the BKB either, and holds on to that 9-second BKB for what should be the next fight. But a really good job there, knowing the balance of everything for Aurora, right? Knowing that you've got all 5, even if it's just an innocuous arrow into an X, or X into an arrow, you still have Lornoff, who is spitting damage.
Yeah, he's still very damn strong. He is farming under vision. And they are collapsing. Look at Storm Spirit, look at Nisha. Oh, Lornoff. This might be bad.
Yeah. They're gonna ball lightning, and the jump forward, they've got the root, they'll have the damage, they'll get the kill, they'll even doom jabs afterwards, because they have the damage to get the kill to Lornoff. Shards will keep Liquid away, but it's what we were talking about earlier too. Boxy's got that blink dagger, he's able to make a jump like that. He's the one who really initiates for him, and they get a kill onto the sniper.
Yep, the Brambles perhaps weren't fantastic, but yeah, you got the job done. The ward was really what made all that happen. The ward scouted sniper, and because they knew exactly where he was, they could set up the fight properly. Doom has been expanded though, so
Yeah, but it's still tough to fight in even without the Doom being available. They've got a minute and a half to do so. Really, a minute 20 once Sniper is back up. They are going to lose this mid-tier 2 tower.
See, will he buy another Midas? What do you think? On Doom. I swear this is how the bugs began.
With just that facet?
Yeah, like it broke Midas. He's bought and sold his, like, what, because of this facet, I think like 3-4 times already. Buys it,
it's good value.
It is, of course. Like, you can use it between items, and then when you get enough gold, just...
Need a neutral, buy a Midas. Sounds a bit ridiculous when you just say it as it is. You need a neutral, buy a Midas, you know, just casually. But then you do the trade-in, like we used to do with our physical copies of video games. Hey, how much can I get for this? We'll give you 90% for it. All right, I'll take it. Cash or credit?
Yeah, that didn't exist in Balkans. You go to the flea market, you buy like the CD that has 30 different pirated games.
All on one CD? That sounds like a deal.
Yeah, of course. Some of them are in some strange languages, but what can you know, you can't choose.
Q. Yeah, and Ollie, actually. Q's gonna die here. They'll find Ollie, and now, drinking buddies down to the creeps, but can't escape.
Yeah, drinking buddies are amazing, by the way. It's a pretty cool facet.
After that kill, though, they're right back towards top. Look at this. They're right on a 23 Savage. They're going to throw the ghost ship out, but the ball lightning sticking with 23 Savage. He's got the BKB trying to run back to the base with the whirlwind. They'll get the kill. They'll look over at Jabs. They'll pop the blade mail, but 33 is going in. Look for the Doom. He was looking at Warnoff, who's trying to defend, but with this Crimson, his shots are doing no damage to the Doom. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of Nisha, but he'll be full health, full mana, and Warnoff, you might even want to be careful about where you stand when he's back up. Instead, he'll ball lightning back towards the tower, and this is going to be a tier 3 in trouble.
Yeah, they just tried fighting without Mirana, without Tusk. Of course, it's not going to go that well for them. And Nisha, he actually just wanted to go in and die. He had this Aegis for 20 more seconds, and that's basically perfect usage of the Aegis. Let's see if Sniper can defend this. Doom is not online.
Yeah, the top set of racks. These right clicks are doing no damage to Doom.
Insania?
Insania is taking a lot more damage than the Doom is. Not sure he can match or mirror the positioning of 33 when he's doing that. But now it's a 16,000 net worth lead here for the side of Liquid. And
it's a good position to be in if you're a Liquid fan right now. Not so much for Aurora, but Lorenov is having so many issues.
Ball lightning Lorenov. Vortex drinking buddies pulling him in. They're gonna try and get him out, but they've got the kill on Lorenov. He's dead for 60 seconds. They'll buy back. They'll follow it up with a kill on Ollie. They'll take out the Tusk, 2 dead on the side of Aurora. And back on the docket is the buildings and the objectives. How do you defend?
How to kill anyone? It's like you have these heroes that are supposed to be buffed up by Solar Flare, and they're supposed to be like just destroying instantly, eliminating one target, right? But you're playing into a Doom with a bazillion armor. You're playing into a Dark Willow with Shadow Realm. She doesn't care. Insania, living armor, and goes Invis. And Storm Spirit, you just don't have enough lockdown for him. So, yeah, it's really difficult position to be in.
You know, one team's working with real damage and the other team's using nerf. And it's nothing, so they're gonna lose 23 Savage.
Going anywhere. Oh, wait.
And it's almost a 23,000 net worth lead for Liquid.
Is that the goal? Like versus 23, is that?
You just want 23,000 net worth and then you objective complete. You're good.
Yeah. The game default just ends right there.
I've seen it happen before.
Yeah, I don't even see what item really changes things here. Like all the items that Aurora are buying are these items that are... They're not really items to deal damage or kill someone. They're more of the items that you need to even play the game. Like Windrunner, Manta, okay, it's not bad on her, she's universal, but not necessarily the item that's the best for her. But you have to have it versus Treant. Sniper BKB
connects
as well.
And you're looking over at Mickey, but the BKB is going to be popped here by the Razor. Nothing more doing for the side of Aurora. And they thought that maybe they could have got Mickey there. It forced this BKB, but like you said, they're just lacking the damage.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Liquid, you have multiple options. You can wait for this Doom and just try to end the game with it, or you can wait out the Aegis and go for it next, because this last side is always the most difficult one to take. Let's see, smoke up 23.
We'll search, but nothing showing up. Scan doesn't connect, and it might time where the last fight for Aurora is at the next Roche.
It's going to be a very hard one. Insania.
Wait, near dust, they found him. Nikke even thinking about going in. He doesn't exactly have that BKB for another 30 seconds, but 33 with the Shivas. He'll pop that. They'll slow up Ollie. Ollie on the run. Static Link is there. Ollie pushing him back with a Psychic Headband, but now the ball ending in from Nisha. They're going to go and find their attention on the 23 Savage, as they will get that kill onto the Windrunner, go to the back lines, find themselves Q2 gone on the side of Aurora. And Team Liquid, even without the BKB on Mickey, they're just so far ahead where it doesn't quite matter.
And Insania is always happy to take these kind of ganks. Like, he tanks it, but his team, because of that, takes the fight and possibly now gets mega creeps as well.
Lightning all the way across to Lornoff. And he is so dead. They'll call GG, and Team Liquid with ease have won game number 1 over Aurora.
Right, it's not... what was that game, 21? Like earlier today, it wasn't a stomp that was as hard as that one, but this is... Yeah, this is a difficult one. Someone is getting reported. I'm not sure who it is, but it's a rough game for Aurora fans.
Yeah, it's you who's getting reported, but it looked good in the laning stage for a little bit, right? Like, Lornoff did well against Nisha, but we spoke about it. You brought up the point where it was just like, can they keep holding on to a good laning stage? They don't exactly have the initiators, and Nisha showed that he was the one ready to go. So they took game number 1 for Team Liquid. We'll get more from our panel, so guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Vikov and Lizard. A tough one for Aurora fans, but I think a lot of Team Liquid fans are having a little bit of I would almost say that they're happy, but a little bit of a sigh of relief, because you never also know what type of Team Liquid comes showing up on day 1 of the event, the cost.
That's also true. Sometimes they can be a bit of a slower team, adapting to certain things. Always there's some drama, whether they're going to get out of the groups or not. But Team Liquid, they seemed very well prepared in this one. And this is a fight that is going to kind of say in which direction the game is going to go. I'm looking at the positioning from Insania. He's sitting inside the trees this whole time, throws in the blood grenade, very patient. Overgrowth is ready. So what he's going to do is he's going to land a 4-man Overgrowth, nice terrorize as well with some brambles. Before that, then also Doom. So very nicely played team fight coming up from Team Liquid. This is what their lineup is built to do.
Yeah, and also the positioning from that Storm Spirit on Nisha, right? He zips in to start the fight, zips out, kites out a little bit, waits for the Dark Willow terrorize, and then goes in. And all he had at that point was a Kaya, but they were also pairing it with the Living Armor. So they had the Living Armor on the Storm, who was zipping in and managing to live through these fights because of that and do the initiation they needed. And in this fight in particular, Liquid are doing the Tormentor, and Aurora wanted to fight back here, T. So 23 walks in, gets the Tormentor kill with Whirlwind, but also dies.
Yeah, I mean, they have no front line. That's kind of the key issue here. Like, you're playing into a Doom.
Hey, you're saying Tank Cardell is not a front line?
I mean, they need to be more. You need multiple options here, boss, and right now they don't have it, right? Like, we already said that they don't really pressure towers. They kind of did lack a little bit of damage after laning phase, and when you see like the fights, it's just Liquid. They're comfortable. They see exactly what needs to happen. They hit their timing, and then when they go to a big fight, like again, Roshan, like 24 minutes before that, Kunkka steps up, okay, you've got a Doom on your face. Someone else steps up, like a Tusk, okay, you've been Bramble Mazed or you've been, terrorized. Like, the whole foundation of Aurora's draft is built around, let's not take a crazy game-ending fight until 25 minutes where we all have BKBs and Mjolnirs and everything's tickety-boo, and then, no, that's not going to happen. They need a little bit more early game to even get close to Liquid.
And the story of the patch, even with the C letter patch, is auras, right? You had the Doom who built Crimson Guard and Pipe.
It was riveting, wasn't it?
Yeah, this aura meta is still in full force, it seems like. And they had this idea with Mirana where they would press Solar Flare and then the Wind Ranger and the Sniper would amp up, but the Crimson Guard just eliminated that entirely. And then you run into the issue where your offlaner on Doom has auras and the enemy offlaner doesn't have auras, or the other way around. How do you fight a team with auras when you don't have them? Kunkka went for that blade mail into Ags and it didn't work out, Lacoste.
Yeah, as I said before, like Kunkka is going to be the big bait, I feel, of the tournament. Like right now, a lot of the offlaners, they don't feel good to play. There are certain like top tier offlaners, and we're going back to some of the old offlaners. We've seen Team Falcons, now we're seeing Team Liquid going back for Doom because he can get that money back. He can pretty much buy anything and it feels good on the hero. We'll also in the heal meta with all these position 4/5s getting a lot of heals, and he's going to stop that with his Doom. So I think this hero's stonks are going to be on the rise throughout the tournament.
Now, we did say that even though we favored Team Liquid's lineup, the thing that we thought Aurora was going to do okay in was doing well in the lanes. What about Team Liquid's lineup, Effie, went wrong for Aurora that didn't happen?
Well, Aurora did do as well as they could in the lanes. Like, their Sniper had a great laning stage versus Storm, which is expected, but then Storm hit 6, and the Sniper's threat kind of erases from the map. And they did win the side lanes as well as they could, but like we mentioned, all it took was one successful fight from Liquid when they were ready to put the pedal to the metal, which is when Storm got the Kaya. They blinked in and they had that fight bottom, and that just blew the whole map wide open because you can't really recover after that because you can't do as Aurora what Liquid did to you. You can't take that one fight where you just dominate them. You're just kind of waiting and hoping your Wind Ranger gets farmed enough to run in for you.
Yeah, and we got our standout player. I think it must have been a tough choice because Nisha played very well, as we said, that mid lane. Definitely the moment he got level 6, it made a difference, and he did not die. But the other side, I feel like we have to address the elephant in the room, T, because there was one hero that was first. Hey, that was the other one I was going to say. There was first phase picked, you got the Doom, overall first picked, and it just felt like he was not addressed at all. He had the freest game, crushed it.
Yeah, I apologise to all the fans for this TI. It is going to be potentially a Doom TI. Again, we're on the road to the International, so we still have some days before we get to TI, but I am looking forward to having to talk about a hero that buys Midas, buys Auras, and then exists.
Wow.
Well, he didn't buy Guardian Greaves. That's the only thing that is missing
room
from
for
his inventory. He
Yeah.
could improve that coming into the second game.
Yeah.
That's the one that got nerfed, the mech. Maybe it was like...
No more healing needed. No more healing from me, please.
Yeah, we needed a harsher nerf on the bans, on the auras, sorry. But yeah, I think, again, Liquid played very well. Draft strategy, it was very much Liquid. And I would argue you have to think about Doom, especially with like the teams like 33 on it. So yeah, respect Doom. Have a bit more pressure from Aurora, please. Like, your lanes go well, and then you just see Storm farming jungle uncontested. Like, you have Tusk, you have Mirana, but there's no other hero to go into the jungle, to do something. I want Aurora to be active, and they were very passive, so... more fight, please.
Do we feel then this result and the gameplay that we saw was a result of the draft?
Yes, it's easy to say that, they lost the draft, but this one, I liked their draft until they started to overcook with this,
So you like
first of all,
3/5 of the draft.
3 first picks were fine,
There
and
you
then Kunkka came in, and they then shifted Sniper to the mid lane, and it was way too much. First, they're gonna lose they don't have enough damage with this Mirana and Kunkka to kill Trian plus whoever is in that lane because it's just too much. You don't have early damage to deal to go through that tankiness of Trian Protector, and later on. Like this Sniper, you don't have any form of initiation whatsoever. He wants to farm. Same goes for your carries. And also Kunkka, like he could be the one, running across the map, maybe setting things up with the X into arrow combo, but there was just not that happening. And also what the hero wants to do, he wants to clear some of the stacks because that's what the hero does really well. And you get to your item timings, and also what Effie pointed out, I want to see the auras from the offlane Kunkka. I think Blade Mail is also a big bait because this item has been nerfed heavily. The cost has been increased by 200 gold, and I think you need to shift your items around.
Easy fix, just fix the draft, and then the play was there, Effie, you agree?
I agree, because I do think their early game went well. Like, they played the lanes well, and they did have a lot of, like, farming that was going on before the map was blown wide open by Liquid. I think the biggest issue here was that when the Razor came out last, they didn't have a good solution for the Razor. So they just figured they'd pick Mirana, and they would just solar flare through the static link, right? Mirana's going to give the damage that was taken away from the static link to their carries, and they would pop off after that. But that's just too... It's too inconsistent of a means to approach the Razor, because what happened is that they had to put Sniper mid, and then they didn't have a hero to play off of on Lorinoff. Aurora typically do well when Lorinoff is on like Pango, when he's on Puck, when he's running around as part of their 3-man ball, but Sniper cannot do that inherently.
Now, what we do know about Aurora, they've had an okay year, a year where they made it to a lot of events and they come top 8 regularly. But one thing that stands out, if you watch Aurora play, even in the games or series that they lose, they get games off of most of their opponents. In group stages, they will tie almost everybody, and even if it goes to a third game, they'll make sure that, well, if there's a best of 3, they'll make sure they have one game there as well. So I think if there's any team that can learn from this and come back very strong, it would be Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, they have Sunbeer as coach. Like, they have, plenty of experience. I was going to try and use a bigger word, but I was panicking on the stage. I won't use a big word, but it doesn't matter. Thought I'd just share my thoughts with you.
Platora? What do you
Yeah, but I just didn't want to butcher the pronunciation of Clefrit or whatever it was. Anyway, but yeah, they got like strong coaching. They have the ability to do it, but it kind of baffles me a little bit. That like, we know how Liquid plays. Like Liquid, BB, these type of teams, it's strong lanes and just outplay and dominate your opponent. Like, why is Aurora coming into this game 1 presenting Liquid with, hey, beat us in lanes and do this? It's like, do you need to lose a game on LAN to then adapt? So that's maybe Aurora's
They want to make sure that it's not working in game 1.
Yeah, exactly.
I like their idea.
Are they still playing like this? It's been a couple years now. Just need to double check for the 20th time.
Our old style still does not work.
Big overthinkers in Dota.
Yeah. And that's kind of what happened here. Like, they overthink, they cooked a bit hard, they flexed a Kunkka into a Liquid that likes to pick Razor and stuff. So I think this next game is kind of the reality check for Aurora. They are going to wake up, realize what they're playing against, and I would like to think it's going to be a much closer game.
Me too, because on one side you've got Aurora that generally does well in their game 2s if they lose game 1. Team Liquid has a little bit of the opposite effect, where if they win game 1, they're like, oh, we got this, guys. And they play maybe a different style, and they normally go to a third game as well, Effie. So this one might be just a flipped switch.
It might be, because like you mentioned, Chiefs, Aurora do take games off of almost every series they've played this year. And not just that, even the games they lose tend to be competitive when they're in good Aurora form and not crazy Aurora form, because we've seen both. But Liquid have had the tendency to lose their game 2s. I think that after the Riyadh tournament that we recently had, Liquid did learn a lot, though, and they looked different towards the end of it, where they're going to maybe carry that discipline and that momentum from that tournament into this one. So I expect them not to slip up in this game, too.
Okay, because is there anything that they could learn from a match like this? I kind of felt like once the laning stage was over, and you highlighted the fight that was happening at minute 15, and it kind of felt like that was already, okay, you know what, guys, pack it up, it's done. Do they have anything that they can go back, we could have done that better, or was this just...
I don't think you go after a game like this where you're trying to point out the mistakes, maybe after the full series where you have time, but for now you're just going to keep up the momentum, something that you've been doing pretty successfully throughout the year, and just nothing's wrong with Team Liquid's draft. Like, even when they, I would say, lose some of their drafts, it does look really good still on paper.
It solidifies the concept, right? It's the idea, like, Doom can be first picked, we can play around it. Boxy can play an aggressive 4 to then play with, Nisha, who wants to be a little bit more kill hungry, right? I think the concept of game 1 is what kind of now go, okay, we've finished our first game, that worked out well, we can now replicate that concept many times over now.
Yeah, you don't want to overcorrect or look at a game that you won and try to pick out mistakes, but obviously you can always do better, because even in that game 1, there was one smoke that Liquid hit that didn't connect on anything. Like, they did try to play with the Storm earlier than that minute 15 timing, but Aurora dodged them very well, and they just didn't smoke into the correct area. I think the Tormentor fight that they took, where they actually lost the last hit on Tormentor, and Aurora took it, they could also reflect on that and think that maybe if they're going to do those 20-minute aggressive plays, they have to be slightly cleaner. But for the most part, they are happy with that game 1.
Well, I also am happy with seeing Willow do as well. I will also comment quickly on how cool Boxy looked playing Willow. The sunglasses definitely help in the cool-looking department.
Oh, look at that. He looks like he's about to fly a plane or something.
Yeah, he is, but I do believe he has...
Wait, is he standing? Oh, he's standing.
He might be playing some tiny.
Is he standing?
Position 4 tiny airlines coming in.
I will say, so every desk is a sit-stand desk. You can adjust however you want.
But have we, in the history of Dota,
No.
had a standing pro player?
We have not.
We've had multiple phone books used by EE before on a table to raise it.
Can I just say that if he does play standing, I would like to take partial credit because I sold Boxy on the idea that I was able to play while standing and walking as well.
I know which player is going to be only playing standing. That's Saxa.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't know if the
Everybody
desk goes
calm
up
down.
that high.
He's on a chair.
He is a standing after all.
He was leaning on a chair.
Yeah, but if he sits while the desk is at that height, then you're literally having your wrists above your head at that point. We'll see how he does. But he does have a little bit of light sensitivity, which is why he wears sunglasses.
Yeah, I don't like this. I'm not expert in reading the body, but this doesn't give me confidence. This resident sleeper pose that we're seeing on the screen right now, I want to see that fixed.
But I think
also not good for your back.
I think if those glasses were sunglasses, you'd think differently because
for sure, sunglasses just make everything cooler. Times 10.
To be fair, it is drafting phase. And if you're not actively participating in draft, if you want to kick back and lay down in your chair, it doesn't matter too much. And I don't think there's that much draft contribution coming out of carries.
Yeah, but look at Insania. That's confidence for me.
Yeah.
Arms
That's someone who contributes to the draft.
Now we can see what's happening because draft is indeed on your screen. Got Aurora this time around on the Dire side, Team Liquid on the Radiant side. Aurora also first pick, which is flipped from last game. They still go for the Wind Ranger overall first pick for them, and we have a little bit of a change up in the bans as that is the Doom banned out. It means that of all the heroes, Lina is still in the pool. That was banned out previous game, and that is it, I believe. And Enigma is now banned as well, and that means Timbersaw is in the pool. There you go.
Liquid just making the statement of, if we have ability to pick Doom, we'll go for it. If you have first pick, we respect it so much that it is gone for us. So again, future knowledge for other teams against them. And Windrunner first pick, that's perfectly fine. SD's banned out by Aurora, so you can't get rid of the Windrun. Again, you still have availability for Tusk down the line. I don't think Windrunner was really the problem. It was the Windrunner into, they picked multiple heroes without respecting Liquid after the fact. And Omni Knight, a stellar hero. You might argue that...
no, because we've been in the green room and you're like, yeah, Omni Knight, this hero, very good.
It's silly.
Stellar.
It is stellar. It is, because everyone in chat's like, just buy Nullify. It doesn't matter. Doesn't work. If you press Repel and then have Guardian Angels active, the Repel prevents the Nullifier from getting rid of anything. Therefore, you can't buy the item that you use to destroy Omni Knight. So it's stupid. You get debuff immunity for 40-odd second cooldown, much better than a BKB.
Liquid banned it out in game number 1 in the second ban phase as well, so it was on the radar already.
It's on the radar of every team in this tournament. It feels like Omni is either banned in the first phase or banned in the second phase because usually Omni isn't the first overall pick you go for. If your first pick, you're looking at that Wind Ranger, you're looking at that Furion, you're looking at that Doom. But if those heroes are just out of the equation, boom, Omni Knight. And not only is he great for the reasons T mentioned, but he's just a really strong laner. Stellar.
Thank you.
A stellar laner. It feels like there are very few lanes that this hero can lose, and it opens up Liquid's bread and butter, which is ranged semi-carry on mid-game.
You kind of forget that with Hammer of Purity, you only need 1 point in it, and you can just bonk. Boom! Get out of my lane. It's just pretty good. And then you max, obviously, your Purification and your Repel, but as a melee hero, it's surprising how much you can do.
Yeah, it's very good at trading against some of the heroes that you would not expect, especially with the DJ Aura. You get on top of them and their survivability. I know it's slightly too early, but you know what I would like to see? Maybe some Ancient Apparition later down the line. You're playing into Omni, playing into Morphling. You might need to cook it slightly harder, go for, medium well instead of medium rare in this one.
Yeah, I could potentially see that down the lane.
That's a good team.
If they had, melee strong tanky cores so that with stuns that could set up for the AA, I could actually see that happening.
Yes.
But I do like this Morphling coming out early. It's a Mike specialty. You know that it's going to be paired with Omni Knight, so it's going to have no issues with sustain on the lane. It's going to have a strong lane regardless. And you replicate into Wind Ranger, and you just take her Wind Run, you take her Shackle, you take her Power Shot. You're very happy at this point, if you're Liquid, picking Morphling. And it's not a hero that you're comfortable picking early in a draft like this, but with these conditions, it's perfect so far.
It already screams to Aurora that if you don't pick backline finding heroes with damage, you are going to have the same issue as last game. And like, of course, like the combination of Morphling Omni and lane, it's like it's silly. Like you just press one purification back to 4 HP, right? And you need to then entertain the idea that a bit more jump, a bit more fight. Don't go for this double scaling core on Aurora. I'd like to use your laning to then go find them, because I think Omni Knight in a game where he's behind can feel very despair. If you're amping up a hero that also doesn't have the damage to kill your opponent, it's like a domino effect of waiting. So I think you need to be aggressive against an Omni Knight. You need to keep closing out the map, keep trying to just find him and prevent him from allowing his cores to get 2-3 big damage items.
So are we happy with the Tree and Protector?
Yeah, I said Ancient Apparition. It's hard to pick this hero. Maybe somewhere in the draft you would be able to sneak it in, but the current meta right now, what you want to do from your position 5 is play some melee body, potentially with the heal, these Omni Knights, Treant Protectors, Abaddons, anything that can soak up the damage, maybe some RCs, maybe some Tusks that are increasing the damage of your carry, and then play from there, have a lane that's not going to be able, because right now I'm seeing Team Liquid safe lane, and I don't think many offlaner duos can win against that lane, and I also see Aurora with Wind Ranger, Treant Protector, very difficult to win against these two heroes.
I mean, if Tree goes for Shard Blink and finds the Omni, hit the root punch, then get the overgrowth, prevent the Omni from getting close to his opponent, or then maybe even repel himself to get closer, then we have some life to the tree. But yeah, again, Timbersaw, this is kind of like the theme that I was mentioning. Like if you keep running at the Omni, keep running down your opponent, it will threaten the ability for if you hit this time. Like Omni Knight is kind of what Tinker, do you know when Tinker was like super broken for like a week? Yeah. This is what Omni Knight was as well, where you kind of chill for 15-20 minutes and then suddenly you're like, what are we dealing with? We can't deal with this aggression. Like that's the window you need to shut him down in.
Pretty simple thinking from Team Liquid. Vizirizi comes out paired up with Tusk, so that's going to be 4 Tusk with Visage, unlimited amount of damage. This is also a hero that can pretty much build into anything. If you want to go for Glip Glop, you can go for that. If you want to build auras on the hero, feels really nice.
You just said so many buzzwords there. Like,
yeah. Glip Glop.
The Glip Glops, the Glizzies, or whatever, I don't know what it was.
There's a really scary timing now coming out of Team Liquid's draft with this Visage. So not only do you have this Visage who's just going to barrel down towers, all of a sudden you have this Omni who, like T mentioned, wants to hit that 20-minute timing. You're going to have this Roshan, right? You have tag team, they're all going to rush together. You put the Aegis on your Morphling, and then you're just going for kills. You're going for team fights. You're not going to give them any map control. And that first Aegis timing on Morphling is really important. It's almost as important as the first Aegis on Ursa in terms of what this hero can do if he has a good lane. And we know he's going to have a good lane because he's laning with the Omni Knight. So this Aurora needs to find a way to fight into this 20-minute Liquid timing, because they're going to get run over if they don't.
Yeah, I mean, Puck is one of the heroes that can take defensive fights really nicely. Like you TP into a tower dive and you throw down that coil, any additional damage onto that feels good. I'm a little skeptical that the early damage is there. Like Treant in lane is good. Post lane, you kind of fall off on damage, you need other people. Windrunner in lane, good. Post lane, kind of fall off. So I see Timber and Puck as like, these are 2 good components to deal with the aggression, but they're still missing that one extra hero. If they go for one more hero that can react to that aggression, then sure, on paper, it looks good. You throw it in, but into an Omni Knight as well, it's like one repel and you just run out of coil. So this Omni still is the kind of the key piece of the puzzle for Liquid.
Is there, because I'm assuming for Aurora we're looking for a position 4, so we're looking for a Q hero. Is there a position 4 hero that does exactly what you want it to do? Like that's basically the missing puzzle piece, as you call it.
Any high damage 4 that can poke in lane could be pretty good. You could go for like a Snapfire, for example. People aren't really going for Lil Shredder, but bringing that back. Like when Omni steps up by himself, you Lil Shred him to half HP, you get rid of him. Now it's like a 2v1 against the Morphling. I think as long as you can win that lane, then you can gank the Visage quite nicely. And it's like win off lane, gank Visage. Liquid's draft does kind of crumbling down a bit.
I really like Skywrath Mage here. I'm a huge Sky enjoyer. I think that the hero is a lot more viable now than it was a few months ago, but a lot of teams don't want to touch it. But I think an underrated way of dealing with Omni Knight is just silences. And Sky has one of the best single target silences in the entire game. It's so long durations. He has talents that buff it up. And if you can just get a silence on this Omni Knight with a puck follow-up on that backline, you can make sure to kill him over and over again. It's also a way to deal with Morphling in the early game, but I'm not sure if that's on Aurora's radar exactly.
Is Rubik still available?
Yes, he is.
Could just go for a little bit of that Rubik, you know, throw it behind the Timbersaw, and now you're just stealing the Omni spells to kind of match the fight. Like, if you repel, I'll repel. Not many great spells. I mean,
not many good spells to steal. I was thinking about Rubik.
But
Ban the Snapfire.
and the Snap and the Rubik. There we go. All right.
There aren't many
my gold
heroes
star
left
later,
in the
Shiva, thank
pool that they can pair up with this Timbersaw to feel good to play the offlane. Timber does put pressure on Morphling and Omni Knight, of course, but Ricky's a good ban. I like that one. We're going to see quite a lot of Ricky coming out from the mid lane, especially if they don't have the catch. They don't have like many things except for Puck's Coil, but you also have some backup with your Omni Knight, Visage with you know, the auras, and you also have Tusk with the Snowball. But yeah, this Ricky with the Cloud can cause a lot of issues against Puck, against Wind Ranger if you get on top of these heroes, even Timbersaw.
And another great pick for Liquid would have been the DK, the instant stun versus Puck, the blink initiation for Liquid, which they're currently lacking, and just extra tower push. So Aurora wisely take it out as well.
I'm thinking something elusive, maybe Void Spirit. I know that's a really good matchup against the Puck for Team Liquid. Yeah, so they have something, it matches nicely into Puck, and also having a silence, you can build into Manta Style, into Aghanim Scepter, whichever you feel is better. You're playing into Treant Protector, so he is a natural Manta buyer. You want to get out of the Overgrowth.
Yeah, like in regards to like position forwards, like I kind of put a lot of emphasis on just winning the lane, make sure that you shut them down. Snap, Rubik, Hoodwink, they are kind of like the big fours, at least that can do that in some capacity. And yeah, going back to Lacoste's point about Void Spirit, it's like for Liquid, Void Spirit, a tiny, just any hero, Shaker, if you go for the Treads, Blink into Aghanims, like their mid had to be the one that kind of opens up the game by going, okay, my lane's good, can I go to a Visage lane and overwhelm it? And that's pretty much what this hero is going to do. It's super high damage with Slugger Facet, you farm really easily, you're super tanky, you're also going to get buffed up by Repel like we were mentioning, and they have multiple forms of jump now that this Omni Knight is going to feel good, because if Morph goes in, I help you. If Visage is tanking a tower, I help you. It's like, it's not an Omni Knight where it's like, I only can save one person. Like, you're going to be able to choose different ways to take fights.
But ideally, your key focus is not going to be on your Morphling, right? But I love this Shaker for having that instant stun versus the Puck. The Echo Slam versus the Puck is one of the best picks they could have had here with Ricky and DK taken out. And it just gives them that rotations early on that they needed. They didn't have that blink initiation that I talked about. Now they do. So it's really great. Liquid's draft is looking really solid. The last point I want to make is that I'm just not a fan of Hoodwink much anymore. Like, I don't think she's as strong on lane. I think that she suffers very heavily versus Visage. I think that once she bushwhacks somebody and they get repelled, it's easily countered now. So.
I still hate Acorn Shot, sorry.
Yeah, so in a good way or in a bad way?
The first 4 minutes of laning phase easily is the lowest skill hero in the game. You take the tree bounce facet on Acorn Shot, you click it on a position 5, they lose half their HP. After that, high skill hero, sure. But the first 4 minutes, a Herald player could literally play at TI on that hero.
There's some frustration in there. We'll see if Q can make Team Liquid feel the way that apparently T-Gov has felt in the past. Let's see if they can tie the score. We're finding out together with B-Cup and Lizard.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, it is Aurora looking to change their destiny, but Liquid's lineup looks pretty damn strong. I will say, though, we've got Lornoff on the puck. It's something me and you talked about in game number 1, something we wanted to see him on, and now he's there on it.
Yeah, definitely not a Herald hero. Puck, definitely one of those that's a little bit harder to execute with. Not really the easiest matchup as well into the Shaker. When it comes to everything else, like one of my main banned heroes, and if I could ban him 4 times, it would be him. It's Omni Knight. Like, this guy, he just breaks the game. It's very easy to play him at the moment. Repel seems way too strong. Hammer of Purity dishes out way too much damage in the laning stage. However, at the same time, even though I do like this Omni and Morphling, on the other side you do have the Timber, and it's one of the heroes that can break that lane if they play the first couple of minutes properly.
30 seconds to battle.
So See if there's any fights here before the horn. Looks like Liquid might be setting up to make something happen.
You have Visage, right? Like, you have Visage, you have this Death Toll. You want to fight. He instantly skills Soul Assumption. This is a hero that back in the day you'd think twice before skilling something over Grave Chill, but right now it's always Soul Assumption.
See if they can catch anybody. They're gonna wrap around. Nisha's gonna be here, ready to go. Shards are in. Jabs is in trouble. The Soul Assumption, the Timber Chain up onto the high ground. And there is another Soul Assumption available, but Jabs doesn't end up dead. Foxy on the run. Run more right click to kill him, but instead first blood goes to 33 as he takes out Ollie. He's now got to run, but the power shot almost took out Boxy in a collateral, but man.
Boxy?
He still needs to get out of here.
Yeah, cute. He does have that Acorn shot, but yeah, it wasn't that easy to use it this time around.
Yeah, it's not just off the trees just yet.
Yeah. Pretty good, by the way. Pretty good start for 33 for Liquid because he got that kill. He reset as well when it comes to his mana and HP. So even dying there isn't that bad because you can go back into the lane and then spam some more Soul Assumption. Of course, you buy a shit ton of mangoes. You buy 3, 4. You just make sure that you always have them ready and available to spam with. Yeah, we'll see how top goes because 3 and 10 Wind Ranger as well are not that easy to be bullied out.
They're gonna try though. We'll try to use this Soul Assumption right now. 2 mangoes. There's another Soul Assumption, and
never mind. It's easy. Never mind.
The bullying has commenced.
Yeah, 23.
20.
Swing in.
Yeah, you may not want to go that far. There's no more mangoes on the way, but still is 2 more. So we'll have to just kind of keep an eye on this Visage. Meanwhile, some of the other matchups we've seen so far as taking a look over bottom. Jabs and Q here is Insania starting with the Hammer of Purity as well as Purification, going up against the Hoodwink with just that Acorn shot for the moment.
Yeah, like, speaking of Hoodwink, I do think that this is like my favorite hero into Visage as a position 4 into these kind of lineups is Jakiro. Like 5, that is. Like, he's still kind of solid and just way too tanky. Soul Assumption doesn't do much to you, and then you have a lot of dots against the birds and him. However, Hoodwink is actually very good too later on. Like, once you get Maelstrom, like 1 Acorn shot just deletes your birds. If you get 1 proc of Maelstrom, it just removes your armor and it removes your birds as well. So they definitely thought about this very well. And Jabs on Timber, I believe this was their 3rd pick. Like, one of the reasons why this hero even got picked for them is you get a guy that can stand in front of towers and just be that statue that prevents you from taking objectives. And that's what you want to do if you're 33 and you want to take objectives.
And Lotus is going to be picked up by Boxy, so maybe more willing to go after both these heroes. Ollie took a lot of damage from that last Soul Assumption, but pops himself a salve. 33 now just has 3 charges on that wand, so the mana is out, but he is getting a Bassi on the way. Bottom lane, for the moment, it's Jabs at 11 and 2, doing all right, but Nikkei, he is 18 and 1.
Yeah, they cut down all of the trees, so it's not really that easy for Jabs to play on the left side. And Nikkei, you know, just free farming. This is what I usually see on every Morphling in my games right now. And that's what you see with any carry right now with Omni Knight in the lane. Just get healed too much.
The sustain is really just that easy in a lane like this with this combo. Mid lane, I'm interested to see how Lornoff plays this game compared to the last, right? Like, Sniper's not that playmaker that Puck is by any means, so this is the hero that, if you're talking and you're a fan of Lornoff, this is the hero you brag about him with. I'm ready to see that proven.
Yeah, that's what I usually do. I brag to my mom about Lornoff. I go back home and I'm like, Mom,
this guy, Lornoff, you should see his Puck.
You should have seen his Puck, Mom.
It's what I aspire to be one day in Dota. and I look over at my left monitor and I see my Dota open and I'm like, Herald 3, what the hell?
That's not true.
It's not, but I'm just...
I mean, I have seen you in some Jenkins videos, but you're not Herald 3.
I'm in a video? Oh no.
23.
He's in some trouble. Soul Assumption ready to be thrown in a second, so he'll throw that over onto Ollie, and ooh, Shackle keeps Ollie alive for the moment. The power shot comes in, but another Soul Assumption to get the kill. And that will be another death.
If you manage to live for one more second, nighttime hits and they lose the vision, so there's the Soul Assumption. It's always like that, right? Like it's that 1 second. 1 second on a blink, 1 second until nighttime. Always a bit too late.
Why couldn't it have been just a second more of survival for Ollie there, but unfortunately not able to survive. Though 23 thought he saved him with that Shackle shot. Mickey is still just free. Oy.
Was a nice Shackle, but at least he didn't die, right? Like 23, he lives. And this is a point of the game in which you kind of get raindrops on everyone, so
yeah,
you should be able to lane a little bit nicer.
Keeping an eye on 33 because he has been a real nuisance, and it has allowed Tusk to come over towards mid. And Lornoff at level 6 dropped that Dream Coil, but nothing really doing. Able to get out of harm's way and also getting healed up just a little bit by Ollie with level 1 in the living armor.
Yeah, one good thing that Q has done is you have this Timber, right? Like he's not having the best lane, he's actually not having a good lane at all. But you can at least stack up for someone if you can't pressure the Morphling Omni combo. And he did make a couple of stacks, some Ancient, some Hard Camp, so maybe a recovery.
Well, to think about the numbers, in terms of CS, it was 18 last hits to 11 last hits from Mickey to Jabs. And now Mickey is at 45, while Jabs has only gotten to 23. So it is really just turned into a Morphling favored lane by leaps and bounds. And
yeah,
7-minute Wisdom Rune.
Stolen.
He's stolen. Ooh. And now Ollie and Q are here to just try and get this kill and get something out of this.
I see.
Purification in 9. Hammer of Purity, now 3 heroes here as he'll stand still knowing he's dead. He's hit that gate and can't get any further.
Yeah, still though, 2 Wisdom Runes. You'd give your life as a support always for that minute 7.
And to get that
Very
attention,
happy.
3 heroes.
Of course, 23 Savage now top lane, Nisha.
He's here. Yeah, they've got the shards to block in 23 Savage, the Drinking Buddies, the Shackle connects on a Boxy, but there's the Snowball pulling in Nisha. They'll get the kill on a 23, and that space, by having both supports over bottom to react to that Wisdom Rune take, allows them to get that kill on the 23 Savage.
Oh man, 33 and these Zoo heroes, he's always gonna find a way to sneak one in, you know, you get this Visage, he's 6 already. He will have that ulti now, and the lane becomes almost impossible for anyone to stand in.
It's rough out of the laning stage, a little bit different than what we saw from Aurora in game number 1, right? Like, Lornoff had a really good mid. This time around, you know, it's even. As they'll go to the Dream Coil, they'll try to get this kill on Lornoff.
No damage.
And Isha just drops an Echo Slam and says, come for me, I'll come for you. And they get the double kill, they'll go for another. Ollie's in trouble, the Nature's Grass down, but that doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
okay, both.
Just the simple pressing of R, or if your legacy key is something different. But Echo Slam's easy drop, easy double kill, easy 3 kills in total.
Dude, that was probably unexpected for Aurora, let's put it that way, but...
It's pure cinema.
Yeah, they tried a little bit too early. Like, they didn't have what it took to take down the Shaker. Between the Puck and the Hoodwink, it's just not enough damage. Hoodwink. That's also a problem when you lose these Wisdom Runes. I'm not sure if the supports would be 6 anyway, even with the Wisdom Runes, but...
They're like, all right, Nisha, we got you. Dream Coil down. And then, oh my god. There's a lot of people happy out there just seeing Hoodwink's body fly away from that Echo Slam.
It's very satisfying. Shaker,
100%.
Shaker is like 100% one of the most satisfying heroes to play right now. Like this slugger passive effect, it feels good.
Is there any chance we could just see the Hoodwink flying away again? Is that possible?
In slow motion.
Yeah, it's a little bit of slow motion would be nice. all the Hoodwinkators out there, we'd love to see it again.
All the jokes aside, I do think that Shaker is in a really good spot.
Yeah.
Like, he's plaguing high-level pubs, and for a reason. Oh,
there we go. There it is.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh.
And then just blown away.
Oh. She got wings, man. It's one of those flying squirrels, you know?
Yeah. Oh, God. I love that.
Are scanning.
Thank you, production. You guys are great.
Yeah, like you attempt to salvage your game by going on this Shaker, and now what I expected from them is maybe to go on Visage, because they do have a lot of dots, and if Visage is, you know, maybe out of position trying to push top a little bit too hard, you can punish that, but soon it's gonna be too late. Like, he's almost completed the Solar Crest.
Oh boy. McKay still here, bottom, just free to do it, whatever they want. Maybe even looking to get a kill here. You've got Insania and Boxy level 6. If anybody shows up from Aurora and comes out a little bit too far, snowball in, a little drinking buddies action, and a walrus punch with the backup and health of a Insania with purification. You're pretty much dead.
Yeah, gotta be careful when it comes to that lane. When it comes to another lane, the guy that just got a double kill, that sent Hoodwink flying, he's got Blink. 20 gold away. Like, your Shaker, minute 10, has Power Threads Blink. The map is completely open now, and you can basically set the Visage on this path of taking one tower after another, with just Nisha being nearby.
Aurora only has 2 kills right now. Their reactions to, or movements really being
gonna echo?
Yeah, he's gonna echo. Alright. Stacks taken.
Stacks successfully echoed. Never mind. I have a blink, guys, but you have to wait now 2 minutes.
Yeah. Is that the most efficient way to take stacks?
It's the fastest one I've ever seen, for sure. All the camps just disappeared.
I'm gonna look towards the top tier 1. And Lornoff actually gonna see Nisha. But 23's staying here. They're not afraid at the moment.
I see you, Nisha. I see.
Well, good shards. Still leashed up, but there's the sharpshooter, the waning rift, and Lornoff's got a kill. Finally getting something out of that, but they do end up losing that top tier 1. It is a 4,000 net worth lead for the side of Team Liquid as Nisha now picks up a shield rune. Not going to be an easy kill by any means if they do go for him.
At least they got the levels on Hoodwink, right? Like, you got that 6, but once you see this shield rune, you know he's an impossible kill, so...
Yeah.
And this defense of the tier 1 tower mid lane might be impossible as well. Like, your teammates are just not ready.
So, they go from top to mid, they take both tier 1 towers. Nisha on his way to an Ags, and the entire time that they're moving around, Aurora is reacting, and this has just left the Morphling free down bottom. Has a Yasha, has a Vlad's, going into a Manta, just not touched at all. And now, Fissure just off the mark. But still gonna get all this farm up towards the top lane.
Yeah, it's your casual Morphling build where you want, like, you don't see Vlad's, I think, as much as before on him. But this Manta, of course, staple. And with the Vlad's, it's not only you, of course. Visage benefits a lot, the birds benefit from it. And as a team, you can start taking objectives or threatening tier 2s very soon. Like the lanes for Aurora just had to go better. That's the issue. Like right now, like it's 7-3, only 10 kills in the game. But you can sense that Liquid are completely in control.
Yeah. And then going after this tier 2 tower almost feels like it's Liquid asking for Aurora to react. They're letting them take these towers, and yeah, Aurora's trying to farm back into the game. But this is kind of the question we had in the last game, right? Like, what item really brings them back in? They're not down by much at the moment, but we haven't really felt the possibilities just yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a certain singular item at the moment. They just all need farm.
Yeah.
You know, they all need to get some levels. Like, your problem is Oli didn't even have level 6, you know, up to this point.
They've got the scan. Oh boy. 23, spotted, totem, and a fissure with a soul assumption. The drinking buddies to the familiar, and that will allow them to get to Walrus Punch out and get that kill. They also get his courier.
They are smoked. They want to fight this, maybe.
Not having 23, and Echo wasn't even used in that situation. A little bit rough there. Repel going to be placed on a Nisha. Nisha might be looking for his opportunity to jump back in and go to the Echo Slam. It lands on a 2. There's the fissure. The Walrus Punch on a Aurora. They get the kill on the puck. They'll look over at this Hoodwink. Sharpshooter to get away from the side of Team Liquid. They get the kill on a Boxy. They'll end up trading 1 for 1, at least in this engagement. But here comes Mickey. Here's the waveform over. The Timber changes. He morphs into the Timber Saw. They get the kill on a Nisha. They'll take out a second. But they've got the Adaptive Strike. They've got the Morphling into a Timber that will take out the Timber with the help of 33. And they end up getting a couple, but it looked okay for Aurora.
Yeah, it looked all right, considering they didn't even have 23. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No Windrunner, they still took a decent fight. But that fight was almost perfect for Timbersaw. Like, he goes in, he manages to whirling that all the heroes around him, together with all the trees that were around him, dishing out. And how much damage did he even deal? He dealt 2.5k damage that fight. So
yeah.
Quite a lot.
Couple of whirling deaths, especially in that situation, and you're gonna really do a lot there, so be able to take out this vision if they can get to it up in this jungle, as they've been playing aggressive for quite some time. But 23 comes over, protecting the information that they've got, at least for now. Just keeping an eye as Jab's hoping to get into this Crimson Guard. He's got Arcane Boots, the Kaya ready. You look over at Lorinov, he's going for a Blink Dagger. The fight went well. They definitely would have wished they had 23, but I could see the possibilities. You know, I was questioning it before that fight, but there was something shown there that is shining some light.
No, definitely. I do think that they have what it takes to take these fights if they can somehow initiate on the right targets. Like, if you can silence, maybe blow up this Omni Knight from 100 to 0, your fight, of course, will be much easier.
Right.
And of course, Timber is there to, you know, just dish out all the damage needed. At the moment, he's the main one.
So again, the tier 2 just being attacked by these familiars. And maybe Aurora will look for an opportunity to fight. Once, I would say 23 gets this Gleipnir, but he wants Gleipnir BKB to feel more comfortable within these fights. It ain't that easy for him at the moment.
It's so difficult to defend versus this combo. Like, the main hero on Liquid right now is a bird. It's not even Visage, it's one of the birds. He's fine. He's gonna get away. Like, who you have to look out for is this little 33 bird familiar that's flying around him. Like this dead pigeon, whatever you want to call it, a gargoyle. Because it gets solar crested, and it also gets drinking buddies. And then it hits real damn hard. That's the main objective taker for them at the moment.
Now, earlier in the game, you were saying you'd like to see Hoodwink maybe get a Maelstrom, clears out that familiars, but for right now, for the Hoodwink, it's Arcane Boots Aetherlands. So, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, he's going a bit more into, you know, the caster kind of a Hoodwink. Like you see some players, they tend to go for Gleipnir every game. Some other players, they go for the Aetherlance route. I'm not sure I like it as much in this game versus Visage, but we'll see.
Ollie. Seeing 33 has that overgrowth available. That actually lands on a Boxy. Now they've got themselves the Hoodwink help, and they'll get the kill into 33. Insania's here. They'll go to the Snowball. Nisha coming over. He's looking for that blink into the Echo Slam. He's going to throw it down. Looking over at Warnoff. Power shot. Not enough damage just yet to get the kill to Warnoff. Insania trying to help keep alive Nisha, but he jumped in between 4 heroes, hoping to land a good Echo Slam to get these kills. A Fissure down on a 2. They'll lose this Earthshaker there as well. And a Dream Coil going to be dropped by Lornoff to go after Insania. Is going to be pulled over towards Boxy with the Drinking Buddies. Towards Mickey as well, they'll run. And maybe they'll look to react. Shards thrown over, 23 Savage in the face of Mickey. Jabs looking to be the tank in front. But Liquid aren't committing just yet.
That's the Crimson Guard difference right there. Just completely changes the way the game's fight. The fight is fought.
And it starts with that Bushwhack grabs 2. They get the kill into 33. Echo Slam not as good as they would have hoped it would have been. Drinking Buddies on a mid-game. 33 back into this one. They'll go to the Walrus Punch. They've got themselves the silence on Tupac, and Warnoff's dead. Oh, there's the Ags now coming through from Nisha. The Fissure's going to be on a 2 of these heroes. 23 and Jabs are going to be in a little bit of trouble. They go to the Whirling Death as well as the Timber Chain away. But here's the Sharpshooter right into the face of Boxy. Drinking Buddies on a Mickey just once more. As it's a Timber Chaining. Gladiator for 23 Savage. But do they have the damage to finish off these heroes? They're low, but not dead. Jabs is gone to the Walrus Punch as well as the damage coming up from 33. The Adaptive Strike thrown on to 23 Savage. He's running, but Nisha's got that Fissure. He'll jump in with the Totem thanks to that Ags. And Mickey's got the kill on the Windrunner again.
Yeah,
So
this
it's a long, drawn-out fight.
It's a long, drawn-out fight in which they're not assessing this Omni-Knight problem. Like, he's just healing one hero after another. The gold change, of course, for Visage is amazing because he's just sitting there hitting soul assumptions one after another, getting a ton of gold from all the kills. And 33 almost died a couple of times. Timbersaw played that well, like Jabs was on top of him. However, it's like without Insania dying, probably no one else will as well. So you have to deal with him first.
It felt like Aurora, they wanted that tier 1. They really wanted to get something out of those kills. And it caused them to just stay a little bit too long, right? And Lornoff dies, yeah, you want to retreat on that, but the reaction's too instant from Liquid off that kill. Nisha jumps in.
Yeah, Nisha, he had the Aghanims before as well. Yeah. Before that fight, in that fight, he managed to actually use it. It was a really good initiation from him, from like cutting off the backlines. But for Aurora, the position wasn't that bad. Like you were holding the high ground, you see everything. Your Timbersaw is jumping in, your Hoodwink can keep distance. It wasn't terrible, but it just wasn't enough for the Omni-Knight heals. Gotta deal with it.
Tormentor. The next objective taken here by Team Liquid. That'll be a shard for Boxy. They're up 9,000 net worth, but again, this game more so than the last 9,000 net worth, it does feel like Aurora still have a puncher's chance. And the fights have been close, but when they're on Liquid's terms, it feels so much more one-sided.
Yeah, they definitely have this chance. All comes down to how they execute these team fights. Like you mentioned, the Shaker and his Aghanims, well, the BKBs are slowly but surely going to be there. No, not surely, most likely they will be there for Aurora. 23 Savages, halfway to his. Where it's going to become a little bit easier for him to just pop his ulti and go in front.
Right. And without having this BKB for 23, they kind of have to concede this Roche. Fighting into it, it just seems like it'll put you too far behind if you lose that fight. And it'll delay the BKB even longer.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah, most likely one of those that you don't want to take. It's like this stock standard game where you're playing into Omni or Visage. If they have a good start, which they usually do, you are probably letting them take that first rush. Just can't contest it. one objective after another just builds up that net worth lead.
Speaking about net worth, Lornoff, bottom of the course at the moment. Not exactly getting much out of this game.
Puck as a hero had some love for top lane. They're hunting 23.
TP attempt, but the fissure's on the money. They've got these shards, they have the fissure, there's nowhere to go for 23. The snowball, making sure they take no damage. And they will get this kill onto the Windrunner.
Secured.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 33 secures it with the bird stone form. But yeah, it's so easy for them right now. Without that BKB, like as a Windrunner, you can't really take any engagements, and apparently you can't escape as well.
Yeah, the shard's in the fissure there with the trees off to the side. He was unable to run anywhere.
Yeah, the Tusk fissure, not fissure, sorry, the Tusk ice shard with the shard, Aghanim shard that is a problem for Windranger because you have to run away all around to get out. It just steals a couple of seconds that are so necessary for you. Kanda, by the way, on Morphling already for quite some time. BKB next for him as well. He's got 3 more minutes to work with on the Aegis. First game, it looked like Aurora just didn't have a chance. This second one, they do have one, but they need to make a play very soon.
They'll try to make a play once they have this BKB, which was what 23 was trying to do up top. But he has to farm a little bit safer, a little bit further back, and hope that he doesn't get caught. With that being said, though, Nisha's kind of crawling his way up towards top, and so is Boxy again.
Why the Aghanims on Hoodwink, by the way? What do you think? Like, I'm trying to... Like, this is the standard, right? Like, some Aetherlands top lane, Dream Coil. That's just... Will he even survive? That's the question now.
He just has to avoid where Nisha jumps next, and yeah, he's fine. Yeah, I'm a little stumped on the Ags, because I kind of still agree I would have liked to see that Maelstrom for Hoodwink. They're lacking damage, and we've seen Hoodwinks in the past throw it out when they finally get that Maelstrom. Is 23. He goes from top to bottom running from heroes, but still on the run.
Radiant.
Yeah, maybe there's something about Omni Knight as well, and having some extra burst into him is always nice. Like, if you can think about it that way, like Puck jumps in and you just blow everything that you can into the Omni, and then you fight the fight afterwards.
Dire's bottom tower.
And then it might make sense. They do have a BKB now. It's completed on 23, flying out. Let's see if it's gonna be some instant smoke or not.
Fortunately, the same timing has been hit for Mickey, but it's not at the same net worth. That's for sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They both get their BKBs, and they're gonna go. Nisha, though, hit by this Gleipnir, Drinking Buddy, Sharpshooter, thrown off into the distance, and now they won't have that for another 40 seconds.
Yeah, bot lane though. Morphling and Visage.
Shackle thrown out. Waveform all the way in. Mickey's gonna go through. They're gonna look over at Jabs, who's soaking a lot of this damage. They've got that ult coming out from this Omni Knight. They get the kill in a box. They're taking this Tusk. But with BKB Pop Ice, 23 Savage, he's on the run. Not really using that to engage, not using it offensively. And this Bushwhack, as well as the Acorn Shot, hits the familiars. All they get right now is this Tusk build.
Yeah, let's see. Aegis, 30 seconds until it's reclaimed. It looks like Liquid will fall back. Aurora demonstrated how difficult it is to take that fight against them if you don't have the right initiation, and they definitely didn't this time around. They went on jabs. Like, that's probably one hero you're very unlikely to kill. Like, he's got Crimson, he's got Eternal Shroud. He's a Timbersaw after all, and killing him is unlikely.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to defend these buildings. Bushwhack, Sharpshooter coming through. Now they're in, but Mickey's here. Waveform forward, looking over at Jabs again. Timber Chain all the way back. Gleipnir. It connects on the Mickey, but is he the one you want?
lost the bird, and he lost the second one. Keep in mind, he doesn't have ulti anymore. He already resummoned them once. This will probably be an opportunity for Aurora. Okay, you lost the range racks, but maybe this is a smoke. Maybe this is a good time to smoke.
With the vision that they had and the info that was there for them on Nisha, I thought they were going to go that direction, but they kind of just walk out for free. They do have some good deep wards. The vision and info is there for Aurora, at least in some ways, which when you're locked into your base like this is usually not the case, right? Like, they've got 4 wards that are in some pretty decent positions.
Yeah,
they're gonna run out soon.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're very old wards that are like back from the past when they actually had a say in this game and they were on the map.
Yeah.
Even though it's honestly not that bad right now. Only top lane.
Isha?
Yeah.
Might be in some trouble. Shackle connects. Gotta try and get this kill. Sharpshooter is there. They've got the root. The fissure lands, and now he's gonna be able to get the overgrowth out. They were waiting for that BKB. The Echo Slam's gonna be committed. The damage on Ali, and now they've got the help from Insania, who comes through. Silence up thanks to the waning rift, but do they have the damage to get the kill on Anisha as well as Insania on this Omni Knight? They're still chasing Nisha. The only one really chasing is Ali. They get the kill on Insania. They'll at least get themselves the Omni Knight. They'll look over at Boxy, who's gonna drinking buddies over to the familiar, but not gonna get himself far enough away from the side of Aurora. And they've got 2, but the one that they really wanted slips out of their hands.
So I think you're still very happy with this. Like, he popped his BKB, you killed the 2 supports. I really think you're happy with what just happened. You also demonstrated how strong your Timbersaw is. Jabs, of course, he got that double damage. He dealt the most. He got the double kill and he dealt the most damage in the fight. I question now the ability of Liquid to actually take down Jabs once he gets the Shivas. He's not too far from it. Like, the birds... Yeah, the birds aren't touching him. It has to be Earthshaker and Morphling that control him.
So, Gem now on Lornoff. And they're down here again. Ollie, he's the one who provided that vision to get that engagement started. Again, they didn't get Nisha, but I kind of agree. It's something. They're starting to look pretty good here and confident. They're only down 5,000 net worth.
Yeah, I think this Treant is probably one of the best heroes for competitive scene and one of the worst heroes for pubs. Like, you can set up so many things with Blink Shard if your team can understand how to play around you, which isn't really that easy to recreate. Just to be in the right position where you know someone is going to farm and then your teammates also connect. When you're behind, it's really difficult to do.
Oh, he's got this Blink Dagger, so he's able to position himself well for the overgrowth.
What we got on Shaker? Octarine as well? I think so, right?
Yeah. I think so as well. Yeah. So he's got that Octarine. He's also holding onto a gem. And they're going to go bot side as Roche potentially up, but as we know, because we could see it, 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's important for them to take the area first. You have the gem, you know it's not worth it, and then you can just wait out until Treant maybe, you know, like tries to sneak in. He's a good pick-off as well.
They're trying to force the hand of Aurora because they've got 23 up here top. They were pushing with the familiars.
And it's not that simple for him to connect. He needs to TP on top lane and then use the Twin Gate.
Going to the outpost.
Okay. The fight isn't around Roche Pit yet, so he has time.
This is a big change from the last Roche as well, right? Because in the last Roche, Aurora weren't really willing to engage. They didn't have BKB on 23. They were behind about 9,000 net worth. Now it's a little bit more of a tighter game. You've got the BKB. You feel that Jabs is unkillable at this point. He's very tanky. And you've taken a couple of fights where they feel confident in going in. Yeah, they've got that Daedalus. They have that damage, but they're going to lose Q in a heartbeat. Leitner used, but there's the drinking buddy. Shaco's time out of the back lines. It's going to be on Aurora. They've got the Fissure to follow it up with the BK being used. They get the kill on Boxy, but now the Whirlwind, it's on Anisha. They get the kill on the Earthshaker, and they're still looking to get this kill on the Jabs, but he's just too tanky. Walrus Punch is there. They find themselves Ollie. They'll get the cut of the Tree Protector. That's going to be a second one dead on the side of Aurora, with the buyback being committed here by Boxy. They want more. Shards onto this Timber, but he's able to Timber Chain out of them. And now they've got the Shackle Shot. They'll jump in, but the Hex. Oh, they'll get the kill on Aurora. If they blow him up, they're going to buy back on both the Hoodwink as well as the Tree Protector. They're going to try and get the damage out here. The Guardian Angel's going to be on the Morphling. They get the kill to Insanio. They get the Omni Knight. Down goes 33. And now it's just Mickey against the world. Looking over at 23 Savage. They get the kill to the Windrunner. It's going to be an Ultra kill here for this Morphling. It's Jabs, Ollie, as well as Q. All here to get this kill on a Mickey. They'll full team wipe Team Liquid, and Aurora coming roaring back into this game.
3 buybacks, including 1 dieback on Liquid. That's the task. Afterwards, what do they do? Like, do they go rush? Do they take the tier 2? They don't have Windrunner, they don't have Puck, so not a ton of damage. Can happen, but man, that fight started actually very poorly for Liquid. Because Shaker, like Nisha, he's zoned in on the puck, and it was a good attempt. Like, he jumps the puck, he catches him, but the problem is Windranger popped the BKB and was just running in that. Look where Windrunner is going. She's just running in that direction. She wasn't running for the Shaker, but he appears next to her, and because of that, he just gets soloed by 23. Very difficult fight for Team Liquid, the way it started at least. They still managed to at least get an ultra kill on Morphling, but in the end it's Aurora that came out on top.
Yeah, and you talk about how he happens to be there with the Whirlwind, and we talked about the Daedalus just before that fight happens, and he has that damage to get that kill on Anisha, and you can just see the output that 23 Savage has in a fight like this. 33 melts like paper there.
Yeah, and that's the difference between the last game and this one when it comes to Windranger. In last game, you have to buy this Manta and BKB, like you have so many defensive items. Here, you just go Daedalus, and then this hero really shines, and you can see what Windranger can do and why she's banned or picked all the time.
Yeah. Now, all that being said, that win for Aurora, Roche is still Liquids.
Yeah, this is something that, yeah, they didn't... I'm not sure why not contest this at all. I guess because of the Hoodwink. Like, you lost the Hoodwink, you lost your position 4, and you aren't willing to take this engagement. Was she one of the hero? She did buyback as well, right? Yeah. So it was a really long death timer for Q.
Yeah, Hoodwink bought back, and so did the trio. So Ollie and Q both buying back in that.
By the way, the Hoodwink queuing up a Nullifier. They just recognized that, okay, we can't kill this Omni Knight, we need ways of dealing with his spells. Nullifier is one of those, but I have a feeling usually as Hoodwink, you don't get to use it very well. Not like some other heroes that get on top of you very easily, right? Like some melee cores or even these heroes with high mobility.
Now the thing is, they're going for the high ground. They've got this Aegis. Ooh, good spot for Boxy. He's trying to make a move. Drinking buddies all the way through the trees and will give up that positioning. Leitner, Shackle coming in, but only hits the familiars. Are smoked up. They've got this Hex now onto Jabs. They had a Hex on 33. Fissure comes in. Jab's going to be stuck for the moment. Shackle flying out. And let's see. Can they make a move? The Aegis is still there. They've lost the tier 3. They've lost the range racks. It's not the worst thing in the world, but they're unable to react.
Yeah, they managed to kill the banner, and it was... You could see what Jabs was thinking. I'm gonna use this Hex and just blow this Morphling up. Just go straight through him with a Timber Chain, with Whirling Death, but the Fissure instantly blocks that from happening. And this is Liquid. Like, this is a team that really struggled with taking high ground long time ago. But they're doing it so damn well right now, and they have been for a year or two now. The positioning is just flawless. You saw Boxy in the trees on the north side. You have Shaker not committing, not doing anything, but just chilling and waiting for the Fissure to break any aggression.
And, you know, the Tusk not too afraid of being on top of the steps and in those trees, knowing that they've got drinking buddies, knowing that they've got Snowball and Blink Dagger. Like, there are a lot of options for this Tusk. And drinking buddies is a pretty neat spell. Hex onto the Morphling. They're going to go for the Shackle. They've got themselves the Bushwhack. They'll get the kill with the Sharpshooter. They'll take out Mickey. But now can they get the second? Nisha waiting for his moment to blink in an Echo Slam. These heroes aren't exactly converging together, though, on the side of Aurora. And now Lornoff throwing another Illusory Orb out there, but these familiars will drop down, heal up, and escape with the rest of Team Liquid.
Yeah, just as I praised them how good they are at taking high ground, they instantly get the Morphling blown up the way they wanted to blow him up the first time. Unfortunately, no saves in time from Liquid. But yeah, Aurora holding strong. They are still in this game. Like 2k difference is not really any sort of a lead at this point. Aghanim's completely done on Wind Ranger. We have this also on Puck, by the way. The good old Aeon Disc recipe. He's keeping it in case he gets hexed. Can save himself.
Everybody gets one, so he'll have that one pass with the Aeon Disc.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Farming up in a pretty aggressive spot, and Lornoff just trying to survive and feel a touch more relevant than he has in the past in this game.
He doesn't have a gem though. Even though he does have the Aeon Disc, he doesn't have a gem, and he's playing versus a Visage with an Aghanims.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. They lost it in that last fight, right? And I think it's sitting in the, sitting in the well.
Shaker, Tusk, they know.
Yeah, this is a problem. He does have that Aeon Disc though. Whether or not he puts it together or needs to is the question, and he's keeping it locked, so Lornoff just gonna Illusory Orb and get away. Yeah, getting closer and closer to 25 too with that Dream Coil Pierce's debuff immunity.
Yeah, he doesn't need to use the Aeon Disc unless they commit completely on him, so they didn't catch him. It was fine, he got away. Also, he used so many orbs, like this Octarine Core is very annoying. He's just constantly using orbs to scout. Like you can see him farming with it, but also sending it in directions where he's at least thinks there's a chance that they come from.
Interesting look at Lornoff and the deep dive into his mind, but now Echo committed, still just keeping the Aeon Disc, not combined just yet. But there's the Hex, there's the Aeon Disc. It's gonna be combined, but they still kill him.
Yeah, like they had enough. It was literally all heroes hunting that poor Puck. Like he was farming in very, very aggressive positions for way too long.
Yeah.
Got punished for it. But that's something that you have to do as Puck. At this point in the game, at this stage, and that's the way you buy time for your teammates.
We'll say, unfortunately, that kill comes close to the base, and it might force the buyback of the Puck, but Aeon Disc is used there, and that you purchase that item specifically for a moment like that, and it doesn't work out.
It's always difficult when the lanes are pushing in and you die like that. Like, do you buy back now? Because these are megas. You're gonna have to.
Yeah, are you willing to go up against megas, or are you willing to wait? 40 seconds, though, and they're gonna TP back 23, who will power shot. They're going to have to try and clean up. They don't have Echo Slam. They are going to buy back here. They'll go to the Drinking Buddies. They've got themselves Nisha with the BKB popping that fissure onto both Q as well as Ollie. They jump in. They've got the Hex. Look at this. Do it again. A Lornoff. His buyback symbol's not even gone yet. Totem forward. They go to the Guardian Angel. They've got the break onto the Morphling, but it's not going to matter. Jabs onto the low ground. Now they're going to focus their attention onto this Timber. They go to the Echo Slam. They're going to have the Refresher. They've got the Walrus Punch on a Jabs. They'll get the kill. He's got buyback. Dead for 90 seconds. He's going to be forced to use it. That's what he'll do. Ollie's got his as well. Man, this is a huge issue for the side of Aurora, who had brought the game all the way back from 9,000 down to 2,000, and it's back on up as they're looking to get mega creeps. They do not have Lornoff. They're going to go in. They've got the whirlwind, but now they've got the jump forward with this snowball. They get the kill to Mickey. They'll take the Morphling. He's going to buy back. The sharpshooter lands on a 33. They've got the shards as well as the soul assumption. There's the shackle. The totem. The echo slam's going to be a whip. Oh no! Is it Misha in trouble or is it the side of Aurora? Because they lose 23. They'll lose Ollie, and this is looking like a full team wipe in the making for the side of Team Liquid, and a 2-0 victory if they could just clean up the rest. They don't have buyback. They get the kill to Q. They'll look over at Jabs, who gets back into the base, and the side of Liquid just clean up. There is nothing that the side of Aurora can do. GG is called. Liquid take the 2-0 as they fight on back, take the high ground, complete the team wipe. Yep, they do. And Liquid close it up.
Yeah, it's a rough one. You know, like you're playing this puck, you're having a rough game maybe at the beginning, but you claw the game back into your hands, and then you start farming this aggressively, this behind enemy lines, which was good. Like he did it so well, and then bam, you die twice in 1 minute, and the game is basically over off of that. Like,
yeah,
he didn't have A on disc, and I don't think he tracked all the stuns, all the hexes. Visage, Silent as Grave, gets on top of him, deletes him. Game is basically over from then.
Yeah, it was a great showing there from Liquid towards the end. They were able to blow up that puck. His buyback symbol's not even gone at that moment, and it's a 2-0 for them over Aurora. So we'll send it back over to the panel, hear their thoughts. Take it away.
We have a lot of thoughts about that second game we just watched. Also want to clarify that Boxy did not stand up while playing, so we'll have to wait for our first TI competitor that plays Dota 2 while standing. But it was an outstanding performance from Team Liquid. A little bit of a mishap maybe a little bit later on the game. Aurora made it spicy, Lacoste, but at the end of the day, it was Liquid that takes it.
Yeah, it looked like Aurora might turn this one around, but in the end, it did not happen. Liquid, you know, they came in prepared. I liked their drafts. I did also like Aurora's draft slightly more than I did in the first game, because the first one, after first 3 picks, it did go downhill pretty heavily. And this one, you could see what they were going for, and you could see the power of their lineup in some of these like mid-game engagements.
Yeah, this is a case in both games of Aurora playing Liquid's game. Even in this game too, where they looked like they could have turned around and it was slightly stronger, it just felt like Liquid was setting the pace. They were making the moves. They were the ones barreling down lanes, and Aurora were on the defense, because they did have a few good fights in that game, especially that one like around minute 15 where they got some kills near the tier 2. But even after that fight, Liquid reset and just went back, and they were constantly pushing them down, constantly forcing Aurora to, you know, put out some fires all over the map, and they never really got a grip of the game too.
Yeah, they didn't. And I feel like for Aurora, like this Windrunner pick, we've seen it successful from first phase once with Extreme in the tournament so far in the first series that we saw. And since then, no team whose first phase has actually won with the Windrunner. And it's like, I think for Windrunner to do good, you need to push from your lane, get early Gleipnir, and then go take fights to your opponent. But when you're playing into an instant response Omni Knight that then can Guardian Angel against you, you have an offlane Visage going for Solar Crest, Greaves, Crimson. Like, your big statement moments on Windrunner are always just nullified by your opponent just out itemizing you and having heroes that deal with it. And I kind of feel like probably Windrunner was my big key kind of dislike throughout this entire series for Aurora, where if they didn't force themselves into this very small box straight away in both drafts, we could have maybe seen a different story from them. But yeah, I wasn't too much of a fan of this.
But they did wipe them.
Sure, didn't win the game.
We saw the strength of their lineup eventually.
But that's the thing. I think right now in Dota, if you eventually need to get one fight, by the time you win that one fight, you realistically need to do that 3 more times in a row to get back into the game. Like, the journey to getting to this point was so painful because they drafted themselves into this position, where for Liquid, it's like, Earthshaker hits some multi-hero mid-slam, Omni Knight comes in, you repel, you dive, get a kill, the Visage goes, takes top, you follow him, take tower. Like, everything you do in Dota at the moment needs to be strong lanes, dictate the game. You don't need to crush your opponent, but you just need to, you know, set the narrative. With Aurora getting like Windrunner carry, they're trying to do it a little bit with a Timbersaw, but the Hoodwink's going for Aetherlens, not really statement item picks. It's a big disparity between the two teams.
That was a big question mark for me, Hoodwink's items. If you want to go for Aetherlens, why not pick the other facet instead, so you have it immediately instead of, you know, having to buy 2,000 plus gold item. And I also want to say that this Windranger also could have been flexed until the end. We didn't have many options left for position 4. Hoodwink in this one did look slightly underwhelming, especially in terms of damage being brought to the table with this type of a build. And I think Windranger is a very strong position for hero as well. Very elusive, difficult to kill. You have, the scaling later on where you can get your items up with the Whirlwind, but also pick a different carry maybe, because I'm not saying Windranger, anything is wrong with the hero. I'm just thinking that they could have, chose maybe a different carry in this one, considering what he was playing into.
Yeah, I don't want to harp on the Windranger train right now because perhaps the game could have gone differently if Puck had a better game. Because in this game, when I look at it, Puck was the key factor for countering the early game pace of Liquid before they got to the point where they were grouping up behind the Visage and taking every tower. They needed the Puck to do as much as he could, but there were definitely some slip-ups with that ball that they wanted to do Puck plus the supports. There was that one Echo mid into Windranger getting ganked top with Puck not responding, Puck maybe diving a little bit too deep, dying under the tower when Morphling replicated into him, silenced him, and they killed him. I think that the Puck, had he had a different game, the whole draft would have looked different. So I don't want to over-focus on the Windranger. I want to kind of focus more on Lorenov's performance here, because it wasn't the Aurora that we're used to seeing with Lorenov dominating the early game.
I will say he is a first-timer. He's the only one on the team that has not been to an international yet, and I don't like to make that be a reason why, day one might be a little rocky, but it might be why day one is a little rocky, T.
Yeah, potentially. I'd like to think that Lorenov has been with the team and kind of traveled to events at this point. That it's not like it's his first TI and first LAN, so I'd like to think that this should be relatively okay. And again, it's like if we look at the previous one, he's playing Puck. Effie wants to see him make big plays, but he's trying to lane into an Earthshaker that can out-deny him. He's trying to gank an Omni Knight that can repel and mitigate his early pressure. So it's like he's also not got the best hero for the game to do the 1v9 that we often like to see from Lorenov. We like him on these last pick TAs, Timbersaw type heroes that can go, hey, this is my game, and behind me I have the rest of SEA, demolishing the game. That just didn't happen today in this first series. Of course, they have many more series to try and fix this, but yeah, again, I don't like it's a cheap answer, but I think draft-wise, Aurora just shot themselves in the foot and made it so much harder than it needed to be.
Well, it was already hard from the get-go because there was one lane on the side of Team Liquid. Actually, there were several lanes on the side of Team Liquid that worked out really well. One of them was the Omni Knight lane, the lane together with a Morphling, and Purge is going to talk to us more about that.
And Omninet lane was really interesting to me because Morphling is a hero who leverages his really high damage with his HP. When he takes damage, he basically increases his HP but decreases his damage. So to make the hero better, what you do is you pair it with heals. That way you can keep your HP really low and your damage really high. So pairing the Omni Knight with the Morphling is super, super effective. If we take a look at some of the clips here that have been going on, they started off doing lots of damage to jabs, and then they do the waveform into Purify. Purify is normally hard as an Omni Knight to leverage into damage, but it's perfect with Morphling because he benefits from the heal because it keeps his damage high, and then it also is paired with the waveform to do damage. Insania also got a really nice pull off here at the 4-minute mark, which allowed him to pull some creeps in. They basically did a better job on the Liquid side pulling, and part of that is because of the waveform. Because with waveform, they are constantly pushing the lane, and they're also harassing their opponents, and they're getting last hits, and look how much damage they're doing to the Hoodwink here. So here's the Purify, the waveform. Q loses almost all of his HP at the start of the laning stage, or as the laning stage is developing, and this continues against jabs as well. So because Mickey never has to worry about dying, and he's doing damage to this waveform, and he's getting Purify in, it's harder for jabs to get last hits. Morphling basically gets to do whatever he wants, and then later on, the support just leaves the lane because Mickey is completely safe here. So he's gonna waveform out waves, AFK jungle in the neutrals. Then he's gonna go to the next creep wave and waveform that again, and then he's gonna go back in jungle. And that allowed him to get really far ahead. And the other benefit, jabs got really far behind. He had to farm for basically the next 20 or 30 minutes to even catch up in this game. So the laning stage was very cool, but for Liquid here, a little bit of a pivot on the Omni Knight, but very effective this game.
Thank you, Purge. That is incredibly effective. And normally I'd say, okay, but why doesn't someone help him to help jabs to come to the lane? But Lacoste, that wasn't possible because all lanes were struggling a little bit.
Pretty much, and the reason why lanes are struggling, I want to point out the Visage with his death toll, the new facet. It gives him insane amount of gold, and he can snowball out of control relatively easy. It gives him up to 210 gold per each soul assumption kill. If you have the max charges, you also get 15% of the creeps that you kill, which you're not going to use early on, but every single time you use that, you get a kill. He gets like half a bracer pretty much from it, and then he starts to snow. That's the extra gold.
Yeah.
And the gold that he gets from the kills. So pretty difficult to kill, and I think this hero is going to be highly contested, especially coming into our next series as well.
More gold for auras.
Yay! I also think final words on Team Liquid here for now. 33 both games that we saw him. I feel like he's in top form, Effie.
He is. I mean, this meta really does cater to offlane players who like to farm for a little bit until they get those couple of key items, whether it be auras or initiation with the blink, and then you just group up, and that is 3-3's bread and butter. So I expect Liquid to go very far this tournament. And I just want to piggyback a little bit off of what Lacoste said really quick, because it's true. Visage was top of net worth with 20 CS under the Wind Ranger because he was getting those soul assumption kills.
And which two heroes did he play? The heroes that can create gold pretty much out of nothing.
Yeah.
Doom and Visage, yeah. Watch out for those. Watch out for 33. For Team Liquid, though, you're going to have to go on one of the other streams because they will not be featured today on this stream anymore. We are going to shift over to our next series. We're going to watch Extreme Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators. And before we are going to talk about it, you're first going to listen to what Ace has to say about his team.
Gaming Gladiators, last year's runners-up, are back again to try and claim the Aegis, and doing so they've already taken EWC on their path here, and I'm now joined by Ace. Obviously, TI, and especially big for you as is in your hometown. I mean, you're literally 10 minutes away. What's it like to play here?
It's something that I honestly never thought would happen, because like Dota has not been that popular in Denmark for quite a while now, but like it's like so amazing. Like it's been so chill. We've also been boot camping here. Like, it's just so chill for me. I just came here like 20 minutes ago. My brother just drove me.
Amazing. So, you know, are you going to be able to have all like your family and everything and your friends at the arena for the finals?
Yeah, I think like a lot of my family will come, and like most of my friends also, I think.
So, obviously, last year, you know, you had a phenomenal run last year, you know, game were the team to beat. And this year, I think kind of people started to maybe doubt you or count you out, but then you just come back, you know, prove them all wrong with a phenomenal past few tournaments. You know, how does that happen? How did you do that? Was that like the game? Was it you guys? Was it, you know, your opponents? You know, how did this come about?
Kind of a mix, I would say. Like when you win a lot, the game definitely keeps like nerfing your strategies and your heroes. There's so many frequent patches, and whoever wins what they play the most will always get nerfed.
Yeah.
And this just kept happening and happening and happening. And after every tournament, you have to like find new stuff. You really have to try it again and again and again. And you keep doing this for so long, it gets pretty hard to like keep it going.
Yeah.
So I think people got a bit exhausted by like trying after every tournament and getting the motivation all the time.
Yeah.
So I think that was like the main problem. But now also after not winning so much for a while, I think we just kind of got a lot of the drive back again. And now then it just worked out for Saudi.
How do you think about last TI and especially those grand finals?
There's been so many tournaments, but like we had a pretty crazy lower bracket run.
Yeah, and the grand finals versus Team Spirit and everything.
Yeah, that year was just like pretty crazy because feel like we were pretty bad, and like.
Oh really?
Yeah, like we went pretty much like straight to lower bracket. I think almost like didn't we have like full lower bracket run almost? But somehow we just managed like to claw through games and then make it all the way to the final against Spirit. In that final, we did not play what we usually play, like in the semi-final, every games before that. That's also something we had talked a lot about and like worked on. That like why did that happen? Like what happened in that final particularly? And I do think it's something to do with some players. They do set TI, they regard it as like way above everything else.
Yeah.
That can easily create like this bit of pressure.
Yeah.
That can go to like choky mindset and this kind of just happened for us. So hopefully. Like we talked a lot about it, but hopefully it's not really something that's going to happen when we're going to play in this final.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it didn't happen or did it happen at EWC and you learned to kind of beat it, you know, what was the...
Yeah, I mean, again, like we've been in a lot of finals. I think we have a pretty good final win radio. But again, like EVC, it's not really a TI. TI is just a bit special. and can create more pressure somehow because people really want to be part of the I have one TI club.
Yeah.
Get the rings or whatever you get, you know, all the stuff.
Yeah, hopefully just. Yeah, I mean, what would it mean for you personally, you know, on home soil nonetheless, to be able to win it, to hold that Aegis, you know, what would that be like for you?
As soon as I knew that TI was going to be in Denmark, then I instantly thought, oh shit, man, like if I'm ever going to win a TI, I definitely want to win this one.
Yeah, in front of your friends and family as well.
Yeah.
That'd be incredible.
So it means a lot.
Who do you think your biggest supporter is going to be in the crowd? Who's going to be screaming the loudest for you when you do get on that stage?
Usually it's the people who's like sitting with the GG boys, like the org, and then they usually have like the Giga fans around, and then like they usually have some drinks and stuff.
Those guys will be the loudest.
Those guys you can usually hear, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, Ace, and thank you so much, and best of luck, obviously, TI.
Thank you for having me.
They came so close last year, but maybe it was the Copenhagen TI that Ace was meant to win. We'll see how their tournament goes this time around. They have had a great start, though. So has Extreme Gaming. Those are the two teams we're about to watch go head-to-head, and both of the teams have come off a 2-0 victory earlier today. Both are looking strong. Both are considered to be the favorites of the group, so this could be potentially the decider match for the position 1 slot in their group. And I'm going to ask you straight off the bat, T, because I feel this is a rare situation where both teams are that strong. Is there a favorite? Because I feel like there is not.
Yeah, I mean, using recent records, Extreme won a tournament, Gaming just won a tournament, so based on Tier 1, they both just won pretty big tournaments, but I think you have to lean Gaming just a little bit due to the big picture. Though it is TI, therefore I think that's when, you know, China does level up a little bit more. Of course, you know, how many grand finals have we had a Chinese team be there? Maybe not recently, at least, but yeah, very, very slightly Gaming, but it's like within the 50%.
Yeah, both teams have been able to take a championship, as we see here. Their 2024 season, Effie, has looked very good. I would say Extreme Gaming, of course, fantastic for them, but I want to focus a bit more on Gaming at the moment, because for them, this result, a little bit subpar compared to last year.
I mean, if you compare most teams to Gaming of any year last year, I don't think there is a team, with the exception of Virtus Pro, that came close to that level of dominance that they showed us in 2023. But even though Gaming didn't have the hottest start to the year, they hit their stride really, really well once the meta kind of shifted back to auras. I mean, this team does auras better than anybody else. That was Ace's staple, right? He's the offlane guy who just farms, buys the aura, everybody plays around him. We talked about 3-3 and Liquid doing the same thing exceptionally well. Ace is the other player. He's the one who really brought this into meta. So this meta definitely favors them entirely, but XG are a team that have players that perform really well in TI. So I wouldn't be surprised if XG actually have the upper hand in this group stage.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go the other way around, because from what I've seen, Extreme Gaming, sometimes they do struggle in the first like 10 minutes of the game. There was a period of time 2-3 months ago where they were like not having a laning stage. This team, it feels like they want to play, you know, with the deficit of 5k net worth early on to see if they can. They like to challenge themselves. That's the vibes that I'm getting from the team, to see how good they actually are. And Gaming Gladiators as a team, with the auras that you mentioned, they like to speed things up. If you remember last TI, during the groups or Road to the International, they were not playing this fast Dota. Then suddenly they start playing, bringing all this like tempo, the bristlebacks and stuff, and everybody started to copy. They didn't have the answer to what Gaming Gladiators were doing, so they had to copy what they're doing and trying to, you know, hit back. Not as successful as you expect.
No, and the only one that was able to stop them in the end was Team Spirit. So it was second place for Gaming in the previous international. Here is the top picked heroes from the previous couple of encounters we've had, T, where there is a little bit of overlap.
Yeah, a little bit. You've got obviously the Pangolier, the Chen. I think fundamentally what we are seeing, because these teams are within like the top 6 of the world, they all kind of use relatively the same logic of you want to take your lane, overwhelm your opponent with that constant pressure. You don't have to constantly, you know, kill them and do stuff, but just at least remind them that it's your game to control. That's why when you compare the two, I think Gaming have shown a little bit more kind of discipline so far. Extreme against Heroic earlier today, they were down a little bit. They took one clutch high ground fight or triangle fight, and they run it down mid. So I think Extreme have shown some weaknesses in early game, whilst Gaming consistently are if we hit our stride from lanes, we follow a script to the T, win the game straight away. It's like they are one of the most kind of pre-30-minute teams that there are. So if this is going to be a close series, Extreme just need to survive whatever Gaming have prepared to make it like a bigger game than just the kind of autopilot aura push win type that we've seen.
And that was the story of these two teams facing each other this year. Every time XG and GG have faced each other, actually XG have the upper hand in all the series that they've played versus GG, just because they were able to hold out for long enough to take that one good Roche fight, that one good defense. Throughout the year, they did manage to create those situations, but it was always the same recipe where GG were barreling it down. XG were trying their best to survive, and if they could survive, they would manage to clutch the win. So this is going to be an exciting matchup for me.
And the reason why this series is always going to be spicy, remember when Ame was making a carry tier list where he put Dyrachyo, B-tier carry. So, you know, Dyrachyo, he has a lot to prove. Every single time they match against each other, I think, you know, the smirk on his face is going to say a lot.
Dyrachyo popped off today. In their earlier series, he carried his team as Dragon Knight. So Dyrachyo is bringing his A game to show Ame he's an A-tier carry at the very least. But when I was mentioning that XG have TI players who really do well, I meant Ame and Zenkyu. I feel like these two players in TI reach their ultimate form. Zenkyu is being his most nuisance of a self that he can be with his heroes, but Ame plays this near perfectly. Or he tries to during these TIs. So if he can channel that form and bring XG into the game, you know, spirit style, then it'll be very cool.
10 seconds remaining.
I know, T, you wanted to say something.
Oh, that's right, the moment's passed.
Okay.
No, just say it.
We're all like expectantly looking at you.
Fine, don't worry. No, I was going to say, like, you know, blah, 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 let's rewind a little bit. Ame, haha, does well. He's only ranked 200, though, in Western Europe. You know, he's like 60 places away from GOG, so it's like, you know, he's ranking Dyrachyo rank B, but also, like, he's kind of close to, like, our, you know, Western European streamer level for rank on MMR. Like, got to be careful. These tier lists, they catch up to you when they're, you know...
They might. We'll see if today is the day, because, as I said, it was Extreme Gaming that had a 2-0 against Heroic earlier. Gaming had a 2-0 against 1W earlier today as well, so both teams coming hot off a 2-0. And we're in the draft, so we got Extreme on the Radiant side, Gaming on the Dire side. First pick anytime now on the side of Gaming Gladiators. And the T is there too, so everything's complete. A stress ball as well. Celery is prepared. I feel like we've talked a lot about the team as a whole, but I want to focus a little bit more about the players because we mentioned Ace and his playstyle. I want to mention XXS.
I love to talk about my boy XXS. This guy, I think he's been consistent in the last 2 years, pretty much being top 3 offlaner in the world, without a doubt, especially some of his specialty heroes that he likes to play. I know there's a lot of good Mars players out there, but he's definitely up there. Centaur, when there was a Dark Willow plus a Centaur combo, where Dark Willow could use ulti on a Centaur, they've been dominating his Slaughter. But if we look at the heroes that he has been playing recently, you know, especially in the pub, something that he's been training is Visage. He has 80% win rate, Bristleback, something that he brought out as well, and of course Sanking. But this guy, I feel like he has one of the best overall team fight decisions. I feel like he sees every single hero, what's happening on the map.
I feel like this might be, I don't know if it is a hot take or not, but I think offlane used to be obviously a very difficult role. Nowadays, I think the entry level to be an offlaner is easier. Therefore, to shine, you actually really need to be good. And I think like offlaners like XSS, 33, Collapse, right? They showcase how far you can take the role. Whilst, you know, some other players, you know, they kind of, they're average. But I think, yeah, for example, XSS is one of those that he's taken what an offlane needs to be and just shown like the true heights you can take. It's more than just auras.
That is very true, actually, because I would say that XXS is an offlaner in the true sense of the word, when offlaner used to mean hard roll. You get no farm. You're suffering the entire game. I mean, when you're on a team with Zenkyu as your position 4 and Ame as your carry, and now XM on mid, and all of these people want to siphon all of the farm on a map, you have to find ways to create a game for yourself, to create farm on the map for yourself, and XXS does that so well, and that's probably one of the most impressive things about him, is that he does so much on the map with so little net worth sometimes.
Yeah, XM is another mid laner that has not attended an international yet, so this is his first performance on this grand of the stage.
And whenever we talk about XM, this might be his hero, this sniper.
Yes.
Something that has been, like, I think in the first 6 months of the year, I've seen the stats about his hero pool. Like, across all other teams, his hero was picked last across every other team. So they are giving him the priority, but overall sniper, this is his hero. I remember one of the Dream League season 20X, because I can't remember which one, they were just banning out Sniper. He had 100% win rate out of 8 games, and he did not see Sniper after all.
I mean, it pairs well with the logic of having, you know, like a melee carry paired with the Mars Beastmaster style offlane. Like, if you have that kind of recipe, then putting your mid laner on like the high damage, hard to gank hero, like it does make sense. And we are kind of following that formula just a little bit, right? Timbersaw down to your offlane. They have last pick overall in the draft, so I'd like to see them flex it. And if this is a sniper timber lane, we've seen how potent sniper can be. Like, all you need to do in that lane is you push it out once, get your offlane to like level 3, make some stacks, run around, secure runes, and like your game like begins. Like, it's a very kind of orchestrated hero for the 4 role.
5 seconds remaining.
It's also one of the few teams that you'll see Viper be banned out against every time, as XM also really likes that hero. We saw him play it earlier today as well.
So much respect towards the offlane. Like, one side was like quite offlane bans, right? You got, you know, Doom, Viper, Sankin, Flexes, and then on the other side extreme, they're respecting salary immensely, right? The Chen, the Enchantress, the play from your supports and open up the game.
Yeah, the thing about XM also that I just want to, before we talk about the draft a little bit more, is that, like Lacoste mentioned, he'll get last pick mid, but that's when his hero pool is taken out. When it's in a meta where XM's heroes can be first picked, they'll always be first picked, which gives the team a big draft advantage. Like, they'll easily first pick Sniper, and it's a flex hero now, which makes it even more valuable. They'll first pick the Viper if they need to, because that hero is on the rise in pro pubs recently. They'll first pick the SF a lot too, which will flex between mid and carry. So that's another first pick hero that teams have to be aware of when they're playing versus XG.
And something that we did mention, Gaming Gladiators, what they like, speed. They like to speed things up. IO Razor, these are the heroes that come online super fast. They're also the team that likes to stack in the triangle with Shadow Demon and IO, so you can easily clear that. Right now, what they're lacking is some kind of a disable, some kind of a control, which they're going to get from either offlane or their mid lane. Because, I mean, Razor can still be flexed, you know, to a mid lane, but most likely going to be in the safe lane.
Yeah, I'd like to see this just as like the safe lane pairing. Your IO Razor is self-sufficient, your SD moving around the map, you find a hero, you can disrupt one guy, you can then ultimately another guy, and you kind of have 2 heroes contained to enable the relocate to feel good. So in regards to like map play, these 3 are your foundation. And now, yeah, like Lacoste mentioning, just get an initiator from your mid or some tempo, get a stun from your offlane, and then that is kind of the recipe for quite a nice looking draft.
And not just that, the stack factor with having an SD on your team and then an IO pairing from the carry lane. Like, your Shadow Demon, not only is he going to make the stacks and rotate to mid and set up for kills, like T mentioned, with Disrupt and to relocate, but he's going to be making fat stacks that the IO Razor are going to take later, hit an earlier item timing, and try to run the map over. The one thing about IO, though, is that, you know, Holy Locket did get nerfed. Mech did get nerfed, but are these nerfs enough to stop the power of IO? We'll have to see.
Nope. It's DI time. IO is always going to be back.
IO's back.
When I read that, I'm like, it's a nerf, but it's like kind of the nerf where I see like in 3 patches time, like this was like the first domino to fall for us to really say auras were nerfed. And Extreme, they look at this, like the pace, like everything we just said, right? Gaming want to win like some 25-30 minute game where they might not kill the Ancient, but like you can feel that they built this lead. And now against Extreme, it's like, if they don't do that, how do they win the team fight going 30 minutes plus into the Chrono, if he goes for Chrono, of course he could still go for Time Zone, but, you know, into the ultimate of Void, whatever facet he goes for, the Egg, the Timbersaw with multiple auras and Hex. Like, there is a window where Extreme, of course, scale, but punishable, very punishable.
I have a question. T, from a coach perspective, you coached at TI before. We know this group stage is relatively short. There's only 4 teams in one group. Both teams so far in this draft have not, like, they've played 2 games before, but they've not played any of these heroes that they pick now in any of their previous 2 games. How much value does it give in order to just, you know, keep them guessing? Never let them know your next move.
It's kind of like your playbook will have, let's say, 4 or 5 openings, and then from there you kind of expand. So I feel like right now we still are in the comfort of the teams. I think if we were entertaining like the 7th, the 8th opening, they're often the teams that are coming in last place because they're panicking to find what they are. And I think right now we're still in kind of the comfort
This is
phase.
still the 3rd opening.
Yeah, we're in like realistic mode. Like when you look at any TI group stage, the people that have the most varied drafts are the ones that are often struggling. But this group stage is also quite small, so we might not see that too much. Like,
it's not a stun.
Struggle in
this is not a stun.
They have a root though.
Yeah, it's a root. It's a fear. It's a lot of control. It's a lot of tempo that's gonna come out. And what they want to do, they have 0 cooldown whatsoever on their abilities, so they want to run. If they can survive this Chronosphere, they also picked Faceless Void into IO, which can be tricky sometimes. I'm not worried for their damage inside a Chrono by any means. It's just that if they're not getting the kills out of that one, or if you use the buyback, that's gonna get punished. You have Supernova, you have Faceless Void, Time Zone / Chronosphere, so you will always have these long cooldowns, which is very punishable.
This is a large issue for Extreme now because you won't shut down Lone Druid in lane. Like a Phoenix plus Void will not stop Lone Druid from farming and pressuring the map. IO Razor, the IO should keep the sustainability, so Shrapnel Nuisance isn't as annoying. Timber can't threaten that. So yeah, I think right now, the first 25 minutes of this game, it should be all the way gaming. Like Extreme to fix this, they need to get probably the mid lane to open up the game.
Yeah, I'm looking for 2 heroes. One of them is going to be Spicy. That's going to be for Gaming Gladiators. Ricky, the other that is more stable, I would say, is Puck, because they have pretty much nothing, and they also have Shadow Demon plus the IO save, so the Chronosphere damage might be a little bit tricky, because what they want to do, if you have a leash mechanic or if you have Cloud against any of these heroes, they're going to really suffer.
I want Kunkka.
Kunkka's a cheap one.
Yeah, I like that. But they go for Storm. Storm is the hero that also you could argue Extreme could have got themselves. Kill the IO, the SD, defeat the saves, and then you give Gaming like they take one bad tower fight and suddenly the game falls apart. Because that's also a thing that Gaming need to think about. Like if they try and take a tier 2 tower and fail, do it again, fail, that's suddenly when the BKB is online for the Void and the game becomes a lot more Extreme favored. Yeah.
They needed the Storm to address the sniper flex, because you see XG, you see XM, you're like mid-sniper. Storm is typically his counter at level 6. Also, they didn't have a hero that necessarily started the fight for them on GG. They have a lot of run down a lane, barrel at you heroes with LD, IO Razor, but nothing that really goes in first. So they did that with the Storm. And the Visage comes out for Extreme Gaming. Lacoste waved his finger, so...
Not for that one. They do have the birds, not sure which bird Visage is. We have, what's his name, Moltens, the legendary Pokemon bird, the fire one. And we were missing Winter Wyvern, but the thing that I wanted to point out is that Jin Q is going to be playing Timbersaw position 4. This is the new tech. I don't know if you've seen it. It works really well. The hero still going to be buying these aura items, and you're trading really well in the lane. You have this explosive damage, which gives Visage Soul Assumption, so the charges are going to be there, and people are going to explode. These are the heroes that can trade against IO plus Razor.
I like the idea of the shift, because against Lone Druid or any siege, you want to mirror that siege. So rather than defending the objective in the early game, you're just trading objectives, which actually allows you to get to your timings to hit that one fight. So I think strategically, great idea to deal with the Lone Druid. They just need to execute on it, because late game, I like Extreme, but can they get there? That's kind of like they're going to be the looming question.
I like that conceptually as well, because when you look at Razor lanes, you want to be able to burst him through Static Link, and Visage with the Soul Assumption is just a ridiculous amount of damage. It's a way for them to be able to trade into Razor, which is going to be very important, because actually you need to get out of lanes with as much as they can. But the thing about GG's draft is I do feel like they've made it a bit one-dimensional with that Lone Druid pick from the offlane, not having that reliable initiation from the offlane. When it gets to late game, that can really bite you in the butt. Because you're looking for these fights. If you're only dependent on your Storm and your Lone Druid can't make the jump when he needs to, your enemies naturally have a better advantage when it comes to team fighting.
The story for this draft is pretty much GG, they win in 25, 30 minutes. If it goes late, Extreme Gaming, they take it.
Okay, and we know that GG generally is pretty good in the laning stage. Can they do it here in game 1 of this 2-game series against Extreme? We're finding out together with B-Cup and Lizard.
Thank you very much. Coming into a very big series here, Gaming Gladiators against Extreme Lizard. It's Xingqiu on the Timber in the 4 position, something he played twice during the Snow Rui event, and it's a 4 position that he likes going Guardian Greaves on. Is it something that is going to be make or break here for Extreme?
I don't think it's make or break. It's just a high damage dealing position 4. Like, you can look at it that way. I think they have 2 heroes that do that on 4 and on 5. A lot of tips from the get-go. DY, of course, on his signature Phoenix. And we have a pretty stock standard draft if you replace Timbersaw with anything else on that position 4, right? Like, if you think of anything else on that position 4 that's like a task or something, you have a standard draft on Extreme Gaming, while on the other side, they're cooking something up. Like, this is Gaming Gladiators with some... We want to go back to the days of Broodmother and just take over the map minute 20, right? Like, you have the Storm Spirit to jump the backlines, you have Lone Druid and Razor, usually lane dominators. We'll see if they succeed at that, because they also have a lot of saves. They have this pump from the Wisp to pump up the mana and heal the Storm Spirit, make him even more difficult to deal with. While there is one thing though, Timber and Visage is a scary combo because of Hurling Death and how it deals damage and how much damage, and also stat loss. Like, you get that stat loss, and then on top of that you get Soul Assumption when your stats are lost, like you have less HP. So it's a scary lane if that's how they decide to lane it.
So 2 bounty runes apiece, and we'll take a look at how the lanes end up being. And this is Ace on that Lone Druid, something he's pretty proficient with, something that I know there are some Lone Druid fans that are excited to see this hero, especially when he's on the big stage at TI.
No, for sure. Like, he's a micro player. Like, I still remember him a long time ago when he came into the scene and played for Fnatic. Like, he actually played some EPO back then as well. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. One thing that is definitely difficult for them is catch. Like, besides Storm Spirit, you don't really have any. Like, you can't really rely on Lone Druid, so heroes such as Faceless Void love playing into that. Like, it's easy to maneuver, it's easy to get away. But then again, the other side, it's not like they have an abundance of the same thing. They have this Chrono and Stormform perhaps, and that's it.
Well, I actually took Time Zone on Name.
Time Zone, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a Time Zone player.
I'm down.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. Especially when you were a Phoenix, you know, you pop that egg into the time zone. Ooh. And like no hits are coming and you're like, yeah, that's nice, I'm living. And then time zone ends and all those hits collapse at the same time and you're just done. That's when you ping it. That's when you ping it and you're like, bro, come on.
This could have been Chrono, what the hell?
This could have been the best combo in the game, basically.
Speaking of offlaners, XXS top here was in queue on the Timbersaw Visage Timber combo. Not something we've seen so often, but you know, you talked about Ace starting his career with Fnatic, and XXS started his career just 16 years old with DK Scudiera, and he's only 25 now. He has been in the pro scene for what seems to be forever.
Yeah, blast from the past with B-Cop. Like, you definitely know all these Chinese teams and where exactly every player started. I remember XXS from Kyiv Minor, I think, like, or Major. Was it Kyiv Major? I think that's where that's where he came in, like, with 17 years old and dominated. What was it, like Legion and Centaur? I don't know. Yeah. There's like some moments in this game that just you can always remember them.
They do last forever. It just feels like some players will never be forgotten, whether or not they're retired or still active, that's for sure. And how they came into the scene, you think about MLG Columbus with Arteezy when he got his moment there. Like, that's a forever moment for sure.
You are my forever moment, Biko.
You're my forever moment.
By the way, this top lane is... okay, bot lane, they're fine. Kind of trading at Lone Druid doing well. The top lane is doing much better than I expected for GG. Like, if you remember the last game on Visage, like 33 just completely destroyed them in the first couple of minutes. This has been already 3-4 lanes, 3-4 waves, and Visage isn't really dominating that hard. And also keep in mind that raindrops are about to come in. Like, usually if you're playing this hero, you want to get a kill or two before the raindrops, and they didn't manage to do that.
So we'll see how much that affects the lane, how much that affects the game moving forward, especially for XXS. If we see raindrops come out and pressure being put on by Gaming Gladiators, because, you know, the panel talked about it, it's usually the early game and that early mid-game that Gaming Gladiators work well with, so it'll be interesting to see how these first 10 minutes or so, first 15 minutes especially for Gaming Gladiators kind of come down, and if Extreme can bear with the pressure that'll be put on. But things very quiet.
Yeah, so far 0 kills, nothing really happening. I think you're happy with this if you're Gaming Gladiators. Like, the lanes are looking a little bit rough when it starts, and then when you ramp up, when you get some items, you are the team that should be able to force some fights early on. However, at the moment, you're happy with the status quo.
Static Link out there, as this is a problem for XXS, who's trying to run, but finally, Doraccio gets first blood, and it's going to be through onto this Visage. So, you talked about it. Raindrops come in, they get that kill. Doraccio might die to Xingqiu, but they got a kill on a Tofu. DY gets that. Xingqiu tries to Timber Chain away. He doesn't have a lot of mana, but does have 2 mangoes, so he'll turn around looking over at the Razor once again. The Visage coming back into play, and they will lose this Timber, and they still don't get the kill on the Razor.
Yeah, he used the Soul Assumption way too fast. He just instantly casted it, but yeah, just not enough of stacks on it. Also, keep in mind, he didn't go for Grave Chill this lane. I feel like that could have been useful versus Doraccio earlier on. But this is a problem. Like, you got to the stage where they have raindrops. Yeah, sure, you can go on them. Maybe on Celery here, but he's just gonna tether away. So, another issue that you have is Visage here, too many heals. Like, the IO heals a lot, and because of that, like, you aren't able to zone Doraccio out. He just chills in the lane and keeps on farming.
Definitely troublesome for this top lane, and they aren't getting these kills and this aggression that they would have liked, so gotta think that maybe some of the idea is to just farm and maybe hope for, say, Ame to come over, because he is one of those carries that hits level 6 and he's ready to go.
Ace
he plays aggressive, and Ace almost giving up a lot of gold. They're actually turning around on Ame for a second. They've also got a DY in trouble, and he will fall to Ace thanks to that disruption thrown out by Tofu, so a little bit of revenge there for the side of Game and down bottom.
Yeah, they used the dive aggressively, and Tofu, he rotates back, catches the Phoenix. Nicely done by him. I love this Promulgate and Facet on Shadow Demon. It's pretty damn good. Like, overall, Shadow Demon for me is one of the stronger heroes at the moment. Especially because he's very good versus some of these cores and supports that are being played. Like, you're good versus Wind Ranger, you're also pretty damn good versus Omni Knight. I'd like to see a bit more of SD. Plus his laning stage has just been buffed up super hard.
Static Link again onto the Visage. Doraccio not afraid to chase pretty close to the tier 1 tower. There is a TP over from XM, doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but does have 16 wand charges. They are going to get aggressive here. But how much does XM even get out of this? He TP'd into this top lane, and he's not getting anything.
Yeah, they have a lane ward as well.
The Sentry's not going to see that.
Unfortunate, but very well played by Gaming Gladiators so far. The lane has been really damn good for them. Like, this is the best you can imagine when you're playing versus Visage. Like, you haven't lost the lane, and you pressured him, you killed him. Not something that usually happens.
You start to worry about how much Visage is going to get out of this game, right? Because those early Soul Assumption kills are the jumping off point.
Oh, yes and no. Like, he still has a lot of comeback potential mid lane.
Mid lane they're here. Disruption used by Tofu, but Xingqiu will show up.
So basically, back in the day that would be the case, but because of that...
Doraccio. Do they dive this under the tier 1 tower? TP comes in from Ame. Is he going to commit? He will. He's not level 6. But will...
I think he just gave up a bottom lane. Just look at his CS.
He's got nothing in terms of farm.
basically what he's saying is, XXS, I don't know what you do, bro, but this is my lane now. Like, you need to go away. This bear destroyed me on bottom lane, so yeah, I don't wanna. It's not a fun lane.
Feels pretty bad.
Yeah, but this is what Gaming Gladiators really aimed for. They survived the first couple of waves, and then their heroes with levels, just levels, nothing more, become extremely difficult to deal with. I feel like for XG right now, we're waiting for Chrono Egg or Time Zone Egg combo. Something like that, because they're not winning any fights if they don't have that combo.
Which, scary thing to say, but level 6 is going to come out for the same time for those heroes. Both the Phoenix and the Void are pretty similar experience at the moment.
Yeah. The question is it a really good support or is it
yeah,
bad game for everyone?
Well, with 30 plus denies for Ace, I'm leaning towards the latter, not
41. Give that
now
man,
41.
Yeah, give that man the proper number. 41 denies on this offlane lone druid with bare necessities. Like I actually
really is that simple.
I had a couple of games with this facet, and the lone druid went for you know, the sniper build, the range build on like your lone druid is the main damage dealer. The bear is just there. He's a nuisance. He's hitting everyone. He's giving you the heals, and that's it. Like this can be really strong.
Dire are scanning.
Team ring there for Visage, who now has these familiars going into the Rod of Atos first.
Yeah, that's the. We don't have any stuns. I need to buy Atos. You know that's the feel right now.
Q in some trouble. Quinn going for this kill on a level 5 Timber and will finish him off. Quinn feeling the lack of lockdown that Extreme are working with here and able to just make an easy one. And he's also going into that Orchid, so we've seen earlier today Bloodthorns be pretty brutal. Orchid is pretty rough when there is no lockdown. You're kind of shutting something down.
It's just a fantastic storm game.
Yeah.
Like you have so many heroes that you want to jump with that Orchid. Rushing it really makes a lot of sense. Like you want to kill off the Void before he manages to time walk away. Phoenix before he dives out. Even Timber with an Orchid, this is a position for Timber. You will be able to solo him, so it makes sense overall.
The lack of lockdown, you know, XM is getting these towers. He is keeping them close in the game, getting them objectives here and there. But when you get this Orchid on the Storm, and there's not really much to lock down this Storm at all, XM's going to be pretty vulnerable throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, pretty much. There is the Faceless Void to maybe save you a little bit.
Yeah.
Ame.
But it ain't that easy.
We've been carrying this tier 1 token for a while, by the way. On Faceless Void. Just not using it.
He's probably got bad options, but ends up going to the Royal Jelly. Not the worst, honestly. But giving it some thought. I will say the one thing I do want is just to see what options every hero has on their tokens.
Like when you spectate, or?
Yes, when you spectate, you can see what their options are.
I want to see my teammates' options so I can play them.
I figured maybe that was what you were thinking.
What do you mean you took the balloon?
You surely you had something else.
I mean, in that particular case, anything else is better. So.
Deep ward placed here by Tofu, getting some vision deep in the jungle.
Smoke up.
They see this sniper again. The shrapnel is down. Is the help there? They've got this relocate in. They'll get the kill on XM. They're going to look over at Doraccio, though. Do they have the damage? The Icarus dive through from DY. He does have Supernova, the disruption. There's the Supernova. And they get the kill to Doraccio. They're going to try and get this egg. Can they get it? The familiar stuns. Now the Supernova goes off. The Soul Assumption kill. Tofu's gone. Ame's coming through. He's got the time dilation. He does have time zone. They got the kill to Quinn. Zinkyu's going to be the one who gets credit for that, as Ace is going to try and fight this Faceless Void, but everybody's here for the side of Extreme Gaming that is alive, and a triple kill for XXS. And Gaming Gladiators playing aggressive, but it bites them so hard in the bum that they will lose 4.
That's 1,000 gold for XXS as well. This hero, if he wins fights, he gains so much out of them. By the way, that egg couldn't have been better. Like, in some situations, that egg, because he used all the fire spirits, but he didn't want to egg immediately, so he waited a little bit. Fire spirits actually ran out on most heroes. And that egg usually is kind of bad. Level 1 egg versus so many heroes, but 2 heroes get relocated out, 1 hero is missing the hits, and Lone Druid is too late to the party, so he's actually not really doing anything. So the egg completely changes the fight. Nicely done by DY. By the way, I just have to say this hero is, before the nerf, the last nerf, this hero was absolutely broken. Right now, Phoenix, yeah, he's solid. He's still good.
You were playing it a lot.
I had like a 90% win rate out of 50 games. Like, he was something else.
Damn. You double downing on all those wins?
Of course.
Gotta get that MMR. With a 90% win rate, oh my gosh. Going into the Veil on DY, and that was a lot of help there in that fight too for XXS, not only for the net worth, but with those familiars to make sure that that Supernova got off and gave them that opportunity. He's got his Vlad, he's got Gladiators, and now he's sitting 4th in net worth, so in a really good spot.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how this game would look, and how that fight would look if they didn't have such a bad start, but...
Yeah, definitely something to think about, but also at the same time now, we had said earlier in the game, the first 15 minutes are where Gaming is trying to really shine, but we're at that 15-minute mark. It's only a 1,000 net worth lead. It's only a 5-5 on the kill score. I'm a little bit worried that now Xtreme have kind of made their time. Obviously, there's still more to be had here for Gaming Gladiators, but you're seeing it here with the side of Xtreme being aggressive, the immediate TP out for Duraggio, and Celery is dead. XXS now dominating.
Yeah, they it was a nice play on him, maybe, but it slowed down for them because they're waiting for crucial items, and those items will come out now. Like, you're going to have Gleipnir fully completed on Razor, you're going to have an Orchid now on Storm Spirit, and this is basically the time for them to start things off.
So a little bit of Kale. As is tradition to say Kale. I'm a big fan of it. One of my favorite things, but Celery, I died from lag, unluck.
It's always that, right? It's either mouse or lag.
Then Zinky said no, but he's saying for sure.
Keyboard issues, you know.
Mouse ran out of battery. Uh-oh. Yeah. So we're back in it. Only a split second there of downtime. It was so short, I don't even know if there was downtime.
Isn't it nice that we don't have... I don't want to jinx anything.
Yeah,
like 10 years ago, 10 plus.
You're treading on thin ice, Lizard. You're gonna jinx it. And I'm not gonna be held responsible.
I'll shut up. I'm just saying, we have it good now. It was way worse back in the day.
That's fair. I'll agree. So, off that little bit of a pause, we did see Celery end up dying. And back to farming they go as XM going for the Gleipnir. And Shard next for the Visage, just 100 gold off of it. Ame wanting that Manta, he's got that early Maelstrom. He's starting to farm up, but he is still very far behind everybody.
Yeah, his job right now is basically time zone, right? Like, when you're this far behind as a Faceless Void, your job is to jump in, use your ulti. That's basically it. Unfortunately for him, there are some heroes that don't care about it. Io, Storm, all of these can rescue themselves. On top of that, you have Shadow Demon that you're up against. It does feel that it's easier for Gaming Gladiators to set things up right now. Like, GG can jump in with Storm, Orchid, and then you can relocate on top. But they're just clumped up as 5.
Gladiators And they've got the familiars for the back-to-back lockdown, but it's not going to be enough to get that kill just yet. There's the Gladiator finished for XM. And they're going to fight into this, maybe thinking it's still a Radabatos, but it will be a Gladiator that comes on through. They've got the Supernova. Celery's going to try and hit it once. They're going to get the Electric Vortex on a Zinkyu. The time zone is down. Queen is dead. The Supernova pops. They get the clone of Celery. They look over at Ace, trying to chase this Timber, but A is not really the valid target. Ame fighting back onto Ace's Bear. They'll get the 300 gold. They'll go after the hero. They're going to try and get the Lone Druid. They've got the Assassinate charged up and thrown over onto Tofu. That'll get a kill onto the Shadow Demon. Finishing off Ace. 4 heroes dead. Doraccio gets out, but another big fight for Extreme Gaming.
They're just ready. They're always there. They're moving as 5. Like, surely this can be punished. Like, aren't you supposed to just split the map right now? Like, you have the Lone Druid and stuff. Like, one of the... So, Lone Druid at the moment, the way I feel about the hero is he's strong in some individual pickoffs. Like, if you're skirmishing 2 versus 3 or something like that. If you have these massive 5-on-5 fights, at this stage of the game, he's really weak. He'd rather just be, like, split pushing, doing whatever on his side. And gaming, like, they understand that, but they're still forced to fight. They're still forced by Extreme Gaming. They're going for objectives.
So willing to fight, and so willing for Ame to even want to fight, right? Knowing how far he is behind, but it doesn't scare him off from a fight like that. Knowing that with time zone, the results are possible.
That's the way you need to play. I love seeing a Faceless Void do exactly that. Every time he's got ulti, he joins, he uses it, and then he can go AFK.
Yeah.
There's something that just triggers you when you see a Faceless Void with his ulti just chilling, farming at minute 15.
Yeah, when you're just kind of relaxing, you want to be there with the entire team. 'Cause if you can get a good time zone, a good chrono, you're going to get gold from a good fight.
Absolutely.
Use it to your advantage.
Yeah, and you help your teammates, right? Like, they're the ones that's going to love it. Doraccio trying to solo the Tormentor. Of course, you can do this. Tofu dead.
Tofu very dead. And there it is. Tofu for his death will get the shard, as is Tormentor tradition. I usually try to die in my Tormentors to get shard. It really boosts your drop rate for him.
No, you can solo Tormentor with Enchantress as well, with a Pike. Try that one. You can get the shard and you can die for it at the same time.
Please don't ruin my pubs.
Oh, it's a good trick. Like, my chat trolled me to do that, and like you just die. You get the shard, but you die from impetus shots. Base.
Does this only work for the first Tormentor? Or does this work at all moments?
I think it works for most, because you're so far away. Like, those impetus shots are pure, so they should be taking it down. Anyways, no Enchantress here. She's banned in most of these games.
Zinkyu, I'd said before that he was 2-0 in the Snowrui event with this Timber. And one of the things that makes me interested, because we used to see him play like Void Spirit, Ember Spirit. He plays these unconventional 4s at times. And it always brings me into the thoughts of, like, Zinkyu has played every position in his pro career, from 1 to 5. And I wonder how much of that has made it so he's ready to play these heroes.
He's ready to play the heroes, but it's like PYW and DY were this staple, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you would never see them do what I'm seeing right now. And that's Phoenix is buying a Shivas, he's got a Veil, and Timbersaw is also buying a Shivas, he's got a Veil. Like, I'm not sure, but I don't think that's optimal. Like, on Phoenix at least, you can literally buy any support item in the game. And it would work, so... Doubling down like this is a lot of wasted power.
Disruption, Ball Lightning, Quinn committing to this, going after him with the Orchid, but they've got the Radabatos, they have the Icarus dive, Quinn's out of mana, Quinn's out of life.
Damn. Did he expect to relocate? Because that's the only way that makes sense, right?
That's what I would assume he was expecting with Doraccio and Celery combined at the hip there. But they didn't end up coming through for him.
They're like, bro, you're on your own.
You're past the tier 1. You're dead, dude.
Not this time. He went in with, like, he literally had no mana once the zip completed.
So 3,000 net worth lead here for Extreme Gaming. And Dota Plus saying 58 to 42%.
I mean, that's not too bad, right? Like 60-40. I think that's fair enough.
Wondering on what we can see from Gaming here, because it's got to be coordinated for them to get a couple of these kills, and we haven't really seen them take advantage or relocate too heavily, right? Like the fight that they had over by the tier 2 on the Radiant side, they relocated into that, but it wasn't enough. Like, we haven't been seeing those fast movements.
For sure, that relocate even hurt them because they went back and Egg just survived. There was no one to kill it, so the relocate back actually wasn't that great there. But Celery is a very competent IO player. I'm sure they will find the right ways to use in this game. By the way, Razor Arcane Boots, just putting it out.
I was looking. I thought of you when I saw them. Going into Sanjanyasha next. He's got to be a little bit careful. They do have some help with Tofu off in the trees, but Tofu might even be the one who ends up getting caught in this position. Assassinate thrown out onto this Shadow Demon. They've got the Familiars trying to catch up. Icarus dive, Sunray. Now the Familiars have caught up. They'll get 1 stun, 2 stuns, and a kill.
And right next to the Rush Pit, right? Like, so unfortunately, it is minute 25 for XG, but they can still go top.
Quinn. Gleipnir, BKB. And there is the time lapse all the way out.
That's basically for the
ball lightning. I don't know why I said time lapse.
No, because he time lapsed backwards at the same time. Whatever, Faceless Void was there. Happens to me as well. But because of that BKB being used, they can go into the pit, make free rush, free Aegis. It's only the first Aegis, it's not the biggest of deals, but all these items are just coming online.
Aegis here, now for Ame. Although Ame gets it with 10,000 net worth as the carry, I want to make a case for Xingqiu. He's got the same net worth.
Or maybe Sniper even, right?
yeah.
He's kind of in the back line, so hard to reach, and Faceless Void might be the one jumping in first. And he's been, he didn't have the best laning stage, so this is basically making sure the tier recovers.
Stacks being taken by Dyrachyo and Celery. Using that Gleipnir to stack while they were taking this at the 26-minute mark.
Still top of net worth. I guess that's where we're going next, right?
Yeah. Because the farming efficiency has been really good for them, and despite the fact that it's 13-5, it was 5-5, so it's been 8 unanswered kills.
Yeah. I guess it's just much easier for them to play the map. Like, that's something that we discussed earlier. XG is just keeping together at all times. They're just moving as a group. Meanwhile, on gaming, like, you have Storm on one side, Lone Druid on the other, Io and Razor on, like, completely somewhere else. So it's easier for them to farm items.
Ame going for the Mjolnir. He's got that Manta now. About to pass Quinn in net worth. Quinn's game has not felt like the presence we are so used to feeling with him on this hero.
And we talked about how good of a Storm game this is, but he made a couple of interesting moves, you know? Jumping too far on that Faceless Void was one of the moves.
It's a little bit tough when you don't see a number over the Galvanize icon.
That's the reason, right?
It's not the complete reason. I'm just saying it's a rough scene. take that tier 2 over bottom. They continue to play pretty aggressive here, maybe hoping that somebody comes over for the Wisdom Rune at 28 minutes and they can catch a kill. He's actually coming pretty close, so does Quinn. And they do have vision of this. They have this ward right by the steps. They know that Ace and Quinn have just shown up. They were close, but now they're going to go to the Ball Lightning, go into the backlines. They've got the Orchid on a DY, but they get the kill on a Celery. Now the Orchid, the silence, the kill is in enough. Oh, DY! After the Orchid's able to survive with a sliver of health against the Supernova off! You've got to be kidding me. They can't even kill the Phoenix. They finally get the kill on XXS, but the right clicks onto the bear. XM free to just shoot away. Gleipnir's going to be used. That's on Ace as well as his bear. They get the kill to the bear. They'll take out Lone Druid next. 3 heroes dead on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Just on the edge of that time zone, and he survives. Oh my god.
That was so unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators as well, because they committed on Visage with the other 2 cores, and they didn't manage to even kill him before he used Gravekeeper Smoke. Like, he has this shard, he goes into stone form, you don't finish him off fast enough, and because of that he resummons the familiars and then stuns you and just buys enough time for XM and Ame to clean up house.
How much health was on DY when he got the egg off?
It wasn't looking great. Like he's supposed to die.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, you know what usually saves you in that situation? Buying a Lotus instead of second Shivas. That's who can blame him at this point? It's just they're winning this game at the moment, at least, very convincingly.
They're going for the sniper. But it's not easy. This Sunray keeping XM alive. Do they have the damage? He's on the edge. He's got 9 health. He's gone. All right, they get this kill, but how much is it going to cost them? They'll end up losing Celery. Duraccio goes down. They'll look over at Zincu. This is a 4-position Timber that they are trying to kill. The right clicks are coming through. They've got the Orchid. They'll get the kill. They'll take out the Timber. Now they're going to look over at XXS as well as Ame, but they're going to try and fight back. Nobu is here with some help from DY. As XXS goes down to the ground, comes back up, goes after Tofu's Soul Assumption, but there's the fear, the root, the kill, and a good defense there for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Okay,
Ball Lightning looking for more. Getting pulled by
Look at that
the Wild Wing Ripper. Uh-oh.
It's done.
Yeah, it's done. Quinn not getting this kill, though.
He's been there before, you know. He had the same exact situation. He's like, yeah, I'm not killing this Faceless Void, let's just chill. Go back. Overall, it looked super good for Extreme Gaming. Like, after that fight, this fight in particular, they cleaned up. Like the fact that Phoenix managed to survive, also the fact that Visage survived, but then they stuck around a little bit too long and they got punished for it. They didn't have time zone anymore, they didn't have their ultimates, they didn't have the egg. They stuck around. Okay, you take the side, and that's what you came for, so you're still happy for sure, but they did suffer some caution. Some deaths in the end.
5 HP. Another Tormy taken. Quinn getting that shard, so they'll have that upgraded overload. And we're still sitting pretty tight here. As Blink Dagger now finished for Tofu. Lotus picked up for Timbersaw. And Phoenix gonna go and finish a Glimmer Cape. So now just holding on to the casual plate mail.
It's pretty good. Like, he decided not to finish Shivas in the end. I think the main reason why he decided that was because of the egg in this last fight. He barely managed to get it off, so yeah, buying some save item or a Glimmer-esque item probably makes more sense. You know that the Storm Spirit will be jumping you, so...
Let's see what they can get done here. Roche potentially back up in a minute and 5 seconds. But let's see what the extra timer is for that Roche. XXS just about finishing off the AC.
Yeah, he's got it. They've got the AC, and I believe MKB is done in like 30 gold.
Quinn working with the ending moments of an amplify damage. So not going to use that just yet, but a 5-man smoke coming here for Extreme Gaming, and there's the MKB finished off for Ame.
He's got the MKB before Razor even finished off Butterfly.
Oh yeah, this item's value in him getting it loses a lot before it's even there. Ace is in a bit of a precarious position, and Timber Chain all the way across. Time dilation, Icarus dive, going for the fear, has the Sunray. Familiars are here. They will have the lockdown, but do they have the damage? They've got some help from Tofu. Can he get the disruption off? Yes, he can. That'll avoid the assassinate, but the bear's going to be dead, and so will Ace.
Yeah, they
disruption not enough.
They can wait for the IO now. There is no Lone Druid. They know the relocate is going to come back, so this might be another freebie.
Might be and will be. Oh, Tofu. Yeah, 3 heroes without buyback.
He tried to save him. He tried to move in so that there's a tether target. It's like the worst savior bro syndrome, you know, and the throne. They're going for tier 4s.
There's a buyback available on Tofu, and he's going to use it. The ball lining in. They've got the Vortex. It's going to be onto the Sniper. The Lotus Orb is there. They've got the Round of Atos on a Quinn. They'll go to the BKB, and he'll have to ball lightning and keep his distance. There's still time zone, and there's still Supernova. These tier 4s are starting to get low. Well, one's dead, and the other one's about to be gone. BKB no longer available for Quinn, so he needs to be careful. They'll still focus the throne. They've got Garachi and Tofu off to the side. Quinn's going to end up dead. He's got buyback. They'll use it. And Gleipnir immediately purged off thanks to this Lotus Orb. The Timber Chain away, getting out of the static click. They'll go after Quinn. They've got themselves a second kill on him in just a moment, but he ball lightnings back in. Doesn't matter, the throne is dead. And Extreme take game number 1.
Yeah, XXS, he just had that throne in his vision. Literally, just right-click it throughout that fight. He didn't care about anything else or anyone else. Nicely done by Extreme Gaming. Like, even though the laning stage didn't go that great for them, like, let's be honest, it was pretty much devastating laning stage. Like, your Lone Druid had more denies than Ame had CS 2 times. Like, he had 40 denies when Void had like 20 CS. Your Visage as well was feeding, but they managed to, you know, combine themselves and just play as 5. Gaming Gladiators, they didn't have an answer.
Yeah, Extreme, they brought it together at around the 15-minute mark. They had a good fight by their tier 2 tower, and they ultimately take the game. And, well, to break it down further, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, B-Cup and Lizard. A lot to break down with this first game of the series. And I want to start with the Timbersaw, mostly because at the end of that game, the net worth was fairly even between the teams, with still the tricore of the side of Gaming Gladiators very heavy on top in the net worth. But Timbersaw, he was creeping up there, Lacoste. This position for Timbersaw, you said, is new tech around the block. I'm assuming we're going to see it a lot more.
Oh, for sure. And I like the pairing of this one with Visage. Something that they try to do is fight back against IO Razor instead of fleeing back, because Visage, you know, he doesn't have many opportunities to run away once you get on top of him. So they try to square up and get the damage done. And I like that this improved thing on his Shredder, the relatively new facet that allows you to slow people down for 1 second, and it deals insane amount of damage as well. You also have quite an unlimited mana. I thought he might go for the auras in this one, but it's Jin-Q, so he's gonna be super greedy, pretty much Shiva's as his first item, and then going for the Lotus Orb. But yeah, it was more about stopping the healing. We've seen Sniper with Scotty, which is a bit unconventional item build, and you can talk us through this team fight, because it was very impressive that Phoenix did survive.
Yeah, Phoenix getting his eggs off this game was very impressive, because this team fight here, obviously it could have gone very differently for XG if this egg hadn't come off in the last minute, because they do kill off the Visage here, and if they didn't have that backline range damage plus stun coming from the Phoenix, it could have been devastating. But this wasn't the only egg that salvaged the game for XG. In the mid lane, when Gaimin made their smoke on the Sniper, XG reacted so well. They brought in Visage and Phoenix, and that Phoenix egg lived 1 hit away again, and they managed to get so much comeback gold, which turned the game for them. So this is a really incredible performance from DY here.
Yeah, that was the type of play, though, from Gaming that at like 30 minutes into the game, you know, Quinn, he already jumped kill Sniper. He's then jumping again to go for a Phoenix, and the Phoenix then pops and gets the kill. Like, I think with this type of draw from Gaming, getting the 1 pick and resetting is good to then go again as full strength. To try and play for that extra little bit of advantage is what Extreme want. Like we've already said during the draft, like they are 2 or 3 good siege defenses away from bringing their draft to life, and 13 minutes we're already entertaining one fatal mistake from gaming, and then later Extreme have the confidence, of course, to make their own moves with the eggs that we were mentioning as well from Effie and Lacoste. Like it becomes a little bit too easy for Extreme to play this game, because after how good the lanes were, gaming their first move failed, and then they were too afraid to cross the river. Like they had top net worth on Razor Lone Druid, but after that one blunder, they weren't going, guys, we can do it, because in the back of their minds it's like, we can't do it because can we kill an egg? Can we fight into the time zone? Can we fight into a sniper who we can't really find, as we don't have the perfect jump for backline outside of course Storm? So I think a lot of concerns got put into gaming self-inflicted.
But the way that you're describing that almost seems like gaming at that stage of the game almost was playing to not lose, is how we call that, when you're not playing to win, basically.
Yeah, I mean, they had the confidence based on their early shot calling, and then whoever was the shot caller, I'm assuming maybe Quinn, he then felt that doubt in him, or as a team, that they then kind of went for a plan B. And I think with this type of lineup, as soon as you hit plan B, that needs to be like 35, 40 minutes into the game, once you've already got like at least decent gold from taking towers. If you're already second guessing yourself after a 30-minute fight where you haven't really taken tier 1s, with this type of lineup, it is Extreme's game to win.
Yeah, because Lacoste, you said earlier on, before the game started, after the draft, that gaming, they will, if they win, they'll do it before minute 25. Like that was their power spike.
Yeah, 25-30. They were unable to close out the game. The game was already shifting. That one like bad fight when they were trying to invade the part of the map, the southern part of the map, and they were unable to get. I think they got team wiped in that one. This was pretty much the beginning of the end. You can't feed away that many kills with a lineup like this. And both of these drafts, they didn't have any stuns, basically, so the way they try to itemize was get the Globson on. Everybody pretty much had it. Sniper did go for Gleipnir as well. You had Visage with Rod of Atos, Razor, and then you also had a Lone Druid, so they try to set things up. This is the strongest item in Dota right now. It feels very good for farming. It gives you HP, makes you super tanky, and also the AoE route to stop the TPs, just set up for any kind of a spell, feels really good.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Lone Druid as a hero at the moment. I'm not impressed by it when I've seen it. I'm not impressed by it in high tier pubs when I see it either. And this is a game where Lone Druid had a billion CS and a billion denies and still couldn't translate it into anything. When you're that far ahead off of lane and you don't show the same kind of dominance that the other team's offlaner does with a worse lane than you, then maybe you should reconsider that hero. I do respect that they tried to make it work, but Visage, who had an abysmal laning stage, joins one fight, gets a couple of comeback kills, and suddenly Visage takes over the entire map. Your Lone Druid, who dominated the early game, couldn't cross the river, couldn't turn it into anything. So I just have to say that I do have a lot of criticisms regarding that hero in particular.
Yeah, and there's one thing you said during the draft as well, Effie. You talked about XM's hero pool, and how oftentimes he gets the overall last pick or a pick later on in the draft, apart from when one of his core heroes was still in, like this time, Sniper, first pick for the team. It delivered. Is that something that you want to see different in the next game? Because it felt like he just had a stellar game.
Yeah, I mean, XM is a hero specialist. Like, his snipers, his SFs, his Razors, his Vipers, his DPs, these are heroes that he's not afraid to first pick. And when he does get them, it's a bit scary. I mean, they did see that first pick Sniper. They picked the Storm to counter it, but it still popped off entirely. So maybe you do have to respect the Sniper going into game 2. But I want to say, Shiver, I was telling you guys, I've seen this game before. I've watched this game at ESL Malaysia 2023 when XM and Ame and XXS were all on Azure. They also played versus Gaimin, who picked Lone Druid, who did the same thing. They ran down mid, they fed a fight mid, then XM turns the game with his one super farmed hero. So I feel like this entire game like replayed in my head.
It's also maybe a little bit mental, because for people that do remember that series, it was a best of 5 series, and it was the first grand finals, other than the TI grand finals, where Gaming Gladiators didn't just lose, they got reverse sweeped, and that is mental damage.
Oh, absolutely. But I've also seen this game, Dream League Season 22, not between these teams, but more about the picks coming out from Extreme Gaming, Faceless Void and Sniper. I remember us talking about how this could be potentially slow, but they make it work, especially now with supports being slightly more active compared to that time where they were picking Shadow Demons and Phoenixes, where they just needed to be static, but they made it work. And something to coming into the next series, they should definitely ban out this sniper unless they want to pick it. I know that Tofu did play quite a lot of sniper coming into Road to the International, maybe try to snatch it, but otherwise it has to go because it is a flex pick for Extreme Gaming.
What do you want to see, T? Because we're about to head into game number 2 of the series, and
Gaming
the game
together.
Yeah, but
I mean, like we've talked about like heroes not feeling good, this and that, but like when you see the plays that they're making, this is not a gaming that's like firing on cylinders, at least in this game. Because like this 13-minute dive that we're talking about being like a pivotal moment for them to lose confidence, Ace isn't even there. Like the lone druid who's got top net worth, 3 of their cores are top 3 net worth, trampling on their opponents by 2k on each core. Like they could bring like 18,000 gold to a fight. Instead, they bring like 2/3 of it. They don't bring everyone. It's like the whole point of like lone druid strategies, if you draft them, is to like amplify him, push behind, and go. They didn't do that, and they kind of just brought little numbers, and then after that, they fall apart. So it's like if you're drafting like this, we've seen them win multiple majors because they enable Ace and bring him to the fight.
Yeah.
In this game, they don't bring him to the fight. They fight without him, and then they expect him to do something when they've already kind of thrown the game before they get to play the game. So I think. There's like draft logic, this and that, but like this is not a gaming that's like utilizing their strengths. That allows them to win so many tournaments.
He was in that mid lane fight though, but later on
At the end of it was at the very end. They started the fight without him, and then he kind of joins like way too late. So it's they just need to play together because that fight is like if you watch that back, then I'm probably sure they're talking about it. It's like if Ace is there in a better capacity, they're probably winning that fight, taking mid tower, and then the script that we're talking about probably comes to life. But it doesn't happen, and things fall apart.
maybe in part also because of the hero pick that we might not be too big of a fan of. In the previous series, I'm going to bring that up because we highlighted 33 a lot, an offlane player as well, and he generally has a fairly similar style to Ace, and we saw him pop off Lacoste. So do you think that if he just gets different picks, everything will be fine? It was a pick issue?
Sort of. I was expecting a stunt. Like this lineup didn't have any stunts, and neither did they have on side of Extreme Gaming, so it kind of equalized. But I would definitely want this to be something that can, you know, start a fight. Because Storm zipping in, it's not like he has infinite mana. Sure, you have Io to bail you out, give you some extra mana, but quite difficult. They were relying on snowballing out of the lane, which they did pretty well. You know, this Lone Druid had quite a lot of advantage over Faceless Void. In the end, when you look at the score, Faceless Void didn't even die because, you know what, he's very vulnerable to any kind of stuns, any kind of silences. They did have silence, but that was mostly used on DY so that he doesn't get the egg off. A lot of these small things combined, especially the eggs popping off, like you need 1 extra, 2 extra hits, some nicely placed supernovas, plus also the Sunray behind when it comes out. I think Gaiman, they're gonna, you know, probably pick something similar. They are going to try to speed things up, but they're going to do it better than in this game.
Yeah, I have no doubt that they are back on the drawing board right now to look at fixing things. And I want to touch on one more thing with the previous game before we fully focus on the next game. But it's a hero that personally I have sometimes a question mark with, especially when combined with another support that is the Shadow Demon in this case. But my question marks are with Io. And I heard that it was supposed to be really good, and I feel like it's like, meh. The healing got nerfed overall.
There's a lot of pieces that come crumbling down, right? Like, I was enabling Razor to farm, enabling him to play into what could be a very annoying lane of Visage plus Timbersaw, a lot of spam. So Io gave Razor life. Io brought Razor to the mid fight. But then, of course, like I said, with Ace not being there, then it falls down, and then it's like everything else falls apart. So it's like Io is still good hero. It still amps and does everything he needs to do, keeps Storm happy, keeps Razor happy. But you need everyone to be subscribed to the go fight, and obviously that kind of did. Like we said, just
didn't happen. All right.
But I can see Io easily still being not the hero of TI, but happily picked across TI.
Okay, maybe in combination with supports that's done.
Sure.
Potentially.
I mean, it sounds funny, but it's true because Io is always going to be a very competitively viable hero. Even with healing nerfed, because of Relocate, the spell really does change things. The threat of Relocate, the pressure that it applies, even when it's not being used. But for Io to use Relocate successfully, the pressure needs to exist from his team on the side lanes, right? People need to be ready to set up for kills. They need to be ready to start a fight somewhere where Io and Meza are farming on the other side. And at some point, Gaimin just stopped crossing the river, and that threat did not exist because there were no situations for Io to TP into.
And Io always gets some loving, you know. Because
okay, where are we going?
no, I meant as indirect buffs. In terms of indirect buffs, you have flag bearer creep, so you're having more regen. Then the tower gives you regen. Then you pick up the lotuses. Very important when you play Io or against Io to steal it, because he's giving you that extra heal. And Io somehow always sneaks in when it really matters. This is the hero to pick up.
Okay, we'll see what happens in the next game of this series as we are moments away from getting the draft ready for you guys for Game 2. We already talked about how this could be easily fixed on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Slight adaptation here, slightly earlier joining of fights. Overall, the thing that we have seen them be very strong with in the most recent successful performances of gaming is when they are already explosive from the laning stage. Is that where we want our focus to be in the draft for the upcoming Game 2, Effie?
I think that there just need to be slight tweaks in the draft where their draft isn't one-dimensional to the point where if this falls off, we're done. Because that's what their draft felt like. They had this one strategy where no stuns, you're playing behind the lone druid, you're going to push down all towers after you stomp lanes. But when that didn't work out, there was no failsafe. So they just need a little bit more draft integrity and they'll be fine. Because the way they played that laning stage, that was classic GG. They completely demolished.
Yeah, it would also, I guess, when you think about Quinn getting his Storm Spirit against a Sniper naturally is going to be able to push Storm to the jungle relatively early, then look for ganks, and you want Quinn to be a bit more of a playmaker. You want your kind of all your pieces to align. So yeah, I don't think there's too much to really change for gaming. It really is just the small tweaks like Effie was mentioning.
Yeah, keep in mind. For this series, both of these teams are in Group A. There's 4 teams in Group A, and both Gaming Gladiators and Extreme Gaming already have one series win under their belts. They both went 2-0. Gaming against 1W and XG against Heroic. And this series in particular could then mean the difference between getting to choose your opponent and potentially not choosing your opponent. We'll of course see the remaining match still being played tomorrow, so that still has a little bit of impact there as well in Group A, but this could be a very important series. We'll see if Gaimin is able to tie it up or if Extreme will be taking this 2-0. We're in it, and we have Extreme on the Dire side with first pick. They get Wind Ranger, Gaimin Radiant side this time around, and thinking about what to pick next. In terms of bans, we don't have the Viper ban, so they left a lot of options for Extreme still in the pool.
Yeah, and there's still Doom, that is a popular hero. There's still Furion, that's also a very popular hero. There could be a lot of directions that they take from here.
Wind Ranger, they use the opportunity now that the Shadow Demon has been banned out. I also want to see this hero played at different roles. It is one of the stronger carry heroes right now, but Gaming, they are switching things up. But it also tells me they want to play this healing, they want to play the repair bots, Holy Locket, Mech Greaves, whatever you buy on Tinker, some Glimmer Cape, buy all these auras and try to speed things up. Against Wind Ranger, what I want to see, if this is going to be a carry Wind Ranger or a mid Wind Ranger, is some Crimson Buyer for the offlane.
Yeah, and that is going to probably come into play. But like once you pick Tinker, your offlane pool also pushes more towards the, the Centaur type hero. I park myself here. I don't need my Tinker because realistically, when Tinker hits 6, he's off in the jungle. He's like farming the your ancient triangle very early. He's farming double stacks in jungle. Like he kind of wants to ditch the game as early as possible to then re-emerge with the auras that Lokos was mentioning.
Very true, because Tinker is a special support in that he wants level 12 as soon as he can. So he wants to be off farming for himself and playing for himself whenever he can, because at some point, you can't really rely on porting to towers to join fights. You do need to be able to port to your creeps, especially if you're a Gaimin and you're going to play an aggressive push style strategy. So you do need a self-sustaining type of offlaner, but that's what they're famous for, right? Ace on his heroes, just give him a lane and he'll find his farm on the map.
Give me some real boring Underlord. Make me happy. I love Underlord. I do. It's
what a time to be alive, huh?
It's so boring, but like, you look at him, curvy, does his job, buys pipe, buys crimson. He buys the auras that the Tinker doesn't want to buy, then together, it's just...
The most contested heroes, yeah, you've already heard us mention it a bunch. Sniper, on any position, really. We've seen a lot of Enchantress, Naga Sirens already, but a lot of those are on the bans in this game in particular.
Yeah, I think Enchantress is a special case where I feel like the rate of her bans is because people want to play Furion, so they ban Enchantress, and the other team, when they see an Ench ban, they ban Furion. I feel like the Enchantress ban always comes before the Furion ban, because that's one of the hero's hardest counters on side lanes.
Draft-wise so far, again, first pick Windrunner has failed miserably for most teams. Extreme have won with it, but you need to respect the weaknesses of the hero. Like Tinker as a support will naturally be farming backwards as well. You go to your own jungle, which opens up opportunities for Windrunner to go from lane into the game as well, take fights, use twin game. Like whilst Tinker's farming, he's not really going to want to TP into a, like he will TP in and throw down a march, but it's not the same as like quite a kill heavy hero. So I'm hoping for Extreme to bring the Windrunner into the game a bit earlier than other teams have been doing.
She doesn't really have a stun, but it's semi-stun.
That's a root.
It's a root.
Against Windrun, that's quite nice. You run in, get rooted. Sorry, you don't get to play Dota anymore. So yeah, nice. Sets up a lot of lanes as well for some aggression. Very, very strong laning hero. You can secure range creeps with Nova. You have Frostbite for Windrunner. Like yeah.
Now is the question, what do you want to pair up with this Wind Ranger? Most likely from the safe lane, but also keep the flex open. Some Marcy, some Tusk that can come out. Just gives you quite a lot of damage. I think these are some of the strongest safe lanes if you want to pair it up with the Wind Ranger. Find a way how to give her more damage. We are in
I say give me
meta
both.
where you,
give me both of them. Why not?
I was thinking the same.
Give me the Tusk and the Marcy.
And Mirana with the Solar Flare. Give me everything.
And Marcy is a really good hero in this case, because when you play versus Tinker, if you have a support Marcy with a BKB and the rebound cast range talent, just hunting this Tinker in fights, not letting him do his thing, that's going to be very, very valuable. So this Marcy is going to do a lot by way of addressing Tinker early on.
The reason why I like Marcy, I think for this particular game, it's still gonna depend, but the bodyguard or the sidekick, people have been theory crafting what's better. I think when you have most likely carry Wind Ranger, the internal cooldown on Marcy's bodyguard is 0.45. So every single time Wind Ranger attacks or when she gets attacked, you fight back with Marcy. So the heroes are gonna instantly die.
That's good. And it's a lot of cheap damage, right? Marcy plus Rubik roaming the map, you're going to have lockdown, catch, Windrunner can throw in a power shot, and then they're expecting the middle offlane to also have some type of setup. So there's ways to make moves, and gaming, they respect that. There's quite a lot of skirmishing being built into Extreme's lineup, and they counter that quite heavily. You've got the Kunkka, the Monkey King, good heroes, and then you get Viper, and life continues. But you know, Viper should, in theory, against Monkey or Kunkka mid lane, do very well. You're going to be able to just pressure them. I like the idea of gaming going for these heroes to deal with that pressure, but yeah, the Viper is going to delete one of them from the early game at least.
But that's a big deal, right? Because we talked about how Gaimin are kind of dependent on lane Snowball to outfight XG, or where they were in that game one. And having a mid lane that's going to be secure regardless of the matchup, and then also buy auras for your team if you want a different kind of offlaner, a more versatile one, something potentially that blinks stuns instead.
I mean, technically they could still, we kind of feel about Monkey can just go carry, Kunkka go offlane. So the bans from Extreme will still need to respect the weaknesses of a mid Viper. You know, they ban out Prophet, but I can see a Quinn, you're getting Vipered, what do you want, boss?
But in theory, you could chase the Monkey King to the safe lane with Viper. Like, you could just throw it on XXS and have the Viper punish Monkey King.
Yeah, for sure.
They don't have last pick in the draft, though, so they aren't going to be able to follow in draft. But if they can pick a flex, but then I guess then, yeah, if you can pick a flex offlane mid that can also do it, then you can continue that pressure on them. But they just got Mars instead, so yeah, Mars to offlane and Viper.
They needed a hero that can initiate a fight. When you have Viper lineup, it can be relatively slow, so they needed something. It's also going to be great against Monkey, finding him on the trees. In the lane, it's not as good against Monkey because you have Crystal Maiden plus Monkey paired up together, which means that you have stun, you have root mechanic, so you will need to play a bit more defensively, using the spear to push away Monkey King when they get on top of you.
But later on in the game, it's a great
good
tool.
for the game.
Yeah,
yes.
It's a really great tool because you can hunt this Monkey King in the tree line. Arena like breaks all trees. The Gaimin will lose vision of their teammates, right? They can try to throw in bodies in there, but it's a really annoying facet that they added to this Mars. Like not being able to see what's happening in the arena, you don't really know how to react. Like if you're a Tinker trying to throw marches, you can't really see the target that you need to matrix if you're outside of the arena. Also, I love the synergy of just Viper Mars, right? Because Viper is a mid laner who buys auras. When your mid laner is the one that buys auras, buys the pipes, buys the mechs, buys the blade mails and whatnot, then you have this off laner who can just rush that flank and play initiation the whole game.
All right, so Gaming Gladiators, this is their 4th game, also for Extreme, of course. But they, out of the 20 heroes they played, only one is a do-over, which is the Kunkka, which is quite impressive, I think. For Extreme, also impressive. It's 18 heroes out of the 20 are unique. Pretty unusual, I'd say. But what do we feel about the Quinn? You got a little bit frowny face there, T. Not really convinced.
I don't mind it. I think it does give Quinn the ability to potentially outplay XM in laning phase. Like Dazzle's a very potent mid laner in certain matchups. My concern is after that, if Quinn doesn't demolish the mid lane, where is like their damage? You know, Tinker's going to farm some auras, but still try for levels. Crystal Maiden isn't going to really do anything into an arena, into a Marcy. Monkey King doesn't itemize to be too strong early. Like you need like at least 1.5 items, 2 items. So I think there's a big, and again, Kunkka, a lot of control, sustainability, but no damage. So there is a window where Extreme just go, thank you, Quinn, nice attempt at Dazzle, but this is our game, right? And a lot of scaling is needed for gaming to feel good, I think.
Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead, Lucas.
I just wanted to say that I've seen something similar from the Chinese teams like 2 months ago, where they were buffing up Monkey King with Dazzle, Omni Knight. This way, you're gonna have Kunkka, you're gonna have Tinker healing you up. So this Monkey King, he's gonna go super ham, and this fits Duracio's playstyle, knowing that he has Grave behind him, knowing that he has a boat. So be careful about that one, because once he gets the Gleipnir, he's gonna go pretty ham.
Yeah, I'm going to make a case for this Dazzle being great. I think that Gaimin have like a very... First of all, it gives you the ability to lane versus Viper, which not a lot of heroes can do. It gives you extra save versus like the Mars initiation, you know, with the Grave. And you're looking at these long fights that Gaimin are looking to take with the Rum buff, with the Tinker marches, with the Dazzle Graves, Dazzle heals coming out. A lot of these heroes on Gaimin are going to be unkillable. So the question for XG is, can they out DPS Gaimin's survivability early on? Because as the game progresses, that monkey will get fat.
We'll get an answer to that question right away. Together with our commentary team, it's B-Cop and Lizard.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2 here for Extreme against Gaming Gladiators. It's XM on that Viper, which he's been playing a decent amount this year. He's 14-3 this year with Viper. So it's been an exciting time for him on this hero. But Quinn going to the Dazzle. Should be exciting.
The Dazzle, yeah, like not really a hero that you see very often on mid lane right now. Even though he's played in pubs, like you can see some players experiment with him, just go fast tags. You know, it's really difficult to stop the death push when there's a Dazzle on the enemy side. Just constantly fighting, healing, a lot of damage is being dealt by him, and overall I like I've seen a couple of blink axe builds. I'm not even sure what the correct build is right now. I have to wait and see what Quinn does, but this hero has always been the lane dominator, right? And they want to make sure at least not to feed any first bloods. They smoke up a little bit late for the ward. It's not late, a little bit later, let's put it that way.
30 seconds to battle.
So I am looking at this Extreme Gaming lineup, and I was saying it to you that I thought it was going to be Xingqiu on the Marcy, just because we've seen him play those aggressive heroes that can kind of 4-core, but I think with the Dazzle last pick, that might have switched. I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, I'm not in the room with them, but it definitely made me think, all right, there's something, even one more thing that looks even better here for Rubik that gets a little bit more priority in farm.
Well, I would say it's also about the lanes. Xingqiu, yeah, he's fine. They tried to wrap around a little bit, but they were too smart. They knew there's no one else on the other runes, so they fall back. It's also about the lanes, right? Like you have this Rubik plus Mars on one side, and then you have DY plus Windranger on the other. It just makes way more sense to lane it this way. Both of us are well aware of how strong Xingqiu's Marcy is, but his Rubik is also very solid. It's a decent Rubik game, like you have a couple of spells that you want to steal. But basically anything that you get this game is useful.
we'll see how that goes once he eventually hits level 6. But also, Rubik Mars lane is not something that we're unfamiliar with. So we used to see this all the time. Telekinesis with a Fade Bolt and a Spear into a tree, almost guaranteed. And someone like Crystal Maiden might be dead to rights after something like that.
Even someone like Monkey King, if you get it before his level 3, level 2 Jingle Masteries. Huh?
Bug.
You don't have the sand.
No Weaver either.
No Weaver. No Brood.
So
it happens. Yep. By the way, so much sustain from gaming Gladiators. Like, you get the Tinker, you get the Dazzle, you get the Kunkka, and then on top of that, you put all of this into Monkey King, and you just hope for the best that Duracho is gonna carry you. That's how I feel. And Dazzle, of course, as well, is very potent mid laner, but yeah, let's see. I think he can do very well versus the Viper on mid lane.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the matchup come through. And XM, like I said, he's 14-3 in his last 17 games on this Viper. That is a very high win rate, and that's his total year stats, including a game he played this Viper earlier today.
Yeah, but how many times did he play versus Dazzle?
I don't have that for you right off the bat. I'll let you
tell
know.
you. I'll take a guess and say it's 0 versus him on the mid lane. At least it's possible that he did, but very unlikely.
So if we're taking some damage here to the Monkey King of Duracho, just trying to move forward and looking for that level 2. Not getting that level 2 just yet. Marcy's still level 1 up top with Ame here. There they finally go, and ready to see what Tinker will bring us as he gets disposed for a second. The Torrent won't land, but no real danger felt.
This isn't really a kill lane from Ace and Tofu. Like, you might be able to get a kill, but I feel like it will only happen if you're answering the aggression, not if you are the ones instigating it.
Right.
On the other side, on the other lane, like this Rubik and Mars, a lot of kill potential, same with the Crystal Maiden and Monkey. A kill can happen at any moment come level 3. Like, from level 3, it's very possible.
Look at how far forward Quinn's looking at playing at 8. Well, now he's backed off a little bit, but he was under the tier 1 tower mid.
That's your Dazzle experience, my friend.
Yeah.
Run away from the poison touch under the tier 2 tower while he chases you. And you can see a little difference in the CS already. 15-5 on Dazzle, 10 on XM's Viper.
Torrent lands onto Ame. Is there a point where the Viper just out CS's in this lane?
No. There isn't a point in which he makes a comeback, if that's what you're asking. Like, Dazzle is too annoying.
Right.
By the way, this is coming from someone that didn't see this matchup in the last 3 years at least. Well, things have changed. And I have seen Dazzles and Vipers on mid lane, but I don't think the matchup has changed drastically. As long as you get hit a couple of times on Viper, you just gotta run. Look at this, like, he might even die here. Mid lane?
This is rough. TP in, committed there, DY. Not a fast enough TP, but they go to the Blood Grenade, and they're gonna rebound and try and get some speed to get this kill onto Quinn. And the right clicks are not gonna be enough just yet, but finally, even with that defense matrix, they'll get that first kill, and they're gonna dive under the tower for Tofu. The laser is there, but DY hitting away. Nobody else coming towards mid just yet, but finally Solar's gonna start that TP. They've got the machines down, the TP is stopped. And Tofu, he's gonna die, and this is a dive that gets a double kill here for XM.
Dude, that tower just lost vision on XM in the last second, and he didn't hit him twice.
And he dies to the tier 2. Get full health, full mana back.
I mean, that's super worth it. And such a beautiful comeback for him, by the way, because he was having the worst lane. And this is like one of those best things that you can hope for when you're getting pummeled in the lane. Like, you can hope that they overcommit, dive, your support EPs, and suddenly you're back.
The thing there was DY's rebound not meant to jump on top of that on top of that dazzle, more so just to give that 4-second speed boost for XM to catch up.
Let's not give DY any excuse.
Oh, I'm giving him an out. I tried. Come on, man.
No. That rebound was definitely some mess up right there.
I tried to give him an out.
No.
Oh, man. So, you know, even
nice
with that...
attempt. How much... What's the people again?
I don't know, but if anybody wants me to make those plays look good, I got you. I'll back you up any day of the week, Lizard. I'll say it.
Dude, I don't have enough money for you to back all my bad plays up. Anyways, mid lane is still back to where it was actually. Quinn just came back. The levels are now same, even, but he's still dominating the CS. So XM still kind of suffering.
XM, yeah, he's happy he got those kills, but at the same time, it's you know, still this rough lane. DY coming over again. Tofu nearby. They aren't gonna make the jump on anything just yet.
They're really helping this Viper a lot. Like, he just came in and gave him a tango and moved away, even though your Wind Ranger is your true carry, and she might get gone on top. She's alone.
Yeah, she is. X into the Torrent. They've got the machines down, and that will be a hit coming through from that Tidebringer. And almost getting the kill on Ame, but still able to survive. Has that one, popped it. Okay. Team sitting pretty even. He did get the kill, though, while that was happening over top on his NQ. He's going to be stuck at level 3. He's going into the arcane boots, just trying to get anything he can. And they're going to TP up XM. DY's here with the rebound. They've got the dispose. XM uses that Viper strike, and then we'll get this kill into the Kunkka.
That deny out of spite just before he dies, you know. One more thing that I can do of value before I die. Yeah, you know, it's all about these small little things, efficiency.
Now I feel like you're helping the Kunkka out. You're saying it's efficiency on last defense.
Look. That was actually useful, you know.
Yeah.
Still pretty bad that he dies, but no way he survives that in that go.
Wisdom runes, by the way, one apiece, so nobody stealing it like we saw in games past. But things pretty quiet. Game one, it started to pop off at around the 15-minute mark. As Tofu now, he's going to be the one in trouble. They've got that Viper strike. The laser's there. They've got the break. Quinn going to help out. Telekinesis pulling him back. But they'll throw over the poison touch. Tofu even staying nearby. And they'll use the Wukongs on Ahame, who's only level 5. They get the kill on his Q. DY walking his way over, but XM now running away. Celery's going to die. It hits Tofu for the moment. The right click's coming into the Quinn. Duracio's in, but Ame still looking to go. He's got a power shot ready in a second. Shackle in 5. There's the defense matrix. Gets up out of the high ground, jumps into the tree, and will escape. But a little bit of a trade going down over mid, with everybody showing up.
Yeah, XM successfully stood his ground, and they couldn't go through him. Like, 3 supports could not reach Monkey King or his Wukong command just because of XM. And he played that very bravely, I should say. And he took down Celery in the process as well.
Phase boots finished off for the Mars. XM going into that Dragonlance. He's got 1,100 gold saved up. They have smoke. They are looking towards top as Duraccio. While they're looking top, they're losing bottom. They lose this Monkey King, and it's Ame who gets the kill with that ult.
Yeah, and let's see if they can convert this into a tier 1 push on bot lane. Because I feel like you're very happy if you're XG. Like, you just killed the Monkey King and you're taking towers away from Tinker. Like, one thing that is always really nice is preventing him from having any good outposts to defend and slow the game up. Like, it's so annoying, man. Like, I've been spamming 12 games a day in the last month. I've been enjoying Dota. Every time I see a Tinker, I want to just exit the goddamn game. Because, like, if he's competent, he just defends the game he defends his side for so long, and he finds so much farm. You're playing with some polylocket Greaves, Tinker.
It's not fun to play against, but at least for right now, for the Tinker haters, he doesn't really have a lot of net worth.
Yeah, he has been nerfed, like recently a little bit, so
it's
easier to play against him.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Just a touch. Meanwhile, Ace getting that top tier 1 tower, so not the combination and the parlay that Extreme got going bottom, getting Dyrachyo and getting the tower and getting some proper positioning. But the Viper Strike's going to be thrown over. They've got the rebound, so they will kill off Celery. XM now on a killing spree, and he's 5-1.
Yeah, one thing I think that has been a problem in game 1, I would say, for GG, and in game 2 as well, is they just have this greedy style of a position 4 and 5. They're constantly waiting for something, you know, they can't make these moves. Meanwhile, like XG, even just Marcy is enough.
Yeah.
Like your Tinker and Crystal Maiden, CM maybe, but she needs more. Meanwhile, Tinker is just like, yeah, I'm good. I don't want to fight, I'm farming. Recurring theme from game 1.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, what's the timing here for game?
It's the Axe on Dazzle. I really think that's changing things, or should change things quite a lot. Like, you get the Axe on Dazzle and you get the Blade Mail on Kunkka, and you're kind of ready to make things happen. Right. We'll see though, because both sides will have something at that point. You'll have most likely a Blink Dagger on Mars, and he'll be ready to fight as well.
Right. Let's see if that timing, when that timing comes, if they can accomplish what they want with it. They'll go to the X, and they will steal the Ghost Ship. Yeah, so this is going to be thrown over. They've got the freezing field on top of XM, but XM just walks away. There's the blood grenade, spear lands. Celery on the edge of this arena. That is rough for the Crystal Maiden. They dropped a lot there to try and get this kill on XM. He's not living here.
Yeah, very nicely done by Ace, by the way. He caught
They want to go for XM. Primal Spring, but now they've got the rebound. That's going to be enough speed for XM to get away from this. Dispose Dyrachyo onto the tower? Oh no! They lose the Monkey King. They're trying to play aggressive, and they're going to lose their heroes. They'll bring in Quinn and Celery to try and stop them from getting the kill here on Ace. They lose DY, so they will save Kunkka. But again, Dyrachyo under the tier 1 tower, and it's another rebound save for DY.
Yeah, he's like, grave me, Quinn, please grave me. And then you click on your Dazzle and he's 404, grave not found.
Oh no.
Not possible. Yeah, I mean, he's a core Dazzle, so usually it do be like this. You don't get the grave, you want to max out your farming speed and damage. But when you're playing with the Monkey King, that grave can be so crucial.
Q. Ooh, alright. Well, they were trying to get this kill onto the Rubik, but the Primal Spring coming from Zinq. He's up in the trees and down again. They'll get the kill. Dyrachyo back-to-back deaths. Oh dear.
They're forcing things, like Quinn is 17 gold away from Ags. They're getting caught out. Like, this isn't optimal for gaming Gladiators, let's put it that way. There's a blink on Mars and Rubik jumping across the trees, so the map feels a little bit claustrophobic for GG now.
Yeah, it's fallen away from him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's that Axe timing. Maybe would have wanted it a little bit quicker. But we'll see. Celery nearby. Tinker's here too. Sees Zinq for a moment, but he's able to just really walk away. He's got Aether Lens soon. About 700 gold. They'll meet each other in the trees. Interesting seeing you here.
Zinq is still playing. I swear, if there is one carry that would follow him until like tier 2, that's Dyrachyo. You know, like you can expect him to actually continue that chase. But yeah, we'll see. Like, he's got his Echo Saber going for that Dezo, so he wants to be as potent in these early teamfights as possible on Monkey King, because he doesn't need any save items, he doesn't need a BKB or anything like that. He's got a Grave. Now he's got it, at least. Quinn has leveled the Grave.
Zincu, again, just mid. He's really enjoying this tree dance, by the way. They're going to find Quinn. They've got the spear, and the power shot gets the kill. The Ghost Ship is in. The Wukong's command is through, and Zincu trying to maybe steal that Wukong's. He'll hold on to the tree dance for the moment.
It's still a fantastic spell to keep, you know, like taking a Ghost Ship or something is nice, but just having the tree dance allows for all of this to happen. He's creating so much chaos in the game.
Yeah, Zincu playing a little bit of Black Myth Wukong in this one. With his tree dance.
Are scanning.
And now, he gets Ghost Ship anyway. Tree dance was gonna run out. 20, 30 seconds later, he just like, all right, I'll just take Ghost Ship anyway.
That's specifically because Ace has this level 1 turret that he could use at any given point, you know, just use it so that he cannot steal, but I guess he just didn't expect it.
So they've got Ghost Ship to work with.
By the way, just check the Rubik's build.
The Aether Lens, we're gonna go Blink Nullifier.
That's it. All you need, you're playing into a Tinker, all you need is a Nully, get it. Makes sense. He's gonna struggle farming it, but you never know. Maybe it will happen.
Yeah, not the easiest to farm. Maybe he would have liked a farming spell, but he'll hold on to Ghost Ship. Something you could throw into the arena, so if they do see anybody.
Yeah, you can throw the ward into arena as well, right? Like if you have an ops and you get. I'm speaking about GG and how they fight against it. Like if you see that, if you can't see your allies, you can pop the ward inside. I feel like there are a couple of position 4 and 5s that do that regardless. Accelerate.
In trouble, and Ghost Ship used, as he knew he was stealing something that will be pretty good here from the Crystal Maiden. And Frostbite at level 4 is one of those spells that is going to be pretty solid for you.
It's one of the best spells to, like, anything he steals this game, I feel like I'll say it's one of the best spells, you know? Like, Frostbite is just amazing. It's just so good with Arcane Supremacy as well. You can cast it on...
Oh, no. Viper Strike, the damage, the right clicks. All right, TP out. Oi. That was close. That was really close. I think he ticked down to like 50 health. Maybe even less.
XM? Top. Now, do they just want a tier 2 or is he waiting for some maybe a rush attempt? That's my question. Let's see. Honkai steeping in.
Not quite finding anything, and they've got wards down here.
Oh, that Frostbite
have not been taken out. The Frostbite from a distance. There's the spear. Kunkka in trouble. And they're going to rebound in. They go to the arena. They've got themselves the Shallow Grave, but the damage coming in from the Windrunner is going to be too much for them to handle. Tofu, Quinn, and Ace are all dead. Wukong's command is not going to command anybody on the side of Extreme Gaming, and it's a 4-hero loss for Gaming Gladiators.
That's
and Ame tipping Duraccio as well.
Oh, yeah, that's a yikes right there. Tipping him, making some carry tier lists as well. This man has no mercy. But like everything that's happening here, I would go back to the mid lane and Dazzle not being able to kill them early on. You know, when he dies, when they get the double kill on XM instead of Dazzle, that completely pushes the game in the wrong direction. This Dazzle right now, instead of being this, the way you imagine Dazzle is, you buy the antagonists very fast because you bully the mid lane, and then you just constantly rotate across the map with the Axe. Before they have any items, they can't deal with you. However, he got it a little bit too late. They took a couple of fights that they already lost, and the Aghanim's, it lost, like the power spike is gone. The timing is gone. And now they need a BKB on top of that. It's always waiting for that one extra item. unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they're always a step behind and timing too short. And we'll have to see if there's an answer at the moment, because right now, you know, Ame's got that BKB, he's got that Gladiator, they have the control. Viper feels so brutal to go up against at the moment. And yeah, you're trying to buy some time, you're trying to get Quinn into his own BKB, you're looking to get that Ags here for the Kunkka, and a BKB and a Deso for Monkey King, but time is of the essence, and I don't know how much more they've got of it.
Well, they do have heroes that, like we said before, defend well, split push well, so you can play around that. Like, you have March of the Machines, you also have Monkey King, who should be able, at least on paper, to find farm where most carries wouldn't be able to. I'm not that worried that the game will end very soon, but they're not in a good position.
So Aegis is gonna go the way of Extreme, picked up by XM after a short delay. Let's see how this all goes down as they're looking to potentially push bottom. Viper looking for that Hurricane Pike, delaying the BKB, doesn't exactly need it at the moment. They feel way too strong for them to really...
Famous last words.
Yeah.
I feel too strong, I don't need BKB. Gets killed, okay, I'm changing to BKB. But yeah, I completely agree. He's in a pretty damn strong spot right now, so he's got Manta already to get rid of and dispel some of the spells at least. He doesn't necessarily have to buy that BKB immediately after.
Dire's top tower is under
Yules. Got Rebuke on the low ground, but there's the arena coming down the steps, looking for the TP. There's the spear, never happening. And we'll steal Frostbite again as Ame gets the last hit with that power shot, and he's wicked sick.
Yeah, just secure that last hit, you know. Secure the kill. Crystal Maiden, he at least forced the arena out with the TP, so that's something. It helps out your teammates a little bit. And one item that I really didn't talk about at all is Yules on XXS. Like, this is such a nice pickup when you're expecting a game in which you have to catch people and chase them. Like, having Blink Yules secures almost any pick off. And it's good versus Tinker as well, of course. And Kunkka too, for X marks the spot.
Tier 2 will fall. Let's see, I'm still waiting to see if they can fight one back, but now that they've got the BKB coming through for Quinn, Ags at the same time for Kunkka in 2 seconds. They've got a mech to work with. Is this the timing for them, or do they want to wait for Dyrachyo to also have his BKB?
Overall, I think this should be the time to at least try to get a pick off of some sorts, but it looks like Quinn is being chased instead.
Yeah, 4 staff, then the rebound, the speed up, and now they go to the poison touch. That's responded with a Viper strike. The frostbite, the BKB, the turnaround, but the damage from XM is going to be too much. The stolen ghost ship flies through from Xingqiu. They'll get that kill to the Rubik. They'll take out one. The Primal Spring into the back lines, looking over at XXS. However, it's not looking like Extreme want to go in just yet.
Yeah,
no, you still have Arena and Blink.
XM is going back for the that region disappears in front of him, so he doesn't have really mana to work with on Viper. By the way, that fight, mid lane ace, that thought.
Yeah, spear, but he's got the X. However, it's not gonna matter with that Yules. It's really well done, and now they'll have the dispose. They'll have the control. They'll get this kill. Ahame doing his best chance at doing carry participation by throwing the power shot to get the kill. And now they've got the arena on the Quinn as well as Tofu. They'll get the spear, they've got the root, they have the Gladiator, they get the kill on a bolt. They lose XXS, but it doesn't quite matter. Ame goes in, looking over at Celery, pops the BKB. Triple kill here for the Windrunner. And they are in the base. 20-7, 10,000 net worth lead.
honestly, it's either Gaming Gladiators being a little bit sleepy or Extreme Gaming are just way too good at this game at the moment. XM gonna lose his Aegis just so he respawns full mana, full HP. But they're just playing Gaming Gladiators like that. Blink, Yules as well from XXS. He's been the leading force for his team in Game 1 and now in Game 2 as well.
Get the melee racks. They'll back off of this. And Roche, start thinking about it, even though the Aegis just expired, just kind of setting up. You know, it's about 3.5 minutes away, if not, you know, give or take. More give than take.
Give a bit more.
Yeah. But you start thinking about how you maybe want to close out the game, right? You know the timing around where Roche should spawn, where you kind of want to be at that point, especially when you're up 13,000. You kind of make those plans, and Tofu in trouble. Defense Matrix, however, XXS and Xingqiu backing away.
I like that you're the long-term kind of a planner, you know? Like instantly planning. Smoke up.
Gotta put it in my date book, you know?
That's what you do on first date. So, we're gonna have 3 kids. You're one of those guys.
Dire are scanning.
Celery, scouted.
It's not fair. Xingqiu's playing Black Myth Rubik over here, and meanwhile they've got the arena down. They get the kill to Quinton Celery. It's gonna be Ame with another double kill. He's godlike. And they will throw that ghost ship over. They get the kill to XXS. It's gonna be another ghost ship that lands. They've got the dispose. They're still working in the Wukong's command. They'll take out the Ragio. 3 heroes dead. The TP attempt from Tofu, and he escapes the grasp of Extreme Gaming, as it's a 3-for-1 once again.
Yeah, that was such a good reconnaissance mission by Xingqiu. You know, he jumps across the trees, shows everyone, creates just enough time for XXX to as well jump in, gets 2 of them in the arena. The Wukong's command and Celery's ulti, they weren't bad, like Freezing Field, but they're just a little bit too far behind at this point for just good to be enough. Like, they have to, even if they play these fights perfectly, and if it's them initiating, it's still not easy for them to win it. Like, they're still probably going to lose a fight, being 15k behind with these heroes.
It's just a little bit lacking in the fight, even though things are looking like they're possible. But it's only 2% possible.
Is it only 2%?
Dota Plus says 2%, my favorite milk. 2% milk. 98% for Extreme, and I don't think it's impossible. Again, I do think Gaming Gladiators are good enough to pull it back, but it's going to be really rough.
Yeah, it's hard. Just looking at the items that they've got and what they're about to complete, like this AC on Mars, like full Daedalus going into Satanic on Wind Ranger, you know, there's just too much on their side. At the same time,
has been denied.
like, it's possible, but it's all on the Raj. It's all on the Monkey King. Like, they have to, like, the way I see it, Dazzle and Kunkka, they kind of serve the same purpose. Delay the fight and make your main core as tanky as possible. Like, okay, Dazzle does deal a lot of damage, but it's not like some other playmaker from the mid lane.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, definitely not. And we've been seeing, you know, some players struggle when they don't have a playmaker mid, and as you see here, a wolf in their natural habitat. They're just in the snow. I don't know how this has happened.
Not to my screen, by the way.
Oh,
Q jumps in.
Cute. Jumping in, Quinn's dead on his screen immediately, and they're gonna try and take a shovel to Celery and dig him out of that snow. But he gets up out of the high ground. He's fine. Can't say the same for the Dazzle, though.
It's just so simple for them. They go in, and Wind Ranger, you just need 2 heroes to blow up anyone. And now she's got DD as well, so bye-bye tier 3s on the bottom lane. Dazzle does have buyback, and he's up in 20.
And
they hold their high ground. 16,000 net worth lead here for the side of Extreme Gaming. And that is going to be a torrent landing from Xingqiu out of 2 heroes that opens up this fight. With the arena there, they get the Kona Tofu and Celery. They'll take the tier 3. Those 2 heroes don't have buyback. Dazzle's back up, but your bottom set of racks are gone. The mid set of racks are also gone. And they will torrent up the Kunkka. They land the Viper Strike. That shallow grave, well, it's shallow. And how long can you last in a grave that's shallow? They'll dig it deeper for him. They'll kill him off. They'll get the Kona Queen and Ace, and it's a 2-0 for Extreme Gaming as they call GG on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Like, when we got the schedule and when I saw our games, I didn't expect this series to be so damn one-sided. I know that Extreme Gaming are in good form, and I know that they've been playing really damn well recently, but I personally expected way more from GG.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it felt like this should have been a 1-1, almost guaranteed, right?
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I expected. Then again, I feel like Gaming Gladiators, they did experiment quite a lot with the 2 drafts that they've had. Like, these aren't the drafts. Like, that first one with, what is it, iRazor and Lone Druid on one side, and this second one with Dazzle mid lane. These are the kind of drafts that I think they took the first series kind of in an experimental way. We'll see going forwards if they will change things up.
Yeah, so that puts Extreme Gaming at 4-0, and well, to break it down further, we got the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much. This was, I know game 1 was way more even than this one. This was a whopping. It was not doable for Gaming Gladiators. They could not get a word in to whatever XG was doing on this Dota map. Lacoste, this was so dominant. I don't think we were expecting it to be this dominant.
Hamid did. He was tipping Doratio a couple of times game 1, tipping him in game 2. He kills him immediately, pretty much in a fight with the Focus Fire / Whirlwind. I think this one was, I expected him to play super aggressive. I said that this fits the playstyle that they wanted to do with Doratio jumping in, but this arena from Mars and also Whirlwind, I also want to point out the itemization that he goes for a BKB after Maelstrom. So he's invincible pretty much in the middle of a fight. It synergizes nicely with the arena. So whoever's caught inside, he can easily run in and just delete this hero. Sure, you have, maybe a grave if you can see inside of the arena. But other than that, it's going to be pretty difficult. The fight you're going to take afterwards is going to be 4v5, maybe 3v5.
I mean, you said you wanted Doratio to jump in, but he took that. Maybe your advice.
Yeah, literally.
Like minute 13, mid-fight, jumps in, dies. Spawns, goes bottom, jumps in, dies. And at that point, of course, Arme, like you said with that itemization, I think when you're core players, you either go for the Gleipnir and you play behind your team, go and fight, or you go straight for that BKB. And yeah, it was incredible stuff. But I think for the gaming, just disjointed. 2 games in a row, there's different moments where core players weren't on the same page. Maybe they're overextending, trying to do a bit more than they needed to. And, that aggression was their undoing. And got to give a big shout out to the Mars as well. Going for like the blink Yules, like playing on the X, constantly using them there. Like it was just a beautiful game from Extreme and just 2 very disjointed games from gaming.
Yeah, there was this one moment that you mentioned too where Doratio respawns, goes bottom and dies again. Around that time, I believe that Dazzle was just a few gold away from completing his Ags. And when you're playing with a Dazzle the way that you are, who had a decent Ags timing, you kind of just try to rally around that, play with the Tinker also there, and not make any split plays away from the Dazzle and the Tinker. But that happened, and I think a lot of that is due to just how well Extreme Gaming played this game. They were everywhere. And XXS on that Mars, he was making kills happen. He got that blink, constantly rotated, didn't sit on a lane, and brought the pressure to GG because they lacked initiation again in this game too.
Yeah, I think once Extreme started getting up to speed, at that point it felt too late for Gaming to do anything about it.
Yeah, XM sorry, not XM, but Extreme are annoying because of XM. And then because of XM, players like Arme also have a great game, right? Like he's finishing the game 15-0-6.
He didn't die a single time in the whole series.
No, yeah. And again, I don't know how often he tips, but again, he was tipping well, he was playing well, itemizing well, and I think, fundamentally for Extreme, we talk about how mid laners often for teams like playmakers. So far in these 2 games, XM's been like another core, like a foundation to deal with. Because like a playmaker, if you survive his gank, he has a bad game. If you put a scaling mid laner, if you don't shut him down, then suddenly it's like, I need to deal with this threat and another core, and another. So I feel like I like the balance from Extreme. This game, they just outclassed Gaming. But again, it's a group stage, it's the road, it's like early days. Teams like Gaming should be able to adapt.
Yeah, I feel like earlier today when we watched Jabs play Kunkka, we criticized him for his item build. I want to ask the same question regarding what we saw here from Ace, because he went the same thing, Blade Mail into Ags. Lacoste, is that because...
Again, Blade Mail is much more expensive.
Yeah.
He dies once or twice. He's not going to have that good of a game. This hero is very good when you're snowballing, when you're using X, so everybody's more tanky with his new facet, and then you're just getting the X, getting the value out of it. You don't necessarily need to commit. Combo is much difficult to use lately once you have these like 3 seconds instead of 4 seconds on enemies on X mark. And also Aghanim Scepter has been changed. This is like when I did some of the numbers, it's not nearly as good. It's not as chaotic as this old Aghanim Scepter was.
And it definitely did not work out this game. Whether it will work out tomorrow, we'll find out. Of course, this was the last game stat. Both of these teams played today. They'll play again tomorrow, but for now, this is their result as they'll end today. For some final words on potentially the series, we're going to head over to Purge.
Thank you, Cheever. Yes, I know what you're looking for. After we saw that game, especially if you watch Game 1, you guys are looking for explicit permission to play Timber support in your pubs. So we're just going to do a quick guide to go over how you do this. Now, in Jinkyu's case, his team is letting him do this because he's so good. In your guys' games, you are forcing your teammates to put up with this, so you might get a slightly different reaction. But your goal is basically to amplify and set up the damage that the Visage is doing. You're going to use your very slow movement speed, but decent HP to walk in and whirling death the enemy carry, and hopefully that produces a kill. I didn't hear, and it's definitely not going to in your game, but if things go well, you're gonna see a slight transition. Now, at this stage of the game, we're about 1.5 minutes in. What you want to basically do is just pretty much run in a little square. This is like square that you should stand in. Just keep moving your hero back and forth in this position, but don't actually do anything. This is slightly helpful because it makes your opponents think that you'd actually do something if they try to kill your carry. You guys are probably used to this. You already do this in your pubs. I certainly do. And then after that, finally, when the carry gets close to a tree, that's the moment that you want to go in. If they don't get near a tree, you're going to continue staying in that box consistently. Feel free to waste your mana trying to get the supports like this if you can. And now after that, when they do eventually realize, hey, we can go on the carry, what you should do is, again, just kind of walk into a circle and hope that he stands near a tree. If he doesn't do that, hopefully you're Jinkyu, because you actually do almost end up killing the carry by yourself shortly after this, which is a great feat if you can get it. You guys aren't going to be able to solve that. So when you're 10.5 minutes into the game and you're still not level 6, the next important thing to do is to start jungling, because this is when you're going to catch up and your teammates are going to really like this, right? But the one good thing that this does accomplish is if we take a look at the map, look at where he is. Oops, wrong button. What he's doing is he's taking all this dirty farm down here that nobody wants. This is not a very safe place to be. So as a support, if he's doing it, that means nobody else would be getting it anyways. We're going to just pretend that he didn't die here to Quinn immediately after this. But finally, the most important thing that you should do is actually show up when your team fights. Now, if they have the same mentality as you and they're just jungling across the map, getting nothing done, this isn't going to happen. But if they do ask you to come, you should definitely show up, and very importantly, go in first, because then you're, let's not underestimate just how much net worth he has. He's got, a good 1,000 more gold than the enemy supports. You want to use that net worth to make sure that they use spells on you instead of your teammates, and then fingers crossed, it's a one-team fight. So that's basically it. Queue up your pubs right now, and probably mute your team, because they're not going to like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lacoste, your position 4 player.
Yeah, Jinkyu didn't really do much in this game, did he? Huh?
No,
now that we slowed this
I'm
down.
I'm hearing some shade here from Pudge a little bit. Interesting.
Tiny bit.
Okay, now, this definitely can work, I think. But with Visage, it was really good. Maybe not the lane because they have a little bit more sustain. They are playing aggressive, but we're definitely going to see more of position for Timber in the games coming up in the next few days.
Yes.
Anything can work in Dota. You just need people to believe and trust you, and also actually have the confidence to be inventors.
Stay in the box. Use the trees.
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds like great advice for any player out there. Let's take a look at what we have seen today, because we're only one series away from closing out day 1 of the road to the International. And I know that on other streams there might still be a little bit tail ends of games going on, but I thought this was a good time to look at what's happening, because Group A that we just witnessed, Extreme, Gaming, it's a 4-0 for Extreme. They're looking so hot right now, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it earlier pre this series, but there are players on this team that when it comes to TI time, they bring their A+++++ game. And those players in particular to me are XX, and them 2-0ing Gaimin does not surprise me that much. I think that Gaimin did play very disjointed today. Maybe didn't look like in their best form in this second series, but Extreme Gaming played incredibly well, and we have to give that to them.
Yeah, and for the sake of Dota, we need them to do well.
We do.
As a fan base, we don't want to see EU versus EU no more. We don't want to see this. We need to see some true international Dota going against each other. So Extreme stepping up, other regions, maybe like SEA, SA also want to, join the club a bit, but we don't want to see no, boring local Dota happening.
No, we don't. There was also there were a couple of groups still that had undefeated teams. Cloud9 is undefeated, BB Team's undefeated. And on the side of Group D, we had two teams being undefeated, Team Liquid and Team Spirit. But both of those only have played one series so far, and they are about to play another. And we are getting ready for our upcoming series, which will be Team Spirit taking on Aurora. And before we head into that one, we're going to hear some words from Collapse.
Team Spirit, the legendary Team Spirit, the team that has won TI twice, the second team to do so, and the second CIS team to win the International. But can they become the first team to win the International 3 times? I'm going to find out with Collapse. Collapse, firstly, welcome back to another International. How are you doing?
Fine. I'm just sleeping.
You're a big showstopper, you're a playmaker, that's what you love to do. But the meta at the moment, a lot of teams are moving more towards auras, but we've also seen you do that as well. But which style do you prefer playing, and which style do you think you're going to have to play at this International?
I mean, the styles now, it's like the 50-50, because ours got nerfed with the 2 patches, and I think ours is just boring. You need to buy 3 items every game just to win the game. Random situations when you need the item to win the game, but not just 3 items. I mean, you need to buy any item to win the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you're always looking to be kind of that, difference-making player, right? Like when you're looking at a draft and they're asking you what you want to pick, and you see the opportunity for a Magnus or an Axe or something, is this like a gut read, or are you like looking at the heroes and like you have like a mental checklist or something? What's your decision-making process?
I mean, for the last time I didn't choose the hero, they choose it for me. They just asking me, is it good or no? And I say, yeah, it's good or no. But sometimes, yeah, I see like I'm looking for the heroes, and if I see some of my signature heroes are good, I just telling them the Axe is good this game, we can try it. If they say yes, we can. If they no, yeah, no.
So it's like a team decision. Well, I mean, you guys are always really exciting, and I think the reason you're so exciting to watch is because you're always able to come back, like 20k, 30k down, it doesn't matter for Team Spirit, there's always ways back. How are you guys able to do that when other teams can't?
If we see the opportunities in the game, how could we come back? We just say it, and like if you need some big items or timings that we can use, like random stuff like DD on Morphling.
Yeah, so you guys are always discussing ways back into the game. You're never like, oh, let's just wait for an opportunity.
Yeah.
Do you think facets changed the game in a big way, and do you think there's still some strategies hiding in the facets?
I mean, yes, facets changes the game, and the heroes, their counter picks, their gameplay.
So is there any hero which you really want to play at this TI?
I guess Bounty Hunter.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why do you want to play Bounty Hunter?
Just to see money.
Just money?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's a good hero because the example, he has faced on the Shuriken Splash, so he can like farm faster than he was farming like 2 years ago, because you just clear the waves with 2 Shurikens.
Yeah.
And it's good.
It's good?
You can farm now. Yeah, you can farm creeps, but your hero just historically your hero was like he's not farming at all,
Yeah.
He needs to kill or get assists with the track. So right now it's just hero just changed.
Yeah. So you want to earn some money. What would it mean? You guys were the second CIS team to win TI. You're the second team to win TI twice. But what would it mean to be the first team to win 3 Aegises? Have you thought about that?
I don't know.
Haven't thought about it?
I can tell you the answer in 2 weeks.
Okay. That's what I like to hear. That's the kind of confidence I'm looking for. Galabs, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck at the International.
Thank you.
The defending champions, can they take that first time? 3-time champion, the first team to do it. I think when they won TI last year, of course, because they were the second team to get 2 times title. OG already did it. It's not that special.
It's not a big
But
achievement.
3 times.
But 3 times.
Oof.
I like when we first started Dota and everything, winning TI was like massive. And then you had OG who won it second time, which was like, how? Like, how did they do it? And now we have 2 teams who won it twice, and we're thinking about maybe some of these teams, they can do it 3 times, because they're so, like, being so consistently good at Dota. These guys are on top of level, one of the most clutch, if not the most clutch team out there.
It really is a joy to watch Team Spirit play when they're on stages that are this big. It feels like they get themselves out of the most difficult situations. They team fight so perfectly. Like, as a spectator, they are probably the most engaging team to watch. Like, you're always on the edge of your seat. You're always rooting for them. And that really is a special quality that they have.
Yeah, and they got some special rings to go with it as well. That is a fantastic looking ring. I'm somewhat sad that they didn't bring their previous ring with them.
Yeah.
To have the 2 rings.
We had that last TI, no? We had all the pro players, and because it was in Seattle, Valve showed off all the rings that they
showed
made.
off all of them.
And
I think at some point someone was
they had
out.
all. I think Dendy had all of them on his fingers, but there's room for another. They won 2. They got 8 more TIs to go ahead and win.
2-3 more years, and they're gonna look like Thanos.
Yeah. But they are going to make some players retire, though. Some of the old veterans who think that they can maybe come back and still get 2 TI wins to rival OG, win 3. Some old guys might not want to play anymore because 3 is quite hard to get.
Now,
2,
correct
maybe.
me if I'm wrong. I thought Silent was in there as well, and he did get a ring as well.
Yeah.
So you can be an old guy and coach. You can coach till the end of time. There's no age limit on coaching, and you get a ring.
I mean, you do get old enough where maybe your memory fades and stuff, so there's technically an age limit.
No, there's technology to help you remember things.
I see.
You write things down. That's what I do. It's good. Let's focus our attention on the upcoming series because we already had Aurora playing here on this stream earlier today, and we saw them suffer a little bit. But we also know Aurora as a team that is great when it comes to comebacks, and we also know that Aurora, the entire year, every time they played against Team Spirit, they were always, every single time, able to take at least 1 game, and either they tied the series or they lost the series. They didn't win a series, but they were able to take games. So we know that they have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with Team Spirit. But I do want to talk a little bit about Aurora in terms of how we've seen them here today, Effie, and how we feel like they have got what it takes to come in here against Team Spirit.
I think Aurora inherently always have what it takes as a team because, like we mentioned before, there are 2 versions of this team, and any version could come out at any time. They either completely dominate and play so well that you think that they are top class, one of the best teams in the world, or everything just falls apart for them. And it's hard to say when they can bring out that version, but they're very capable of beating Team Spirit here, just like they're very capable of beating any team in this tournament.
I mean, it kind of reflects the Spirit as well, right? If you look at the year they've had, there's been 2 versions. The version that can, break into top 6, look like they're going to make a deep run, and the versions that don't qualify to tournaments and, leave quite early, exit. So I think Spirit's not in their best form, of course, but winning Valahia recently, additionally, being, Spirit at TI is a completely different beast, but no, I think Spirit have the edge in this. I think that the way in which they approach drafts, especially in these high, intensity tournaments, is, of course, world class. So a lot of pressure on Aurora to kind of match that because they didn't have it earlier against Liquid. Yeah. They were kind of a shell of themselves.
Never worried about their drafts, but in the recent months, especially at Riyadh Masters, they got 7th place, which is not, I would say, I expected them to reach the grand finals maybe one more time, which would be 3rd time for them. But overall, they were not adapting to meta. They were really not, and they talked in some of the interviews during Riyadh Masters that it doesn't suit them. and I feel like they had, a little bit more time, more than a month, to be able to realize what's wrong. And this is the team that can adapt.
And it reflects on their recent performances. Like they are coming off of 2 second-place finishes, one at the Snow Rui LAN and then the other at the Fisher Online tournament. So even though they learned some hard lessons at Riyadh, it feels like they were able to take that and transition it and start playing the meta, start playing the heroes that they need to.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes into play, and we'll see how they do here. They, of course, have got already 1 win under their belt. They did manage to 2-0 their previous opponent, which was Beast Coast. If they can keep up their run, we'll find out. We're heading into the draft. It's already appearing on your screens. And I want to talk about the heroes we might see, because a previous series, we saw a lot of different heroes being played in terms of what the teams had done before. So far, Team Spirit is keeping it fairly similar on the games that they've played so far. Same thing goes for Aurora. But I want to focus on Team Spirit because they play a little bit different heroes, T. I saw Batrider pop up, and that is a little bit of an odd one out.
Yeah, they dabbled with a support Batrider, which has come in and out of meta throughout recent months, and I think the key thing is they're always going so far in 2 games, Omni Knight in both games. They lock in that position 5 that wants to push everyone else forward, and if your 4 position can utilize that, like a Batrider early on, who can go blink, suddenly you have a free BKB from your 5, that's going to be a reliable lasso every time. And in the other 2 games, they had a Storm Spirit as well. So it's like now you can use Omni Knight to buff up a Storm. If he's not got a BKB, he's not zip dodging spells anymore. He's just tanking them, continuing forward. And I think that is going to be the key here for me. Will Aurora respect the Omni Knight, or at least have a draft to deal with it? Because Liquid's won with it, Spirit's winning with it. It's a very, very hard hero to deal with.
Well, they did put respect on the Batrider. It's banned, which is big sadness for me.
Batrider was always a hero that gave you that BKB piercing ability, and these heroes are always going to be strong. Especially in this current meta, I feel like we're going to have these Treant Protectors, these stocks being super popular, especially as tournament progresses, where the heroes, the value that you get from them, being able to, just lock down a hero no matter what, bring him down from 100 to 0, also having some of the reset mechanics is always going to be popular.
Yeah, and just the knockback mechanic on lane is so good versus certain carries. Like in their last series, Team Spirit were up against Lina, and if you can pick a knockback hero like Batrider into a stun, you can constantly pressure the Lina on lane. So I wonder if that's actually also indicative that Aurora might be looking at a Lina later down the line in this draft.
No, for sure. I don't want to ruin it, but wait, okay. So far, Sniper has not been picked or banned. It is the only hero so far now at the Road to International that's 100% contest rate. Please, don't pick it. Forget about this hero. It's had its fun for like 4 series. Let's move on from it.
Why don't you like it?
I feel
What's
like
wrong with it?
There's some times in Dota where like a team shows a hero that's good, and every other team flocks to it instantly. And
because it is good.
It is, but there's obviously so many other heroes, and like everyone just jumps on it, forces it into the game, doesn't like, and it's like, take a breather. You don't have to play Sniper 4. Like it's good.
What happened?
It's like
I feel like
it's like when a new TV show drops. You binge watch it in a day and then you never go near it again. It's like, just relax, guys. There's so many heroes in the sea. You don't have to always go Sniper. And I think some of the better teams will be able to understand that you don't have to just only pick Sniper. Like its win rate is 33%. And
I
every
gotta
team
check
so far,
your win rate against Sniper. There's something going on here.
I know. It's a thing to teams. I think that teams get fixated on concepts too easily, and they don't want to break from the concept. And Sniper, for me right now in day 1, I think it's a little bit overrated. It's not as valuable that people are putting on it. And
you think it's a bait?
Yeah, I mean, the win rate also reflects it. 9 games, 33% win rate.
That's because the smart teams ban it out.
Ooh. And the bad teams are picking it no matter what. I don't know how we're trying to break this one down.
Only the good teams know how to counter it.
Yeah.
Let's focus not on the Sniper, but on what we have right here. What do you feel about the opening, Effie?
I'm processing a lot from this side of it. A lot of resentment towards Sniper. We can circle back to that, but we do see the Naga come out for Aurora, and this is going to be a very high value hero for them because they have a excellent Naga player in 23, and this hero's new tech is being run as a support. You just get that deluge, if I pronounce that correctly. You get that. It's been buffed so many times. I mean, this spell is such a nuisance. And then you have your illusions to split push lanes. It can be a lot to deal with. And in response to that, Team Spirit pick up Kunkka, who traditionally is a counter to illusion heroes. So a little bit of a back and forth here, but I do prefer the Naga opening overall for the value that the hero can give you.
Yeah, it's nice that constantly controlling the state of the game. Either you get vision from your illusions, you're ensnaring someone and controlling the fight, or you're songing to reset and also applying heal. So it's like there's a lot of ways for Naga to feel like she's assisting. And against Kunkka, like if there's a the boat buff, okay, take a second, relax, let's song, wait for everything to understand what's happening, and then you fight after. So I don't mind it. I think Naga will struggle under any team-wide aggression constantly. Like if you leave lanes and keep going, and Naga can't get to set herself up in the game, sure, you can run into some issues. So we'll see if Spirit maybe drafts towards that.
I like this. I've been on this hater boat for Kunkka, but Snapfire, when paired up with Kunkka, you always have a kill threat pretty much. You can play it from the distance. All you need to do is use X-Mark your Torrent. Maybe without a Torrent, you can just get a kill with the Snapfire's Kisses, which is going to be good. And I also want to see what the item build is going to be for Kunkka, because we've seen Blade Mail, Aghanim Scepter mostly. When I was doing some research coming into Road to TI, I noticed that most of them were buying auras, maybe a casual Blade Mail in between, but now exclusively on the couple of players that were playing it was Aghanim Scepter right after. So I want to see if they have something more to it, if it's a really good pipe game, if it's a really good Crimson game to tank up and then maybe go for the Aghanim Scepter or go for something different. And of course, Sniper is picked. Back to you, T-Governor.
Back to you, Shiva.
What a great hero, Effie.
I'm glad we can circle back to the Sniper, because T did make some good points that there are other heroes to experiment with, but I think that day one of group stages, when all the games aren't even done being played, the win rate isn't indicative of how good the hero is. And when you talk about a hero that's this highly contested, you're at TI, you want to play the best heroes, right? You want to play the heroes that everybody sees value in, so I can understand building drafts around them. But this is the Lina that I talked about. I think this is probably why they banned that Batrider really early on, is because Batrider is one of the best lane counters. Lina, you just pair him up with a stunner, like I said, and you can kill her. She comes out later on. I assume the pairing here is going to be with the Naga 5, but there is the potential flex to mid if they really need it, but I do prefer Lina overall as a carry in this patch.
Yeah, Aurora needs a hero that actually wants to start a fight and stand up front. Like Naga can find it with an illusion. For Sniper, Lina are very much backline heroes. So the last two picks for Aurora need to be, just there, like a foundation, like a brick wall to play around. Because for Spirit, like Nana go for a Morphling, there's no real backline jump. You could argue that picking, the whole Lina into Morphling matchup, but that's when Lina goes for magic build. It's explosive. You play from the tree line, cast range, kill Morphling. But when you're a right-clicking Lina that we see from the carry roll, Morphling easily can play into that. You can go for Satanic yourself on the Morphling. You can kind of keep the fight. You can also waveform away from the Lina if you really need to dodge it. But yeah, so far I think between the two drafts, I think Spirits looks a little bit more cohesive at the moment. But the next two picks for Aurora can, of course, fix the kind of concerns.
It needs to be some big boys in the front line, because right now, Sniper Lina, Naga Siren, sure, she can reset, but you need something else. Like, yeah, they're going to deal the damage. Who's going to keep them in place? If it's going to be Carry Lina, Gleipnir, Naga Siren, she gets close to some of these heroes, they're going to die. So Team Spirit, this is pretty nice. Like, you can keep the distance as well, use the Spirit with Snapfire, with X-Mark, and just kill people from distance. You don't have to commit.
That's a classic combo as well. Yeah. Like ET amps up the Morphling shotgun, the adaptive strike. When you go Kanda as well, if you want to, then again, ET's enabling it. Yeah, I think it's nice to also mirror the fight disengage, where like Naga can sing, the ET can also sleep with his Spirit. And if you're out of range,
so
you can send your
Eurovision contest, pretty much.
Yeah, so it's like you
sing better.
You can do it nicely. So it's good.
But Sniper can still be +4, right?
Yes.
Like, it's not locked into 4 Lorinov hero?
No, I'd assume it's flexible.
Yeah. Okay.
It's very flexible. I really like this ET versus Sniper as well, because if ET gets a little bit of farm in this game and gets to Aghanim Scepter, he just beats up Sniper like it's nothing, right? He can get on top of his face, make the game very difficult. It's also a lot of area control for Team Spirit, which is what you need, because they had all of these team fighting abilities in Kunkka and in Snapfire, but they didn't necessarily have the vision, the means to anchor it, a way to scout in order to enable them. So ET does correct that.
That is quite an annoying lane. Like, Sniper Beastmaster, you put a Shrapnel, instantly does the damage within its cast, plus axes. You're going to keep that lane shoved in, and ET Morphling, they kind of want to play lanes where it's like, you survived a little bit of aggression, Morphling then resets, and you go back to lane. Like, you want to have a little bit of like tempo and chill and relax, but if Sniper and Beastmaster just play up into their opponent, then yeah, on paper, should be a pretty annoying lane for them to play into.
And they're still thinking that this is not fully committed off lane coming out from them for Team Spirit, banning out Magnus. Because these heroes, what they don't like to play into is any repositioning tools. You get Lina in the middle of these heroes, they're gonna die, get Sniper as well. So the way they can start a fight, if they get anything to just like X mark, delete one hero, because I don't see any saves whatsoever on Aurora other than Naga's sleep, which is not that easy to execute anyway, because she needs to be in the front, and if she's in the front, she's going to get initiated on. So pretty difficult, I would say. Team Spirit will easily delete some of these heroes.
I would love if Spirit were able to just put the Kunkka mid. They have, of course, last pick, and if you give, Collapse free pickings, like, okay, you know against Lina, Naga, and lane, there is mild kill threat maybe at like level 4 or 5 on those heroes, but early on you should be fine. So if you want to play your Mars, if you see a reason to go for like Axe or something, because another pick from Aurora maybe is a little bit weaker, like I would prefer to see that. And yeah, we'll see where they go. Of course, Aurora need to pick out of phase, most likely the mid laner, just because I think Sniper Beastmaster on paper seems like a pretty sound lane. What's their initiating Lorinov hero?
Well, it's not Puck or Storm, but Void Spirit is still in the pool. I would imagine he plays it. An A Spirit is generally a good one there, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Void Spirit because he can dodge X mark. They have relatively limited lockdown. X usually very good against the spirits, but if you need some kind of a control, he can also be the beefy one. Don't like their entry to the game right now. This is a very good lineup when it comes online. If you're staying ahead, with Beastmaster having 2 items, Lina with 2 items, just being able to get the damage done instantly, some shrapnel roar into a kill with the Laguna Blade. But I feel like something's missing.
They need that jump and they... Okay,
Pango goes in, and he's tanky.
Yeah, don't mind it.
Ticks a lot of boxes.
Also,
sorry, go on.
I was saying, it's a specialty hero for Lorinov. It's like one of his most played heroes throughout the year, regardless of all the nerfs that Pango's faced.
It simplifies their draft a lot because the early Ancients and Ags will be picked up by Beastmaster if he goes for that build. Pangolier can get maybe like a Diffuse or something to keep the pressure going if he wants to go that style. Like it just... Everything now feels in line. That like the quirkiness of like a Naga and Sniper support, it's just secure lanes, your cores will come online quite early, and then play together.
I'm going to say Ricky again. It's not going to win the lane against Pango, but if you're looking to have something in the mid lane, other ones, I think Monkey is also fine. Some heroes, yeah, sure, that can, not necessarily destroy Pango, but have something against them in the lane. But I've been seeing a lot of, Ricky being popular against some of these heroes. It's going to be Tiny in the end. Haven't seen Tiny much in this patch.
I mean, it really complements the draft that they have. Like, with the build that we've been talking about, the whole Kunkka going for Blade Mail on this, like there's no Doom hero that we've seen that stops Kunkka from being the front line. So Kunkka will walk in, and then if he sees a hero like jump him, then there's going to be an ET Spirit, and at any minute, Morph and Tiny, your position 1 and 2, is going to double jump on top of that Spirit and absolutely blow up whoever they find. So if Spirit gets time and vision to understand fights, it is very scary for the side of Aurora to play it out. But on the flip side, Aurora can, disengage and get some tempo. But this is a very classic Spirit draft, and it's a lot of like specialty and a lot of comfort from them.
Yeah, I think the primary value coming out of this Tiny was the initiation that they lacked on Team Spirit. They just didn't have it through their other 4 heroes, but also Tossback on Lina. Like, this is how you counter the ranged turret heroes like Lina and Medusa. You send them back to your team. I mean, this is a classic from the Lima Major back in the day where Lina was in every game. People were picking Tinies, they were picking Magnuses. So it's going to be very cool to see how much Tossback Laurel can pull off.
Yeah, and we did say, Lacoste, these heroes really don't like any repositioning hero, and Tiny is exactly that.
Pretty much, and I really like the draft that Team Spirit drafted for themselves. I think Aurora, they're really in a pickle here, because everything needs to go correctly for them to win this game, and Team Spirit, again, you're sieging a high ground against ET, Tiny, so even if you have like 10, 15k gold, they can still punch back, so I feel like no matter what, Team Spirit got this one.
All right, let's find out. Can Team Spirit deliver, or will Aurora get their first win of the day? We're heading over to B-Cup and Lizard for the answer.
Thank you very much. It is Aurora trying to break the trends and upset Spirit here, but do they have the power to do so, Lizard? Does the lineup look enticing to you?
It's looking solid. It's looking meta, if nothing else. Like, it's looking very much on the meta. Like, if you're looking at these heroes that are super contested, it's the Lina, it's the Naga. Not sure about the Pango that much anymore. Like, back in the day, perhaps. Not necessarily as much any longer, but for me, if I see a Lina, it's a Lina game. Like, back in the day when it was an Alchemist game, you have to find a way to play around this hero and shut her down early on. If you don't shut her down early on, guess what she's gonna buy? What boots?
Look at that.
Which
You've
boots?
been talking about one boots in particular. It's Arcanes, so I'm
Yeah,
going to
of
go with
course.
Arcanes.
Exactly. Good job. She buys Arcanes, and then she just spams you together with her position 5, whoever that is, and you can't approach the lane any longer. You need to wait for a little while until you get level 6 or some rotations hit in. Overall, my personal favorite carry, I feel like Lina and Nature's Prophet evenly share that position 1 for me. Maybe Lina a little bit more. And by the way, the matchup is good versus Morphling. I forgot to say that. Like, Morphling later on, of course, he's this
30
ultimate
seconds
god
to
carry, but Lina can burst you down early on.
So you definitely got to be careful, right?
Yep. Early on, gotta be careful. Later on, you just get on top of her, and she kind of has to figure out a way to keep distance. We'll see. The build, by the way, very standard. Arcanes, Gleipnir. Then after that, you can decide what to go for, but those two are necessary.
Carrie's building Arcanes is really the trend.
Every goddamn game. By the way, we talked about it last game, or last series at least. We do get to experience the sniper position 4.
Oh.
Yeah. You get the sniper rolling down your lane with boots and blood grenade.
Yeah, the scatter shot facet is a disgusting amount of damage.
It's pretty good. It's really good. Like, especially if you can add in another slow or a stun, so you make sure that that damage is dealt. The problem that I kind of see here is, and also the reason why he bought boots on bot lane, is the fact that Elder Titan hits really damn hard and he's really damn fast, so you have to keep your distance. Those shrapnels aren't going to save you.
No, they only last a second, and we've seen Elder Titans all of a sudden level 2, level 3, they're hitting for like 100 something, and well, you're a sniper with 600 life if you're at full health, just about at the moment. So you die very quickly.
Yep, that can be very scary for you, especially if you don't have any disables, and they don't have, I guess they have a little bit of slow from the boars, but besides that, this lane can be a bit tricky.
Mid lane, we are seeing this Tiny against this Pango. This is a matchup we've seen a lot before, but
it's kind of... I don't know which one of these two I hate more.
Tiny or Pango?
When it comes to heroes, both heroes that have been in the meta for the longest time. They're cool, they're great to play, they're enjoyable. Poshka getting away.
Also, how do you feel about this 5-position Nagasire?
I think it's great. I actually think that's another hero that's very solid. Like, Naga does way too much right now as a support. The reel-in lasting like 4 seconds or something is stupid good versus some heroes, because you can basically pull them under the tower while you're trading. Reel-in is, yeah, it feels nice to have. Not only that, of course, that's not the only reason. She trades very nicely.
Well, forced to have use a cookie there, but you could see the potential.
That's why I said versus some heroes. Like, if you have mobility against that, it doesn't matter too much. And cookie is very helpful against it. Plus you get a lot of AoE damage from those two heroes versus illusions.
Right. I was gonna say, you know, if you're forcing them to use the cookie, though, cookie's not exactly a cheap spell with the mana pool that Snapfire has, right?
Burns.
You don't have the so
for sure,
you could have all of a sudden Snaps out of mana, find yourself an opportunity to get that reel in and find yourself an LSA. all of a sudden, you don't get that save.
And it's basically free once your Lina has arcanes, you can just spam it constantly. It's a nice setup for LSA with or without real. But then again, on this top lane, like, Naga isn't some hero that can prevent the enemy from going on Lina this early on. So Collapse, you know, with his Kunkka, if he gets an X, if he gets a good torrent, like, this Lina might be in a lot of problems. And like, when you look at Aurora and when you look at their draft and you see Sniper and Naga as supports, another one of those
looks like a pub draft a little bit.
It looks like a review from Jenkins, you know.
Oh, you queued for hard support, but you're picking the, you know, the Naga to carry with or the Sniper to carry with from the 4 position. It could be a little bit of a Jenkins video, that's for sure.
Yeah, but all jokes aside, like, this Naga, you know, like, she farms very damn nicely on a 5 or a 4. And you're always gonna find some Solar Crest, Greaves, whatever, you know. Like, you will be useful later on in the game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So back on it. Maposhka sitting here level 3, and he is hitting for 158. That is disgusting. And then he's going to walk over here, and now the boar is in, but the blood grenade, the shrapnels, Maposhka might have overstepped a little bit. Q still low, ticking down, has 5 health, but they'll bring over the Pango and get first blood.
That's the that's the annoying Sniper, I know. You know, like, that's the
23?
Yeah.
LSA, X goes the other direction. And there's a blood grenade and a full bore scatter blast, but looks like 23 is going to be A-okay. Although the torrent, it lands on the edge. Now they've got the cookie follow-up. 23 trying to LSA, but that's going to miss. And now the blood grenade is slowing down, but oh, the little shredder to get that kill. 23 ends up dead. Laurel's here. Avalanche toss. Ollie's gone. And it's 2 kills for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, perfect rotation from Laurel as well. Like, to be there on time, taking some runes and also getting a kill. Almost, by the way, almost saved by Oli. He threw that blood grenade and Lina almost got away, but it's such an easy lane to bully, you know, for Kunkka and Snap.
And trouble. That is shrapnel really hurting. And Mira's gonna die to 23 Savage, so he'll get some instant revenge.
My problem... Well, let's see, maybe it's 23's problem.
It could be. Torrent lands again. They've got the Tidebringer. LSA that hits on to the Elder Titan. Oh, gosh. Mapochka just stapled him down. Oh, boy. Shrapnel will be enough. They get the kill to Mapochka. They'll look over at Collapse. That's going to be 2 dead there. As, man, that Elder Titan, yeah, he dies, but Mapochka hurts with that extra damage.
Mira steals the rune on the mid lane. Yep, they lose 2, but more importantly, they do take down 23 Savage once again. And this is like the perfect way to play against Lina. Look, it's the perfect way to play against any carry. Just keep on killing them, right? It's what you want to do. But Lina is a tempo carry. And taking her down this early on just messes up the playstyle that she wants to go for. So it's pretty cool. Very nicely done by Team Spirit.
I keep seeing the more full shift Agi. Down to full, no health, and just one straight up to full. And Radon, A-okay. Avalanche though, on the Naga Siren. Torrent and Ollie in trouble as the Tidebringer from Collapse gets that kill, and another one there for the side of Team Spirit.
Isn't this like a dream tiny game, B-Cop? Like, you just, anyone you see on the map you can blow up.
Yeah, definitely is. When I play Tiny in my dreams, I just continue to voice Tiny in my head all the time, so. Hopefully it's not my dream Tiny game.
Hopefully. Hopefully not. By the way, like, okay, we have this Naga and Sniper as supports, right? And I can get the Naga. Like, I see a lot of item builds on Naga. Hold that thought, Savage.
Ghost ship coming through. X lands with the ghost ship, and they've got the little shredder. Mira gets the kill. Rolling Thunder thought about for a second. They even ping out that they've got vision somewhere, and they find it. Ollie doing a good job of recognizing where the vision is.
Yeah, 23, he needs to get away from this top lane at this point. Like, this isn't the Lina that's dominating and just pressuring, crushing you with spell spam because of arcanes. No, this is Mira mid lane.
Uh-oh. Rolling Thunder coming through. Lorna, well, this would be Lornoff doing his best Joel impression as he just spins a little bit, and 23 Savage gets the kill on Amira. Works out pretty well there.
And he was in the river as well, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense, makes sense.
So even at 5, we've seen this before. Though it was in the last series, it was 5-5 for Extreme and Gaimin, and then all of a sudden Extreme went on an 8-kill unanswered streak. But the game's looking pretty even thus far, and got to think about the Beastmaster that, of course, is top of the net worth, looking for about a, what, 12, 13-minute timing on that axe?
Yep. The difference is, though, Morphling is free farming his lane. Sure thing, Beastmaster is farming Ancient, stacks as well, like he's having a blast, but Lina is the difference here. 34 CS.
X Ghost Ship, Scatter Blast, and a Tidebringer. Now they go to the Blood Grenade, Cookie to try and level him to the Avalanche, and well, that's going to be enough movement to catch up, get that Avalanche, get that kill into Q.
It's so easier to play Larl Steiny at this point. Like, you just have heroes to play with. Your supports are very useful. They can set things up. Even that Cookie, you know, just putting you closer to the sniper. Viposhka, basically a beast, can do whatever he wants to in this game.
Yeah. Now, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Your Snapfire, what kind of cookies are you baking?
What kind of cookies am I baking?
Yeah.
Some brownies?
That what?
I don't know.
Wait, what? I said, all right, just never mind. Forget it. Oh my God. You have so many options. There's so many options. Snickerdoodle, chocolate chip, oatmeal raisin, sugar cookies.
Bro, this is the cultural difference between you from NA and me from the Balkans. You think we had options with cookies? Come on, bro.
Oh, what was did you have one cookie available?
Yeah, we did. This was...
So wouldn't that be the answer?
Yeah, I mean, I can't translate it. That's the problem. Oh. It was very dry, though. This cookie was very dry. It was called Petit. The guys in the chat will know for sure. But in any case, back to the game. Like, every time I want to play the sniper as a position 4 B-Cop, I don't think about cookies. I think about what is my item build. Because, like, you play the sniper because of Shrapnel, right? And Shrapnel is really cool. Top lane?
X, Lornoff in some trouble. Sleep is there. They've got the Ghost Ship, Scatter Blast. It all combines together to get that kill and the tier 1 to follow.
Man, I hyped up these two supports like they'll be able to do something, but Naga and Sniper right now are just farming the jungle together. This is literally how my games look like when people are flaming each other.
Hopefully not much of that is happening inside the comms.
Of course not. They're just trying to recover a little bit, get the drums done on Oli. And I've been trying to talk about this for a while now. I don't know what to buy on Sniper. I don't know what the build is. You're gonna go on Mira.
And they're trying. Shrapnel's used, Assassinate, flies out, but they don't quite get the damage to get the kill on the Mira just yet. However, Ollie ready and will finish him off.
Yeah.
It's good to get a couple of kills again. It's just opening up time and space for Jabs, who's got this axe at around the timing that we thought he would.
He has no one to play with right now. That's the only problem I see. Like, he's very farmed, but your sniper just used all of his shrapnel charges, which basically renders him kind of useless for the next minute. Like he needs to go back and just wait the cooldowns.
Dire are scanning.
And Jabs is just chilling, waiting for his Blink Dagger. Right now, I don't think that they have a way of... Or they think they don't have a way of killing Morphling.
Unless they catch him full agi.
Of course, unless they catch him full agi with 1 HP being hit by creeps. Under vision, you know.
I just think when the blink comes out, maybe they've got that opportunity, or...
Yep.
But you still, Lornoff doesn't really have anything other than arcane boots. Like, maybe that could happen with the Rolling Thunder blink right onto Morphling, but it's so far in the future that it's just not.
Yeah, they want to kill the beast actually instead. They know where Jabs is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Scan doesn't connect. TP attempt, and Laurel not going to be able to stop that. They're just a little bit late on going for that.
Jabs is just a little bit too good.
Yeah, read the map well.
Read the map really damn well. They were even smoked, but the way he positioned himself hiding, very nicely done. I guess this is good for Aurora because Zoli is farming, Sniper is farming. Sniper isn't even pretending he's a support, by the way. He's just chilling in the jungle.
Just farming?
Yeah, pretty much.
As it goes. Trying to get that shard next, has drums, has a wand. Q sitting top of the net worth for supports by a solid margin, honestly. As Radon gets a free tier 1.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold. I'm not sold on what I'm seeing from the Sniper, and I'm not sure if it's the laning stage that brought him here. But right now, I don't think he is making a good case for this 4 Sniper, which I have seen, and I know that it can work, but this game is looking rough.
Middle tower has fallen.
Well, until they really get a Blink Dagger and have that initiation, it's not looking like they want to take fights.
Yeah, that's true.
Blink, Avalanche, Toss, and Lornoff. He'll escape that. They go to the Song. There's an amplified damage here on a Collapse, and the Song, well, not hitting on a Maposhka, who might be looking ready to fight. They'll pop the Blade Mail. They go to the Primal Roar, but still alive. Collapse may be able to fight back. Unfortunately, it's not looking good for Aurora anyway, with Jabs and Ollie dying to Laurel, but the chase is on for the Tiny. They've got themselves the Assassinate. They will get this kill on Laurel with that Assassinate. So it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade. And this Lina will pig pull out of there. It looked good for a second for Aurora, but then losing both Ollie as well as Jabs just completely deflates the fight for a second.
Yeah, it looked like a really nice setup. Under the tier 2, your Beastmaster is ready. He's got his Blink Aghanim's, Roar was there, and then they just trade evenly. And it's not really that even because Naga, your support, Naga, she used Sleep. And this is, I think, the longest cooldown right now in this game at least. That's a 3-minute cooldown. 180 seconds. I'm just going through spells. I don't think there's anything close.
It's definitely up there.
There's
180.
There is nothing close. There is nothing. There's like 120 seconds on kisses. That's it. Q.
All Seeds of Serenity. And the drums. Never in doubt. Never in doubt. Come on.
Yeah, you didn't even sound like you were doubting him.
Never.
Mm-hmm.
So, despite this game feeling like it's been all Team Spirit, truthfully, and I know it's 9-8, and it's weird to kind of say that, but they have had the control of the map. They've been the ones initiating. Aurora have come out pretty close in net worth. Now, that being said, it is due in part to the fact that Sniper's got a lot of farm that it's keeping it close net worth numbers-wise, and the fact that Beastmaster's pretty farmed.
Mm-hmm.
But I still like where they're at. We saw Aurora earlier with the Windrunner have kind of a similar game on 23 Savage, where his game started slow, but eventually he kind of got there despite them losing that game. We'll see if they can do that again. Primal Roar, Rolling Thunder, Assassinate out on a Maposhka. They'll blink in, Avalanche as well as the Toss. They go to the Mortimer's Kisses. This could be a problem for the side of Aurora. They'll end up losing Jabs, but the Laguna Blade gets the kill and a Collapse. The right clicks on Laurel, not going to be enough. The Earth Splitter's going to fly through with the waveform forward from Radon. They find the Scatter Blast out, lands on a Q. They'll get themselves a second. They'll look for Ollie. who will throw the net onto Maposhko while Laurel does find 23. They've got the toss, the LSA that lands, but the cookie comes through from Mira. They've got the little shredder. 23 Savage is going to die here. Triple kill for the Snapfire. Mira making moves.
Why didn't he run? He was chilling there on the high ground, and then he started attacking the Ancients, while Tiny is literally chasing your Pango to you. I mean, maybe he was trying to save Lorenov by LSA or something like that, but yeah, in the end it just looked very damn badly for Aurora.
A lot of gold there for Mira on that Snapfire and puts Mira ahead of the Sniper.
Yeah, and you know, like we talked about the Dream Tiny game, and it's a Dream Tiny game when you see him going for Blinkanda, because he understands these guys are so squishy on Aurora, like he can literally blow up every single one of these cores. Maybe not Pango if he jumps him. 23.
Oh no. I mean, this is unfair. He's got an Invis rune. You're not expecting this. Avalanche toss into the ghost ship. In the wake of that boat will be the body of 23 Savage.
He's like, they've got vision here. They had no vision there, you know. Just Invis Q mid lane. Poshka is connecting.
Yeah, Avalanche, tree toss. And that is with the phylactery, but Q does have that shard, so he will use the concussive grenade to get some distance.
The reason, like the reason you pick Naga is, okay, this hero doesn't have a save besides the song, right? Like you can't save targets besides every 2 minutes or whatever when your cooldowns are gone. But how you save them is mid lane, Lorenov.
Thunder, yeah, they want to go for this. Looking for the sweep, but that's going to be stopped. Avalanche into the toss. They get the kill to Ollie. Prime Aurora is going to be used, but do they have the damage? It's not looking like it, at least initially. Earth Splitter comes through and lands onto 3 of these heroes. It'll push them back. Sniper with a concussive grenade. The Mortimer's Kisses are out, but nobody else is coming in from the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, Laurel was thinking about going back in, but nice concussive grenade, and also one of the boars was hitting him. Anyways, like with Naga, you should be scouting out everything, right? Like with the illusions, that's the way you control the map. But right now, he's kind of far behind. He's the lowest net worth, and he's unable to accomplish that.
So, 4,000 net worth lead. Tier 2 gone. This is starting to look bad for Aurora. Again, net worth not
they scanned
split,
him.
But
yeah, they scanned Jabs. He's trying to go for this rush. He's already like he was unlucky with the bashes, and now he's gonna be unlucky because of Laurel as well.
Laurel is everywhere. Jabs the TP. No, all right. He tried.
Oh,
close.
Well,
close.
50% HP on rushes. You don't get the Pango, but you're gonna get the free Aegis.
Yeah, thanks for doing most of the work.
Pretty much. It was a nice attempt by Beastmaster, because there is just so much chaos happening on your side of the map. He tried sneaking in, going for that Roshan, but Spirits are on point with their game sense.
Sleep, toss, and an Aegis. There it is.
Rolling out, rolling through to Q. He's like, no, bro, don't lead him to me.
Q concussive grenade, just trying to not be involved in anything that was coming behind that Pangolier, if anything. They buy smoke. If they use this right now to fight, this almost feels like a very desperate move, but it will be a solo smoke from Jabs. Let's see where he goes.
I don't think he can get a solo pick-off. I feel like this is more something to do with farm. They're playing my side, let's go. Okay, never mind. He's bringing Q. He didn't use the smoke. Someone else used it. He couldn't give it to Sniper. Or whatever that was, I'm not sure. Sniper went back. He's gonna run into Morphling, Radon.
Maybe he can catch him full agi, but he's already shifting. Oh, does he have the damage? The adaptive strike, the scatter blast. Jabs will try to TP out the Mortimer's Kisses, and he went on a mission, but he does return home. But Laurel has eyes on the prize. Avalanche toss, 23 Savage. Oh gosh. Just dead immediately.
Yep. 3-6-3, position 1 Lina. Not the best game ever. And you know what? What's also a problem? Like, he went for an early BKB. Like, he didn't go Gleipnir first. He just got instant Maelstrom BKB just so he can survive through these scenarios. But he's still unable to actually use it in a meaningful way. Just one of those games, you know, it happens.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Your lane goes poorly, then they catch you, then the enemy mid laner has an invis rune. It's just like everything that can go poorly for him went that way. So
It's really tough here for Aurora. So they're gonna take the enemy Tormentor. That'll be Shard for Collapse. So he now has access to that tidal wave. I look at this Aurora lineup and where these heroes are in net worth, and 23 Savage doesn't exactly have a passage to really get a comeback to start unless they somehow turtle and
BKB
salvage this game.
Oh, he lived
BKB was used
for now.
Song X pull back into the torrent. Ollie trying to lock up some heroes, but they do not have the rest of the team. They will net Laurel, but what else is there?
He like started drilling him in and no, never.
Do you want the tiny close to you?
Yeah. That fish is too big.
Now with no BKB, I don't know how 23 Savage is going to get the damage out. The LSA, this might work. All right, they go to the Roar. They're trying to get the kill on Radon, but he's going to pop that Manta Hood waveform out of there. And now they'll look over at Laurel. They'll get the kill to the Tiny. He's going to be dead for the first time, but he has his Aegis. Tidal Wave pulling in Lauren off. They've got the Pango in a bad way, but he'll shield crash. Avalanche lands. Mortimer's Kisses with the toss. Laurel's got a kill. They'll look over at Q. He's on the low ground. That's a sweep that lands from Aposhka. And they will waveform kill off this sniper. 2 heroes dead without buyback. And Aurora looking for answers.
Well, while looking for Beast.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's a dead Jabs. That's gonna be 3 gone. No buyback. X on Ali. Naga's gonna be filleted and killed if he's not too careful, but gets up the steps, not gonna matter. Laurel with another toss dunk. Tidal Wave out of the base. Full team wipe here for Team Spirit as they finish off game number 1 over Aurora.
Tough day for Aurora. Like the first series and the second one, the second one starting in a really difficult way for them to come back into game 2. They have had some very difficult moments in the past year, like some standout moments, but this one I think you just have to forget and go fresh into the next game. Like I think their draft was on position 4 and 5. They cooked a little bit too hard. I think that they can go back to something stock standard, but their cores I still think are really damn strong together, like your Lina and Beastmaster. However, you have to secure the lane for Lina. I think that hero is a lane dominator and she was just pressured too hard. And then you fall off, you have a Lina with the BKB Maelstrom being solo killed by the enemy mid laner 24/7.
Yeah, it's a really tough game for them. It feels like that they never really had the answers coming out of the laning stage. I mean, their disappointment was immeasurable, and their day right now, not completely ruined. There still is one more game for them, but they are potentially looking at an 0-4 day, which could be tough for them. But to break it down more, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Beakup and Lizard. A lot to break down with this first game of the series. It was not a good one for Aurora. Effie, what went wrong?
Their Lina just did not have a game. Team Spirit did such a good job of shutting down that Lina, where they constantly brought the pressure to her lane. They killed her over and over. They ran her down. They brought their mid laner. Yatoro himself came through the gate and also just got that tower and kicked her out early. And the trade-off for that was that Beastmaster was free farming, but they couldn't really use Beastmaster's Ags timing to compensate for Lina not having a game.
Yeah, Beastmaster was on top of the net worth for a long time, Lacoste.
He was, yeah. That's what Beastmaster does the best, pretty much, especially if you have a hero who can stack, like Sniper. They did, I would say, do relatively well in the laning stage. But again, it's all about buying all these auras, and that's what I want to see from Kunkka. Blade Mail into one big team fighty item, whether Crimson or Pipe this time around. It was a Pipe. And I really like the way that they paired up with these Kunkka plus Snapfire with the X-Mark boat combo as well. And then later on, you had the Miposhka with Laurel playing together with the Spirit, and also Tiny's combo, deleting heroes pretty much instantly. And we didn't even see the full potential of this lineup in this game, because, you know, the Aura, I believe, was not maxed out in the end. And also, just the way they team fight. They go in, they parse a BKB, they get the cookie, they reset multiple times, they pop a pipe. Very difficult game for Aurora, as we expected after seeing the draft.
Just like, this is the type of draft that you want to see from Spirit, like in a grand finals. Like, this is like such a strong looking draft. Like, the layering is beautiful. Like, where Kunkka might be a little bit more passive and lane like Tidebringer and chill, now you got the Snapfire to overwhelm there. Then you have the Tiny, who can go to a Snapfire lane, you get killed. You can move to an ET, you utilize a Spirit, and you can pretty much use solo kill, but again, you're using ET Aura, so it's kind of like two-man kill, but still, it's like the entire draft is built around playing the map, finding kills, making moves, and for Aurora, it's just too structured. Like, you look at these heroes, and it's like Beastmaster will farm and get his axe. When he gets axe, he goes to tower. Pangolier will move behind him, and like everything's so obvious with Aurora's lineup. But with Spirit, it's like, it's just fluid movement. Like, you go around, you get kills, you can kill them, you can also AFK farm if you want to. Like, it's not as, you know, scripted as Aurora's lineup. And again, it's just another regimented lineup, another sniper game where they're, you know, forcing into the draft. I mean, I'm going to happily say it. You know? Teams follow and copy too much, and, you know, they're not the ones that, you know, eventually win out the tournaments, you know, because they're just copying. So I think that teams that pick sniper without much reason are the ones that are going to falter quite quickly, because they are showing that they, rather than being inventors, they clearly got beat in a scrim by this hero, and now they're falling victim to not kind of inventing themselves or creating themselves, and it's kind of what I see from Aurora, at least in this game one.
But they used it as a flex pick.
No, not good.
Same goes for Naga in this one. I don't think this was a flex pick at all. You're not going to be playing Naga Siren as a carry. It needs to, like, all the stars needs to align, and especially if you first phase it, then you pair it up with Lina. I think there are better heroes out there. You don't necessarily need to flex this. This is something that, you know, they play well. From 23 plays really well, but after all, it is Naga Siren after all. This is not the hero that's going to, like, solo win you the game. We've been past that time, and I feel like, you know, picking something strong. This is not the trade that you get. Like, there was a Kunkka on the other side, which makes them pretty tanky, pretty difficult to kill, especially with the pipe, with the boat combo. Most of their damage was magical early on, so you're kind of shutting down the whole lineup. I want to see something out of the box, because from what I've seen, Aurora, they've been stuck in this mentality where they're trying to copy what other teams are doing, maybe throwing in a couple of their own ideas. It's just not working out.
I'm going to say that every team is picking the same heroes, really. Some teams can create their drafts better and they have more of a vision when they go into it, but it's the same heroes we see contested in almost every game this group stage, so I don't want to harp too much on individual heroes, but I will say that you had this Lina that you were drafting for in advance, right? Because we saw the Batrider ban, we knew that they wanted the Lina. The Lina comes out the third stage, but there was absolutely no playing around it. The Lina was not defended. It was so open to ganking on lane, and Aurora did not play fast enough. There was this one moment that they brought Laurel to go on Lina top, and Lorinoff also counter-rotated, and they killed the Lina 5 seconds before the Pango was able to connect. If you were a little bit crisper, a little bit cleaner, you gave your Lina a better game, maybe the whole game looks different for Aurora.
That was my point. Like, why not pick, for example, Marcy? Why not pick Tusk if you're already planning ahead to potentially get Lina? So you have some lifesteal, you have some bodyguard, you have a snowball save, you're going to have a better lane. After all, this Naga Siren, I feel like they kind of tunnel vision on the hero. I'm not saying this is a bad hero by any means. This might be the hero that works, like, if you check the win rate's probably pretty high on Dota Pro Tracker, because these are pub games, but in a professional game, I think Naga Siren is going to be sub 50%.
Yeah, it's like respecting the strengths and weaknesses of heroes. Like, everyone's picking the same heroes, but teams understand why they're good and why they're not, right? Like, in this game, like, if you're first picking a Naga, let's say you want the Lina, it's like you're already kind of creating problems for yourself. And then even if you pick more heroes that are, again, popular in the meta, now you've got, like, a weird assortment, like a little pick and mix of heroes that probably aren't the best blend. And about the Pangaea point, Spirit is able to play so well because they don't need to bring heroes to make moves. The Snap and Kunkka independently as two will pressure. So now Pangaea has to see that aggression, then TP in and try and make something happen. And it's very hard for him to leave mid because like if he leaves mid, Tiny's going to continue farming. So it's like it's really hard for Aurora to feel good in this game because the side lanes are already very Spirit favored. It's like you can't expect a mid laner to be active when the side lanes are so pressuring. Because like he's never going to be there. He's not going to AFK top and be like, oh, I'm going to get the kill eventually, right? Like he needs to get an active rune or his side lane needs to be good so he TPs into the fight. He can't be like TPing into like already dead heroes. So I don't know, Loranoff, multiple games in a row now, he's making moves in already lost lanes. It's like, it's not a recipe for success.
Do we think that this game in particular, and especially after a series loss earlier today, that they might have gone into this first game against Spirit knowing exactly what heroes they wanted and basically reconstructed that backwards? And it's like, okay, if we want this draft, this is the hero we go first. And they kind of lock themselves into wanting this Lina, wanting this Naga Siren, wanting at least the first four and then keep the last one flexible or something?
I could see a world where they've tunnel visioned on the games that they've seen so far in the tournament, and then in doing so, you kind of forget that teams have a bigger playbook. Like against the Spirits, the Extremes, the Liquids, like you might ban what's currently good in day one, but you forget like they've had months of success beforehand. Like unlike other teams, like the Heroics, the Auroras, the Talons, all these teams, they're the ones who need to like kind of step up to everyone else. Like they might lean on tournament meta more than other teams. So I think that's kind of what we're seeing, at least so far, that the day one tournament meta is holding some teams back because they aren't able to like have, I mean, not the confidence, but they aren't stepping up and going, this is how we're going to play it. It's like they're just kind of falling in line with everyone.
Let's focus our attention a little bit more on Team Spirit because I think we can, at this point, almost write a book on what we didn't like about what happened with Aurora today so far. Team Spirit played very clean. I was especially happy with the role Laurel was able to fulfill Effie because I felt like he was a fish in the water with this Tiny, just finding that Lina and basically making 23's life very sad.
His life was so sad in this game. But Laurel played great. I loved watching the duo of ET plus Tiny roaming around together. He throws out the Spirit. It gives him the aura, gives him that extra burst. With the Shadow Blade, he was able to hunt Lina in the jungle. I mean, not the Blink, sorry. He was able to hunt her in the jungle and never make her feel safe. At no point in that game did it feel like Lina could slip out comfortably. And when you go back to talking about the support picks that Lina had, neither of these supports are good at throwing themselves, defending her, saving her, or like pushing out lanes to a point where Lina is comfortable enough. So Laurel did a great job, but also Mira and Collapse. Straight from the lane, Lina was giga pressured.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more Snapfire the way that Mira was playing at Lacoste.
Oh, for sure. I think this hero is still super strong. Some of the things have changed. You're not going to go, for the ricochet facet. Instead, you want to blast people from far away. You're still going to be buying these team fighty items, whatever is necessary. Glimmer Cape, Drum, Solar Crest. Level 15 is not as good. You only have one Lil Shredder that has been nerfed, so it's not as good anymore. But the hero is nice. Also, once you pick up the shard, you have a little bit of a heal on top of the save, on top of repositioning your allies, and the hero, like when paired up with certain heroes, let's say you have Puck in the team, so Coil plus Snapfire Kisses is always going to be good. In this one, they had a cheap one with the X mark, so basically they're not committing to anything, knowing that there is no save on side of Aurora, which means that it's a guaranteed kill once they initiate.
Did anything not go according to plan for Team Spirit this game, T? Like, they're going into game number 2 in a second, and...
the pusher died. It was an ET.
He died.
Yeah.
One extra
Silly lad.
no.
He tried killing a sniper, and he then went to the river and died, and he gave the kill. But no, realistically, this game was... Yeah, it was nearly not perfect, but like everything went right. Like the moves they made, the pressure they applied, the way in which they bought, double Kanda, utilizing.
He died twice. Oh no.
That was unacceptable.
21 wards placed. I just want to highlight that. Mira only had 8.
He was questing. He was just making sure he got it. But no, realistically, this game was exactly what you expect from this team, this type of draft. Again, I think I could see this identical 5 heroes in a grand final, winning scenario. Like, this is how strong this draft is, and yeah, I look forward to seeing if they can replicate it again in the next game.
Yeah, and at this rate, we think they can. At least they look very strong. So then I want to once again focus a little bit on Aurora, because this is going to be their 4th game today, where it's just looking really hard right now. What do? Do you go for something completely new? Do you try something that you tried before and just, try it
You
again?
need to have stuff prepared. Like I think they put themselves in a position where they kind of theory crafted the draft already inside their heads. Like, yeah, we're gonna go for these heroes. Some hero pairings are fine, but I feel like they got into a trap picking the heroes that they kind of didn't want in the end after seeing what Team Spirit had. So I want to see something different. I want to see some new heroes. I'm pretty sure that they have something cooked. Zombie definitely a really good chef after all. But I don't know. I feel like this is the fourth game that we're going to see from them today. And with each game, they feel like the team play is just not there. They're all over the place.
Yeah, I'd say that like at least today, most of their drafts, I felt like they're seeing their opponent and they're going, okay, now let's draft because of our opponent's picking heroes. Some of the better, stronger teams, you can feel that they're drafting like, I'm Spirit, this is my draft, try and deal with me. And no matter if they're first or second pick. And I think so far, a lot of our analysis, because we cover both of their games, have been, they're picking this because of this pick. They're doing this because of that. Like, we're yet to really see wow, they've locked in like this duo, and now how will their enemy respond? Like, maybe in this fourth draft that we see from them, they can have a couple statement picks for us to have to, or at least make Spirit think about it a bit more.
So I think that Aurora should just simplify their game idea by picking one side lane that they want to play around. In the last game, they had the Lina that was, open, and they had to defend it. But they also had a Beastmaster that was farmed that no one really played around or was able to play around because Beastmaster was just running around on the back foot. So either you play around your safe lane or you play around your off lane, but pick your supports such that you can enable one of the lanes because their supports weren't good at playing with either side lane.
So look at this respect from Aurora, like the supports. This is now 4 supports. Again, most of the bans that we see are kind of like off lane plus a little bit of support flavor, but some teams, they are able to force their opponents to truly respect the support duo.
Yeah, Aurora this time around on the Radiant side, Team Spirit on the Dire side, and Spirit will be the team with first pick. And indeed, a lot of support banned on the side of Aurora, but that does mean I feel like we're going to have a fairly open draft because a lot of the usual suspects are still in. Like, we have not seen a lot of Sand King on this stream anyway. I know he's been picked quite a bit, but not necessarily on this stream. Still in the pool at the moment. They can still go for Bat Rider as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Bat Rider isn't something that is going to pop out if other heroes are open, but it's something that is an anti-Lina measure. I mean, Aurora could honestly run back the Lina if they wanted to, if they're able to play around it this time around. I like what Lacoste said about, why not pick Marcy if you had the Lina in store? And I think that if Aurora tried to do some simple Lina plus Treant, some Lina plus Marcy, another save hero like a Shadow Demon within the draft, then they've already cooked up something a lot better.
There is the Sand King, very cool.
They had a lot of issues playing with Sand King during Riyadh Masters when they were first phasing. One of the reasons why it didn't do so well, because they didn't pick the right items as well. As we talked about, they didn't fully understand the meta, how fast some teams were playing with the Sand King. This is a mid, this is potentially an offlane hero for Team Spirit, and I think they learned a lot from what happened there. Sand King, after hero being nerfed, after they nerfed him pretty hard, I would say, people still realize this hero's strong. Like, we're gonna play him anyway, and just change the item build a little bit.
Yeah, and the Dust Devil facet got buffed up, right? So people started switching to Dust Devil and just playing Blink Bloodstone again. So it works out a lot for this year. But I like that you brought that up, Lacoste, because when Sand King was in the Riyadh Masters, so many teams were like, okay, this hero's apparently really good, let's play it, and nobody actually played it themselves. So a lot of people were just like throwing their bodies in there and not correcting it. But now everybody's played Sand King. Every core player has this hero in their arsenal now.
Let's see which role it will be played at today. Still some flex there possible. We have an opening of the Monkey King for Aurora. Also still flex possible there, but generally seen more as the carry lately.
Yeah, so this is a response to Sand King, because it's a flex that can chase your enemy flex. Because if the Sand King is played mid, you can send your Monkey King mid. If he's played on the off lane, you can send your Monkey King as a safe lane to counter it. And that's the concept here.
I don't think Monkey is a flex between 1 and 2, I would say, as a position 4. This hero is kind of dead, especially after they nerfed him every single time you take the damage from whatever source now. It's still going to go on cooldown, your ability, so you're not going to be able to jump the trees and stuff. So most likely, 1 or 2, and also builds into Gleipnir, which also reveals, these invis units, and also just the best item in the game, period.
Banning out the Kunkka on the side of Team Spirit. They're just continuing banning out potential offlaners. Oh, there's a Tinker ban out, so they remove a support as well. Of course, Wind Ranger was in the mix there as a core. Aurora gets 1 ban before they are allowed to pick. There's not a lot of supports left in the pool at the moment.
There's Sniper.
Again, luckily for these teams, the format does allow them to play another best of 3 before they are, sent to the lower bracket potentially. So, there's lifelines.
Other than Sniper, we got Batrider removed still as well, so still potentially having that Lina on the radar. I do have to mention the Snapfire that we saw in the previous game and the Elder Titan, because there's a lot of respect bans in terms of supports on the side of Aurora, but the 2 that Spirit played previous game are not part of it.
Yeah, and that's where I think Snapfire is going to look pretty good for Spirit with Sand King in lane. As soon as you get type Blink, you play the map. You want to have that 1 hero behind you to go for that smoke. And if you can do that with as few heroes as possible, Sand King feels even better. Because you're going to have the damage of Epi plus Burrow, and then throw in a Snapfire or that type of hero, it's going to feel good. And on top of that, Sand King after Blink, you can go for a pipe before you go Bloodstone. Like, you can be very greedy and go full Bloodstone, but I think in this game now, already seeing it a little bit, it's like if you get Blink pipe, you'll be able to mitigate the kind of early to mid-game sniper damage, plus that next. So I think Sand King already is looking relatively good here, as long as the 4 hero gives purpose to...
It's either Snapfire or Rubik.
Yeah,
I like Rubik as
yeah.
well, because you can reposition the monkey, you can steal some of the good spells, if you steal Shrapnel, plus a Fate Bolt as well, reducing some of the monkey's damage. It feels really good. I was wondering where this hero was, because we haven't seen it on our stream yet. And the hero has been slightly nerfed, but overall still a very strong hero.
Versus Monkey King as well, because you got your attack speed slow from Dual Breath. Like, this hero does have a lot of tools to play against it early on. Of course, later on, Monkey King will farm a BKB, but before then, Jakiro is one of his biggest bullies.
And I thought I'd actually now use the platform of TI to also say how much I dislike Valve in the fact that they nerfed Macropie many years ago with the not killing trees. So
true.
Just thought I'd remind them now quickly, if you want to patch that back in, lads. I love you very much, love the game, but the fact Macropie doesn't kill trees, big sad, thanks.
Yeah, but at the moment, he's picked against Monkey King anyway. You want to make him stronger? Does he need to be buffed?
I just like the fact that I can kill a lot of trees with 1 spell, and to this day, I've not forgiven Valve for it.
Would you trade that and then not have, they only have the damage on the Dual Breath and not the extra effects?
Sure, trade it for anything.
Really?
Yeah, it was really satisfying.
Okay.
It was very satisfying.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
You know what's satisfying? Hitting arrows, and that's something that Mira is very good at.
He is, and now you see that this...
Although maybe it's actually Radon playing it. Sorry, continue.
It very much could be, but it's also just a very strong combo between Mira and Collapse on the offlane potentially, and we saw how much they could do with an offlane with kill threat. In theory, they should be able to replicate the same thing here if it is a Mirana plus Sand King lane.
Yeah, they're not revealing anything. We've seen quite a lot of Miranas being played from the safe lane. All these carries that build into mana boots, range carries, and then they get Gleipnir. Feels really nice to play. Mirana, her insane damage. I want to see if this is going to be, some carry Mirana. I also want to see something that scales well with the damage. I don't see that like huge attack speed. Still, you're getting the attack speed from Solar Flare, but I want to see something that utilizes better. Sand King definitely not that hero that's just going to like get on top of you and right-click you 10 times.
Wow, you guys all stayed quiet when a 23 Morphling comes out? Because that's generally, this is one of his signature heroes.
It is?
I was very surprised about that. Where's the excitement?
No, it's very exciting. I mean, if they want the confidence of a win, doing it off of the back of their carry signature hero would be really good for them, especially going into the day 2 tomorrow.
But
I was just thinking about...
It's inevitable.
What's going?
There's no but about the Morphling. I was more so thinking about the Monkey King. I was like, okay, so you're most likely putting this Monkey King mid, and I was wondering how punishable it is, because things like Viper are open to just... Your Monkey King can get beat up mid, but, I mean... Morphling versus Sand King is an excellent lane for Morphling. He out-CS's him, he can replicate into him, take his stun, you can fight off of his stun, and yeah, it just pretty solid. You can also replicate Mirana, have leaps, have arrows, have starfalls. Very useful.
Can Morphling also be mid? Like, could they swap that depending on how the Sand King goes?
I think
they
could.
Go on, take it away.
It's a bit too much for me. They have some flex on their heroes. Like, sure, you can still play Monkey King position 4 in the lane against Jakiro. Are you gonna have a good time? No. Are you gonna lose that lane? Yes.
Oh.
So there's still a potential for it, but I don't think they want to do this kind of stuff.
No, I think the way that this draft looks right now is like Tree Morphling's your safe lane, Sniper is your 4 or mid, and Monkey's your 4 or mid. As much as I think, based on Aurora and Loranov, I think probably Sniper mid, Monkey King 4. But my only concern now with this lineup is you have good lane for Morphling to get to like the Dragon Lance, that kind of transition to the second item. But where is like that damage early on from your lineup? Like Tree likes to set people up, but Morph needs to farm. Sniper does well in lane, but then can fall off if his team's not ready to fight. And Monkey King, we saw again earlier today, you need a couple items to feel good, or your team to bring more. And I think there's a lot of heroes in Aurora where they wish they had more damage on other heroes, and there's still yet to be that big damage hero. It's like a lot of post-lane absence of them wanting to make moves. And then you compare that to Spirit, it's like Sand King gets a blink, Invoker maybe goes for Quas-Wex and plays on Tornado EMP, Jakiro with levels, Mirana could probably join just with Maelstrom, but I think there's a little bit of disparity in post-lane making moves. Aurora doesn't really make any, unless their last pick does it for them.
Yeah, I would honestly prefer if they ran their Monkey King 4 and then they just tried to punish this Invoker on lane, because if you're running it as a core versus Invoker, he's so susceptible to just like getting tornadoed into a Mirana or Jakiro TP into instant death. Like, I think at this point, just try to punish the Invoker that you see and run your Sniper versus Invoker, because that's a good matchup for him. But I want to say that, I mean, yeah, QW Evoker going to be great here. You're going to have the EMP versus Morphling, you're going to have the rotations. But a few levels in Exart would go a long way. You have so much stun setup on side lanes that you could potentially just get early Sunstrike kills.
It depends on the matchup. The way he plays Invoker, sometimes he gets like 1 point in Exort and then goes Quas-Wex, or he gets like 1 point later on just so that you have, some extra presence on the side lanes, which I really do approve. I know it's not the most popular build on Invoker anymore, the Spirit Vessel, but it could be great against Treant, against Morphling, against Monkey. You still go for the Witch Blade nowadays, but if he wants to switch back to that, it's still gonna feel really good.
Slightly spooky option for Spirit here is like, if you put Mirana to support, like an Ursa or a Slark carry, that can just keep playing into their opponent, keep finding the backlines, keep just hunting. Like there's no, like for team fight wise for Aurora, you've got Overgrowth, Dispellable, a stun, like adaptive stun from Morphling, and Boundless from Monkey King. It's like not a lot of stun. So any carry that can completely obliterate that lack of control could be really good for them. Of course, Mirana can just go carry here and they get a good 4 position, but I think there's a lot of, niche carries that are available for Spirit if they wanted to go that route.
They banned out the Lycan and the Mag, by the way, against Aurora, so that could also tell us something, but they don't have any more time left. They'll have to pick, and they'll go for a Hoodwink, so it is a Rodon Mirana. He did great with it earlier today on the carry role against Beast Coast, so we'll see if he can do the same thing again this game round.
Yeah, also fine with it. Like, we've already said how much damage these heroes have, then they still pick up the 4 position, they go for a Hoodwink with Acorn Shot, with Sand King, like that lane should be relatively stable, and when Hoodwink wants to make moves on the map, I think this is a Hoodwink that will probably leave Sand King when Morph gets levels to go Twin Gate top and like create tri-lanes. Like Jakiro plus Mirana, you get kills, then you smoke the Jakiro Hoodwink to mid. Like there's a lot of map movement that will naturally occur when Sand King hits his like farming pattern 6 minutes into the game.
I like the stacking damage. This is something that people are theory crafting in this current meta, how to increase damage on your carries. So you have Solar Flare, somebody's gonna buy Drum, somebody's gonna buy a Solar Crest, and you will also have Alacrity on top of that. Hoodwink's Q, it's gonna hurt. Like, you get all those things on a support like Hoodwink, who gets 1 item, some Maelstrom, some Gleipnir later on, it's gonna feel really nice.
There is so much control on Team Spirit's team that it's going to be really scary for Morphling if his lane starts to get pressured and they start to collapse on it really early, because they have so many tools to kill any target that they see that BKB is essential in this game. And now we see that Loranov is playing this Monkey King mid. He's going to have to get an early BKB too, or he won't be very useful. And the issue with your mid laner needing an early BKB is that he needs time to farm it up, and in that time, a team with all of these stuns could take over so much of the map.
Yeah, is the entire thing of Aura. Every hero in a fight is going to look to another hero to do the damage. You throw an Arena, but where's the damage? You throw an Overgrowth, where's the damage? And that's why I think Spirit should be able to take over this game, and if Aurora are to win this, it will be some like the epic comeback of we finally found our items, we finally found our opportunity, but this should be Spirit controlling a lot of this game.
Yeah, another difficult game for Aurora, I would say. Sure, you have Mars with the Bloodsport facet, but then again, look at the spells that they can throw in blindly. Some Macropyre, some Ice Bat, Sanking blinking in with the Epi, and then you have Invoker throwing in his spells, Bushwhack. There's a lot of stuff that they can like randomly throw in. Maybe they have an Observer Ward, Mirana's Arrow, to show the vision just for a millisecond so that you can get the blink stun on the target. I'm really not worried about this Mars pick.
Not worried about the Mars pick?
No.
You think it's going to deliver?
I want to be surprised after this
Oh,
game
you're not worried if you're Spirit?
Yeah, that's what...
Spirit is not worried.
Yeah, Spirit's not worried at all. I'm really worried for Aurora. For the
like
last pick.
There we go.
Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense in the vein of what my panel was saying. Aurora is going to have another uphill battle. Let's see what they can do this time around with B-Cop and Lizard.
Thank you very much. Coming into this game, it is make or break here for Aurora, and they might have their day 1 and 0-4 if they're not too careful here. Lizard, how are you feeling about this draft compared to what we've seen from them in the past?
I feel like the draft is, in comparison to the last one, much better. I feel like it's at least playable. Like the two supports that you have complement each other a little bit better. Like you have Treant that might secure Morphling nicer. Like you can help your safe lane. You can also rotate earlier on, and it combos nicely with Q Sniper. I think that also Sniper plus Mars can do more together earlier, and your offlane isn't as greedy. So there's a lot of things that are, in my opinion, a little bit better for them, and it allows them to at least play the game faster. On top of that, you are playing into an Invoker mid, and if you manage to somehow shut him down, like he might not have as much impact later on. Of course, this Invoker is going to be most likely all about supporting Mirana, as this is a Mirana carry, but in any case, if you manage to shut him down, Laurel might be the weak link on Team Spirit.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that ends up being the case, as Laurel has been a pretty dominant mid laner, but this time around, maybe worrying for something a little bit different and maybe a more advantageous mid lane for the side of Aurora.
I'm just having some copium, you know, for Aurora. There are 0 trees, so hoping that it can't get any worse, so hoping that they can take at least 1 W in the first day, as it's been really damn rough for them. They continue to believe in this Sniper support, though. I just want to see if he's going to go for the same build, or maybe something changes this time around. So far, I haven't been impressed.
Yeah, the Sniper hasn't exactly felt good in any of the matchups we've totally seen the support role.
2023.
See if they can change that a little bit.
He took so much damage before this lane even...
They pause.
Yeah.
Just a pause for now.
Just a short little small pause.
Everybody coming back.
Yeah, there we go.
Everybody's back. No harm, no foul. Nobody out of position. Collapse trying to get some laughter out there, and that's fine. 0 plus 0. I guess is 0? If I had to guess? Q asking if you could walk back. A lot of all chatting happened. I'm always a big fan of all chatting. Especially when it's in good fun.
Q is super out of position, so I understand why he's asking this.
Hey, can I just walk back? And yeah, they're gonna let him walk back. Well, all right. You know, maybe Mavoshka not being so nice once he gets back. So he's able to get back. Nobody dies. Nobody gives up first blood, and a little bit of a quick disconnect as we are back on it. Nothing of value was lost by any team. 23 Savage back up to full health. We're taking a look up towards top, and I do need to mention the rabbit mount for the Mirana. Pretty sure that is a very expensive mount. I forget how much it is, but I think it's over $1,000, that map.
It's expensive for you, B-Cop. It's not expensive for someone that won 2 TIs.
Yeah. Well, that's fair. It's also very rare, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it looks interesting. I'm sure he's very happy to show it off now that he can play Mirana carry, you know? Not really the most staple position 1 through the patches.
It hasn't exactly been the most played position 1. But no, I was just gonna do more on the cosmetics while we were paused. But if you got something important, it way outweighs anything I was gonna say in the next 5 seconds.
There's nothing more important than cosmetics.
No, don't lie to me, don't lie to me.
Of course, that's what Gaben likes, talk about cosmetics.
Well, this beautiful cosmetic on your screen is only gotten by purchasing the Mirana sculpture, so you want that, somehow find a way to purchase that, I guess. That's it, that's all I got. I'm done.
Okay. Speaking of Mirana, this hero is a really strong laner at the moment, and she's got 5 CS, a little bit behind on the Mars, but once you hit like level 2, level 3, that's where Jakiro also can shine. You get your Liquid Frost plus dual breath, so much damage. I love exactly this facet. You go for Frost. That's pretty good.
And Liquid Frost with the Blood Grenade combo, still very deadly. And taking a look around the horn is right now the top 3 on the CS are all Aurora. Granted, we're only 2.5 minutes in. But Invoker, for the moment, kind of getting beat a little bit.
A little surprising considering how bot lane started. Like 23 Savage was under the tower, almost full strength morphed. He managed to recover. And top lane as well, considering it's Jakiro plus Mirana, I expect them to be a bit stronger.
Q just soaking in on the dual breath there as Miposhka just trying to keep some distance between himself and the Radiant side because that's a Lotus is coming up.
This Lotus
picks up that Lotus.
Every time a team picks it up, I feel like this lane is most likely won by them. You know, if you can secure that Lotus, you can most likely secure the lane off that point as well. It's not that strong. It's just like this mental damage that this does. When you see someone just sitting next to that pool, getting free HP, free mana.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice little mental moment, but the better moment is if your support's willing to give it to the carry after picking it up.
No. You keep it on yourself. If the carry needs, you can feed it to him. You know, spoon feed it. Don't. Never trust your carry that he's going to use it at the right moment.
That's also fair. Also, speaking of carries, this is a Mirana building. You probably know it in your head already. Arcane Boots, and Miposhka did hand over the Lotus as well.
I'm disappointed. However, that's why they're where they're at. We gave him the Lotus pull. He's going for Arcanes, of course. Gleipnir afterwards. That's stock standard on almost any ranged carry at the moment.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And then I'll keep Jakiro with a lot of mana as well. That means more dual breaths, more aggression from this Team Spirit lineup up top. Interested to see who's going to be rotating off of mid first, as right now Laurel is in a little bit behind the Monkey King.
Yeah, he's not too far, right? Like if you're in Walker, you kind of expect that at the moment, but you don't expect to be dominating. Like I would say 9 out of 10 lanes.
Level 5 Monkey King's coming through towards bottom, and Collapse, he's holding onto the Burrow Strike, lands it, but it's not likely that he survives here, as there's the Balance Strike from Lorinoff to get the kill on a Collapse, and it is also First Blood.
Yeah, nice rotation. The lane was pushed in, so Invoker, of course he knew that Monkey was missing, but where exactly he left, he couldn't see.
This time, as he's currently getting hit by the tower. So that might be a little bit rough there for Laurel. We'll see if he is allowed to go back, if Lornoff allows him to walk back. This way,
right?
All check. That's my biggest question.
I don't think he dies. Even if Monkey goes on him, Larl 99% is not dying, and Jab's trolling him as well. I mean, I'd love to see that. Actually, I'd love to see that, but
Just TP mid. I feed mid. Get it, MK. Report mid. I love this. A little bit of banter goes a long way.
Don't kill Invoker. He new to this game. Yeah.
MK party with Invoker.
Yeah, this is some.
Win trading. I was expecting that. That was the next line I was waiting for.
Of course.
Wow. Oh gosh.
That's how I look playing Deadlock. By the way, I just run into towers and die.
Yeah, I'm not amazing at that game, but I feel like I'm not amazing at games in general.
I played the green Pango version. Anyways,
Viscous.
not gonna talk about that game. Instead, Dota, Larl.
Alright, yeah. Okay, you know what? He's doing some damage. I didn't think that he was actually gonna hit Laurel after that.
I mean, what do you allow him to do? Go back and attack you at the same time? Like,
yeah.
Okay, maybe he could have allowed him to go away completely, but yeah, whatever.
That's fair. I get you. Miposhka coming over. And maybe they could tornado dual breath. Miposhka picking up the amplify damage.
Why did he take it away from Invoker?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
He can dish out some serious damage going back top lane, but I'm sure Invoker will be happier with it.
Now, what wins? Lornoff at level 6 or Miposhka amplified damage at level 3, but they don't end up fighting, and actually seeing that Miposhka is away, Lornoff went towards top, but still not fighting anything.
Yeah, Jakiro just a little bit too tanky. So if you jump him with Monkey, chances are you won't kill him fast enough, and you just need +1 with the DD Jakiro to kill the Monkey. Top lane, we're done. Larl TP'd in as well, so let's see if they can maybe make a move on Jabs here.
Are scanning.
The scan connects, and because of that, I guess Larl just has to ghost walk away. Perhaps go back mid? I'm not sure. We'll see what he decides to do right now, but this is the problem that I see with Invokers sometimes. You just make these rotations, they don't connect, and then you're kind of stuck. Okay, he's going to a sniper. Arrow connects. Easy kill, and now Jabs. You can't really help. No arena. Going on collapse. I think he should be dead. Is he gonna die? Lornoff, he's got that mastery up, but can't really chase the Sand King for now. Q is here, he's got IP. Big bumping it, collapse. Yeah, he stuck around for way too long. Mira will not be able to help him.
Jabs.
And another one. And stacks as well. Like, this start is way better than game number 1 for Aurora, or any of the games today, I would say. Collapse is trying to TP in to save his stacks, but they're already gone.
Stacks gone. 2K lead for Aurora. Like you said, looking way better.
Much better for them. Poshka does get another ancient stack at least for collapse. He's got that level 3 sandstorm. Is it easy for him to farm it? Not really, but yeah, it's fine. Maybe a little bit later he can go and farm out this pushed in wave.
Well, 2K net worth lead. What can they do with it? Can Aurora secure themselves their first game? Stacks gone, like you said. Net worth lead being gained by Aurora. And 23, despite the fact that we saw that beginning of that lane where 23 all of a sudden had like 50, 75 health to start, he's top of the net worth. He's had a great game so far.
Yep. He's having a... like, this is what I see 90% of the time, though. Like, every time I see Morphling in games, he's on top. He's free farming. Like, you try to kill him a couple of times, maybe if you have some nuking hero. You fail, and then he free farms. As a position 4, you feel kind of useless, and you just start rotating across the map.
What are the answers for Spirit at the moment? They're just waiting on farm. They're waiting on their items, right? But is there anything more that you'd like to see them do?
I don't think they're too sad with how the game is going. It's all on Larl and his rotations. Like, this hero is basically made to rotate at this point. He's got action.
That's what he's gonna do.
Yeah.
They've got the Tornado EMP. Out of mana is Lorinov. Starstorm lands. Dual breaths there. They get the kill on Lorinov. And that's exactly what they needed. It was just a rotation into a kill.
Yeah, and it's such a good kill as well because it prevents them from making an aggressive move on the tier 1 tower top. Plus the arena is used. Very nicely done. Completely different situation, I would still say. A much better position to be in, but Q mid lane. Oh, Mira missed.
Unfortunate, and now they're going to have Lorinov come back into the mid lane. And he's going to look as Jabs is dead up top to Radon for Mira. The shrapnels are placed. The sharpshooter is going to be thrown in death.
I love how he tried, like, some other Hoodwink would try to jump off the cliff with the ulti, right? Like, you use that sharpshooter bounce back to jump off the cliff. Instead, what he went for is for Q sniper. He tried to get that kill before he died.
Yeah. Maybe no chance to think about that, though, with Simeon's stride on Lorinov, right? Like, as long as he's got health, he's going to chase you down no matter what.
That's true as well. It was unlikely that he survives that.
We'll see as 12. For situation, it would have been cool if he got it. But Q surviving, knowing full well he's fine, and it is giving more and more over to the Monkey King, right? MK sitting at 4,600 net worth, kind of needs a little bit more.
Well, it's not great for him, but this net worth is completely fine for a mid lane monkey. This is basically what you want to be doing. You want to be moving across the map, creating some space. Your net worth will suffer a little bit unless you're like 10-0 at this point, because you're not really hitting creeps at all times. But overall, I think he's okay with his net worth at the moment.
Definitely okay with it, but how much of a problem will be? You see Radon getting a lot of farm. His Maelstrom is flying out, so he'll have that. And then you do have Collapse at a decent net worth himself, going into the pipe, 1,800 gold into it.
Interesting, by the way, he's going for the pipe. So basically when the draft completed, I was looking at both sides and I was thinking, damn, this is the first 2 drafts where no one is buying auras. You know, like, you look at these heroes and, okay, supports, but there isn't a core that buys them really quickly or wants to buy them really quickly. But it looks like Collapse will be a little bit unconventional on the Sand King. Like, I've seen a lot of Blink first, I've seen a lot of Bloodstone first items, but he's going for straight pipe and then Crimson. So full on going for that Aura carrier build.
Taking a look at on our screen the Hill Troll Berserkers and the Cobalt Foreman.
They're lined up very nicely.
That's my foreman.
I like the chain. I like the chain right there.
I'm a big fan of the goblet that he sips out of with the rubies on it.
Sure. He's got such a good goblet, but his tent is like 2 sticks and a hide.
And you spend money when you spend money on the drip and not the housing.
Dude, that's literally every Bosnian. Like you don't have you don't have an apartment, but you're driving like some BMW from 2024, you know? Like you have nowhere to live, you have no food. but your ride is cool.
Well, not for much longer. Down goes the Cobalt. They'll come through towards bottom, but Radon is actually the one who might be in a little bit of trouble here. Balance strike to start it off. They go to the arena. And Radon hit with the Assassinate. They will get that kill onto the Mirana. 23 Savage also showing up. These heroes over bottom for the side of Team Spirit find nothing. That's unfortunate for them, but very fortunate for the side of Aurora. Can't be too upset about Aurora and what they've been able to accomplish so far, but net worth still sitting at about even with the Mirana at 6,500.
Yeah, so far so good. I just feel like they have too many heroes on Spirit, at least. The way I see the mid-game play out is they have too many of these heroes that want to stay on sidelines, and only Sand King to really be charging in. And even Sand King, you don't necessarily want to be charging in. That's why he's going for this build. Like, he's buying Pipe, he's buying Crimson, because they don't have anyone else that will be frontlining for them.
Right.
Creating that chaos in fights. Like, this isn't your Sand King that goes out, blinks back in stuns, goes out, pops Bloodstone with Epicenter, you know? Like, he has to be very tanky. On the other side, it's so much easier. You have Wukong's command, you have the arena. Even Treant with Overgrowth will be able to set things up for them.
You've gone the easy route of just, you know, stacking circles.
Yeah, pretty much. Circles are good in Dota. Most of the time.
Definitely most of the time, and we see as Q just showing off the fact that he can assassinate. He just chooses not to at the moment. Finishes off those drums. Again, coming towards bottom, though, is Team Spirit. They've got Mira waiting within the trees, waiting for somebody to react to collapse, and Warnoff showing as the bushwhack lands. The acorn shot's thrown over. The heroes here, though, for Spirit are just not all there.
Yeah, they're connecting with some at least.
I'm wondering if maybe they catch Q in this position, but that's just an illusion that sees Q. Oh, Tornado EMP. Sharpshooter with the bushwhack. They've got the man out of his hands. They go to the arena. They get the kill. Oh, yes, they do. Ornoff's going to be dead. Collapse and Laurel taking a lot of damage under the shrapnel. And the Morph turning into the Sand King. Burrow strike on Laurel. There's the Ice Path as well as the dual breath. That stops 23 Savage from getting the kill on Laurel. The Assassinate's going to come through to get the kill on Jabs, but they'll lose Collapse. Another Assassinate. Mira's dead. 2 heroes gone on both sides. Sunstrike not going to land on Ali, but it will be a 2 for 2.
I think you're much happier if you're Team Spirit with how this went. Like, you got the kill on position 2 and 3. Meanwhile, you lost the support and your offlaner. Like, you could see how much Sand King does in these fights if he's up front with the pipe. It really makes a difference. One thing that I also noticed is that Aurora, they're lacking damage. Like, it's so difficult for them to take down any targets. Yeah, you have a lot of these circles, but no heroes that... Sure, shrapnel, and that's it. Like, if your monkey is dead, shrapnel is how you deal damage. And if your monkey is alive, well, your monkey has a Midas, so he's not gonna do way too much as well.
Yeah, getting a Midas, maybe expecting this game to go super late, but is late where you want to be if you're Aurora?
The prize is mine.
I think so. I think they're like super late game is stronger. And I don't think that Midas is necessarily only about the late game. Like, you get a lot of attack speed. It's not terrible for you when you're playing mid. But if, let's say, if he maybe had an Ethos there with a Vitality booster for that Gleipnir that you usually see from Monkeys mid, And maybe that would actually make him live through that engagement, but...
Right.
Midas is gold, though. It's shiny.
And it gives money.
Yeah.
Are scanning.
Oh, it's nice. Top of the net worth without a Midas is 23. So he's doing a-okay. Collapse, he's been keeping up, though, and he's almost got the Crimson Guard. The Aura game is there for Collapse.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, absolutely full on into the Auras. On the other side, Mars is also buying Crimson, by the way. Which does make a lot of sense. Bot lane, Wukong's, Mira.
Sharpshooter to get out of the circle on the run. Trying to get away from these heroes. Just buying some more time, but eventually will die. Primal Spring is there. Ollie gets the kill. It was the Leech Seed slowing him down. Never had a chance, really, again, with Simeon's Stride just allowing Ornoff to keep up.
Yeah, but it's so hard, you know, even this kill, it took them so much time to kill a Hoodwink position 4 on the enemy team. Even though you have vision of her and you can follow her, you even committed Wukong's command for that, so kinda telling of where in this game Aurora is at the moment.
Right. Game 5, though. Things not moving too fast. We're not seeing these major 5-on-5 team fights right now. Both teams content with just kind of farming it up, especially with the Midas now going into the Maelstrom, which is completed, flying out here for the Monkey King. You've got the Manta ready, going into the BKB after this Crystallis for the Morphling. Like, they're super content with farming on the side of
Oli,
Aurora.
look at Oli, please. This is... that could have been so good from him. It still is. Like, he broke the smoke with his face, but he still broke it, and he's a 5, so probably the best hero. If you are going to die to that smoke, probably the best hero to do so.
Is under attack.
The reason why this game is slow, by the way, is 100% the mid laners. Like, on one side you have the Monkey King, on the other you have an Invoker whose rotations didn't really work.
Burrow Strike, Arrow, Sunstrike, and that is a very dead sniper. Radon getting that kill.
Okay. By the way, Invoker just purchased, minute 19, Midas. Larl has one as well. He's like, no, Monkey King, you're not gonna outfarm me.
They've heard that Midas is good.
Yeah. Lorinov, ooh, I think he did spot the Ghost Walk. He should have at least, yeah. He's scanning for Invoker.
The scan with my icons always is misleading. It looks like the icon is under the scan, but it doesn't have enough glowing that way. And they're going to morph into the Sand King. They go to the Burrow Strike. Burrow Strike out of the circle, though. The Arena's going to follow it up. It's the Circles game. And they've made the Venn diagram, and they'll get the kill on a Collapse. They get that at least. Assassinate on Amira. Sharpshooter, Ice Path, that all lands. Ollie goes into the Overgrowth, so they have the lockdown to maybe stop the chase from Spirit, or maybe turn around and go. Radon killed off by 23 Savage, who turned into the Sand King once again and had the Burrow Strike to get the control onto this Mirana. Maposhka being chased down. 2 more shots needed to get this kill. Thinking about an Assassinate under the tier 3 tower. They don't quite care. Boundless Strike. The Assassinate lands. They get the kill there onto the Jakiro, and 4 heroes are dead on the side of Team Spirit.
Look, the moment Sand King dies, if you weren't there fighting with him, I don't think you should take any engagements. They died so easily, and Radon got collapsed on in an instant. I think he wasn't as trigger happy with BKB as he probably should have been in that last fight, and because of that he does fall. Also, they're losing ages off of that. Roshan easily taken by Morphin.
And this is Aegis 423. And he is top of the net worth.
Yeah, he's having a good game, like a good target to morph into as well, right? Like getting into a skin of Sand King, having that Impale Land Sandstorm to follow him around. plus Aegis. Like, they're ready. I feel like Aurora, they were really lacking damage earlier on, but they have these 5 heroes that really benefit from... It's not only the levels that were needed, like they needed a lot of items, and now they got him. Like, Morphling, he's got a Daedalus. Like, you want the damage, that's damage, right there.
And the thing too is he wanted to go for the BKB and he thought about it, but the fact that he's getting this Aegis means he can forego it. And there's the blink into the arena. They've got the spear. Mira's dead.
Collapse.
We're off getting that kill with the Boundless Strike and Collapse. By this tier 2 tower pretty forward. They don't have the arena anymore, but they could just blink spear and 23 Savage with the Daedalus could get a kill. However, they won't make that chase.
Because of this build that Collapse went for, right? Like, he doesn't have a blink. So initiating on the side of Team Spirit is extremely difficult. Like, you need to somehow use this Ghost Walk, scout the heroes out, maybe set up with Tornado, and then use the Burrow Strike afterwards. But you don't have this instant oomph, like, okay, I jumped this target and it's blown up in a second. They just don't have that.
Definitely feeling the lack of damage from a mid laner for the side of Spirit. Like, we're not getting the most out of Invoker at the moment.
Yeah, you think? Like the Midas Dragonlance not working. The thing is, like, I feel like this could work in some different game in which your carry can actually go in and be that Chaos frontliner. My issue with this is the Mirana and the Invoker. They kind of cover the way this Invoker is built and the way it's played. It kind of covers the same role. So of course it's Team Spirit. Like, they can make anything work. It's just that it will be a bit more difficult.
Get the kill there onto Mira again. Ornoff on a killing spree. He's going into the Gleipnir. And they are even thinking about high ground.
I think they can. There's no hoodwink. They can just set up behind 23 Savage. They have the arena. If anyone goes in, even Collapse.
Burrow Strike from the Morph. Turning it into Sand King. Burrow Strike turning it around. Now Ice Path is there on the ground. They're trying to get the kill to 23 Savage. And they'll take him out behind the tier 3. They will activate that Solar Flare. They've gone to the arena. They have the control. They'll have the damage to get the kill to Collapse. And now they're going to look over at Jabs. Wukong's command is going to be committed. 23 Savage on the back lines. They've glyphed up this wave as well as the tier 3, so they're not going to lose the tower, but they'll end up getting the kill onto the Mars. Ornoff, Mischief, Tornado landing. They've got the Shrapnel down for a second. They start to walk away, and without this Sand King, the chase from Spirit's going to be limited.
No matter how far ahead you are, high ground DOTA needs to be respected, right? Like, this is the best position for Team Spirit to fight in. And 23 Savage, I feel like it was unnecessary the way he played. Like, going so far out, so deep, even just allowing Mira to resurrect and have a proper 5v5. Like, he forced Mars's hand. Like, Mars needed to jump in and pop that arena.
Yeah, otherwise he was probably dead a second time.
Yeah, so 1-for-1 in this situation, I think, isn't something that they'll be too happy with, but they do see Larl once again on top lane.
Who's going for the BKB? So Hurricane Pike, BKB, Octarine. All that's nice, but you're up against a Morphling who is top of the net worth by quite a bit. This is a really tough game for Spirit to just shut down the Morphling from his advantage.
You could see that they are able to take him down, though, right? Like, if he's out of position, like, there's a lot of damage coming from that Solar Flare. It's still like one of these spells that catches me off guard, just how much damage Mirana deals. If you're a position 1, of course, and not only Mirana, but her allies too.
Now, the thing about that, though, is they were able to kill 23 Savage. He extended the time where he doesn't have BKB. He's now going for that.
He's got it, right? Like,
yeah, I think it's flying out, right? Yep. Yeah. And they're going to find Laurel. Assassinate, Tornado, EMP, well done, but the balance strike lands. The Nature's Grass is down, slowing him up. Getting the kill is the side of Aurora.
The vision game is also very strong, like this ward on the cliff. And it's not only the ward on the cliff, like you're playing with, on Team Spirit, like you're playing with this Invoker plus Hoodwink. They want to play inside the trees, they want to be sneaky, you know, like just catch pickoffs, farm behind enemy lines. You can't do that versus Oli's tree and the Monkey King, like they just scout you constantly.
Boundless Strike, Wukong's command, Burrow Strike, and can they still fight into this though? They are without Laurel.
Yeah, they're not gonna fight. This is a side lost. They still have the outer tier 2s available, so nothing more will happen.
What can they get done?
Oh no, I'm just looking at... Oh,
Arena. That is a squirrel caught. And to nobody's surprise, squirrel in a gladiator arena does not survive.
Radiant are scanning.
Also Crow doing some major damage.
Pushka, nice path. Oh, just missed.
All kind of off the mark, and now that's going to leave Laurel and the rest of the team kind of exposed here. 23 Savage pops the BKB. He is going to go in on this, try to get the kill to Laurel. They'll get the kill to the Invoker. They're going to look off for the rest. Baposhka running away from Lorinov, who doesn't have a lot of mana remaining, but the Assassinate flies through. They get the kill to Baposhka. That's going to be 2 heroes dead on the side of Team Spirit with the buyback being used by both of them.
Savage.
They go after 23 Savage. They'll get the kill to the Morphling. He's in too far. He's in well ahead of his team. And now Radon going to try and turn this around with the BKB. They've got the Sharpshooter. They have the stun. Burrow Strike on a Q. They'll get themselves another. And it looked oh so good for Aurora until 23 Savage went in just too far.
Yeah, I think, you know what happened there? Solar Flare didn't kick in just yet. So Mirana was hitting Morphling for almost no damage. And he felt because of that he can go in a little bit deeper. But then that Solar Flare damage actually racked up. It is nighttime, so it took a little bit longer. Once it did rack up, Mirana actually started kicking ass.
Yeah. And that was Morph taking a lot of damage real fast. Really clipping in there. With the epicenter, of course. But that did cost the buyback from Laurel and the buyback from Mira. So despite the fact that 23 Savage does end up dying in that fight, they pulled out a couple of buybacks in that one.
Yeah, I feel
could
like,
make the difference.
Of course, I feel that if you're Aurora, you're still fine with everything. Like, you're not that happy that your position 1 died, but overall the fight was very convincing for your side. And if you take the same one again, they won't have the buyback on Invoker.
Searching.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Are smoked up on the side of Aurora.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh. Well, losing the courier, beating the gem, but they've got the spear that lands on a Baposhka. And Assassinate follows it up. Macropyre on the ground. Ice Wall also being used there by Laurel to try and keep them away.
Yeah, no huge cooldowns, and you dodged this smoke quite well on Team Spirit. Maybe even a chance for you to attack. There is no arena.
And they make the move. They are still set here on the side of Spirit over by the tier 2 mid.
They have the Bloodstone and they have the Blink now on Collapse, so a little bit easier for them to make a move if they want to. But still 8k behind. It's not a comfortable position to be in.
They back off on the side of Aurora. Looking to be ready for Roche, which is over bottom, and maybe they go for that. But Spirit, they're going to smoke, and Ollie again, dude. Just in these perfect positions. Burrow Strike lands. Will they react on the side of Aurora? They're nowhere nearby. So it looks as though they're going to let him die. They'll lose Ollie. He's dead for 45 seconds.
Oh,
there is a gem that is picked up by that courier.
Yeah, he was delivering himself wards. And because of that, the courier was close enough. Like, Mira was going for the gem, but his courier was just close enough to snatch it. So really nicely done by the Trient. At the same time, though, they are smoking up. And it looks like if they find no one, they can go straight into the pit, right? I'm not sure if they're quick enough, though.
They're going to go to the pit. Where is the side of Aurora? Don't want to be giving up this Aegis.
Solar Flare used.
It's a way back in.
They're so fast, though.
It's too fast of a Roche take, and Ornoff, he's nearby, but nobody else is here. And unfortunately for the side of Aurora, they've given up this Aegis.
Yeah, nothing really they could have done about that. Trient was still pretty much dead when they got into the pit. They couldn't connect fast enough. They did buy some new items, though. They have a full nullifier on 23 Savage, so that can come in handy in this next fight. There's just a lot of things that you can nullify, so not too surprised he went for it. A lot of damage as well.
23,000 net worth on 23 Savage. Has that nullifier going into the Swift Blink. This is
Under attack.
tough right now, because now you have to try and go and fight into an Aegis, right?
Pretty much. Like, I feel that they had solid control of the game once they took the high ground on top lane, but right now a couple of mistakes here and there, specifically losing the Trient in the mid lane. Like, he broke the smoke, it was good, but they couldn't connect. That arena and the smoke that they had before also didn't connect. And Team Spirit, they're so good at these little micro movements. They make you waste a spell, one spell, and they instantly pounce. They smoke up, they get another pick off.
Yeah, Ollie was that pick off. He's trying to go for a Blink Dagger to maybe set up a better overgrowth situation. It's tough though. Radon now with the Satanic taking out this Mirana gets that much harder. And also has that Aegis, so in theory, 3 lives, right? You get low, you Satanic, you die, you respawn.
BKB, a lot of lifesteal as well. And she didn't really reach her full potential. Like, you just wait and see when this Mirana gets like a crit. That's when things really become interesting.
Aurora at the beginning, and more so in the without the last 5 minutes or so, we're being quite aggressive, but they do smoke up.
Yep, they have this Blink Hex on jabs, so Mars initiation is even stronger now.
See if they can find anybody as the side of Aurora and 23 Savage looking to activate that old adage, the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, the only problem is their mid lane is being pushed in, so Spirits should know they're coming.
Can they jump? Can they find this arena? Smoke breaks. Some shrapnel's down, and they're just gonna back away from each other. They wanted it. They wanted to find their mark, and they wanted to go in and fight despite the Aegis.
Yep, I think they just had that Hex in mind. Like, when you get the Hex, the next team fight can be crucial for you, because you can eliminate that one hero before he even BKBs.
Yeah.
But they didn't manage to, and right now this positioning could be solid for Spirit. They have the high ground.
Dust used Acorn shot. That's going to bounce off of Lornoff. Wisdom Rune picked up. And still nobody fully committing just yet. They're going to back away. Actually, Maposhka goes all the way back to the tier 2 mid.
Yeah, strategically this game is much better than this game, the first game of the series or the last series as well. Like you can see the way their brains are working and how much they're invested in just taking the right fight. There isn't like this, I don't know, just full Davai, you know, you just go in, you hack someone. No. You need to take the proper fight in a proper position around your wards. The network difference really isn't there. Like 4K is not that much at minute 35.
It's not, and it comes from the fact that they get that kill on Ollie, they're ending up taking the Aegis, they're able to farm on these heroes as time goes by. You know, now Laurel, he's got that Midas that's turned into a BKB with a Pike, and he's got 2,700 gold to spend. They're getting a lot of gold on these heroes. But the answer is if Aurora can answer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No, the Aegis has been reclaimed, and if there is time to do it, this should be it. Look at Sniper, by the way. Shadowblade, Pike, like... These supports should just say that they're cores at this point. Stop this madness, just buy yourself a Maelstrom.
It's been bothering you, hasn't it, with these support cores?
I mean, not really, not with some heroes like Hoodwink and, you know, like these types, Dark Willows. I'm fine when they get to right click, but I feel like Sniper is there for the first 3 minutes of Shrapnel, and then he's just in his own world, you know? He's trying to become a second position one.
It's really, you know, the support cores are quite nice. It's like the Spork. Fork, spoon, spork. Core, nice. Support, sport. We've got them. They can be both.
I get it. So it's the new position.
Yeah. No jungler, just spores. I think that works out.
He's got all the talents for it. 30 attack speed on the Sniper, 30 headshot damage as well. You know, and the items as well are exactly as they should be. Maybe some Maelstrom here and there for faster farming, but this is also fine.
Next rush potentially in 1 minute and 20 seconds, so 80 seconds minimum. And both teams may be feeling the presence of that third Roche coming their way. You've got 23 Savage at level 24, close to that level 25. Going for an Eye of Scotty. Has that Satanic now.
Look at that shield barrier. Like he went full strength, took the shield.
Very balanced.
Yeah, this is when you should fight. But one tornado, of course, and it's gone. But still, he's got extra 3,000 damage shield applied.
For now. Slapping down the tail, collapse, maybe looking for the blink epicenter. Some wards placed and trying to get some vision and trying to get some information. Nothing gained just yet. You see these illusions pushing mid, but all 5 heroes of Spirit are going to stay still, and they're going to throw that arrow to try and get them some information over on the high ground and see if they can move up.
Yeah, they're just not really willing to take a fight here, just because of that cliff next to the river. They know it's warded, and taking a fight right there would be kind of difficult for them. Top lane is also being pushed in, so someone needs to take care of that lane.
Ends up being Laurel. And now maybe they have an opportunity, but again, they've got this obs, they have this sentry, and it's going to spot some information. So go for the arena. It's going to be a spear coming through, but this is Collapse going in with the BKB. They're going to look over at Jebs. He's going to be all alone. Ice Path, Macropire. They get the kill onto the Mars. They'll end up losing Maposhka with the right-click damage coming up from Rajan with the Solar Flare. The BKB is going to run out on the Mirana. The leap away, maybe going back towards this Morphling, who turns into the Sand King. Burrow Strike onto the high ground. Oh, the Burrow Strike. That's going to stop the TP, and now he's going to have to run, trying to get out of this one. As the Boundless Strike lands from the Monkey King, the BKB is going to be popped by Laurel. They've got themselves the Ice Path. They'll get the kill into the Monkey King. Warnoff's going to die. The Assassinate lands on Amira, and they'll end up trading there, but it is a 2 and a 3 taken out on Aurora for the Hoodwink of Spirit.
Yeah, not the best trade right there for Hoodwink for Monkey King, but that fight, it looked so damn good in my eyes. Like, jabs, he jumps in and he skewers like 3 heroes, 2 of them at least he spears, the 3rd one he hexes, so he separates them completely from the fight. But Morphling at the same time gets controlled by Sand King, so he cannot follow up into that arena to dish out any damage.
Yeah.
Even though they had the advantage in numbers, because Invoker was defending the base, like, they still couldn't take that fight properly because Collapse is just a beast frontlining, preventing 23 from pretty much doing anything. Also, Monkey King not dishing out any damage there was an issue.
Roche up in 9 seconds. And Warnoff dead for 30. We saw how quickly they take it on the side of Team Spirit. As Roche is now up. They've got Solar Flare if they want to just pop it and go, but for right now, nobody's in the pit. They're expecting Aurora to kind of inch out. Maybe they can catch them a little bit too far from safety.
Yeah, if you're that deep next to Rush Pit without your BKBs, they're still on cooldown, it's dangerous. Like, at least Larls still is. 4 more seconds.
So now they've got Lorenoff back in the mix. Daedalus picked up for Mirana. So even more damage with the activation of the Solar Flare, just coming through at a quicker pace and making things a little bit more difficult for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, it's a massive damage spike for Mirana now. Like, Daedalus does so much on her. The attack speed is already insane. You get bonus damage from your Solar Flare. The attack speed, of course, as well.
If anybody were to see it, there is an amplified damage on bottom. But it's a stalemate so far, a standoff at the Roche Pit for this 3rd Roche Aegis Cheese, Roshan's Banner, and Refresher Shard. As Ali hidden invis, looking for his opportunity to blink in and maybe go for an overgrowth, but forced to blink away, so that's on cooldown for a second. Solar Flare is used. They'll hop into the pit. They'll start to take this Roche. It's going to go down pretty quickly, so they need to make a move. They know that they're in the pit, but look at how fast this Roche is. They throw a tornado out. There's nothing. Nothing there for the side of Aurora. They'll BKB, they'll try to leave. Warnoff goes in with the BKB. They're going to go into the Burrow Strike, but now he's going to pop his own BKB. They try to get these heroes. They throw out the Gleipnir, and everybody on the side of Spirit pulls that ejection cord and gets out. The only one who was even close to going down is Mira, but scurries away.
Yep, and he gets the wisdom, or he doesn't collapse, snatches it right in front
Griefed
of
by his own Sand King.
Well, Sand King is getting closer to level 25, so...
Yeah, but Mira's getting closer to level 20.
I would argue that 25 on Sand King might be a little bit more important at this point, but... Of course, yeah, sure. But damn, they took that rush so fast. The Solar Flare, and you can see the standoff, like, the Aurora were not really willing to engage, but also not willing to give rush away. They just weren't prepared for the speed. Okay, they took it way too damn fast.
Poshka getting the upgrade to the Liquid Frost with that Tormentor taken. Aurora again, now they've given up the last 2 Aegises. Aegis Sai, and they've got to find a way to fight back.
I think they still can.
Yeah. As they're gonna...
Yeah. lags. Throat lags. Some Blink Hex is still available for them, and these heroes, look, we're entering this super late game in which heroes can die within a second. Like this Morphling, even with Swift Blink, Daedalus Nullifier, he hits too damn hard. So if you can jump someone with Mars Hex, that target probably is dying in that one singular hex. That's why Mirana, by the way, is still carrying the cap, like the neutral item. Just some good old 40% stats resistance if he gets hexed.
Status resistance, still one of the strongest things in the game. Truthfully. I'll reconnect. Let's see how quickly we'll get back to it. And right now, if you had to guess the win percentage on the DOTA graph, what would you think it is?
I would say it's like 50-50 maybe. Maybe 45-55, something like that.
How off? Dota. The Dota Plus graph says 74% for Aurora.
Damn.
And 26% for Spirit.
Interesting. That's probably because of the heroes or something. Maybe it's not used to seeing this Mirana carry, or I'm not sure how it's coded. But on one side you have Morphling, on the other side you have Mirana.
Yeah. There's some heroes that Dota Plus really likes, like Spectre was one of those heroes that you'd start the game with like 65% is Spectre and not lose it unless you were down like 25% or 25,000.
Well, there was one patch in which it truly did feel that way. If you remember Badman, like that guy was like top 1 rank and the only hero he played was Spectre.
Yeah.
And it was such a good patch, like everyone was just buying Urn, first item, and the comeback patch. You like, no matter how hard you're losing, you press ulti at some high ground push and suddenly
win one fight, it's back.
Exactly, yeah.
I think that was when... Did that line up with when we were covering China DPC and Vici came back from LBZS down 45,000 net worth or something like that? That was Rubber Band patch, right?
Bro, I was still playing in the Rubber Band patch. I don't think you covered anything with me. I mean, maybe. Not
There's
sure.
been multiple comeback patches. Is they're gonna Tornado, Burrow Strike, Jabs caught here, arenas, but just dead. That is not a good place to be caught out like that.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage coming from Sharpshooter as well. Like, Mira went for that plus 125 Sharpshooter max damage, so he can blow targets up as well.
They're gonna
And
go
he
for
can also
Mira.
die.
Yeah, they've got that kill. They'll take out Mira. Dead for 75 seconds. Actually doesn't have buyback. Radana level 25 through the arrows out. Boundless Strike gets on the other side. That's thanks to the shard that Warnoff has.
They're still sticking around though.
With no Mars, but Mars has a buyback and a TP spot to the outpost if they want to fight.
This is really cool how they circumvented them, and now they can maybe even get on top of Larl or any stragglers in. Let's see.
Radiant are
They might be able to do it, especially to collapse, but the blink away from Ali.
Yeah, he was afraid of detection. Oh.
Boundless Strike misses. Now they've got the Nullifier. They'll go and throw their own Burrow Strike. But Burrow Strike from Collapse with the BKB. He'll try to get the Epicenter off. The Aviana's Feather will activate. And the Epicenter will do nothing. As 23 Savage gets the kill onto Collapse. And he is dead for 90 seconds. Doesn't have buyback at the moment. He doesn't have the gold for it.
This is a huge opportunity for them to push in now. Doesn't have 1,000 gold, so no bounty runes or anything like that will help him out. Like, without the Sand King, they're all ranged, so they can still kinda hold the high ground defense, but it will not be easy.
Can they do it? Can they pull it off for the side of Aurora? Arrows being thrown out by Radon as the shoot handed on to the arrow is interesting. We'll see if it ends up affecting the fights at all, but they go, and they have got Warnoff dead to rights. Nobody can save him. He is dead for 97 seconds, does not have buyback. Oh boy.
Yeah. Sometimes you just go in like that, and you get blown up. There was one hero that can do that. That's the Morphling. Like, he goes in, he hits the tower a couple of times, he swift links out. You can't catch him, he's way too quick. He's got that 40% waveform cooldown reduction talent as well. Monkey is not Morphling, like, he cannot do that.
He was trying to do the Wukongs with, you know, giving him space, has the extra circle, but he had put it in a position that put him too forward, I would say, or allowed them to be too forward on Spirit.
Yep. Well, unfortunate for Aurora, because they had a really solid chance right there to close things out. It will take a little bit longer, and Team Spirit, they have collapsed now back again.
Are scanning.
Collapse is back. Tell a friend. And Collapse. Ooh, he's gonna blink. Pop the BKB. They've got the arena down. They get the kill on Radon. He's also dead for 100 seconds. The Sunstrike's gonna come through and get the kill on Jabs. They'll go and find the Burrow Strike coming out for the Morphling. Morphling taking a lot of damage inside the macro fire. Oh no! Collapse with the epicenter. They'll get the kill on a 23 Savage. They'll take him out for 97 seconds. And they'll look over at Q, who's gonna die. He just bought out on an MKB. So he is dead for 70 seconds. It looked so good for Aurora taking out Radon to start, but they melted on the side of Aurora.
Yeah, it looked way too damn good, but you have to remember they have 2 of these right-clicker range zeros. It's Invoker as well. Like, this guy isn't your classic spell casting Invoker that you remember from before. No.
Maposhka, he's dead.
Yeah, but you just use Wukongs, they're pressuring your mid lane, but they don't have creep, so maybe this is actually pretty good for you. See if,
maybe try and cut off the mid lane.
Yeah. Do they try to go for high ground? That's the question.
No.
Well, Larl is still around. He's got the pike, he's got the Ancient Guardian, like, he's dishing out a lot of damage here.
They're gonna go for it, just the 2 of them. Nobody here to defend. They're trying to defend it with the living armor, and it's keeping it alive for now. So they try for it. They don't get it just yet.
Yep. An attempt. You know, you poke it a little bit, just see how much damage you're actually dealing through the living armor. It isn't a lot, and it will be healed back up by Oli, but let's see, Larl down bottom. Jabs is actually in position to jump him, but
Morphling's coming.
Might be a bit too late. Let's see.
Also, Roche respawning in 5. Short Roche timer.
Oh, Larl is still around. Jabs. He sees him. X is there.
He's got heroes close, but I don't know if they're close enough. They're not. They'll get the kill on Larl. 23 Savage pops the BKB, and now without... They've got buyback again, but without him, it's going to be tough.
Now time to defend this 4.
Yeah.
S3 at the moment, actually. They were actually coming to him. They were right behind. They wanted to connect with the Invoker, but he greeded out a little bit with that camp. They knew exactly where he was, and that was a little bit greedy from Larl.
Gonna give up Roche.
This is the first rush in a while that Aurora have taken, right?
They got the first one, and now they've got the 4th one.
Yeah. This is massive for them because of one item. I would say, of course, Cheese Aegis, they're both very important, but this Refresher Shard on Mars completely changes the fight, because now you can blink hex the Mirana twice, maybe blink hex her and Invoker. Double Arena, of course, is massive.
Mira on the run, but look at how fast the Simian Stride is. Boundless Strike just off the mark. Collapse on the high ground. Everybody on the side of Aurora are actually on the right side of the lane. Smoke gets broken. Mars unaware of the fact that Collapse is right by them, thinking about the epicenter. They go to the Wukong's command. Collapse is going to be behind them, but he'll blink forward, looking for something. The assassinate on Amira. Nobody's in the Wukongs. Thinking about the epicenter, there's the blink into the Burrow Strike. They're going to buy back on the Invoker. They go for the Sunstrike. They're trying to get the kill on the 23 Savage. So look over at this Monkey King who eats the cheese. He's got the BKB. They've got the arena down. 4 step forward from Laurel. They got the Aegis out of the hands of the Morphling. They're trying to get a second kill on the 23 Savage with the Burrow Strike. Popping the Lincolns on this Morphling. BKB's going to run out in a moment. BKB pop by this Mars. Goes back into the arena. Taking a lot of damage though. Only down to about a 4th of his health remaining. They go to the Duba that lands on a ward off the wing forward. They get the kill on Amira. Now Burrow Strike coming through on the 23. They go to the Overgrowth. It's going to be it for Molly. It's got the control. Can they get the kill though? 23 low. Sunstrike kills him off. He's going to be dead for 99 seconds. They'll buy back. They've got the Gleipnir down to look over at this Invoker. They'll take out Laurel. Ollie's dead. Down goes Jabs. Laurel falling. 4 heroes dead. Full team wipe here for the side of Team Spirit. Buyback immediately used by Lorenoff, as it, again, with the Aegis looks so good for Aurora, but Spirit always find a way.
They truly do. That's the Refresher, that's the Aegis, that's the cheese as well. Everything literally and you still can't take that high ground team fight into Team Spirit. They're just way too damn good at defending. Like, they bait out the Wukong's command and they play on the outskirts, and while they're playing on the outskirts, Collapse is rotating behind them, right? So he jumps in with the perfect epicenter on 2 heroes. Even though the arena protected them a little bit, like, it wasn't good enough. And this wasn't, like, the way they won fights so far is they jump a core, they hex him, and they eliminate him immediately. You can't do that when you're pushing high ground. You did get Mira. That's good.
Who bought back and is dead for 120 seconds. Morphling is actually short buyback, 93 gold.
There's a bounty rune that Lorenov could pick up, actually.
Has fallen.
But, yeah, unnecessary.
It's just a set of racks. Don't waste the buyback.
They did ping the tier 4s, but they opted not to go for that. They don't have Hoodwink for 100 seconds. So, everything considered, this still gives a good opportunity to Aurora to fight without Hoodwink.
Certainly does. As we're also, by the time Roche is back up, we're going to be at 60 minutes. If Roche comes back up before somebody wins this game. So the chaos gets more chaotic.
Yeah, they're not gonna wait for that. They smoke up immediately. They understand we have a full minute without Hoodwink. Like, he brings a lot of control, a lot of damage as well. Miposhka.
Oh, still Miposhka in trouble. He's got buyback, so this kill isn't terrible for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, and they used the BKB on 23 for that. So Morphling used the BKB, I believe Jabs used his as well. Yeah, without 2 buybacks.
They know that, they want to go. 3v5, they're even trying to go for this. Burrow strike, deafening blast. Ooh, Overgrowth used before he dies. Now they're going to look over Radon. They've got themselves the Wukong command, but the leap out. Balance strike coming through. Oh no! Lordoff! He's gonna die. He's dead for 2 minutes. The arrow, ooh, off the mark, and the tornado's gonna be off to his left. He'll turn into this Sand King. Burrow strike, trying to get some distance away. Blinks away from the side of Team Spirit. Start to shift into that Agi, but Collapse on his heels. Waveform needs to get out, but doesn't have a TP for 3 more seconds. Smoked. Oh, Waveform, blink, and out.
He's fine, yeah. That was kind of scary from him, but he understood that there's no stun from the Sand King. Lorenov, he felt too comfortable using his ult, like Wukong's command, and just standing his ground, but there's a Mirana fully 6-slotted, still hitting you. Even, like, she's gonna kill you even through all your armor. And on top of that, you have Invoker with Skadi. Damn, they might just push for throne here. No,
there is Glyph available. Maybe Glyph gets shown, maybe they stop.
They don't care, right? Like,
but tier 4s, yeah, they haven't used it yet. They're gonna blink in, they're gonna look over, they've got themselves the arrow, they're gonna find the damage with the sharpshooter, get the kill into Q. He doesn't have buyback, now they'll look over the Sand King. Collapse gonna be trying to survive the damage coming in. Had the AV on his feather once again activate, but he's not gonna get far enough away. Collapse is gonna buy back into this one. The third's gonna be exposed, they'll go after Jeff, they'll get the kill, he's gonna buy back on the Mars. They look at this Morphling, they'll take out 23 Savage, and Team Spirit will take the 2-0 over Aurora, finishing this one out with a team wipe, and GG is called. And Team Spirit, the late game shows its face once again.
You know what? They end before minute 60, but the game was still so chaotic, so crazy. Yeah. Team Spirit, this is their TI form. This is why they have so many fans, and this is just another performance that only they could pull off. Like, I feel like this kind of a draft, give it to any other team and put them in a position in which Team Spirit was in this game, and the win rate, the win probability would be correct. It would be 75% for Aurora and 25% for Team Spirit. But Team Spirit, they're just different breed, built different.
Yeah, it was really good there from the side of Team Spirit. They take the 2-0 over the side of Aurora. And like you said, the percentages, they said 76% for the favor of Aurora, but Team Spirit, they don't like numbers. They don't like listening to the percentages, and they get the 2-0 over Aurora. And, well, that's the end of the series. We're going to send it back over to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
Thank you very much, B-Cup and Lizard. I think we're all very impressed with what we just saw, because It was very close for Aurora Tigov to be able to almost take this game, which would have been their first win of the day. But they were so close. This was such a good game from them.
Yeah, it's like you got, what, 26 minutes, you're taking top racks, you're feeling good, you got like 12, 13K net worth. Like, this feels like Aurora's game. Like, I was like watching it, I'm like, yes, finally, this is their time, they're showing up, this is everything. And then 23 Savage, like, wave forms into a stun, onto a Mirana and a Hoodwink, then dies, double buyback to get some kills. It's like, everything was so right, but then just one bad little mid pick-off type blunder gives Spirit so much more confidence. And Spirit's a team where if you give them a little drop of confidence in any moment, they know how